And our scientists are recognized and recognized very well. We have 3 Infosys awardees here, a lot of Jesse Bose Fellows, Shantaswara Bhatnagar Awards, 12, and many other awards, whatever that is India has to offer, some scientist or other has got it, including all the way up to Padma Bhushan. So, and fellows of national academies, most of us are already fellows of various national academies, multiple. And this is, in addition to doing whatever we do, we have done some seriously important societal impact work. For example, DNA fingerprinting. The institute started from this place. Without, CCMB is the place where CDFD started. CDFD went on to become a different institute. And we were involved in this Samba Masuri rice. Samba Masuri rice is basically had blight resistance, which is a bacterial blight disease. So because of that, what used to happen is that the rice would go bad fast. And Sonti and Hitain, they have actually come up with this blight resistance. This was done with ICAR collaboration. And this is now in 6,000 hectares across India. Then we were heavily involved in sickle cell anemia, and we continue to be involved in working with sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia is a huge problem in India. 7 crore people in India are affected by or heterozygous minimally for sickle cell anemia because of one mutation, one base change in hemoglobin. That's enough for basically to give you the sickle cell anemia thing. We were involved in reintroduction of the Indian mouse deer into the wild, Umapati's work, and Lacones. Karthikeyan will also talk about it. We are involved in wildlife forensics. This was developed during Laji's time, or at a later point of time, it became part of us. COVID-19 work, we have done a tremendous amount of work end to end for COVID-19. Diagnostics, we trained people, we screened things. We have done everything in our capacity to help our government. And AIC was heavily a part of this because they even brought down the cost of COVID kits from what was 300 or 400 or 500 at that time to 70 rupees. By indigenizing.
Initially it was 3,000.
No, but when they picked up, it was around in hundreds, and they brought it down to 60 rupees or 70 rupees. So, and also they were involved in mRNA project. mRNA project, we are among the first ones to do mRNA project successfully. Means we know how to do it end to end, and it works. So now we are taking it to other diseases like dengue and tuberculosis, and hoping that this will be used. With all these things, we believe that we have contributed as much as possible into the society. And here is a slide that talks about Lacones. Lacones is such an interesting campus. It's not very often that in CSR system you'll even find one thing like this. They do everything. He works on snake venom and Pashmina shawls diagnostic to figure out whether it is Pashmina versus Shatus. He works on biodiversity. I'm talking about Umapati, and anyway, endangered species. Comes up with some diagnostics for finding out from the urine metabolite diagnostics. Interesting work. A lot of interesting work by scientists of Lacones. I'm only talking about 2, but in case it is required, these are the people who really can talk about it. See, documenting biodiversity pattern in an integrative framework, ecology and evolutionary drivers of the community assembly and diversity. So endangered species, of course, using genomics, reproductive and stress biology, understanding human-wildlife conflict, all these things. I would say that not even whenever our DG or anybody comes here, they might be impressed by the fact that we have end-to-end, which includes something like Lacones, right? There are multiple applications, including wildlife diagnostic, biobanking, we do it, exudative species conservation, we do. All these things are done. I believe an institute of this level should be heavily involved in training people, and we are heavily involved in training people at every level. So those who are finished masters, those who are being masters, those who are doing BTech final years, those who are doing integrated MSCs final year, everything. We just train people and they come here. In addition to that, we have a huge level of science communication. Open Day in CCMB is a very famous one, attended by easily 7,000 people from Hyderabad. Every Open Day on 26th September. It is attended by almost 7,000 kids. And Atal Incubation Center, anyway, you guys are here for that. But nevertheless, it is part of something that was started around 6.5 years ago and is doing fantastically well. And that is what anyway the talk is going to be about. COVID-19 work, as I just now said, we did everything in our capacity. And with this, I want to stop my brief overview of CCMB. it's a popular place. In CCMB, at least we don't have to say that we are working in CCMB and they look at with you, your face with a question mark. It doesn't happen. They know. And this is the open day photograph at CCMB. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would just like to introduce our CEO, Dr. Madhusudan. Sir, if you could just give a quick brief about AIC CCMB. Also, I would like to welcome Suresh, sir. Dr. Suresh Munuswamy is from IIPH, which is the Indian Institute for Public Health. And he has also, been a very good mentor to us, and we welcome him to the meeting.
Good morning. Good morning, and personal. I'm very happy to have you, sir, with us from an organization that was, helped us extremely well in a situation during the COVID time. And I thank you, Mr. Ajit, for being with us. Of course, Suresh from HI with us. Thank you very much for being here. So, briefly about the incubation center. It's a kind of spin-off from CCMB to support startup ecosystem, primarily incubation kind of a thing in life sciences. So it started 6 years ago, 2017 middle, and we've been supporting several of these startups in life sciences over a period of time. But as it happened during the COVID time, many things have come to a standstill, and the pandemic was very intimidating. And at that point of time, there is a lot of initiatives that were taken by CCMB, and those initiatives helped us to get into, say, for example, we were collecting a lot of samples that gave us a good control over the patient samples in case of COVID patients. So that helped us to do a lot of things otherwise, like culturing the cells and things like that. At that point of time, we came into contact with SPMCIL through a different route where they wanted us to test one of their ink material for its antiviral properties, because we were doing the culture of COVID virus. So we are capable of it. That time we did a couple of your paint formulations we tested that time and showed them which one is better than the other. So around that time, the contacts helped us to look at us to support our COVID related activities. And as you know, around that time, we were, CCM and myself were handling a project from Gates Foundation on indigenous technologies for COVID testing. What is the internal capacity and can we do it, which was also part of it in looking at these capacity building. So at that point of time, your support came up timely for us to promote those kind of startups to scale their, products to a level where they will be useful. In fact, that point of time, we supported, as you would see down the line, during the time, in the morning in the tech show, you will see the kind of technology that we supported with the support that we received it. Another very important thing in that particular program that you gave, from the support you gave us, is acceleration. See, as you know, startups come up with the kind of, unsure of the business path. So it is very important to train them very early in their game about what kind of challenges they face. So we had a 3-month program, what we call as acceleration, I'm sure you are aware of, where we bring a lot of experts from different business, marketing, IP, regulation and all these things. We bring them, make them aware so that they can put their product in the market very quickly. In fact, you will see some of the products that they have made are really impressive. And we also made a couple of charts. Later on, you will see on what is the impact the support that was given by SPMCAL brought to the company. So we have certain slides in the tech show that tells us what is the valuation increase of the companies post the support that we received from SPMCAL. These are all the kind of metrics that tell us that the support was timely and the execution was proper. So this dashboard essentially catches up with the profile of our incubation center. These are the startups that we had in the last 6 years. And we invested around $0.6 million in various companies. These we call them as portfolio companies, and these companies have raised 25 million last 6 years in various private funding or public funding. and 35 patents were filed during the stay in these 6 years from these people. And these are the various national programs that come to us, like Destiny, the seed funds from Startup India, Mighty Startup Hub. These are all various funds we operate to support our incubatees and also the startups. And these are all benefactors, like SPMCL is one. We also had the fortunate support from Rural Electrification Corporation and Humane Society International, Rockefeller Foundation, and Blaze Foundation for In Vitro Diagnostics of Gates Foundation. So these are all the things that we've been receiving in a goodwill support to support these startups in various ways. So one of the things we will come back to, sir, in bringing a bit more attention to a Rural Electrification Corporation program maybe later on. Once we finish this with Karthikeyan, we did a project in Kashmir. We wanted to have a look at that, and we need your inputs because it's primarily a wildlife conservation project. So, as I mentioned, the primary purpose of this particular acceleration program is to, identify interesting startups in the area of COVID only. All the projects, health and COVID is the focus in the support systems, and the acceleration program, as I mentioned, is to create a kind of mentorship network for the startups so that failure rates are low. This is a four-month project that is the acceleration program. Various experts come, including one of us is Suresh Muniswamy is here, who has been very helpful in various things. And we have so many support systems in the local Hyderabad ecosystem. I just quickly go through. This is the program overview, and this is where you're going to speak, Mike. I'll stop here. This acceleration program and the support system that we received is what we are going to. We were happy to use it in this system, and then we are very, very thankful for the support given by SPMCL and over the period of time. And probably if you look at the kind of impact that we created, I'm sure we would like to continue our conversation with SPMCL further. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. So I'll just give an introduction. I didn't introduce myself so far. So my name is Ritika Marampalli. I look after, I'm the head of corporate relations at AICCCMB. Primarily, I look at the CSR projects. So I have also been the POC for this particular project. And I am extremely thankful for the opportunity because this was my first CSR project. And I learned a lot from it. And I have had the most wonderful experience, because one thing was that, people on the other side also understood what we were talking about, which for a lot of CSR projects, they don't understand why they should be supporting incubation centers. So primarily it started from there that, we explained what we were going to do, and from SPMCL also that at that point of time, Dr. Mystartupott was the CMD. So she very graciously supported us. So we had actually devised a 16-week acceleration program where we got in professional consultants who were able to help our startups. Primarily, we were giving them a lot of along with this professional consultancy where they were getting one-on-one mentoring as to how to take their business forward, how to get into, how to navigate the regulatory pathway, because one of the main concerns with any kind of a healthcare product is the regulatory pathway. We also provided them with a lot of resources that we were able to build in-house. Some of the, we had asked SPMCL to support us with some capital goods as well, some equipment. We will show those as well later, as well as having a lot of discussions around business strategy, market entry, and product development. So as a whole, this is the impact that we have 3 years down the line. We're very, very proud to say that this is the impact that we have created. Out of the program, the 2.3 crores that was supported to us, we have launched 6 products through the startups. We have supported them primarily with the funding as well as the entire program. 6 of them have actually launched, and they're doing well in the market. 2 of them are right now in the market. They're on the way to market. Of the startups that have, their products have been made, they have already screened over 1 lakh patients, which is a very good impact according to us. In total, 31 startups were able to take benefit of this program, because some of the sessions that we were doing, we were also doing for them. So 31 in total startups have actually benefited from them. A total of 103 lakhs was supported to the startups. 8 of them have received funding from us. We have conducted over 70 hours of mentoring sessions, workshops, and technology showcases. One of them is right now, and over 50 hours of one-on-one mentoring. From here, I would like Dr. Ramji to just speak a little bit about the acceleration program and the impact that it has created.
Thanks, Ritika. Sir, I think having CSR support to various blood donation camps, or maybe distribution of medical kits, etc. So for several years, I think so many agencies funded, but this is a first of its kind support for the incubation center to invest small funds to push the startups. So innovation activities, SPMCL actually supported several healthcare programs that I were aware. Yesterday we were discussing with the audit team, and thanks to them for letting us know more activities about that. So these innovation activities, when we are getting this kind of support, we have to have a proper plan. That, as Dr. Madhu mentioned, how we can actually support them with the proper one-on-one mentoring. Those days, in fact, corporate connections and clinical connects, which are really required, and also having their problems in pricing as well. So we have to come for those kind of pricing strategies for the startups, and also marketing understanding, and also channel partnerships, sir, because they may not be commercializing their own products. So we have to actually connect with the existing market players. So we did first 2 cohorts with a partnering agency, but further we went down to our own extended mentorship programs. So as we 3 work for the core team to take care of this program, we have Mir, who is the coordinator. Mir is here. So he coordinates the entire program, and Nagmani as a technical officer to look at it. And having this small push of grant, they need much more seed fund or investments as well. So that's why we actually had Anuj Kapote. He takes care of all the investments, how they can be actually streamlined to the next level, scale up studies and GTM strategies. So, very diverse mentor pool that we have picked up, sir, that time, because having technical support, we are very fortunate to have our host organization, the scientists from CCMB, and Dr. Madhu, who hailed from CCMB, having a lot of knowledge in vaccines, diagnostics, or any other industrial molecule development. So, if you can see Sridhar Lanka co-creations, we actually did that initial 2 cohorts run by him, and he connected to a lot of stakeholders there, and Dr. Radha Rangarajan heading a couple of incubators and formed a couple of startups as well, like Vitas Farm and all. Now she's heading CSR CDRA Lucknow. So Sridhar being central point to connect to a lot of mentors in that ecosystem, and Dr. Radha more of technical support, and Mr. Habib into marketing area, and Ms. Usha in the finance and accounts, how to actually do the compliance and further rules a startup should look at it, and Satyanarayana again co-creations, and Ninand core business of this particular diagnostics or medical devices sector, and Varun is a regulatory guy, Varun Trivedi, and Pradeep, how to pitch the best to relevant stakeholders in the ecosystem. So that way, these are core mentors, and other than this, we have another 20-30 odd mentors as well. So as we started in 2021, a grand start of this program where Ms. Tripti came here, and she actually understood how these innovations will go forward and what kind of infrastructure that we have. So then we slowly run programs one after the other. Recently, we onboarded 2 startups, sir, because we try to actually engage a national mandated program called this BIRAC's Gen Care program. So there are 90 fellows that have been selected, and out of 75, the early stage startups, they need small money of about 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, where we partnered with BIRAC, but fortunately they already selected, and we picked the best 2 from our existing incubation cohort. So this is what we have done so far. And coming to the supported startups, though the money is limited about 1 crore, so how we can do 4 quarters, maybe 25 lakhs to 2 startups in the sense. So total only 10 we can support, right? So in that sense, eight startups that we can support. But however, even without the money, we can actually extend the mentoring services and also the infrastructure that is supported by SPMCL to other incubators and startups. So the acceleration program has been enrolled by even more startups which are not directly funded by the SPMCL. So wafer chips, I think Achu and the team is here. So they actually developed this device. At that time, not only COVID diagnostics are important or vaccines important, comorbid issues. So how to actually understand the parameters, physiological parameters for those who really affected by COVID. So I think they came up with this beautiful device that is attached to your chest. You can actually get the ECG analysis, and that is actually seen in the mobile and looked after by the doctor and give proper advice. So they actually touched upon 16 states, sir, till now, and also did several other validations, and 2 global clients already they are having. In India, I think how many devices that you sold? 20,000 or so?
12,000 plus patients.
Yeah, 12,000 plus patients they have been studied, and 600 plus clinics they have touched upon. And coming to the sterile, sir, this is a sterilization device. In the COVID times, lot of sterilization devices, even CCMV actually validated, starting from PPE kits, sterilization devices, sanitizers and everything, more than 180 plus products. And out of that, simple UV based technologies that came up to sterilize the devices. But this particular bar kind of device, if you can see it, it actually releases some free radicals that can kill the microbes. So that is where they validated this device in Narayan Hrudayalaya and many other clinics, and they're actually in the markets. So this NMIVD, again, this is another diagnostic kit that they came up with. So typical antigen antibody kits, there are several kits that have been promoted in the market that time, and they came up with a small alternate platform where they initiated the diagnostic kit development activities. Again, Auditum, they actually having their expertise in not only COVID but also in the tuberculosis, because that time people doesn't even know that tuberculosis also may be prevailing and many other devices. So they came up with a very interesting cyber green based technology, sir, because an RT-PCR kits are there, but again, how to minimize the cost, how to increase the efficiency, etc. So this particular kit has been patented already, and they look for some commercial partners to take it forward. And enzymes, in the COVID times, mRNA vaccines becoming so popular, and the pseudoiridine, one of the molecules that we actually import, and also in the chemical based molecule, but they came up with a enzyme based molecule that pseudoiridine actually efficiency is very much increasing, at the same time the cost also reduced. So that is a very good technology that enzymes has been developed, and Shankar is here. Yes, primary health tech, again, I visited about 8 to 10 months before to their site. They are now manufacturing this device. At that time, COVID time, they came up with a base diagnostic kits, but this particular real-time device that they made, so more than about 15-20 parameters can be analyzed with 1 drop of blood. So this is a very advanced technology, and I think AIIMS and other hospitals, they're trying to validate more with more parameters as well. So they actually trying to apply for about $1 million grant by TDB and other sources, so that they can establish their own manufacturing facility in Delhi. Again, Bryota, Aditi is here. This is very interesting, product where having the lung health, we have to understand, how we can actually have the lung health. That's where spirometry assisted virtually and early, that's what the name that you have given Aditi save. So you can understand, what kind of parameters can be considered while using this device, so that the lung health can be understood, the COPD can be analyzed, for each of the patients, and they also kind of how many states? Sorry, you touched
So
upon
we have almost what 6+
states and
1 lakh plus tests, and we are going ahead with a big program coming under NHS.
NHO, so the National Health Management. So I think that is a big story that Biota is adding up here. And Ripple Healthcare, elderly fall detection, right? I think this is again, may not be directly linked to the COVID, but recently we picked it because, elderly people suffered a lot actually in the COVID times. And, again, this is also very important to support such kind of communities. And they already finished the MVP and validating with which clinics and all? AIMS you are doing, right? Yeah, AIMS New Delhi, the device is being validated, sir. So, if you can see, they may be at the TRLs 2 or 3, and some may be at the 4 level. But, ultimately down there, the small 10 lakhs or 12 lakhs or 15 lakhs money, or even without the money, the companies could able to go to the TRL 7, 8. I think that is very important. Of course, a couple of dropouts are there in the sense because of their tech licensing problems. At the same time, team issues that one startup could not go forward. But otherwise, I think as Ritika mentioned, out of the 8 financially supported startups, 6 have been, going to the next level to reach the market. So these are some of the snippets that we have. And Dr. Ghosh came here and we kind of, announced the program to the entire country because, first of its kind of support to the innovation and technologies where a lot of interest came in, even not only from the CCMB, but outside CCMB as well. So these are some of the tech showcases that we have done using SPMCL support that these technologies have been promoted in various forms, not only in the BioAsia or Global Bio India and many other, even the G20 DIA also in Bangalore, we actually showcased this COVID-based technology supported by SPMCL. So these are the few equipment that we purchased here, and they have been used not only by the SPMCL supported grantees and awardees, but also other startups of AIC CCMB, thanks to the great support by SPMCL, sir. So I think we'll be moving ahead after another half an hour or so to the tech showcase that has been arranged, where you can actually see the real devices, how they are performing and interacting with the founders there. So we thank you, Mr. Vijay, sir. I think, this is a great support by you and also former CMD, Shrimati Tipti Ghosh. And of course, one note we have to mention, Dr. Madhu is mentioning, the initial dialogues that have been started, as Durga is mentioning, Dr. Lalita Goyal and Dr. Dayananda actually put a note to CCMB, the then director, Dr. Rakesh Mishra and all. So the dialogue started that time, and fortunately today we have seen the reality here. So thank you so much for being here, sir. Probably any questions or at this point, otherwise maybe you can interact. So, so before we go to the tech showcase, we have some of the guest of honors today. We'd like to hear from them of how they actually engage with these startups that are associated with this SPMCL program. I request Professor Ajit Rangrekar, please.
So, I think even before I start, sir, I want to really compliment you because, while the use of CSR for innovation is legally permitted, it is probably less than 1 or 2% of all the CSR goes into. And I would very strongly urge both CCMB and you to please publicize this. This is an really path-breaking step. And this must be encouraged so that more and more companies start using, because the multiplier effect of this is going to be humongous. Yeah. So I think that is one very strong, and I must congratulate both of you. Of course, I know many of these startups. We work and support some of them, and in Telangana, we've had a wonderful confluence of a whole lot of things that makes it even better.
Yeah.
So let me just step back a little and talk about the whole issue of innovation in the state. So when the state was formed in 2014, the state decided that it's, as a new state, what do I do that's different, say, from Karnataka or from Andhra or from anywhere, right? So the state decided that we will say innovation is our USP. The second thing the state said is that innovation must be inclusive. So it cannot be restricted only to the rich or to the educated. It must cover farmers, it must cover rural people, it must cover women, children, everything. So, and the third thing the state said was that as a state, our role is only to help create the infrastructure and to let the individual citizens do the innovation. So the state is not going to get into the actual doing of innovation, but enabling it. So under that, a number of institutions were created. T-Hub was the first one that we created. At that time, I was still at ISB, and I take pride in the sense that we actually thought of T-Hub in my boardroom, and we were, some of us were the founder directors of it. Rich, which I now look after my retirement from ISB, was another entity which we created for a very specific Hyderabad-centric purpose. Hyderabad has 40 plus national research institutions and another 20 or 30 private top quality research institutions. Most of them are in health, agriculture. There are 17 agriculture research institutions, ignoring what you people do. I put you under life sciences, but excluding that, there are 17. And there are a large number of defense and aerospace. Right? So we said, let us focus. There is also a very big and robust life sciences industry. This is the seed capital of the country. Almost 2/3 of all seeds companies are based here. And there is a slowly but fast growing aerospace industry. So when you have industry, when you have research, and you have a talent pool of people like these who are looking to do, how do we ensure that all of them work together and collaborate so that you get a multiplier effect? So that was why Rich was created, and Rich was conceived just before COVID had actually started, just during COVID. By the way, one of the things happened was in April 2020 when COVID was first the thing. At that time, the RT-PCR kits were about 3,000 rupees a shot. There was not a single indigenous manufacturer. In about 4 or 5 months, by about August, UL here in Hyderabad and a few others elsewhere, we were able to, working together, got them to qualify. In another year, the big effort led by Madhu here, C Camp in Bangalore, NCL and others, worked together. And in 2020, we had no ability to even have a RT-PCR kit. By August, September, we had one, but made with imported goods. In a year, we had completely indigenous export quality kit preparation. A lot of this was again collaboration and support for initiatives like this. Right? Today, while COVID may have gone, they have now flipped, and that same community is producing TB kits. Tomorrow, if there is anything, you already have. So what we do not take credit for, or what you people do not take credit for, is for the fact that you have already built and enabled infrastructures which tomorrow can pivot and do other things. Yes. And I think we must recognize this, and we must, propagate that we've built a long-term institutionalization of research collaboration. And my congratulations to all of you for doing that. Right? So we work as an enabler. And as I said, our job is to enable hard and soft infrastructure. What we do is we look at the entire life cycle of innovation, say, for example, in life science. There are great institutions where research is done. There are young people who can find innovative products. There are people who can develop those products up to point of proof of concept. But then comes a very important step called validation. And unlike a digital product which I can put in manual, who the hell cares if it's validated or not? Who cares how much it is? We cannot let loose people in the life sciences sector without proper validation. And this is where many startups suffer. How do they go? Tomorrow I have a product. Can I knock on CCMB's door and say, come in? mean, that watchman there is not going to let us, whether we like it or not. It's not just CC anyway. So that's number one. Number two is, where are the hospitals who are going to say, okay, where is the clinician support? Many of these people, how easily can you get clinician support? You manage to find one clinician to help you. God help you if you can do that. And then you're desperately looking. So how do we solve that problem? Today we have 16 or 17 hospitals working with. But there is one big problem, sir. The digitization of electronic records is only in the private sector, at least here. Again, CSR support to digitize public hospitals will give an enormous help to the startup community, because, who goes to the private hospitals? Only the wealthy. So you're going to get a distorted sample if I go to the private hospital. We need help to go to digitize public records and to make them available with all due procedures, privacy, informed consent and everything. But I think that is what will really help this country to make to the. Without this, in both agriculture and in health, we are likely to be left behind. So my hope and wish is that as we proceed, we need to form bigger collaboration. Collaboration like what you offer is not available at the moment. So that CSR support and funding support by informed people who understand what is happening, I think that is going to be critical. Let us hopefully widen this. There's a lot more that these institutions are capable of. I think, in my opinion, we are doing less than 1% of what we are capable of. And, one more thing that really worries me is AI. It's already reared its ugly head. And we are only looking at misinformation. But creation of destructible, life-threatening products is a distinct and a big, scary fear. And how can all of us create an ability to protect the society against it is going to be something that I hope we all work for. We will always support you. One thing I will say is that whether it's one government or other, I have worked with 5 chief ministers in the last 20-something years. No chief minister of this state has ever not supported innovation. So I'm personally confident that going forward, whatever happens, whatever they do politically, that's their lookout. We don't want to get into that. But ultimately, all of them support, and that is the strength that this city and this street has. So thank you once again, sir, for your support, and thank you, CCMB, and well done. And more than them, thank you, these great young people who are working there. You are actually the people who do the work. We do only the talking. So God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I request Dr. Suresh Muniswamy.
It's actually great to see progress being celebrated, because it's not always often that we actually see change before our eyes. When I used to be in a clinic, which was fairly long time ago, patients, I actually started a clinic where I was born and brought up. So it's always a wonderful opportunity to treat people that you know of, you grew up with. They come to the clinic, you treat, and then next day you just walk on the road and then you see them, healthy and then happy walking around. We don't actually discuss anything, but it's always a feeling of happiness when you see people getting treated by you and us being healthy. It's also reflected in a slightly lesser way when you are teaching, actually, because students come in fresh and then after a few years, at least they appear a little bit enlightened. But when you look at startup companies, you have a fixed time limit. People come with relatively raw ideas, and then you put them into shape, and then they go through this process, and the processes become helpful to the people. And then you see changes happening. So this is again a wonderful feeling that you actually see that ideas take shape and progress. And this is 10 times difficult in our country. Anything that happens in our country is extremely challenging. And what I usually say is, is not just a challenge. It's not just a 10 times challenge, but also it's even more complicated when it comes to healthcare, as what Mr. Ajit Ranganathan actually said. If you have any new idea, it can go on to a product next year. But if you have any new idea in healthcare, it's going to take at least 5 years, 10 years for it to reach people. Thankfully, during COVID time, things were accelerated, but back to normal processes is going to take a long time. So my request is always three things. People may agree, may not agree. It's always like more money, more time, less questions. And there are reasons, especially in healthcare. We can't compare healthcare to any other area because it's heavily regulated. So you definitely require more time. And the regulatory process is very expensive. The moment you reach the field, it's all expensive, not under your control. You'll have to keep pivoting iteratively. You have to redo a lot of things. So every step is expensive, so you need more money. And of course, we all go through this ethics process and then we all try to do things the right way. But all questions cannot be answered all the time. So more money, more time and less questions is usually the thing. The other side of this entrepreneurship is India is always dependent, or perhaps even now a little bit dependent on ideas that have originated from foreign countries. Healthcare, the way we practice is allopathic medicine, it's English medicine. And the challenge here is we have a lot of unique problems. India does not have a comparison anywhere in the world. We are a country of 1.4 billion people. Maybe in comparison, China is perhaps the only one that comes as close, but our challenges are our own challenges. Nobody is going to answer. And 20 years, 30 years before, if we had a challenge, we were just seeing and we can't do anything. But now, at least we have a system. We have all these younger minds taking the risk and coming out with solutions. And that should at least make us very happy. That there is actually hope, there is way forward. And we can at least take care of ourselves. And during COVID, not only we are taking care of ourselves, but we are also leading the way for the rest of the world, which has never happened so far, at least in maybe a lot of our own living memories. Maybe 500 years before it could have possibly happened. So there are a lot of wonderful things that are happening, and AICCCMB is literally in the heart of it. And Hyderabad has a wonderful ecosystem for healthcare, and we should all come together. And there's always a way to do it better. So I'd probably quickly end by saying congrats, great work. We should all keep going forward. And the donors, please, more money, more time. Don't ask too many questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Suresh. And also directly or indirectly, I think Dr. Karthik, Dr. Umapati, having their innovation zeal inside their brains, they're constantly engaging with us in various aspects. Thanks for joining us. So now I request Shri Vijay Ranjan Singh Saab. Before to that, I'd like to tell briefly, sir, a couple of liners. I got great information about you. Close to 3 decades is working for the government and in various roles and policy making. I think in the country, especially the fertilizers corporation, how it is to be developed. And he actually worked for FCIL and HFCL organizations, and part of various agencies across the country, and of course mostly into the Karnataka government. One last thing, an interesting thing that is close to my heart is he's also a wildlife photographer. Sir, actually, I would like to see more of your works, and please, I would like to hear you. Hear from you to the audience, please.
Thank you. So, I am sitting here in front of all of you because first I was an IFS officer.
Yes.
Before being an IFS officer, by education, I have done my master degree from molecular biology from University of Delhi way back in 93. Then it was the only institute of Mr. Maheshwari. He used to run a MSc course in the Department of Botany. So I have done my specialization of 1 year in MSc from there. So I also wanted to be a scientist like you long back, but coming from a very feudal society of erstwhile Bihar, now Jharkhand, I was forced to write the civil services. I have written a GRE. I was selected for the Wisconsin, but I was not allowed to go. So that was my first career change, and then I joined the Forest Service. And as Ritika rightly said, that I worked in the Forest Department of Karnataka in different capacity, mostly in the wildlife area, which had a lot of problem. I was trained by Dr. Karthik. He was my teacher. He was my guide. When I said that, he was laughing. But this is a reality. He was my teacher once upon a time. Then I have worked in the human-wildlife conflict, that is life area, almost for 12 years. Why I'm telling you this experience, then I'll come to the actual topic. Then I thought that my life has been, my children, I had 2 daughters, so my daughter's future was adjusted with my career. So I should give a good education because I was transferred 8-9 times in 12 years in Karnataka. So I came to Delhi and my completely light. I never ever thought that I'll be here or I'll be there in the Department of Fertilizer. So I was posted in Fertilizer Department as a director of a policy division at the project division of Department of Fertilizer. My main work was writing the cabinet note which will decide the fate of around 58,000 crore of subsidy of all of us taxpayer. And apart from the chemical formula of urea, I was not knowing anything about the urea. So at the age of around 41 years, I learned what is the urea policy, how the units are given subsidy on the basis of their vintage, their technology, their fixed cost, their variable cost. And so I learned that. And I can proudly tell you that till date, the policy which was written by me, approved by the cabinet. Why I'm saying me? Because still I remember that I have written, it's not a self-praising, it's just an evolution. So what I intended to be and what I became in between in my life, I became a fertilizer man. They were laughing once upon a time. अरे साहब आप क्या करते हैं, जंगल घूमते रहते थे, फर्टिलाइजर में जाके क्या करते हो? It was a total mismatch. But that is the beauty of the Indian bureaucracy. And I wanted to take a challenge. If I have jumped in the deep pool, if I'll not know the nuances of the urea policy and fertilizer development and FCL, HCL, I was not actually associated. I was a board member. And including in Telangana, you might be knowing Ramagundam, that factory. That entire cabinet note, entire project with the 10% stake of Telangana government, 80%, 20% of EIL and then NFL. That entire policy note was written by me. So that time we have done a lot of work. Then you might be knowing the neem coating of urea. So those work was my original work. And that neem coating of urea came out of my research-oriented mind that why neem coating has to be done. And after seeing that, I became a PS. That Modi one government, they asked me to join as a PS to the then cabinet minister. He is no more, Mr. Anand Kumar from Karnataka. Although people say that you are from Karnataka, that's why you went there. So it was not like that. He was forced to take me at one point of time. He is no more, but I am telling you openly in this house. It is not being recorded, I hope.
Yeah.
So, when I became his PS, then I came to know about this, your Jan Aushadhi store, which is now 25,000 Jan Aushadhi store. It was just 88 when I joined the PS to the minister. So then we mastered how logistics supply chain, how generic medicine, what is the profiteering by the pharma companies. One Mr. Lanka Srinivasi is a great pharma man. So I saw, then I remember him. Then your Mr. Reddy's lab, Suresh Reddy. These people I used to interact that how can you cross-subsidize our medicine in our Jan Aushadhi. So then I mastered that. DPCO is one note. Then came your stent price. What type of stents, how. So why I'm telling it, SPMCIL, it was not in my plan of my life. It is just a divine conspiracy of it is good or bad, I don't know. On 15th of September, I always share with my people, when 15th of September, I saw my posting order, I Googled it, what is this SPMCIL? You are laughing, but just my daughters are there, was there in Delhi, and I desperately wanted to go to Delhi. And then I came to the SPMCIL. So why I'm telling you that the type of work these young minds are doing, the independence or the freedom, what they have received from their parent, or how you are helping them to realizing their dream, and out of 8, if 6 has come to some level of prominence, it is really a very heartening feeling. And it is nothing because of my predecessor. Just by default, I am sitting there. Maybe Tripti Patra Ghosh or the person who has helped you. And I was told that they were also not knowing about you. It was accidental. It was Durga Prasad can say that it was not that we were so willing to give you money.
Yes.
You really influenced us to give you the money. No, this is a reality I'm telling you. I have stopped all a CSR fund for last 2 board meetings that I'll not sink a single one. Why we should give 50 lakh rupees to some huge hospital whose budget is 5,000 crore?
Exactly.
Why should we give 50 lakh rupees because I know that hospital owner, I'll give that private hospital 50 lakh rupees?
Absolutely.
Why should we give 62 kachara collection weighted? These are the fund which is given by the government.
Yes.
Why should I build the Anganwadi? I ask my people that this is because I have suffered that fund crunch. How small fund used to we used to collect for the tribal rehabilitation. So the work has done by all of you whomsoever are present. I really compliment and commend and deep appreciation for all of your work. How it will going, whether we are giving you fund or not, that is the future to say. And what our director IAPA said that we should not ask questions, but there are 1,000 people who ask questions from me. It is not our father's money. So we will bound to ask questions. I will bound to ask questions that when we are given 2.36 crore, then why only 1.3 crore went to the startups? I would have thought that again you have purchased some equipment to the CCMB. CCMB is a big organization. At least 80% could have gone to them. And unfortunately, the breakup which I was seeing while coming in the flight, it left there. Otherwise, I was about, you were asking to ask the question, I could have asked that question first. Because you can get funding, you can purchase equipment from many other sources, but where these poor guys will get from this? Almost 50% of money, not 50%,
35,000.
35, 45%. So that was my only question.
Yes.
And as our DG Reach was saying, the digitization of data, that is not our mandate. And to be very frank and honest, sir, for that the government has to be convinced and some policy intervention has to be taken by the government. We are a mini Ratna company. How much CSR we make? Hardly 20 crores. And we are spread all over India. Our 2 units are there. And what catches the vote? If I give money to the startup, how many vote those politicians or my government will take? Because we are a bureaucrat. We are just a tenants. Okay. I have been paid salary to run that company. For one project, I don't want to name, but fortunately that project was decided. So we'll be having some money. You submit the project. I'll not promise that we'll give you or not give you. But I'm biased toward your projects. And I'll give a favorable consideration. For the CSR subcommittee will decide about it, and then we will it will come to me for the final approval in the board. I'll support your proposal, but question they ask, and we have to convince them why we are giving. Because some very powerful voice came, and that's why this money came to you. Otherwise, it would not come. It would have gone somewhere else. So since we have done it, we are ready to showcase our success. We are ready to see that how we have helped innovation, how we have helped the young mind to realize their dream. We will definitely do it, but how and when, there is a question mark, because everything is not in my hand. What is under my control, I can tell you, but what is not under my control, I cannot promise you. Because I am also working in some system where I have to answer, otherwise there will be 100 of petition and CVC and all those things. So if a private organization, if the Infosys Foundation or SDFC or maybe HCL, even other foundation, if they are money, they are not answerable to any public. But we are a public office. So we'll definitely support, sir, don't worry. We'll not ask question. We'll convince them. So I am really privileged, feel honored and inflated to amongst such a bright mind and such intellectual people from different walks of life. So thank you for inviting me, and we'll definitely support, but how and when, it is just future to come. Okay, thank you.
Great, sir.
Yeah, so this is a wearable bed for elderly people. Elderly people, because of age, medical conditions, balance issues, they fall often. It's a very common problem. It's a global problem. So hip fractures are a very common problem due to the falls, injuries due to falling. So this belt detects the risk of falling. Based on the risk, it automatically inflates. These are the airbag cushions like we have in the automobiles, and it automatically inflates under a second. In case the fall is there, this protective cushions protects their hip from getting injured and thus saves them from traumatic hip injuries due to fall.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
But is it 80%? Is it comfortable while wearing?
Yes. So we have tested with more than 200.
Especially in hot conditions.
Hot condition, I doubt, because
It's very simple.
Yeah.
Why I'm telling you, suppose this is a very nice device, but is it not very hot? I'm being treated so you can.
Yeah. So we have tested with a couple of about 150 patients so far, and we have got a mixed response. So we are working on the design, a little bit on the material of the the fabric.
How much it costs?
So to the patient, it costs about 10,000 rupees to the patient. So there are versions. There is Hip Pro and Hip Pro Plus.
As you improvise the device lightweight and or even cost may be high,
Yes.
or you
No,
will
it
be
will be
reducing the
huge
cost.
because based on the economies of scale, as of now, we are just making hundreds of devices. So once we go in the goods manufacturing,
What is the costliest part that raises your cost?
so the battery is the most costliest part, and the controller sensors.
Okay.
So yeah, so
The imported ones, obviously.
imported ones is 1 lakh.
No, I mean the sensors you are.
Yeah, so it's coming from Taiwan.
That's where the problem, major of the
No sensors
medical
are
devices and all these,
manufactured,
no, so semiconductors and the chips and all.
coming
That's
from
where the
China.
problem.
And batteries from China.
Good. Congratulations and all the best for you. Yeah, nice. Yeah, Ritika.
So this device does the testing of like 25 parameters का हम लोग testing करते हैं with a small amount of blood, and this device itself is sufficient to do all the testing. We don't need highly capital intensive units which are installed in the laboratories, and we can identify like the test related to kidney, liver, heart, like hemoglobin, cholesterol. Everything can be identified, and the accuracy has also been validated because we were talking about the validation. The accuracy has been validated by GMRC, Guwahati Medical Research Center, and we are conducting like trials in AIMS also, AIMS Delhi. They have also validated that these tests are like very good. And हमारा जो motive है sir, it is like making it more affordable, portable, and like digitized of course. AI is also enabled in this to get the accuracy part, and we have conducted 50,000 plus clinical trials already, and हम लोग 7 से 8 health camps भी कर चुके हैं जहाँ पे हमें बहुत अच्छे results मिले हैं, and we were able to identify कि कितने % of people like they have been like they have some anomalies, and we are focusing on NCDs, non-communicable diseases. वहीं पर हम लोग जहाँ पर प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर में हम फोकस करके सर हम लोग रिमोट एरियाज में जाना चाहते हैं और वहीं हम लोग सक्सेस में करना चाहते हैं. वी हैव ऑलरेडी डन सम कैंप्स लाइक सेफ एक्सप्रेस के साथ और कैनेडा बैंक के साथ. वी आर एसोसिएटेड विद सम हॉस्पिटल्स आल्सो, एंड 50 प्लस डिप्लॉयमेंट्स भी हो चुके हैं सर.
Two things quickly. how really it is real time? How much time? That's a question asked. How much
10
time
minutes
takes?
of
10
time.
minutes. Okay.
We can get the test
Second
done.
thing, the question is, will you be able to screen all the SPMCL employees? This is the another question.
Those are very, very less people. They are well paid. They get
Good answer.
Tell me how much your one test cost
So it cost approximately 30 rupees for per test.
per test. मतलब
Per test.
per item or all 20 parameters.
No, per item, I would say, but it is the MRP right now.
No, suppose you said that one drop of blood you can test 20 parameters.
Hmm.
So for 20
So
parameters,
we draw at least like 5 to 10 ml of blood.
Altogether, all the, as a package.
how much?
What do you cost?
So you draw 20 drops of blood. Okay.
जी
So one test के लिए आपको 30 रुपीस लगते हैं.
जी
तो 20 के लिए 600 रुपए लगेंगे.
जी
इसका प्राइस क्या है?
इस डिवाइस का प्राइस है 90,000 रुपीज.
90,000.
What are the consumable costs and all other?
कंज्यूमेबल
ये तो
कॉस्ट
फिक्स कॉस्ट हो गया. इसका वेरिएबल कॉस्ट जैसे केमिकल, रिएजेंट.
जी रीएजेंट्स होंगे सर. इसमें रीएजेंट्स का जो कॉस्टिंग है, बिकॉज वी आर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एवरीथिंग, तो हम लोग वो तकरीबन हमारा 10 से 20 रुपए के बीच में होगा रीएजेंट
पर टेस्ट.
जी.
महंगा ही है फिर तो.
महंगा ही नहीं है सर. लाइक हम लोग ये सर ये पेशेंट का कॉस्ट बता रहे हैं, मैं अपना कॉस्ट नहीं बता रही हूँ, बिकॉज मुझे भी बहुत लाइक नहीं मैं आपको क्लियरली बता पाऊंगी वो वाला कॉस्ट, लेकिन दिस इज द कॉस्ट टू द पेशेंट. जो 30 रुपीज हम पेशेंट को चार्ज करेंगे. अगर हम 20 टेस्ट करना चाह रहे हैं तो वी विल गिव देम पैकेज लाइक 600 से 800 रुपए तक के पैकेज में विल कंडक्ट 20 टेस्ट फॉर दैट पेशेंट.
नहीं, जैसे मैं ये सोच सकता हूँ कि जैसे हम कोई बहुत जैसे नॉट तालुक लेवल हॉस्पिटल, होबली लेवल इन कर्नाटका, वी से होबली लेवल, तालुक लेवल, ग्राम पंचायत, होबली, देन तालुक एंड देन डिस्ट्रिक्ट.
जी.
तो मान लीजिए जो लोग बाहर जाके करवाते हैं, जैसे अभी हम लोगों ने पहले आपका लॉन्च करना.
आप इधर आ जाइए.
अरे आप ही लोग अब पैसा दे रहा हूँ मैं. ये पूछ रहा था कि अगर मान लीजिए अगर हम लोग आपका टेस्ट यूज करके, अगर आपका बहुत कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव है, तो हम लोग कोई हमारे जो कंपनी थे जैसे आपका है, चाहे हमारा नासिक वासिक में है, जहां भी है जहां, तो वहां हम लोग इससे मास स्क्रीनिंग करा सकते हैं ना. जैसे अभी हम लोग ने नासिक में 40-50 लाख रुपए का एक व्हीकल दिया. उसमें कैंसर का भी वो जो मैमोग्राफी करते हैं उसमें 15-16 डिवाइस, लेकिन वो सारे जो नॉर्मल हमारे लैब में होते हैं वैसे होते हैं
जी.
तो इसलिए मैं पूछ रहा था, इसलिए आपको इतने डिटेल पूछ रहा था कि कितना लगता है, क्या लगता है, क्या क्या टेस्ट करा सकते हैं, क्योंकि कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज से तो ज्यादा आजकल किलर है हमारा बीपी है, कोलेस्ट्रॉल है
जी. ये सब कुछ टेस्ट कर सकते हैं सर हम लोग. शुगर भी टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, हीमोग्लोबिन टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, HbA1c टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, क्रेटेनिन कर सकते हैं, LFT ट्राइग्लिसराइड्स भी कर सकते हैं. तो सारे टेस्ट पॉसिबल है सर. एट प्रेजेंट वी आर एबल टू कंडक्ट 15 टेस्ट अभी तक, और R&D में हम लोग इसको बहुत जल्द 25 तक लेके जा रहे हैं, और 50 का हमारा एम है कि हम 50 टेस्ट कर पाए. IIT गुवाहाटी में सर हमारे.
बहुत अच्छी बात है, कीजिए. हम तो आपके टच में ही है, मधु सर से भी आप टच में रहिए. अगर हमें आपकी जरूरत पड़ी तो हम आपकी सेवाएं जरूर.
We look forward for it sir. Thank you.
Congrats to all.
Thank you.
So there is a impact book release by
Sir, this is the impact book. We are inaugurating through your.
Yes, sir.
No, sir, in also. Sir.
दो ही CEO सर को दो.
सर ये प्रोजेक्ट हमने दिंडोरी नासिक में किया. You can see that for COPD and TB screening.
बता सकते हैं.
Yes, yes.
27 villages and 12,000 people working.
Just explain quickly about.
Yes, sir. This is safe project. We have particularly done it in Nasik area, Dindori, where we did screening of more than 75,000 people for the first assessment of the COPD and TB. And this has given us a recognition by and that is the reason we have launched this impact book. CCMB is being a crucial part of Rata's growth. Now we have two devices, sir. You can see it on the technology desk. One is already in the market, and through YearHealth we are coming up with another device which will be used easily at the PHCs and the hospital level, sir. Right now we have a handheld device which is easily used in all the lower sector areas. but going ahead with the easy to use and more modern devices coming up. And our test price is around 40 rupees per person.
Very good.
Yeah, and we have been doing this project in Nashik for unlike Dr. Bharti Pawar's assistant. She's cabinet minister in Delhi for health, and we could get the project through Ramdev sir's help only. And we are doing this project again ahead under NHM for another project in Rewa and Pondicherry and Karnataka coming up.
Thank you so much. And, do well.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for coming.
अब मुझे लगा कि क्यों बोलते हैं उस समय लोगों पैसे asking like कुछ समय भी फंडिंग कराओ. Remember? Thank you.
This is from AAC.
So this is our offshoot Atal Incubation Center.
Briefly about this, but they dropped.
Yeah.
So this is future plans. We are working with Dr. Karthik.
क्या कौन है? So this is sample kit of it.
Publish, please. After you give it to other motions. There are two more people here. Now cheaply.
Photos.
Yeah. Should I? Yeah, please.
We'll have one photograph with our young bride.
Yeah, so
Yes,
good
sir.
ground to be planning, sir.
ठीक है?
Okay,
sir. आप लोग डायरेक्टली भी मुझसे टच पे रह सकते हो.
You are the local champion.
इन लोगों को मैं बाईपास नहीं कर रहा.
Sir, I'll give it to Prashant.
Our system Pitapa
He's very energetic to support all. He created one program, sir. Acceleration in diagnostics, sir.
आपकी से इस पे भी रिटायरमेंट के बाद काम कर रहे हैं. Good like the inspiration.
Suresh.
I'm 77, so I need to
Yes.
You still have a lot of energy.
इनका छिप गया होगा ऐसे करने. ठीक है. Thank you. It's really good.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No, it's not that I am here. I'm saying I'm really happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, really looking at innovation, CSR is something that really good.
And as you rightly said, there is too many regulation, ethics, because it's a health issue. It's a matter of life of a person. तो अब चाहिए चाहे नहीं चाहिए वो हमारे कंट्रोल में नहीं है. उससे आज मैं when I was coming the flight I was reading the 365 lesson of stoicism. तो उसमें यही लिखा हुआ था कि there are certain things which is under our control, which is freely given by nature.
Yes.
Like about this event, how this event will run, what he will say, what other speaker will say, I have no control. But what I am having control on my opinion. Okay. So what you think you are doing good, you should do. And why I was telling not my history, because I never thought that what I am going to be, but every stage at age of my 53-54 year, again I am learning from my great lieutenants about the metal, melting point, cadmium, how it is a health hazard. No, seriously. how is making the smart card for army? It's an entirely new thing. So, and since you are having such a fertile mind, you can do wonders. We don't had this much of opportunity 30 years back. I'm really telling you, I remembered my days. I've come here once upon a time. We used to send a lot of biological sample for your identification, wildlife time. One person name I forgot. Last year he came and gave us lecture in the National Institute of Criminology in Delhi.
This is Sunil Verma.
No, not Sunil.
Not last year.
Last year.
Last year.
Ajay Gorma.
Ajay
probably.
He remembers me that he has met me somewhere. So why I'm telling you can do wonders. Don't restrict your area in just. If a Babu kind like us with so much of limitation can learn certain things, then why not you people?
Inspiring, sir. In fact,
With Mr. Karthik, I have that time we didn't had money. While coming, I was telling to Mr. Naidu that I gave him 1,80,000 rupees one project. When he trained me, he empowered me. Ask him. I'm not joking. For 6-7 months, and we discovered for the first time that there is a deformity in frogs in the pristine of the national forest area of the Western Ghat. किया था ना हम लोगों ने? So it's not that I don't fund the research organization. He's a living testimony. by default, he's here today. So if you are doing good.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello viewers, I'm Sherry Kapoor and I'm currently at the coveted valedictory tech showcase organized by AIC CCMB and being covered by MyStartuptv. I have a very distinguished guest here today at the Thought Leader Show, Dr. Madhusudan Rao, who is the CEO of AIC CCMB. Sir, very, very welcome to you.
Thank you.
Now that the event has been concluded, what are your impressions and thoughts of the entire day, on the entire day? We started with a roundtable discussion. The chief guest, of course, was here. So I have a lot of questions for you, but just to kind of get you started, what are your thoughts on the entire day?
The first feeling is relief. Okay, we've been at it for almost 3 years now. There's a kind of culmination of a lot of activity that went in last 3 years. So it's a big relief. And then going by the response, we are always happy with what we have done, but that's our perception. But we always want to see the others' perception about our achievement. On that part, I think we have done the kind of feedback I got from various participants. I felt good, which means that what we have done has, been seen by them equally. That's a good feeling. So I'm happy.
Wonderful. How long you guys were planning this or organizing this? The whole planning.
We know that it's going to happen around this time. So it's kind of a thing in our back of our head for a long time. But the actual event started maybe a month ago. Mostly trying to look at the participation of CMD. So that we wanted a bit longer time from him to be part of this valedictory. So maybe a month is what, but then, fortunately, both CCM and AIC, CCMB has very good organizational skills getting into place because we have kind of known vendors, known devils in terms of services and things like that. So,
and a fantastic team.
That's what I'm saying. Not besides my AIC team, the CCMB team considers AIC's activity as their own. Which is extremely important,
right?
Because the moment I use their facilities, their physical space, their security, or the horticulture people, which are all small, the canteen and all that, but they come with no second thoughts about participation. They consider that it is their own event. So that takes a lot of load on what would be the outcome. I never had a worry, though there will be some nitty-gritties, but that's not really an issue. But the support system is excellent. So, in terms of executing an event like this, yes, it needs a lot of planning, but it gets smoothly. So it's not a problem. Like, minute to minute programs and what is the role of each of the divisions at CCMB and our own, whether it is display, Shamiana, great thing. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It is concern, but it never became a concern actually.
Wonderful. So what is coveted valedictory tech showcase?
Okay, I just came up with coveted more like it sounds like something, sound wise it makes that something we want to do it. COVID, tech, event kind of technologies kind of a thing. So the idea was when these people wanted to support, everybody realized that the pandemic is a big challenge and everybody want to do their own bit. So at that point of time, we came up with this kind of a suggestion to support startups. And then I think probably that everybody likes, probably I can tell you, all people who can give money, gave money. So fortunately we had support of SPM CIL, and we were very much into, around that time, I just came out of a project by Gates Foundation on assessing the Indian capability in manufacture of kits. Because at that point of time,
which kits?
The PCR kits for the diagnostics. Okay. So at that point of time, with the support of Gates, we set up a team. At that point, there was no, except one who was doing it, but many people, nobody had come up with a kit. Everybody has the components of their own, enzymes, primers, what we call.
But not a full-fledged
kit. They didn't put together in a packet. But everybody knows what need to be done. So there is, we wanted to assess, say one of the end goals at that point of time was, there is a capability to make 10 million kits per month by India. So because I'm a scientist, I know I can back calculate what is the quantum of enzyme, how much primer I require, how much of Taq polymerase, how much of tubes I require and all that. So we back calculated quickly and asked people to submit their own component to us. And then we tested them. I had a team of some 8-9 people who were we bought the best in the market and benchmarking the things that came to us again as the best in the market. Okay. So while doing it, I know which ones are good, which ones are not good. So we gave a feedback to them. They came back to us with their improved versions and all that. So that helped. They gave a lot of confidence to those people. And I know their capacity. Like, an enzyme guy, if he has a 50-liter capacity, he can produce this much. So that is sufficient for 100 million kits if everything comes up. That kind of a calculation became very important. And that also gave me a kind of cost analysis of the whole process. And now when somebody was saying in the morning that it costed around 3,500 rupees per test, it came down within a year to less than 1,000 and eventually came down to 600. And now I know the kit doesn't cost, the raw material doesn't cost more than $70.
No.
Okay. But the equipment is costly again, but the point is I'm not including the equipment cost, the whole thing, the human resources. But the basic cost is something, 60 rupees is quite amazing. I mean, what the hell? Suddenly the whole eyes opened and then, probably you could have offered the kit for $150, not 3,000. So, and the more important thing is we can do it ourselves.
Right.
That's more important because at that point of time, I was also part of the testing for ICMR. The Telangana government, we get a lot of samples every day. And then I was buying all the kits. And then they don't come in time.
Well, these certain realizations only come when you worked on things and then you...
The pandemic kind of is shouldn't be saying, but it's a very good teaching.
Very good teaching.
Very good teacher, actually, about our own selves.
Yeah.
A lot of...
In many ways then.
A lot of misplaced confidences were kind of sorted out. And then now suddenly we know that, okay, these are the bad patches, these are good patches, so look at good patches. Yeah.
Wonderful. You must be very proud of all the work that AIC CCMB is doing in the molecular biology sector. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, I was a scientist for almost 30 years, and I always felt that when I look around, obviously during our service we travel a lot abroad in various places. I must have gone to some 15 different countries and see what goes out into the market. Looks to me, what the hell, we also have it, but why are we not putting it out? Then we know that what are the pathways that each of these universities in the West have, like technology transfer offices, how to protect the interest of the inventor, institute, and the client. That never happens very smoothly in our country. There was nobody was pushing it. So I thought it's an important avenue for us to be, because every time the government says, what are your deliverables? If you say, I have published and I trained these many students, is not what the government is looking for. Ours is not a teaching and research institute, CSR per se. CSR is a scientific and industrial research thing. So they look for applications. That never was happening in a very structured way. Things are happening, but in a fragmented way, depending on the individual's enthusiasm and initiative. That's not fair in these times. There should be, systems should take care of these inventions and take them out and make a product. That's when we thought probably a place like Incubation Center probably can give that bridge for things to cross from an idea to a proof of concept and things like that. But their journey is always not considered by an inventor very, very challenging, because they think that's not my cup of tea. And he likes to do something next, more interesting thing, rather than, making something more robust or more market ready. I don't care about the market, hardly corporates walk into this building for them to appreciate what corporate understands. So there is a reluctance on the inventor side, but there is a national need for these kind of inventions to go to the public. So this bridge is what going to make a difference, is my way of looking at it. So we started this. Initially, we were looking at only people coming from outside, not from inside. So there was a lot of, and I won't say advertisement, but a lot of talking about our activities in CCMB was needed to impress people that this is what you're going to be evaluated for, not based on your own publications and things, which is important. But at the same time, you're using taxpayers' money, where is the social benefit?
Absolutely.
So now AIC can give some kind of a activity that they can show. Obviously, AIC is part of CCMB in a way, promoted by CCMB. So they can showcase the technology, the startups that are flourishing here as an activity that they have taken up. And then there is, in at least last 5 years, at least 10 different companies used the resources of CCMB to mature their products. Okay. And now we have 4 students who start their own ventures in CCMB, in our AAC. So these are all right things. And in fact, more faculty want to come in, but the processes are not still very friendly. So we are looking at it. Actually, we wanted to make sure that there is no conflict of interest in terms of institutional requirements of a staff versus the staff's interest in starting a corp
and their
enterprise.
own business or enterprise.
Yeah. So these are, I understand these are genuine issues to be sorted out. But at the same time, if you leave them unattended, things are not going to move forward.
Absolutely.
So that's where we wanted to, start a conversation so that SOPs or operation methods will be in place so that it's a smooth transition. Like, I made an invention. I don't know how good it is, but I want to give it here, start a company, employ somebody, take it up, and things like that. That's what we want to do.
Right. So you were a chief scientist for over 3 decades with CCMB, 35 years to be precise.
So I was 28 years, but these 7 years
and
as a
CEO for AIC CCMB. What is the difference in both two roles, and how the expectations of your role have changed? As a CEO of AIC CCMB.
As a CEO of AIC CCMB, the passion is to make sure that more startups are reached and they're enabled in their journey. That's the overall objective in the life sciences, because that's where AIC is probably good at. How do you, as I said, most of these startups come with, if I can say, monochromic vision, in the sense that they know this has value.
They know what they want to do. They
want to do, but what else is required, they're not very clear about. So try to make their vision more colorful, in the sense like what is around the corner and what kind of business.
Open their minds
for. It's not purely a bench activity. It's more of a journey. It's a business journey, which has its own different mandates and then requirements. You have to wear different hats. That part is something challenging. So that's the kind of inputs that we try to give with this team. Bring in a lot of mentors and keep on, from all corners, almost like an echo. We keep telling them, this is the business plan you should have. This is how you look at the balance sheet. This is how the regulatory timelines. And this is where you can go for initial product design. All kinds of things. There is so many requirements that they need. And they're not very, they don't think they're serious. Those requirements, they don't think they're serious, but they are the only thing serious. And another big lacuna is communication. I mean, most of the scientists think that ideas are good, so others should appreciate them. Nobody gives a damn about science, in a way. They're more interested in the product based on science, not on science behind it. So you should understand the difference. You have to dilute yourself, the science part of it, and then tell them what is the benefit for the investor or the next guy about it. And these are not something that easily come to most of the founders. That's where we have to make that, break that, ice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I saw firsthand today, Mr. Vijay Ranjan Singh, the chief guest, chairman and managing director, SPMCIL. He was very, very impressed with the startups and their products which were displayed. But I would like to know from you, what his feedback was, what all he said to you, and if there's any specific direction that he further gave.
Now, I think he's a very experienced man, and I'm sure he has seen many. But, taking the kind of comments he made about the activity per se, and actually I liked what Ajit Rangnekar was also saying about, the importance of both the things. What Vijay Ranjan Singh said about some of the CSR things that most of the companies spend on, 10 hospital tables or toilets for the school children, or ambulances, or a eye camp or a blood camp. I mean, these are all things, is what most of the people do. And it probably gives them the optics that they're looking for. But the point is that's somebody else's job. Basically, I thought that's a nice way to put it. And also Ajit was saying that, it is important for CSR corporates should look at innovation centers like ours to promote this one, because he said the right word, that is multiplier effect, which adds value to the whole chain ecosystem, rather than plug and just deliver some 100 toilets or one ambulance here or 100 wheelchairs and things, which is also important. But at the same time, this lasts long, and probably it has a much more outcomes than those kind of activities, which are also important. So what he was suggesting, at least 2% of the CSR money should be spent towards innovation. I thought I liked that a lot. I think Vijay Ranjan also I agree with that, the way he reflected in various ways, saying that, he was very happy with the way the money was realized, though he was not very happy with the percentage of money given to the startups, but that's fine, because that budgeting was done, it's a kind of a top-down thing rather than what we asked. So there are many aspects. I think I liked it a lot, and I think he was happy that the money was spent well. Yeah.
I agree with you. I saw both of them were very impressed. Mr. Rangnekar also was very, very impressed. And he was right that you guys should be talking about it more. So all the good work that you've done here. I will just end this with one last question. What is the vision of AICCCMB, and what are your future milestones?
See, we've been in this game for almost 6 years now. And then we are reaching a kind of a revenue model that is going to become static. And that's not where we want to stop. And that is one part. But what we are looking at it is, obviously, we are looking at around what are the more successful models elsewhere in the world. Okay. And also, what are the kind of challenges most of the startups face? I can clearly tell you, it's easy to get money, half a crore, 30-40 lakhs. If you have a decent idea and a passion for it, it's easy to get that kind of money. But once you cross that initial journey, then the money that is required is big when you want to go for trials, especially life sciences. I'm not talking about IT. So you need money in crores. That never comes. Or the money that comes is very limited. So now, how do you, so many of them come there and kind of stop. Or they get delayed because of I can tell you so many companies start with a bright idea and then suddenly find their cash is crunch and then go for services which is not their forte. Okay.
They were not in it for that.
But they have to survive. So now what we are thinking is bring in investors right from the beginning and then almost say, I'll give you, 1 crore if I do a acceleration program of some 30-40 people and give some 5 people who are the best among that acceleration, give them 1 crore each and then ask them to now there can be a stake taken by the investor also. But investor right from the beginning is very important in their journey. As I said, scientists come with only not very wise about entrepreneurship. They're wise about the technology,
right,
and not on the entrepreneurship. So if the investor is right there from the beginning, part of their board or whatever, then it makes a huge difference on successes. That's where we want to go.
But the entrepreneur or the investor also has to firmly believe in the idea, because if he comes with a complete business mindset, then he probably could be one of the factors who would end up influencing the scientist to change his or her course of action.
I agree, but these are all part of the game, how much arm they twist.
Yeah.
These are all, stories of life. So I don't see that as a problem.
But the latter is nevertheless a better scenario.
Yeah. Definitely the business approach to an entrepreneur, the so-called sciencepreneurs, it's very, very important. In fact, they may consider it as a less intellectual, that doesn't matter, but that's what works, because they have to understand entrepreneurship is business. You're not there to tell you how smart you are. You are there to make money. That wisdom has to come right from day one. Otherwise, things are going to be, you're not looking in that direction if you don't have that,
Absolutely.
So that's what I think.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much for sparing so much of time.
No problem. It's our pleasure. Thank you, Startup TV.
Thank you. Once again, this is Shelly Kapoor. And thank you, MyStartup TV, for covering this event.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hello, viewers. I'm Shelly Kapoor, and I'm currently at the coveted valedictory tech showcase organized by AICCCMB. I have a very, very distinguished guest here, Dr. Vinay Nandikuri, who is the Director, CSIR, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. I always make mistake in pronouncing and the whole thing. So, very, very warm welcome to you.
Thank you.
So, any thoughts after the morning roundtable session? That's how I would begin it.
Atal Incubation Center, AIC, what we call it, AICCCMB, actually has done a lot of work during COVID. And in that context, the morning roundtable discussion was about some of the work that they have done with the help of SPCIML. And this was part of their corporate social responsibility contributions to AICCCMB. Some startups have been supported through this particular program, and this has certainly benefited in terms of the way they were doing for the COVID, certainly contributed to how the COVID research or COVID diagnostics and other things were going on at the time. So roundtable discussion was to showcase what has been done during that times with the support that was provided, and to see if such programs can be taken forward in, not in terms of COVID anymore, but maybe other things, because startup culture in India is now really deep rooted. And last 5 years have changed the ecosystem in India. Thereby, I think what we have witnessed is acceleration of the startup system, startup culture during the COVID times. Now it is important for us to sustain. And such kind of roundtable discussions are our basically efforts to make sure that these startup ecosystem in India is sustained with the support of CSR funding and otherwise.
Tell me a little bit about CSIR first.
See, CSIR is an organization that was started in 1942, before independence. And since then, number of labs have been added to this. And at this point of time, there are 37 labs, CSIR labs across India. Hyderabad alone has 3 laboratories next to each other: IICT, CCMB, and NGRI. And so these labs work on varied aspects. So we have labs starting from road research all the way to deep molecular biology like we do. So we have labs in engineering. We have labs working on computer. We have aeronautics lab. We have a national physical laboratory. And then we have an NCL, which is chemical laboratory, and IICT. And then we have CCMB, which is molecular biology laboratory. And we have a drug research laboratory named CDRI. And we have another laboratory that is looking at genomics called IGIB, and a particular lab called Microbial Technology Lab, IMTech. And, there are IIIM, which is integrated medicine. So there are many labs across, and there are approximately 7 to 8 labs which are core working on biology aspects. In addition to that, there are many labs which peripherally also work on various biological aspects. So many labs of CSIR are contributing to biology research, engineering research, as well as research in chemistry, and interestingly, even road research.
Talk a little bit about road research.
Really not exactly my cup of tea.
Talk to me about the partnership or the synergy between CSIR and AIC CCMB.
So CCMB is an organization that was set up way back in 1977, and it was basically became an institute in this campus in 1987, and it has grown over a period of time. But CCMB ventured into incubation domain through a grant coming from Niti Aayog, which is Atal Incubation Center. And that's when there is another building, which is approximately 2.5 kilometers from the main building, where we had given out 20,000 square foot of space for Atal Incubation Center activities. Since its inception, which was 6.5 years ago, AIC Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, has actually put out 110 startups. The 110 startups have gone through that place.
Nurtured or funded?
Nurtured, not funded, because they were sometimes coming with their own funding. Some were funded. And at this point of time, there are 30 odd startups working there in that space. We have physical space, as well as we have space at times where we are actually, their virtual startups too there. So, but in general, it is a place where all the facilities that are necessary for doing good molecular biology research are available. So our startup is specific for molecular biology and, anything cell biology and other things, modern biology techniques, modern biotech biology, rather than for other fields. So it's not
rather than general healthcare or something.
It's basically for people who want to develop diagnostics, people who want to come up with better expression systems for getting some proteins and things like that. So essentially something that has an industrial value. People who think they have a very interesting idea, they can incubate in our space and see how far that idea goes.
I'm going to ask some very layman terms so that I understand it and other laymen or women like me can understand it. If somebody wants to do a drug development,
Drug development is a seriously challenging work. I'll tell you. Let's assume if I have a target, a protein, which is known to be important for a bacteria to survive. Now I want to do a drug development. It's not going to start there. What it starts with in silico, means in the computer. After the in silico, you have to screen a library of compounds that will, whether they are going to stop that protein from functioning. I'm giving it in layman's language. I would have used the word inhibition otherwise. So stop the protein from functioning. So this is actually a more serious effort. And however, let's assume that somebody does this kind of a work in a laboratory. And after that, they have some kind of an interesting molecules, what we call as lead molecules. And from there, you have to decrease the concentration at which that lead molecule works in the context of stopping that protein from functioning in a test tube and inside the biological system, which is cell, a bacterial cell. And eventually, inside a system, when the bacteria, pathogenic bacteria, infects the concerned individual. We can't use individuals. We have to do it in mice and other things. So it's actually an involved process. And there are multiple phases in drug development. So, and it is certainly not something that can be done using the startup kind of a thing.
You need a much larger scale.
You need a much larger scale, and you need much more involved processes, because considering the phases, it's not something that can be done
deeper processes,
easily. However, to a discovery level, one can do.
Wonderful. What do you think is India's future in the research and development in molecular biology?
If you really think about our molecular biology or the number of scientists India has or had, say in 90s to today, you will find a lot more productive scientists, productive in terms of the quality of the science that is getting done in India is way better. And the number of institutes that are doing high-end quality research in India has also gone up pretty much drastically up because the number of institutes have opened. For example, now IISers, IITs, institutes like CCMB, NCBS, then you have IISc, TFR, so many institutes are, and IGIB. I've already counted around 8 CSR institutes, and there's so many in DBT. There are around 15 of them. So you consider all these things, a number of institutes has increased, which essentially means number of scientists working on various problems has gone up. So we are, in terms of basically looking and doing molecular biology research, there are many labs are doing it now. The second thing that has changed over a period of time is the technology. For example, prior to COVID, genome sequencing was not something that was routinely used in India. Now, COVID has changed that. So if you really think about it, now there are multiple companies which will do the genome sequencing for you with a cost maybe anywhere ranging for a human, anywhere ranging from 70 to 1 lakh.
And genome tracing and all of that.
They are able to do many things. So in one sense, all these things are kind of, unfortunately, I shouldn't be saying this, but it's actually, pandemic has changed the ecosystem of how these kind of things are done. Okay. So now, given all these things are now already there. Okay. But what do we do next? I believe we are going towards a scenario where more and more utilization of these modern techniques is going to come into play both at a clinical end and of course in basic bio and in doing molecular biology in the laboratory end. So if maybe not right away, but it may not be very far where a human genome can be sequenced for maybe as little as 20,000, maybe 30,000. See, this is actually going to happen. So would it change the way we are doing or we are treating things? Of course it will. Okay. Can we actually have a point of care diagnostics to find out what are you, like, let us say you have an infection. You go to the hospital. So we know where the infection is roughly. Let's say urinary tract. Can we just take that sample and find out whether the bacteria that is infecting you is resistant to how many antibiotics? Okay. So that changes the way you are getting treated. Right. So let's assume that, you go to a clinic and you think you have a suspected of a tuberculosis. Can we identify that whether you're realistically infected with tuberculosis? And if so, whether it is resistant to the existing drugs or not? If that will change the way you get treated. So the way that is one end, clinical end. And obviously, these techniques are also going to change the way we address scientific problems, because you have the ability to address scientific problems in higher depth.
Wonderful. Great. I will again want to ask this specifically because you've given me a lot of hope with your answer. How long or how far away India is with respect to emerging as a global leader in research and development in the molecular?
We have to actually look at multiple things. First thing is you have to simply look into the number of people working in a particular area as a research community. At this point of time, we are better than where we were, but we are certainly not comparable. Let's say a country of US, which is approximately a certain size, there are a lot more people working and doing laboratory work, in science. So this will happen, but as aspirations of the society are changing. So obviously everything will change, and it depends a lot. Economy, aspirations, and the ecosystem together will determine how far we will go. I would say that it is a positive outlook right now, but only time will tell how far we can go to become something better than where we are, and most probably become leaders.
Historically, we've seen a lot of our good brains, our good scientists used to migrate to other countries. We used to call it brain drain.
Yes.
Has there been a change in the trend?
I would say that continues to happen. It's not like we are completely, but for example, when I was a PhD student, so you would always think when you're done with your PhD, I was long ago, way back in 97, you straight away used to think, now I have to go abroad for a postdoc, so many years, whether you come back to India or not is really a secondary issue. But almost everybody used to think that they have to go. Now I see that youngsters also think about starting the company in India. I see that they want to, some people stay back. They want to try out few things, which is happening, which wasn't happening earlier. So is it completely reversed? Not yet. Would it get reversed? Again, depends on how the ecosystem is changing in our country versus the opportunities and the money. In terms of the way they get paid there, they get paid here. Because one of the things that has certainly changed over a period of time is our own economy has really become much better. Okay. And the way the way people who are involved in any particular field, they're certainly getting much better,
support from the government,
reputation in terms of many ways, right. And all these things hopefully are going in the right direction. And if it sustains, let's see how it goes.
But we've certainly taken a big step in that direction. We are
going in a positive direction. We have to sustain these things.
What is the vision for CSIR?
Vision for CSIR is something a DG, Director General of CSIR, will answer or can answer. I'm not the right person to answer as far as vision for CSIR is concerned. What I can talk about is vision for CCMB. Okay. And I would limit myself to vision for CCMB.
Sure.
So CCMB is a fantastic molecular biology institute and is doing cutting edge science. If we really have to, obviously we have to address both ends, societal problems as well as important basic biological questions. And my own belief is that basic biological questions are as important as the societally important questions. And I believe that CCMB is in the right place to contribute to both ends. And we will continue to strive to do cutting edge basic biology within this organization, as well as use all the modern techniques also to address some of the societal questions. And, eventually we should be able to contribute both ways. In fact, in our history, in terms of CCMB history also, this has been the motto and we've been quite good at it. Because DNA fingerprinting, for example, came out of our basic research, but eventually, Dr. Lalji Singh developed the probes for his work, which were eventually used for DNA fingerprinting, and we were the third country in the world to do so. So it is one of the really considered one of the scientifically good breakthroughs. And same way, we have worked on conserving the endangered species, and we worked on coming up with the improved samba masuri rice, and we even worked on things like sickle cell anemia, and these are societal important issues, right? And we worked a lot on COVID and during COVID. So I believe as an institute we have both ends are important, and we are planning to look at both ends. We want to work on rare genetic disorders, we want to work on infectious diseases, and we will want to still continue to do high-end, high-quality basic research that will give mechanistic insights into how things happen in model systems.
So I should take these are the milestones that you have ahead.
This is what we are, and I would like this to become and continue to be what we would be. But what I'm hoping is to do it better. So doing anything better requires people with that level of dedication coming in to do research in CCMB. And so we take these parts very seriously.
What are the areas or projects that you are contemplating on collaborating with AIC CCMB on?
For example, with the AIC CCMB, we have already collaborated and will continue to collaborate. One of the things which we can very clearly say is mRNA vaccine. So mRNA vaccine was obviously developed by Moderna and Pfizer around that time. When we started looking into, COVID time, we worked with the AIC, closely with the AIC to actually replicate the technology. I'm not saying novel. So replicate the technology within AIC and CCMB in collaboration. And so this is now going to be used. Now, for example, AIC CCMB is actually coming up with better, lipid particles, lipid particles for packaging and other things. So we can use that as one project for collaboration. There will be others. Right now, just a while ago, we were having a discussion on wildlife, with respect to something called diagnostics for determining what is the quality of a shawl and other things. So there are many other projects. We have already collaborated with AIC CCMB in a few projects, and we'll continue to collaborate. In fact, one of the other things that we have done with the AIC CCMB is decreasing the cost of diagnostics during COVID time. So projects will come up for us. It presents an opportunity to work with them. And we will work whenever there is an appropriate opportunity. Over and above, 4 of our students are currently incubating in AIC CCMB. That's what we want. See, our students know that there is a place where they can test out their ideas. Our students, CCMB students. So these are the things we are having in Atal Incubation Center, and having CEO and COO of AIC having a close contact or interactions with our people helps.
Wonderful. Any message that you would like to give to not just the viewers, but the whole startup ecosystem in general, and specifically in the biotech or microbiology sector? So that's a loaded question, but yeah.
If I have to say something to anybody who's working on whether it is startup or a good laboratory or anything, I would say focus on the quality. That's one aspect. And, quality is what takes you far. Not something simply, doing something and trying to, do something fast is not necessary. Focus on attention to detail, quality, and retaining the right kind of manpower for doing the work. If we can actually, because I personally believe, and this is actually any institute or any company is as good as the people who are working in that company, right? If you can retain the talented people in your fold, you'll do better.
Tie them with a vision, make them believe in the vision.
I said retain, but you have to retain them in many ways. You have to excite them at times. Maybe you will have to retain in different ways. But basic idea is attention to detail, focus on the quality, and try to keep the right kind of manpower working on your projects. Things will be different.
Thank you so much. Anything else from your end, sir?
No, that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Again, this is Shelly Kapoor with Dr. Vinay Nandipuri, and thank you for watching.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are a ISO 1348 manufacturing company from Manipal, Karnataka. We have a portable vaccine carrier that's compatible transporting serums, sputums, anything that needs cold chain maintenance. I am here on behalf of the company, and BioAsia has been very helpful for us in terms of network, and we get to see many technological advances happening in the country, and it's great. It's a great platform for us to showcase our product, and also to know what's up the market standards, and also to interact and have a good time. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We specialize in life care logistic movements, and we serve industries like pharmaceuticals, CROs, biotech companies, as well as diagnostic companies. And we have presence across the country in more than 500 locations, and we do international business as well. See, this BioAsia event has been very vibrant event. We have participated here for the first time, but we could see many of our target segment clients are also present here. And then I was attending this session this morning, wherein the government of Telangana inaugurated this Center for Industrial Revolution, specifically dedicated to the life science industry, which shows a great vision of this current government, how they want to excel in the life sciences as well as pharmaceutical industry. And it gives a lot of hope as well as opportunity for us as well, that wherein we can further enhance our presence, not only in Telangana, but we can serve the clients across the country, and through this base of Telangana. So our participation in BioAsia has been very fruitful, wherein we could connect with so many of our existing as well as potential clients as well. So I thank a lot to the organizers for organizing such a great and wonderful event. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are a new enzyme brand in India, and we have our facility in Bangalore. We are an ISO certified facility. We make enzymes and master mixes catering to the need of PCR based applications, diagnostics, and etc. And we are the fastest delivery guys in terms of making these products accessible and reachable as fast as possible in India. We are very thankful to Team BioAsia because they are the one who has given us an opportunity to put up a stall here. It's very important to mention one single fact, that BioAsia is helping startup like us so that we can showcase our product and we can have a same place, meeting with many people, networking with prominent figures in the industry. And we thank Team BioAsia for giving us an opportunity, and we request them that the same opportunity or similar kind of event should happen every year, and similar companies like us should get the benefit out of it. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So ProRhythm is a remote patient monitoring device, which is a platform where we convert any bed into a smart bed in the hospital, from a 5-bed to a corporate hospital. This is what our concept is. We use a device to capture all the vitals and provide a real-time data to the doctor to take a right call at the right time. So it's easy to place it on the chest, and it comes with the gateway. And there's a dashboard in the hospital where they can monitor on a continuous basis every minute to minute, and provides data to them. And it's a data-driven decision can be taken by the doctors and also the paramedic staff or the medical practitioners. And continuously, it's going to be used in the wards and the rooms, not in the ICUs. So it's mainly towards converting any ward into a digitalized ward.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, Subscribe to My Startup TV.
So Sparshmind works for 15 million or 1.5 crore neurodisabled Indians. We provide accessible and affordable healthcare for 1.5 crore neurodisabled Indians with our solution called DreamMind. It's a virtual reality based solution for patients who are struggling with any kind of brain injury. We got this, we are here today with SRX Innovation Challenge with the help of BioAsia. This program has helped us in a way to connect with other startups and explore our projects capabilities, or explore that how we can present better and get collaboration with other startups in BioAsia, and connect with distributors in global exploration about our product, how our market is there in there. So thanks BioAsia and SRX Innovation for this. We are Sparshmind Innovation, empowering lives through virtual reality. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are in existence for the past 5 years, and our core is to deliver software solutions to enable collaboration in the life sciences industry. Specifically, we work in 2 areas. One is in the contract manufacturing space, and the second is in the area of cell and gene therapies. This is a product, Alpecia, is specifically targeted to accelerate the delivery of cell and gene therapies. The science is all done, and the challenge is to get it up and running so that it can be reached to many, large number of patients at a reasonable cost. And so the idea is to provide a software for cell and gene therapy companies, CAR-T companies, so that they can operationalize the system. BioAsia has been extremely useful to us because we got a stall here thanks to the government of Telangana. And we also have benefited because of the reach. A whole lot of global and Indian partners and potential customers have been visiting us, and we thank BioAsia for providing us this opportunity.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We have been attending various events of BioAsia since 2018 of our inception. This particular event has given an opportunity to connect with various leaders and industry experts, especially from the biotechnology segment. At Lab Iconics, we have LIMS, ELN, and QMS and DMS solutions. These softwares will help the laboratory to convert their entire documentation, which is paper-based, into the electronic system. Like right from the process and whatever the experiments that we do, all those activities can be digitalized. And we also have a process where the entire process flow can be automated by using our applications. Nice to be part of this event, and looking forward to see many more in future as well. All the best to you all.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We have developed an integrated digital platform to execute clinical trials. We are a startup registered with the Government of India, ROC. Primarily, we work with the pharma companies where a lot of clinical that happen. The entire platform is on the mobile to execute clinical trials. We are in BioAsia, and Bio has actually given us a platform as a startup to display our capabilities here in this exhibition. And we are very happy about this event and conference. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This has become a pioneering event in the life sciences healthcare space. Tremendous participation from across the globe, which talks volumes of what this platform does to the global biotech community. This year was special because the BioAsia launched along with World Economic Forum C4IR, Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution Initiative, where Laurus Labs is the founding member. So we are quite pleased to be pioneers and become the founding member. About Laurus Labs, we are a large pharmaceutical company, vertically integrated pharmaceutical company, strong presence in HIV area, but we have also diversified into other biotech areas. We've been responsible for launching India's first cell therapy CAR T product, along with ImmunoAct, which is an incubating company in IIT Bombay. We have also partnered with IIT Kanpur to bring innovative gene therapy solutions to this part of the world. We also have our unit in Bangalore, which is called Laurus Bio. They do a lot of bio ingredients for biopharmaceutical applications. We also have a large precision fermentation capabilities. So overall, Laurus Labs is a well-diversified biopharmaceutical company. And we are very proud to be partnering with BioAsia. We are the principal industry sponsors. Very proud to be hosting a lot of clients, a lot of visitors on this platform. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Vision Nanny is a web application for children with cerebral visual impairment. So what happens in CVI is these children with the brain damage have a tough time to understand what they are looking at. So that's where we come in. We are providing an online therapy for these children. We have a library of activities where the parents at the comfort of the home can provide these activities to the children. And CVI, though it might sound little rare, it is one of the leading cause of the childhood blindness, and many children with autism and cerebral palsy already are facing this visual challenge.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are from a company called Z-Blocks, and this particular product is called Pot. This is used for transportation of any temperature-sensitive products like biological samples, tissue samples, medicines, vaccines, and for that matter, organs can also be transported using this device. The best part of this is we can set temperature anywhere between -10 to +25, and the ambient temperature can be -10 to +45 degrees. We can also track the location of the device using mobile app, and the temperature also can be set using the mobile app itself. We need to charge it for 4 hours. It will run from anywhere between 12 to 24 hours depending on the ambient temperature. Z-Blocks Actipod is a patented device, and it's ISO 13485 certified and NABL accredited.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
This is a startup in the area of wearables for monitoring vitals of patients in hospitals, at home, and in different use case scenarios. We have designed and developed a low-cost armband, which the person has to wear it on the left hand, and the basic vitals like heart rate, respiration rate, temperature, ECG, and BP, along with oxygen saturation, is transmitted to a local Android box, which in turn transmits it back to the hospital or to the nurse or to the corresponding doctor. The idea is to see that the patient doesn't become critical. If we are continuously monitoring every minute the patient vitals, we can forewarn the clinical people about the problems of the patient. And this is a technology which has been proven earlier, and we have improved it by using some AI algorithms where we know based on the patient's
health record. Like if the patient is having TB, his respiration will get affected. If the patient is having, say, a problem with the liver, his digestion will affect it and physiology will get affected. If the patient is having cancer, we have a different set of things. And the idea is to avoid patient getting critical in any kind of scenario. And the other use case which we are more focused on is to try to take this armband and put it on remote healthcare units like the primary health centers in the villages and small towns where they don't have specialist doctors. So that data and along with that patient's video is transmitted to a city urban center where the doctor can see the patient as well as see the vitals of the patient. And in case there is a problem of the patient's vitals, the doctor can call the patient on the mobile and ask them to do remedial measures like taking a tablet or going and meeting a doctor or getting admitted, so that we can save lives which are generally becoming a big problem in today's urbanized and highly active lifestyles which are there. So we are planning to extend this wearable monitors to next level, where once we get a little more support like the way we got in the initial stage from SR Foundation in Hanmakonda, they have really given us impetus to shift from the first idea to prototype, and now from prototype we are moving towards the production thing, which is now current testing in Ahmedabad. Our idea is also to in future to try to bring sensors to monitor glucose of the non-invasive glucose as well as non-invasive electrolytes of the like salts and things, so that don't go into hyponatremia and have a collapse in the road. Like in summer when we find a lot of people who are falling down, it's because of the drop in sodium. We have a monitor. So the idea is to create a wearable solution so that patient critical reached. We are able to much earlier and take the patient into a position where the outcome in terms of his health would be much more guaranteed.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Greetings from Plebs Innovations. We are a medical robotics company. We are building a robotic system to assist doctors and surgeons in ultrasonography and other interventional modalities like surgical interventions. So today we are here at BioAsia, our 21st edition. So BioAsia is helping us in getting connects the network, the connects to the state government. We are expecting some potential partnerships with the BioAsia, wherein we will be connected with the health secretary of the state government, and we have good partnerships with the incubators here. Maybe few things will convert into fundraising activities as well. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
And at Newverse, our mission is to make the healthcare accessible for all. Keeping the same in mind, we have built a technology called New AI. So what New AI does, it scans your face for 1 minute and it can give you the multiple health vital parameters, like what is your heart rate, what is your blood pressure, what is your SpO2, what is your heart rate variability. And based on the heart rate variability, it derives your stress levels and stress parameters as well. Along with that, our applications also tell about what is your HbA1c, hemoglobin as well. So how does it work is, so whenever the light falls onto your face and whatever the blood circulation is going on to your cheek areas, it emits some energy and reflects back towards the camera, and it gives you the data in real time. And the BioAsia 2024 is helping us a lot in terms of connecting with the C-level peoples, along with all of the partnerships, collaborations and everything. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
From Oberon Diagnostics, we are a next generation PCR diagnostics company which is looking to push the envelope with PCR diagnostics. We are incubated at Atal Incubation Center CCMB. We are a BIRAC BIG 20 grantee. So what we are aiming to do is to push the envelope with PCR diagnostics, where we are hoping to further improve the specificity and sensitivity of the PCR test. We're developing a PCR platform which will be extended to all multiple infectious disease diagnostics, point of care tests, different CRO applications, genotyping, and so on. So, I mean, obviously, one of the larger advantages of our technology is going to be more accurate diagnostics. Obviously, more accurate diagnostics simply means greater human cost savings. We'll all be using locally made reagents. We are already probably move 40% of our supply chain in India. And in the near future, we totally plan to have a supply chain totally based out of India, which basically allows us larger control over the supply chain, allow us to pass the benefit of the cost to our customers and the larger industry. We also, because of our superior technology with the current gold standard, we've been able to bridge the gap with emerging tech, which is better than the current PCR gold standard, which is TaqMan, TaqPad set of probes, and it's closer to the droplet PCR as well. Now, because obviously since we are pushing the envelope with this and we're able to scale this up to multiple tiers of the molecular diagnostics field, we will enable enhanced readiness for the next pandemic based out of India for molecular diagnostics companies and for the larger population across the world. And obviously, since we're enabling a larger sensitivity and we're able to bridge the sensitivity gap for the PCR test, we possibly and looking like more increasingly possibly looking like aiming to enable earlier detection of diseases like cancer, cardiac markers, and many other tests. This will be applicable to both PCR and point of care services. Obviously, we largely have applications with hospitals, diagnostic chains, contract research organizations, drug development companies, research institutes, universities, and with obviously multiple tech industries like agriculture, drug development, food safety, forensics, clinical studies, environments, other than diagnostics and contract research organizations. I'm obviously here very glad to be at BioAsia 2024. It's a fantastic platform to meet so many key players in the biotech industry and for allow us to go further explore opportunities. Obviously, we're a pre-revenue and mainly R&D company, so allow us to further understand our applications, connect with larger with different partners of the industry, and basically hopefully build and connect and build many key partnerships for the way forward. Thank you and cheers.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We provide digital applications for pharma and life sciences sector. So there are around 14 applications developed under the brand name of GMP Pro, so which is a good manufacturing practices program. So it serves the purpose right from the material procurement till end product delivery, having all the built-in features of quality, compliance, regulatory, and the various other streams like material management, production processes, quality, engineering. So all together, we are creating a complete ecosystem for the data, and there and then we can use these data elements into various trendings, and so that way we can make the companies paperless using these applications.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, RX Propellant is one of India's largest lab space developers. We provide infrastructure for all the life sciences and pharma companies who are looking to lease space, be asset light in India. It's one of the largest platform of its kind, and our current focus, largest being Hyderabad in Genome Valley. Then we also setting up something in Bangalore and Mumbai, with future locations probably going to be Vizag, Pune, Ahmedabad, and NCR regions. BioAsia we've been attending for many years, and it has been a great platform to showcase ourselves, to showcase our product, and especially being in Hyderabad and BioAsia being so big in Hyderabad, we've always made sure that all the delegates do come and visit our current facilities, which are based out of Genome Valley. And so I think it's a complete ecosystem, and all we say is we give infrastructure to make sure that you don't have to invest on it. We get you the land, we get you the building, and BioAsia has been a great platform for us to get such companies to Hyderabad and in India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, Subscribe to My Startup TV.
Midvolent is actually solving the problem of procurement and access to the medical devices and equipments in a rural area hospitals. We are actually creating a one-stop solution for the hospitals where they can procure products, services, along with the financial freedom for the equipment purchase. We are actually creating a seamless procurement platform, which is Midvolent. It's a digital procurement platform. We are the pioneer in delivering goods, medical supplies through drones. And SRX has helped us in initial stage. They funded us, yes, BioAsia here is helping us connecting with the fellow startups and enablers as well as investors more into pharma sector of people are around, so that we can collaborate each other and we can help each other. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are providing complete cold chain solutions. So in our cold chain solution, we do have different types of products which are helping in the pharma, FMCG and other sectors where temperature sensitive product needs to be shipped from one place to another. So our products can help in providing these solutions. So we do also have our own dashboard where you can track and trace your shipments and all. So yes, that is how BioAsia are helping in partnering up with the industry leaders and who are in the APIs pharma industry. So yeah, that is how they are helping us.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jalandhar Reddy. So I represent a startup company based in Bangalore called as Cambrian Bioworks. So we are into the magnetic bead-based technology systems which do DNA and RNA extraction from variable number of samples. So this is our second setup. We have been here in 2023 and now this is our second instance here, and we are very much immersed in this and take a pleasure to participate in this event. So here this has given us a chance to meet lot number of customers, as well as they have come and see what's going on. So as a startup, we started building up from scratch, and now we are into different places across the world. So we take it as an immense pleasure to be here as a part of this event.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
And basically we deal with instruments and consumables for the life sciences and biotech industry, and particularly we deal with hollow fiber membrane modules from Asahi Kasei. It's a Japanese company, and mainly we support Indian startup companies of biotech and biopharma to help them to do their R&D with our membrane modules. Once they develop their product successfully, then we help them to reach their product into the commercialization. And in fact, in BioAsia, it's a great platform to be present here, and we can easily connect with all the Indian startups, majorly whoever comes with a different technological and different process applications. We are happy to be here, and we are happy to get interacted with all the customers, and we can see a lot of footfalls here, and it is a great platform to introduce our product. And whoever present here, all the best for your product to be in the market. Yeah, thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good afternoon to the viewers of My Startup TV. My name is Dr. Nikhil Kateja. I am the founder and CEO of Edna Biolabs. So Edna Biolabs is a young startup company located in New Delhi. We are into manufacturing of specialty enzymes, reagents and kits for the molecular biology and the mass spectroscopy domain. We have products that are used for PCR, RT-PCR, DNA RNA extraction kits, Moreover, we have enzymes for advanced characterization of antibodies like MS grade trypsin, PNGase F. Our journey so far has been pretty interesting, and our visit over here also has been pretty fruitful. So the conference has provided us a good platform to meet prospective clients and collaborators. So looking forward to growing in terms of our company. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
I'm very glad to be participating in this BioAsia 21st edition. I think over the years, BioAsia has created a lot of ecosystem building exercise, and also it has created a brand in itself. This is the biggest platform, I think, in the region, Asia region, and India is taking the lead, where startup companies, bigger companies, academicians, and all these stakeholders are coming together at a platform where they can discuss, forge the collaborations and all. So I think it's a very, very important occasion where we should be supporting and collaborating with each other. I think BIRAC has been supportive in these efforts. BIRAC is Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council. And actually, we have created a lot of clusters, and I think such occasions are very important for us to, support. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Today we are here in BioAsia actually. This is a startup friendly conference where we are getting lots of enquiries from distributors, and we are able to mingle with new technologies, and this is something very new in we are the third Indian manufacturer of NPWT actually, that is negative pressure wound therapy, and this is a boon for the wound care industry, and we have almost done around 10,000 patients still today, and this is helping for the both acute and chronic wounds in reducing the edema and creating more of a good wound bed, and it also helps in reducing the amputations in diabetic foot wounds. So this is actually a new and Atmanirbhar Bharat in that concept we have come up, and as a startup. So we wish good luck to BioAsia and great exposure. Thanks a lot.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
So today we are showcasing in BioAsia 2024. So let me talk about my platform. So we are CanScan Oral AI platform. We are here to early detect the oral cancer. The way it works is we take the combination of three key parameters. One is the EMR of the patient data, and then these smartphone-based pictures of the oral of the patients, and then saliva metabolomics. Like we take a drop of the saliva from the patient, and then we combine all three parameters and then arrive at the accuracy of the oral cancer prediction. So that's pretty much about our platform. So BioAsia is really giving us a good opportunity to showcase us and expose us to the ecosystem in Hyderabad. I think this is going to work in the cooperation and working together. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
సో టొఫ్లాన్ ఏంటంటే వీఆర్ ఎక్విప్మెంట్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరర్స్. మేము ఎక్విప్మెంట్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తాము, దానికి కన్జ్యూమబుల్ కూడా ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తాము. లైక్ ఎక్విప్మెంట్స్ లైక్ సిఎస్ బయోరియాక్టర్, సింగిల్ యూజ్ బయోరియాక్టర్స్, SS bioreactors, downstream equipment, TFF, chromatography system ఇవన్నీ ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తాము. సో మాది ఇది ఇక్కడ హైదరాబాద్లో మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ ఫెసిలిటీ కూడా ఉంది. ఇక్కడ మేము ఏం చేస్తామంటే సింగిల్ యూజ్ బ్యాగ్స్ చూస్తారు, ఇవన్నీ మేడ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా. యాక్చువల్గా ఇండియాలో మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ అవుతాయి ఇవి. యాక్చువల్గా ఇప్పుడు డ్యూరింగ్ వాట్ యు సే మెడిసిన్ ప్రొడక్షన్కి బేసిక్గా ఏం కావాలంటే బ్యాగ్స్ కానీ ఎక్విప్మెంట్స్ కానీ ఇవన్నీ టెఫ్లాన్ ఇండియా ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తుందండి.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We do research, develop, manufacture and supply of psychology and physiotherapy testing and exercise tools. Currently we have testing tools for measuring attention and brain-eye hand coordination in fine motor level and gross motor level. Also we have the exercise tools for the improvisation of attention, brain-eye hand coordination, memory power, sitting tolerance, handwriting, body balancing, etc. by daily practicing. So our testing tools are we giving to the psychologists, physiotherapists, special educators and normal schools. And also we are giving our exercise tools to the populations like ADHD, learning disability, MR, autism, stroke patients, ataxia, Parkinson's, etc. So we are very much happy to be here in this BioAsia 2024. This is a big good opportunity for us to interact with the across the world market, and we had some discussion as well. So we really appreciate the government of Telangana for taking such initiatives and including us in this event as a startup. So we are very much happy to be here and for having this opportunity. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
I head the antimicrobial resistance laboratory. We developed artificial intelligence and machine learning based urinary tract infection prediction tool using clinical history of patients. This technology helps to overcome the current challenges in the clinical system, that is access to laboratory, lack of precision guidance medicine. Here we are able to develop this patented technology without the need for sample culture or collection of samples. I collaborated with Signv Biosciences Private Limited, a startup through which we developed the technology AMRX. AMRX is artificial intelligence and machine learning based prediction system. It can predict the propensity of a patient to have urinary tract infection, what is a causative organism, and what is the antibiotic resistance without the need for any sample collection or laboratory culture testing. This is a revolutionary patented technology that can be used in hospitals, clinics, and for digital treatment. This technology was developed using 8,000 prospectively collected patient clinical data containing 170 clinical features across 10 different hospitals in India. We have clinically validated it. Currently, the accuracy of the model is around 91%, and we have less than 5% false positive rate. And now, through BioAsia's support, we are able to showcase this technology in the global forum. We thank BioAsia and the government of Telangana for this opportunity. In addition to this technology being used as a prediction tool, we also have it as a platform for drug discovery and development. I request our partner to speak on it.
I'm here to talk about how AMRX can be used for drug discovery, apart from being an excellent tool for the diagnostics. So apart from being an excellent tool for diagnostics in the UTI space, this can also be of immense help to the pharma companies, wherein it can be used for aiding the drug discovery. So it has 3 different approaches to it. The first, it can be used for de novo drug discovery. The second one is it can be used for drug repurposing, and it can also give data, the real world data, wherein we can gain the real world evidence from the samples what we have in the lab. So it's an excellent combination of in vitro along with in silico. And I would like to thank BioAsia for giving us an opportunity to present our novel idea and also connect with a lot of eminent personalities here to present our solution. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I thank Honorable Chief Minister for his gracious presence today after a very long time. I thank Honorable Minister for Industries for his consistent support and guidance throughout. Over the past 21 years, BioAsia has immensely grown from strength to strength. And I have had the privilege of witnessing it firsthand throughout 13 years as its CEO. This edition of BioAsia stands as the biggest event we have ever had in the history, surpassing all previous benchmarks in terms of scale, quality of speakers, registrations, and more. Participation of several global CEOs and established industry leaders in this forum stands testimony to the unparalleled stature of BioAsia today. Special thanks to our esteemed speakers, sponsors, partners, whose contributions have made BioAsia bigger and better every year. Last but not the least, I want to express my deepest congratulations and appreciation to the entire BioAsia team for their tireless efforts and dedication in organizing this event. Once again, thank you so much for being here today and enjoy your time at BioAsia. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Mr. Gudlaveleti Sauri, Chief Operating Officer of Sai Life Sciences, as he shares his insights and thoughts with all of us. Sir, can we have you here?
Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister, esteemed guests, delegates, industry colleagues, and friends, it is an honor and privilege for Sai Life Sciences and me to be part of this amazing platform that has been fostering innovation and advancement of life sciences based out of Telangana and Hyderabad over the last 21 years. This event is a microcosm. It's a microcosm of the vibrant life sciences ecosystem in this area that brings together pharma innovators, biotechs, pharma services, research and manufacturing services, generic pharma companies, med tech devices companies, vaccine companies, and various other companies, as well as academic institutes, research laboratories, policy bodies, and incubators, all under one platform to provide healthcare solutions, not just for India, but for around the world. It's actually a privilege to be part of a community like this. One would not have imagined that a small company like ours would be part of manufacturing 10% of the new chemical entities approved by the US FDA over the last 4 years. This is just one of the achievements that this ecosystem has driven, and I'm sure many of our industry partners are part of something much, much bigger. I'm sure that over the next couple of days, we will connect, we will learn many more such interesting things, and we will ideate to further this agenda and to bring much more value to the world. Hyderabad is also the hub of technology, digital technology, to bring digital technologies, automation, and life sciences together to accelerate the pace of creating solutions for health of healthy people as well as patients around the world. I look forward to the engagement over the next couple of days, and I wish you all a great BioAsia. Once again, thanks to the organizers, thanks to the state government, and thanks to the sponsors.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Convergence of research, regulatory, manufacturing, AI, IT is going to define the healthcare industry And for that confluence, there is no other city better than Hyderabad to support the drug discovery, manufacturing, regulatory, and also delivery of healthcare. And I wish you all the best for the participants of this BioAsia. And government is supporting this industry, and there is a great ecosystem in Hyderabad. And I'm sure Hyderabad will garner bigger share of the Indian healthcare system with the support from all of you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So very good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Minister Revanth Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister of Industries and IT, Sridhar Babu Garu, distinguished members on the dais, distinguished members in the audience, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today at the 21st edition of BioAsia. It's indeed a premier life sciences and health forum that we've been participating. Dr. Reddy's is extremely proud to be associated with BioAsia over the years, and this year also promises to be quite exciting. In fact, Telangana itself as a state is a premier life sciences hub. All of you would be aware that in terms of the number of pharmaceutical and biotech companies here, it's almost more than 1,000 such companies are in Hyderabad. If you see the vaccine production, for example, 60% of the global production takes place in India, and 35% of the global production of vaccines takes place in Hyderabad. Also, if you see it from the pharmaceutical production point of view, there's a big chunk of production that happens here. 35% of the Indian pharmaceutical manufacturing happens in Hyderabad. Hyderabad is also again home to almost 200 plus FDA inspected facilities. There are several companies here who export generic products and APIs to the US. So it's quite notable. Also, Hyderabad as a city is something which is, it's quite a bustling city, especially people from outside must have experienced it so far. Also, it's ranked among the best cities to live and work in. There's a great pool of talent available here in R&D as well as in manufacturing. Also, it's home to great research institutions. If you take, say, for example, CCMB, the Center of Cellular Molecular Biology, or if you take IICT for chemical technology, if you take Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, or if you also look at LV Prasad Eye Institute, these are premier research institutions belonging to both the government as well as the private. Several such institutions Hyderabad is home to. So again, like I said, BioAsia, it's a premier forum. It's also a platform which brings together industry partners. It brings together government officials. It brings together regulators, also healthcare professionals from India, also from globally. There'll be several insightful discussions. There'll be great opportunities for networking, great sessions, knowledge sessions. And the whole theme itself, when we say data and AI, redefining possibilities, the event, I think, clearly explores the transformative potential of data and artificial intelligence in shaping the future of lifestyle, of life sciences industry and the healthcare delivery. So I think it's the best time to connect. It's the best time to network, probably forge collaborations. And I wish you the best, and also please enjoy the sessions for today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I would like to request our chief guest for today, the Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana, Shri A. Revanth Reddy Garu, to please come forward and share a few words with all of us.
Today, in post-COVID era, people are looking at life, health and disease, and therefore BioAsia differently. They have both fear and hope in their eyes. The hope is because of Hyderabad is the undisputed life sciences capital of India and perhaps world. We make 1 in 3 vaccines made in the world. In last 20 years, BioAsia helped Hyderabad achieve this status. This conference helped position India and Asia Pacific as a focal point in life sciences. COVID has proved that our problems, at least in healthcare, are same. And we must find solutions together. As I said, there is both anxiety and hope. If COVID was a fear, this year's theme, data and artificial intelligence, is both. Thankfully, Hyderabad is also a capital of IT and software, research and startups. My government is committed to create the perfect ecosystem that includes policy, infrastructure and support. Both domestic and international companies are startups. I must confess my focus to drive growth of MSMEs, which are a bridge between the startups and big corporations. Recently, I met representatives from pharma sector to understand their challenges. I promise to support them in a way we can. Your dream is to reach the sky. We will ensure a rocket to take you there is ready. We in Congress know the value of trust. I'm announcing here to establish next phase of Genome Valley in 300 acres of land with 2,000 crores investment. We recently announced launch of 10 pharma villages with an investment of about 1 lakh crore. This will develop infrastructure, create jobs, create opportunities for entrepreneurs. We will create over 5 lakh new jobs. At this village, 3 potential integrated greenfield pharma we have been identified. One is from Vikarabad district, the other one is from Medak district, third one is from Nalgonda district. We are going to create a pharma village, all the 3 areas, 3 different parts of Telangana. It's nearby Hyderabad airport, hardly 1.5 hour drive from international airport. So to reach your infrastructure and your investment. At the recently concluded World Economic Forum in Davos, we got, as my industries and IT minister said, 40,232 crore investment in my state. I am delighted to share that Takeda has decided to set up their manufacturing facility in Hyderabad in partnership with the Biological E. I'm most welcoming the investment. This facility will make 50 million doses of vaccines each year. As I said, in a world where a virus can create fear, Hyderabad gives hope. I'm happy to share all of you. The German company Milteni has decided to set up their R&D center in Hyderabad. I'm welcoming the R&D center. Finally, it's my delightful duty to congratulate Professor Greg Semenza, Nobel Prize winner, on being named winner of the Genome Valley Excellence Award. I once again welcome all of you. Have a successful conference with wonderful experience and find great success. Together, we will shape a healthier tomorrow for all of humanity. Thank you, Anna.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Today, in post-COVID era, people are looking at life, health and disease. And therefore, BioAsia differently. They have both fear and hope in their eyes. The hope is because of Hyderabad is the undisputed life sciences capital of India and perhaps world. We make 1 in 3 vaccines made in the world. In last 20 years, BioAsia helped Hyderabad achieve this status. This conference helped position India and Asia Pacific as a focal point in life sciences. COVID has proved that our problems, at least in healthcare, are same. And we must find solutions together. As I said, there is both anxiety and hope. If COVID was a fear, this year's theme, data and artificial intelligence, is both. Thankfully, Hyderabad is also a capital of IT and software, research and startups. My government is committed to create the perfect ecosystem that includes policy, infrastructure and support. Both domestic and international companies are startups. I must confess my focus to drive growth of MSMEs, which are a bridge between the startups and big corporations. Recently, I met representatives from pharma sector to understand their challenges. I promise to support them in a way we can. Your dream is to reach the sky. We will ensure a rocket to take you there is ready. We in Congress know the value of trust. I'm announcing here to establish next phase of Genome Valley in 300 acres of land with 2,000 crores investment. We recently announced launch of 10 pharma villages with an investment of about 1 lakh crore. This will develop infrastructure, create jobs, create opportunities for entrepreneurs. We will create over 5 lakh new jobs. At this village, 3 potential integrated greenfield pharma we have been identified. One is from Vikarabad district, the other one is from Medak district, third one is from Nalgonda district. We are going to create a pharma village, all the 3 areas, 3 different parts of Telangana. It's nearby Hyderabad airport, hardly 1.5 hour drive from international airport. So to reach your infrastructure and your investment. At the recently concluded World Economic Forum in Davos, we got, as my industries and IT minister said, 40,232 crore investment in my state. I am delighted to share that Takeda has decided to set up their manufacturing facility in Hyderabad in partnership with the Biological E. I'm most welcoming the investment. This facility will make 50 million doses of vaccines each year. As I said, in a world where a virus can create fear, Hyderabad gives hope. I'm happy to share all of you. The German company Milteni has decided to set up their R&D center in Hyderabad. I'm welcoming the R&D center. Finally, it's my delightful duty to congratulate Professor Greg Semenza, Nobel Prize winner, on being named winner of the Genome Valley Excellence Award. I once again welcome all of you. Have a successful conference with wonderful experience and find great success. Together, we will shape a healthier tomorrow for all of humanity. Thank you, Anna.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
In biotechnology in the world, specializing in advanced biomanufacturing and personalized medicine. We specialize in vaccines, from the University of Queensland's the Gardasil vaccine, came from there. We also supply the Nipah vaccine to India whenever you have a crisis that comes out of our building. And so all of this within this university environment where we do translation. We've translated $62 billion of product in the last 15 years. We have translated more than all the other universities of Australia put together, and then embedded in a Queensland environment of excellence. And my colleagues over there, if you want to do research in Australia.
As you know, AstraZeneca is the global pharmaceutical company with an aspiration to bring, being pioneers in science and bring innovation to the globe and also to the world. And we have also been very passionate, apart from bringing innovative science to India, but also on the sustainability. So we're doing a lot, and hope we will have a chance to talk about this innovation and sustainability in our panel discussion today. Thank you so much.
Our businesses span from API, generics, branded generics, services, biologics, and drug discovery. Today, primarily our revenue comes from generics, API, and related businesses, but we have a very ambitious drug discovery program, and we should talk about it today.
Work probably under the most prolific researcher in his period, Dr. Paul Janssen, who was twice nominated for Nobel. I then also run the research institute called the Flemish Institute of Biotechnology, which is one of a world-class research institute. But I'm looking forward to I'm privileged to have this august panel next to me, who will probably give me a lot of new ideas. Thank you.
We are a large generic integrated manufacturer and marketeer, and also now pivoting towards discovery-led organization in terms of investing in small molecules, biologics, ADCs, vaccines, and continue to build both on the access and the affordability front.
Based in Cologne, Germany. And together with my colleagues and our associates, we want to advance medicine by discovering new cell and gene therapies, provide those therapies to potential other companies, and also have devices and equipment which allows discovery, research, and manufacturing. Besides that, we also have a pharma division called Miltenyi Biomedicine, who develops their own CAR-T therapies. Pleasure to be here.
We have recently started treating our patients with first make in India CAR-T cell therapy and first gene therapy from our country.
And the first question is to Ton. Ton, based on, and he and I go back in time, based on his experience in Janssen and in Miltenyi, do you find that the mindset is extremely important within not just the research community, but the entire company community, to make innovation a reality? And number two, do you believe that some of the existing and new technologies will play a role as we move forward in the drug discovery area?
I go back to two inspirational leaders. I had, like Ajit, the privilege to know Dr. Paul Janssen, who brought with the speed of at least 2 medicines per year, breakthrough medicines, to the market. And at the same time, I'm working now 6 years with Miltenyi. Dr. Stefan Miltenyi brings also a breakthrough in cell and gene therapy by a ritual of at least once ASH per year. He has a number of very new tools. What makes it, in my view, in my experience, unique? Both think the patients are waiting. They have an eagerness to address the diseases today, and they're inspired by whether it's HIV, whether it's vaccines, whether it's oncology, whether it's CNS diseases. Address the diseases now. The patients cannot wait for a 12-year development program until we figure out. And COVID was a big example of that. So that's for me the number one reason, the eagerness to treat diseases. The second, being in an ecosystem which is fully equipped with top physicians and scientists who have the same eagerness to develop. And therefore, India is a fantastic place. First of all, India is eager to live longer and better. I mean, there is no doubt in the first category to address the diseases. Secondly, the ecosystem here with outstanding physicians, outstanding scientists who can collaborate and work together is a second driver of advancing medicine much faster than the pace which we had in the last decade. And the third point, I want to commend India's eagerness for local manufacturing, ensuring that the progress you make, you can also translate and scale it up in an own area or an own country, so that you're not dependent on supplies from all over the world, but you can take your own destiny in your own hands. So I think these are, to my experience, the three elements, and I want to add one behavioral element to it, and then I conclude, which is you must be willing to take a risk. Risk-taking belongs to advancement of medicine, and the risk is not to be taken just on your own. The risk is to be taken in potential partnerships, in collaborating with each other, in entrepreneurial ways and openness to exchange. That's what I think are the key elements to progress, but mainly I want to conclude it's stopping with a slow system of farm development and change to a fast system to get to the patients. Thank you.
Then I will hand it over to Sharvil. Sharvil, the question to you is, what is your impression? Sorry, I'm looking away because the mic is here. But what is your impression of the life sciences and healthcare landscape in India in terms of innovation? And how do you think India can transform itself to becoming some kind of a global innovation hub? And then I think we would all be very keen to hear from you, as you are one of the first companies to have developed and registered an NCE. So from your experience, it would be great to hear what are the lessons learned.
Thank you. First and foremost, I think it has been a longish journey in terms of, I think, learning about many things in the organization. I think if I want to break it down into a few things for what we also do and what we hope in terms of the evolving sciences, we all started learning good science, which is chemistry, how to do PKPD, how to do ADME studies and all of that. And very soon, we all became good at it, and we were able to screen a lot of compounds, get a lot of products, ideas out. And then the whole development engine that had to be built to manage these kind of programs was the next big challenge for the organization, in terms of how do you take a product from discovery to development and a global development, which even became harder. So I think that was the second part of the big learning process in the firm, that moving from discovery to development, and how do you look at all the opportunities and the challenges that you need to move forward with. But I think there are 3-4 things that are very important. As an organization, we did it, and I think if innovation has to grow in India, it's very critical. One is, as Professor Toon said, is risk. Both risk in terms of financial risk, but also risk in terms of what you're going to be able to be successful or not successful in terms of the high risk of burden to prove a new chemical entity or a new biological. So I think today the biggest gap that we see is there is very little risk funding available for innovation or pure discovery. As I always say, the technology sector saw a lot of that investment in terms of new startups getting funded, but the time frame for that was 2 to 3 years. You could see innovation happen in 3 years. You could know a proof of concept in 3 years. Whereas in medicine, it's, if you're lucky, 6 years, but sometimes even longer. So to have that opportunity to have that kind of long investment cycle was something that was missing, and that as companies we have done it, but obviously it's important that we create a system for it. The second is infrastructure. I think infrastructure is very, very critical, both on the discovery side, but also on the development side. And to some extent, after many challenges in India, we became risk averse. So today, unfortunately, to do a clinical trial in India, it takes longer to do one here than it takes to initiate a clinical trial in the West. So I think that became a little bit of a challenge to say, how do you navigate this through and make sure that you have a development program that can run efficiently, both within the country and as a global program outside as well. The other areas that were very important for us is to drop projects more than select projects. Is how do you stop doing work, because you have finite resources and one has to worry about how one will invest behind the programs that you all want to which you want to run and move forward. And finally, it's the whole collaboration that is important, both between academia and industry. You have amazing examples in the West and other places where you've seen great revolutionary technologies, products come out through the innovation that happens in universities and academia and then gets transferred into a pharmaceutical or a healthcare organization. And I think that kind of cultivation has started here. We have some people on the panel talking about some of the CAR-T opportunities that have been there. So I think it's been all of that, and I think consistent effort, investing behind people, investing behind in pure infrastructure as Zydus today, all the way from screening to molecular identification to ADME studies, PK studies, phase 1 to phase 3 global trials, we do everything in-house. Now, I'm not saying that's the right way to go about it alone, but I think we had to strongly build this capability within the organization, because having built that, we got two advantages. One is with the finite resources that a firm may have, they can do better with it, utilize it better. And the second is time. Everybody is crunched in terms of wanting to do work. And if we have those resources, we can scale up activities. So while running 2 programs in the early 2000s to running 20 discovery programs now, all of that for us has been only possible because we could build all critical infrastructure within the organization and co-create it with partners around the world that we wanted to do. Coming to a specific part of our discovery, we are very proud to be one of the few companies who have NC that is approved and commercialized in the country. We already have 12 million patients who have been treated with the product. We are the first product to be approved for NASH NAFLD. It's in the guidelines for NAFLD and globally in the world now. And we have large clinical programs running in the US. But what we learned very quickly as an Indian company is that, we look at diabetes, we look at cardiovascular drugs, GI looks so big, so interesting. But when you think about doing global programs on them with outcome studies, these are sort of never-ending programs that can never get done. So very fast as an organization, we learned that we would focus on unmet needs. We would focus on diseases there where there have been no proof of concept or you're sort of first in class. And so today, most of our programs that we run, even SARO in the US is driven for PBC, which is an orphan indication. Our next molecules, IL-1 is in Parkinson's and ALS, and CAPS, which is again rare and orphan indications. And we believe that to do good, and not only do good science, but to make a difference, it's good that if we can pick up these neglected, rare orphan disease areas and create an impact, because if we are successful in any one of them, it will be far bigger impact than having the next diabetes molecule into the market from a company of our size and scale.
And I really want to open it out to our panel here, and I think GB is pulling his mic, so he might have a question for you.
So, Sharvil, companies like ours are valued based on earnings, and the more you spend on R&D, the less your profits are. How do you address this dilemma?
So I think it is a very big challenge. I have had a lot of heated discussions with certain communities of analysts to talk about, if you do good, you get rewarded. If you don't do good, you get penalized very badly. I think it's something that will take time. I think examples of success will create an awareness and opportunity for the investing community or the shareholders to feel the need for doing this innovation and change. So I think that's only going to come by results. Results, if few companies are able to show innovation, breakthrough discoveries, and commercial success, not only science, but create commercial success out of it. I think that is going to catalyze a lot of, I would say, interest in R&D. Today, R&D is almost look like an expense, and that's why the first thing that companies unfortunately need to do sometimes is to reduce R&D because of the pressures that they have in terms of performance and market pressures. But it is evolving. I think it is something that as entrepreneurs, we have to stick to it, commit to it, and show success. If we do not show success, I think we have to be also to be blamed that we obviously put resources behind something that was not successful. But I am very confident that in India, it is something that will get created. We do need an ecosystem for that to happen. Both the government regulations, risk funding, all of that is required. And if all that happens over the next 10 years, we can definitely become a hub for good discovery and science. But as I said, I told one of the analysts that you never valued me for my innovation, but when somebody else gets a $4 billion valuation, you suddenly say, I'm late to market. So where was that innovation then?
So you're absolutely right, Sharvil, to Prasad, that's a balancing act, and how well you balance on that tightrope is always a challenge. And now I'm going to ask Rahul. Rahul, you have the unique challenge like Sharvil and Tone of bringing in a new product, CAR-T in India. And I know the ecosystem which was being discussed previously is going to be extremely important. It's not just the research institutes, but it's going to be the government in terms of IP protection, in terms of providing you public partnership, regulatory hurdles, the financing community that Sharvil talked about, people who are willing to bet for the 10-year life cycle as opposed for the next year. All of these challenges, as you incubate, are going to stare you in your face. So how do you deal with it, Rahul? We'd love to hear.
First of all, thank you so much for the question, and it's really an honor to be here. There are so many questions in one question, so maybe what I will do, I will give you a little story about how was our journey. That will give you a fair idea how we innovated in our country with collaboration and how we built the infrastructure in a government setting, as well as how we translated our academic project to a commercial, now commercial success yet, but that time will tell, but just we commercialized first CAR-T in India. So we started almost 10 years back in IIT Bombay as a faculty member. And one of the biggest challenge was that this CAR-T, that time it was still investigational, but it was expected that it will cost around $500,000 per patient. That means almost 3 to 4 crore rupees per patient in our country. And many of us can't even afford it, that cost, right? So the idea, in fact, the idea came that time that if we own the IP and start till the end, we control the product development. That means we generate the new product. We know how the process works. If we control start to end, that's the only way we can control the price of CAR-T. This was the idea we worked on, and to make this idea really successful, that we control the start to end and control the pricing, that was the idea. And to make it work, we knew that we need collaboration. So IIT Bombay, right from the beginning, started with Tata Memorial Hospital, one of the largest cancer care hospital in our country. We worked together as a partner, and step by step, it in the government setting, as many of you can imagine, it takes a lot of time, lot of funding issues, lot of regulatory issues. But we had our first success after 6 years, when we could see that CAR-T, functional CAR-T are available in the laboratory. And then we founded the company, because as you can imagine, and because many of you are from the pharma, our pharma was not ready for the CAR-T type of work, because our template in pharma success is different, right? So we founded our own company. That was the genesis. As you can imagine, I'm an academician, so it was hard to translate that academic to the industry. We started as a startup program. Then comes the Laurus Lab as a visionary, that they felt that they can invest in this. I would say this is a brave move from Dr. Satya and the Laurus team from Hyderabad, that they invested in the company. And then, yeah, thank you. And that was the start where we make it scaled manufacturing lab, created infrastructure. First in India, we have a large capacity now, one of the world-class lab facility for the CAR-T manufacturing. Is not second to anybody in the world right now. And we are even going bigger. We are making another facility for the cell and gene therapy program in the country, in Mumbai. So now, first in India, CAR-T now is successful after 10 years. Now I think the success is that now many patients in our country can dream of CAR T-like treatment, which was, I think, few years back was like a science fiction. That 5 crore rupees treatment, some of you might have heard another gene therapy came, which is costing 24 crore rupees per patient. Now, if India doesn't innovate now, we have to innovate, we have to do product development, right from the product start to the process, and take it to the clinical trial and make it a successful market authorization or make it commercial success. I think that's the only way we can control the pricing and can ensure the access to our patient. Otherwise, it is very, very hard. And I think one of the things we should discuss, it took us almost a decade to bring CAR T to the market. This should not happen that next product comes in 10 years. Now we should collaborate extensively like Dr. Toon and others who already are having lot of expertise, lot of research, how we can bring many products now to our country and make, because all these patients should have access. If one of the things you all might realize, we have high numbers of patients in our country. This part of the world has higher numbers of patients. But unfortunate thing is we do not have access to technology and access to these expensive curative treatment. And that's the need. Where there is a need, there's no technology available. Where the need is little, technology is there. So I think with these kind of platform, we should think about how to ensure access and fast track these therapies availability.
And there might be someone on the panel who, Alan?
It's a really interesting discussion, this relationship between academia, where there is this vast resource of talent and funding, which is often unfocused. And I think this relationship we have to change, because I think when you talked about the cost of R&D, how do we get universities to be more useful is a really interesting question, something I've been struggling with for 30 years. And that to get the universities away from the idea of saying, I've got this widget, how can you use it, to more, I've got this capabilities, how can we engage together to fast track that more? And I think this is a really important development within universities. We've just partnered with Sanofi, $280 million, to help them design their next generation of mRNAs. And that's bringing that technology from the lab through to the companies in a partnership. This is really important because the other thing we are all facing a shortage of is talent. And talent which has the right skill sets in this revolution we're going to see in biotherapeutics. So I think we need to re-educate also the academics about how does a business work, get them to teach the upskilling courses. So I think that synergy of partnership there is something which India has a real opportunity. I don't think it's as strong as it is now, but together working there, you can actually do amazing things as you've done at IITD.
Sure. No. I think it's absolutely important you stress talent and partnership. Absolutely. And I'm sure the next speakers are going to talk to it. So I'm going to hand it over to Sanjeev, who heads a major multinational in India. How can the multinationals help in this whole development of the ecosystem, bring partnership from small biotechs in Europe and America into Asia and so on and so forth? Over to you.
Thank you very much. I think it's a great discussion from the panel. So we are a global pharmaceutical company, and our aspiration is to be pioneers in science. And we really believe fundamentally that the science can't come to people if we don't collaborate. And especially after COVID, we have seen the importance of collaboration with public-private partnership, academia, industry, and all together. And I want to give this example again, that when we were doing this partnership for the vaccine with the Oxford, within 9 months from discovering to bringing the shot to the arms in the people across the world was a big example where the academia, industry, the government across the country have come together to make this happen. And we really feel proud. How did we bring the access to this vaccine to India specifically? So we decided that we want to do technology transfer. Sometimes you can't bring things very fast, but this was a great example how we brought the technology transfer to India SII, and we actually did globally 3 billion doses and saved 6 million lives across. And we really feel proud, not because what we only made, but we made at not profit. So we are really doing an equitable access of our vaccines with 3 billion doses across the world, and couldn't have happened because of the collaboration. So the theme coming here is that if you have to bring innovation to the world and to our country and to our nation, this is very, very important. That's number one. Number two is what we are doing in AstraZeneca here is not only about innovation of bringing science from a drugs perspective. What we are also trying to do is that how do we bring equity in access to screening? So we have announced, AstraZeneca announced in last 2-3 months, two big things, partnering with the government of Karnataka. How do we bring early lung cancer screening? We see a huge burden of lung cancer in India and across the world where the cancer is being diagnosed at the 4th stage, which actually cause huge burden for the system. So what we are doing with the government in Karnataka and also with Goa, with Ministry of Health, we have announced that we'll bring AI technology, work with the government, with industry and AI companies to ensure that can we bring a stage shift of diagnosing cancer early. Once we do this, so innovation is not only bringing drugs, but also innovation is to bring the screening early in our country. And I'm really passionate about that. Can we reduce the burden of cancer in my country, which is India? But you can't do it alone. You have to work with the government, with the academia put together. That's very important. Again, part of collaboration. The third thing is the startups. So we announced Sweden India Innovation Hub. We are giving chances to the companies in India who can solve a common problem, and here we are trying to help startups in our country to bring those solutions to table. So the innovation is not only, we believe, is not only drug innovation, but you have to really work across the chain at which component you can work with the partnership. And finally, I think we really feel proud of what we have done for our country. And I want to really say this, that we announced that health and healthy planet and healthy people is important. So we announced 64 million trees to be planted in Meghalaya state, which is 6.4 crore trees. And we are doing a pioneering stuff on sustainability. So we can think of innovation, but if you don't embed sustainability as a key thing of doing it across, it's important. So while we did vaccine for public, but we are also doing for the planet, and this is vaccine plus planet together. 64 million trees in Meghalaya. What does it mean? We are planting trees on a 22,000 acres, hectares of land, and helping employability for 80,000 households in the country. So as a multinational company, we are really committed to bring that science and innovation, but also ensure that we bring that sustainability into our country. So I really feel proud while being a global multinational company, we are doing for India as a whole.
Any questions from the panel?
I'm just wondering, from the discussions I hear, is there not an opportunity for India, which I strongly believe, to get out of the volume, the low end leapfrogging to the super high end of medical and medicine advancement? Like you were saying, do we need to wait 10 years to get the CAR T, just as an example, or any other product which you mentioned? And can India not become, and as to my fellow panel members, a world leading nation, bringing new medicines which are nowhere else in the world? Because there is the technology here, there is the will, entrepreneurship, and all the skills in place. That's a question to my fellow panel members.
No, Tone, it's a great question, and maybe some of the panel members can address it in their final thoughts, because we need to get through the others. And next is my friend GV, who heads up one of the largest companies in India, Dr. Reddy's, and he has the opportunity to transform it from what somebody called volume to value at the high end, and not only doing it himself in Dr. Reddy's, but together with the rest of the ecosystem, which should facilitate this process. Over to you, GV.
First of all, Ajit, it's an honor to be sitting next to you. Paul Janssen was a great inspiration for many of us. Our founder actually started drug discovery after he met Paul, and he was so inspired that he lost complete interest in our generics business and focused completely on drug discovery as a passion. And it became a lifelong calling for him. And I can see other connections between you and me. You're his Paul Janssen's son-in-law and Dr. Reddy's son-in-law. Also, we both were born in the same town. Miraculously, we found this.
He discovered it last night, I discovered it last night. But go ahead, GV.
Yeah. So that aside, I think drug discovery is certainly a very, very exciting, risky, and thrilling proposition for our industry. Having said that, it is also very resource intensive. When we started drug discovery, it was in the mid 90s. We were the first company in India to start. Dr. Reddy, he was a diabetic himself. So he chose the area of metabolic disorders, which already had a very high standard of care. It was a very difficult area to get in, but he went into it bravely. We worked on it for many years. We had great successes. We licensed our products. Some of them went up to phase 2, one went up to phase 3, and then discovered toxicities. And then we had to kind of move away from that in 2010. And we had spent over $150 million in those years in drug discovery. The good thing about that whole effort was that we built an ecosystem of talent. Many of our scientists went to other companies, became part of their discovery efforts, went into services businesses, and helped the services ecosystem develop. After that, we focused on a services business, which also did drug discovery. And I'll come back to that later. And in interim, we focused on incremental innovation, making existing molecules better. And we actually had 6 NDAs approved and 3 products marketed in the US. Of course, that also didn't succeed a lot because we had challenges in getting reimbursement for incremental innovative drugs. And so we moved away from that also. And finally, we settled down into a model where we do drug discovery, but we also do collaborative drug discovery. We do a bit of services, combine that into an entity. And so we were actually generating money and spending it in building a pipeline. Today we have 19 NCEs in various stages of development and in the clinic, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, across various cancer subcategories. I would say that, we made progress, but there is no certainty to drug discovery. That's the nature of the beast. But the innovative thing that we did in building this pipeline is that we don't spend R&D from the profits. The entity that we have, a subsidiary called Origin Oncology, generates its own funding through collaborations, through partnerships, through services, and invests that money in building the portfolio. Of course, I don't know how long this will last, because I think as we get into phase 3, the dollars will go up. But, we had to do this because the street and our shareholders don't, completely recognize the value of a pipeline. And this is one of the challenges in being a generic company trying to do innovation. Generic companies by nature are valued for the profit, and the price earnings ratio is what determines our, valuation. So pipeline doesn't get a lot of valuation. So these are challenges, and this is how we address that. But coming back to the challenges of doing drug discovery in India, which I want to talk a little bit about. Of course, funding is a major challenge, but not just funding for us, but also funding for 100 immunoags. There are 1,000 entrepreneurs from academia. We don't see that. There are incubators in IITs and other areas, but very, very small at this point. The second one is our public health institutions. There's no equivalent like an NIH investing significant capital in innovation. We have ICMR, but the budgets are not substantial. The ecosystem, when people talked about the ecosystem, there is talent, there are skills, we have good corporate hospitals, and we also have great biotech entrepreneurs in this country. But I think the collaboration is still very suboptimal, especially with the medical profession. There are very few research hospitals. Of course, Tata Memorial is an exception, and there are a few other exceptions. But we need a lot more of research hospitals as part of the ecosystem. And of course, we talked about risk capital. And I also think we can learn from other countries which moved very, very rapidly into innovation. China is a great example. The 1,000 Talents program to relocate the Chinese trained in the West. Yeah. We could do that. We have Indian scientists in every major R&D organization in the world. And, something like that could help accelerate our effort. So, and of course, the hospitals also can have their own incubation, acceleration, and entrepreneurship coupled with the research. If you do all this, I think we'll certainly be an important player. I think it's a little too soon to say that we'll be a powerhouse. I think we have to first establish the whole thing and then become a powerhouse.
Fully agree for these great points, and I might tell the audience that Charvel and GB are honorary consuls for Belgium, and the ambassador sitting here. And I would like to use, to your point, GB, one example of public-private partnership in where the ambassador comes from in Ghent. There is an institute called the Flemish Institute of Biotech, which is on par with the Dana-Farber in Boston, the Broad Institute, with any institute if you look at in terms of research output. But it has a second wing, which is called the tech transfer wing. And they have their KPIs, or the key performance indicators, is not only your number of papers you publish, but also the number of companies you spin off, getting to your point, JB, and to your point, Charvel, but also the jobs created. And all of this becomes, and then you automatically create the funding system. And then you create the big pharma companies who come and buy up these small companies. So you've got to, as you said correctly, get the ball rolling. And in fact, the nanobody, which Alan is very familiar with, came out of the University of Brussels and so on. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Alan, to talk about this whole ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, my compliment to you all, because I visited the Genome Valley and I was incredibly impressed. It is an amazing achievement, and I just think it's just going to get better and better. So my compliments to you all. It's absolutely fantastic. Indulge me for a second as a scientist, because you saw something that Christopher Borner mentioned about the changes were going on. For me, we're in the decade of the cell. We're going to see transitions which are going to like the speed of a train. The Nobel laureate talked about 33 years of doing it. Today, we would probably do that in 7 years. That's the speed. And let me talk about machine learning, which is coming in to allow us to analyze data correctly. Spatial transomics. We're building a whole new series of quantum biomicroscopes, which are allowing us to see the kinetics inside a cell in real time, 10 to the minus 9 seconds. So we're seeing all of how it works. Things which would have blown my mind a couple of years ago. Throw in the mRNA revolution. We made 380 protein equivalents for therapeutics cascade on top of each other, that we have such an amazing opportunity to pick these technologies up and really create this end-to-end therapeutics pipeline. That's what's going to be driving everything. It's really about how do we join the dots up, because they're there. We're trying this actually in Queensland. We're trying to get all the different universities, University of Southern Queensland, QIMR, TRI, trying to get all these research establishments, which is 5,000 researchers, trying to work on that one line, where we can actually pick and do, and say to somebody like a company, well, go here and move here, and along that pipeline, you can end up into phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. We'll help you along the way, rather than trying to own things, trying to lead them. And it really ties into this big breakthrough, which is going to be towards personalized medicines. We haven't even seen how this started. I mean, human organoids, and I'll come back to where I think there are opportunities for the Genome Valley. I think they're going to be a huge breakthrough. The idea, we've paired with PerkinElmer to make fully robotic systems, so you get a 96 well out of human organoids, where you are making, I can take one of your muscles, I can grow it into a brain organoid from you, and in 3 months it starts to dream. We then can look for schizophrenia and diseases. That's yesterday's technology. What can we do tomorrow? Embedding that into the research. The personalized delivery. We've only just touched that. The accompanying diagnostics, where every drug is accompanied with a diagnostic, so you can say within a few days, is it working, by measuring the cytokines. The cell therapies, I mean, the cost of them now, I'm fairly certain in 10 years it will be nominal cost. We will develop techniques how to reprogram a T cell which do not need you to take it out of the body. This is where we're going. And the question is, how do you join that up? And it's all about what we've said before, collaborations. It's collaborations of bringing these different partners in a pipeline. And these boundaries are international. There are no boundaries international. I mean, there is no problem of having somebody developing that bit in Australia. I would recommend Queensland. But doing it and then doing the manufacturing here. So there's a whole world, and that came from COVID, that we have world problems to solve. So don't think just locally. You think locally about how can I join up the dots globally. And I think as we go down that line and we develop those pathways, IP flow will become easier, the speed will become easier, and we'll also generate all of those innovators and entrepreneurs. And coming back to the point mentioned about how would you make India this, not just manufacturing, but the world leading, it's picking up these innovations quickly. It's saying, well, let's build a facility here which has state-of-the-art MRIs so the vaccine people can go straight into it with radiotherapeutics. Building a facility in the Genome Valley which has got state-of-the-art human organoids facilities so you could test on them directly. Building capabilities which bridge those holes which slow everything up, and then allowing, almost like a conveyor belt, it to move down. And this is the opportunity, is to take up that technology as first. That's the key, yes?
Great point, Alan. It's all about opportunity, not about problems. How do you overcome the problems?
Exactly.
So, now with that, the theme has been very much into data analytics, artificial intelligence, intelligent decision making, all to make it faster and cheaper. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists to confine themselves to 1 minute to end up there with their takeaways and their summary. So let's start with the left, with Rahul, to Tone, to Shadwell, and then to GV and Sanjeev and Alan.
Yeah. So
1 minute.
Sure. So I think we should collaborate and continue with the innovation. That's the only way to ensure the access in our country and the people in the low resource settings. I think that's the key here. And data analytics and AI will certainly shorten the drug development process, patient monitoring, etc. So I think AI and data will certainly help, and we should continue to collaborate.
Thank you, Rahul. That's very insightful. Over to you, Tom.
I think there is a tremendous amount of science currently available globally. For example, in our company, Miltenyi, we have the FOLR1 inhibitors for ovarian cancer, GDL2 for brain tumors, CD19 for lupus, multiple sclerosis, and so on. Huge unmet medical needs here right now in India. And if we continue to develop, I'm sorry to come back to the same text, at the same pace as the past, it will take forever before we can treat ovarian cancer. With claudin inhibitors, we could treat colon cancers. We need to find jointly a way that regulators and industry working together finds a way with the academia to accelerate dramatically the pathway from discovery to the patients. Because all the time we lose, simply those patients are passing away. It's very simple.
Thank you, Tone. Over to you, Sharbel.
So I'll quickly talk on two things that I'm passionate about. One is, I think the way real world evidence data and the use of generative AI has been able to be combined to not only work on repurposing drugs or finding new indications for existing drugs, or in the matter of fact, being able to work on new molecules, I think that's going to significantly transform the speed and the success rate that exists in R&D. The second is, I think all the way in the development, you talk about POP-PK, you talk about the pharmacodynamic studies, you talk about clinical work, all AI, all different types of AI and machine learning, as well as these knowledge scripts will help in terms of reducing time. So I think that's going to be a big revolution in terms of what used to take 10 years, 6 years, potentially has the time to be reduced to lesser. I think the next other point, which I think a lot of panelists raise, which I think we as India have no choice but to innovate. The new diseases of the future, the medicines are too expensive. You know, I talk about CAR-T and all of this. I mean, talking about 24 crore rupees is almost a disservice to innovation, because you're not allowing access to these medicines globally, and this is because it's all cartelized by companies, by manufacturers of machines, by manufacturer of reagents, and everything is such a closed system that if somebody wants to make an affordable treatment for CAR-T, indigenous ways or only Indian way of doing it is the only way will bring cost of therapy down. So I think for India to innovate is super critical, because we are never going to be able to afford, and not only us, many countries in the world are not going to be able to afford these kind of life-saving medicines, which are preposterously priced. And while innovation has a premium, But I think innovation cannot have a premium that is disproportionate to doing good for society.
Great point, Shavel. That's from $300,000 to 30,000 rupees. Let's with that slogan. Over to you, Chief.
Yeah, so I think that we are in a golden period for innovation. The advances in science, the advances in technologies, as well as the force multiplier of AI are going to help us really accelerate innovation. So it's really now or never for this country. We know now that, the pharmaceutical industry is a very strategic part of our healthcare system, and we need to innovate. We can't be bogged down by the limitations. We have to go beyond what we have, collaborate globally, and really jump into the era of innovation. We already mastered the generics game, the ingredients game. We are already there in global leadership as generic companies. So the next horizon for us is innovative medicines, and we should make it happen as, an industry.
Thank you, GB. Over to you, Sanjeev.
Thank you again. I think the key thing here which is coming is the science. How do we bring the purpose of bringing science to patients in India? And it's absolutely clear that what COVID taught us, that collaboration can make this happen. And whichever across boundaries within the country, bringing science to patients will happen from collaboration. That's number one. And number two is it's a great time of digital and tech and data and AI. How do we ensure that we use this collaboration to bring this to India with a clear purpose that we have to help as many patients as possible in India. At the same time, how do we ensure that access to these medications, not only medication, but also early diagnosis, is helping to reduce the burden of the disease in our country?
And amazing answers all the way down the line. And there is an amazing capability already here. I just think there is this opportunity now, and there's a 10-year window. The world politics has given a vacuum, which has put India in the spotlight, to really take an opportunity to uptake some of that innovation. Completely agree. Supersize the science. It's there. Take on board some of this innovation, try and incorporate it by building capabilities, say in the Genome Valley, such that companies can feed off it. And that will just accelerate that pathway. And then actually you start taking leadership rather than following everybody else. And then everybody else benefits, the patients around the world. It is a world business. Bring all that talent and innovation here, and let's see what happens.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister, and respected guests. Really privileged to be here. I'm a Pakka Hyderabadi. I've grown up here, went to school, college, did my education here, went abroad working for a few companies. But when the opportunity came to actually come back to India and prove to the world the power of Indian intellect, I grabbed it with both hands. Today, Novartis has been a visionary, is here since over 15 years. But today, we have over 10% of our global headcount, 10% of the employees of Novartis based here. The impact of that, the easiest way I explain what Novartis does to my mother is when I tell her that the average lifespan has gone up 20 years in the last 50 years. Just in India, it's gone up 12 years in the last 20 years alone. And people live longer because of companies like Novartis. One of the few companies. So really privileged again to see several innovative pharma companies and many healthcare companies advancing technology for the benefit of humankind, for mankind, right from here in Hyderabad. The power of this congregation for the future is really incredible. So pleased to be associated with BioAsia for more than 10 years. I think, as I said, I think this is an amazing place for nearly 8,000 people at Novartis to make a global impact all over, improve lives, cure disease, extend lives anywhere in the world, right from here in Novartis Knowledge City, right in the high-tech city area. So thank you. Really privileged to be here and look forward to this congregation. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I now invite Mr. Jayesh Ranjan to share his insights and deliver the welcome address for BioAsia 2024. Let us welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Begin the 21st edition of BioAsia 2024. A very warm welcome to all of you on behalf of Government of Telangana. 21 years ago, when this event was conceptualized and started, we never imagined that it will really capture the imagination of the entire industry, the entire research community, the administrators, policymakers, regulators. But as we have completed these 2 decades, we have realized that this has become one of the most looked forward event for the industry. The entire world, so to say, looks up to this event, tries to understand what are the new discussions, what are the new trends, what are the new partnerships that are going to be forged here. This is almost like the World Economic Forum's life sciences vertical, so to say, that gets represented here. I'm also happy to share that, like the earlier editions, this edition is going to have some very important tactical discussions on some of the most pressing challenges, most pressing opportunities. Some of the most eminent speakers and thought leaders from across the world are present with us, who will be sharing their perspectives. Every year, one of the features which really makes people take note of is the interface that we have with regulatory agencies, with regulators. We know that life sciences is a very dynamic environment where we are always trying to keep pace with technology, with new regulations. So that is again getting covered here through multiple sessions. We also know that life sciences is one vertical which is getting disrupted very, very rapidly with innovations. And we have, again, lots of curated sessions which focus on innovation, particularly technology, digital technologies, and manufacturing technologies. So I hope that all of us would be able to make the best of this platform that has been created primarily by the Telangana government, of course with the help of all our partners, all our sponsors, and we look forward to a year-long engagement with all of you here in Telangana. I'm particularly happy that Honorable Chief Minister is attending this event after a long gap of many years that a Chief Minister is making his presence felt. We welcome you, sir, on behalf of all the delegates, and we look forward to listening to you on how you want to provide strategic leadership, not just to our country, but the whole world as the government of Telangana in this very important domain of life sciences. Once again, warm welcome to all of you. Let us all have very productive, useful, and meaningful sessions. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good morning, Honorable Chief Minister and rest of the dignitaries on the dais, and then the dynamic life science ecosystem of Hyderabad. We are very proud to be associated with the state of Telangana in supporting and promoting the cooperation between the 2 regions in life sciences segment. It's been underway as the international partner region for the past 2 years, and then we look forward to having more such engagements. We have also had the Telangana state team with the companies visiting Flanders, and then the discussions are at various levels of maturity levels. So we look forward to continue this engagement, and then we are proud, and then we would like to invite more companies to engage with us in the coming months. Once again, it's a great privilege and a pride to be the international partner region at the 21st BioAsia event, and wish the event all the success. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
I welcome Professor Greg Semanza to please share his acceptance speech.
Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister, and assembled dignitaries and guests, it's a great honor for me to accept the 2024 Genome Valley Excellence Award. I would like to thank the BioAsia International Advisory Board, Shakti Nagapan, the CEO of BioAsia, and the government of Telangana. I'm also grateful to my wife, Laura, who is here today, and my children for their constant support. Throughout my career, I have endeavored, despite my many imperfections, to increase our understanding of fundamental biological processes with the hope of translating that knowledge to the clinic in the form of novel therapies for common diseases. It has been gratifying that our basic science discoveries have enabled the development of new effective treatments for anemia and kidney cancer, as I'll describe in my lecture. The current research in my laboratory is focused on, as you heard, the development of novel inhibitors of the hypoxia-inducible factors for two applications: the prevention of vision loss in patients with diabetic eye disease and macular degeneration, and also the treatment of a wide range of human cancers. In both of these areas, we have very encouraging results from animal studies and are hopeful that these drugs will progress to clinical trials in the near future. Thank you once again.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
It's a great honor to speak to you all today about a subject near and dear to my heart, which is oxygen. And we require many things in this life, but nothing more than oxygen. And if you dispute that fact, please hold your breath and I'll get back to you later. The discovery of a system that ensures that every one of the 50 trillion cells in your body receives adequate oxygen at every moment of every day for your entire life. And this is basically a very simple matter of supply and demand. The cells use oxygen to generate energy in the mitochondria, and then we have respiratory and circulatory systems to deliver that oxygen. And the hypoxia-inducible factors that we discovered serve to regulate oxygen supply and demand. If oxygen is not available, the cells use metabolic processes that don't require oxygen, and oxygen delivery is increased through changes in the circulatory and respiratory systems. Well, this was the scene in Stockholm in 2009. You can see the royal family on the right, the laureates on the left, and Nobel in the middle there. This was the King of Sweden giving me the Nobel Award, and this is the award. Thank you very much. On the front, you can see Albert Nobel, his birth date, and the year that he died, which was 1896, and he died on December 10th. And so the Nobel Prizes are awarded on December 10th every year, which is a fairly dark day in Stockholm. But it was also very nice in the winter. And then on the back, you can see my name and the date of the award, 2019. And then in Latin across the top is a quotation from Virgil, which translated into English is roughly, "Let us improve life through science and art." And truly, we've tried to improve life through science. And this started 33 years earlier when we asked a question. We knew that the kidneys produced a hormone called erythropoietin, or EPO. And EPO is secreted into the bloodstream and goes to the bone marrow and stimulates red blood cell production. And of course, it's red blood cells that carry oxygen to all the cells in the body. And the body doesn't count red blood cells. Only hematologists do that. What the body does is sense oxygen delivery. And if oxygen delivery is not adequate systemically, it increases the production of EPO, and that leads to an increase in red blood cell mass and oxygen delivery. So it's a beautiful homeostatic system to maintain systemic oxygen delivery. And when we set out, we wanted to try to understand how do cells in the kidney sense oxygen availability and respond to decreased oxygen or hypoxia by increasing EPO production. And we first identified a sequence that's just downstream of the EPO gene in the human genome that's now known as the hypoxia response element. And this short 33 base pair sequence has the property that it can be taken out of the EPO gene, inserted into a heterologous gene, and the expression of that gene will now be induced by hypoxia. And we use that DNA sequence to identify a protein that was present in hypoxic cells, but not in cells that had adequate oxygen, and which bound to this DNA sequence. And we called this protein hypoxia-inducible factor 1, or HIF1. So a factor is a protein. Inducible means it's made in response to a stimulus, and the stimulus is hypoxia, or low oxygen levels. So this protein, HIF1, was the first member of a family of proteins identified that are critical for oxygen homeostasis. And when we looked at the levels of the two subunits of this protein, which we called HIF1 alpha and HIF1 beta because we're scientists, so we like to use Greek letters, we found that the HIF1 alpha subunit was present at very high levels in the nucleus of hypoxic cells, and then decayed exponentially as oxygen concentrations were elevated. And it turned out that the levels of the HIF1 alpha protein were regulated by a very elegant mechanism, which is that when oxygen is available, an oxygen atom is inserted into the protein, and this is a signal for its degradation. So when oxygen is available, this hydroxylation event occurs. It occurs on one of two different proline residues within the protein. And this allows the binding of a protein called the von Hippel-Lindau protein, or VHL. And when VHL binds to the hydroxylated HIF1 alpha, this is a signal for its destruction in a area of the cell called the proteasome. So your body is continuously making HIF1 alpha, and if oxygen is available, it's degraded. And if it's not available, the protein rapidly accumulates within hypoxic cells. So this ability to regulate the levels of the protein is critical for understanding, for example, why erythropoietin is made at increasingly large amounts under hypoxic conditions. So hypoxia, as I mentioned, is an imbalance between oxygen supply and demand. It can be due either to the fact that cells are using more oxygen. So, for example, in a tumor, there are more cells consuming oxygen, leading to a hypoxia within the tumor. Or it could be due to a decrease in oxygen delivery, as occurs with, for example, atherosclerotic coronary artery disease, where the delivery of blood through one of the main coronary arteries is impaired. And in either case, HIF1 is induced, and turns on the expression within each cell of hundreds of genes. Some of these genes serve to increase oxygen delivery, like EPO. Sometimes this occurs only within certain cell types. So, for example, if there's vascular ischemia, only the tissue that is subject to the ischemia shows an increase in HIF1 levels, and this leads to the production of factors that stimulate blood vessel growth, such as vascular endothelial growth factor, or VEGF. And then there are also proteins that are induced that allow cells to survive oxygen deprivation, and the classic intracellular adaptation is the switch from oxidative to glycolytic metabolism that is controlled by HIF1. So now we know of over 8,000 different RNAs that in one cell type or another are induced by hypoxia and allow adaptation. And as I mentioned, the beautiful plasticity of this system is that every cell responds in a unique manner. So the HIFs send a signal, there's hypoxia, respond, and then every cell responds depending on how it's programmed. And this leads to these beautiful individual responses throughout the body. Well, it turned out that HIF1 had two siblings, HIF2 alpha and HIF3 alpha. These proteins are structurally and functionally similar to HIF1 alpha. They're regulated through the oxygen-dependent degradation, and they can also dimerize with HIF1 beta and activate transcription. And whereas HIF1 alpha is present only in is present in all metazoan species and pretty much all nucleated cells within every metazoan species, HIF2 alpha and HIF3 alpha are only present in certain cells and only in vertebrate species. So with the evolution of vertebrates, you had a much larger body mass, and this required in the specialized systems of oxygen delivery, like the respiratory and circulatory systems, to evolve. And as part of that process, HIF2 alpha and HIF3 alpha came about principally they're active during development to establish the systems of oxygen delivery. Well, I mentioned this beautiful system for regulating red blood cell production through EPO. And this system is dysregulated in individuals with chronic kidney disease. And the more severe the chronic kidney disease, the greater the deficiency in EPO production. And prior to 1986, patients required transfusions of red blood cells, and that put them at risk of various viral diseases. And so it was a really tremendous advance when the EPO gene was cloned and recombinant EPO was produced as one of the first biotech drugs in 1986. And this greatly improved the quality of life in patients with chronic kidney disease. The patients would go to the doctor and say, I feel terrible. The doctor would say, of course you feel terrible, you have chronic kidney disease. But the reason they felt terrible was that they were anemic. And when the anemia was treated, they felt much better. So this was a great improvement in the quality of life. Of course, it's an injectable biologic, which has certain limitations. And some patients, for various reasons, don't respond to EPO. So the next advance was the identification of drugs that target the protein, the HIF1 alpha hydroxylation that I described. And these drugs inhibit the enzyme that inserts that oxygen atom, so that now there are higher levels of HIF production, leading to higher production of EPO. And this probably involves EPO production in the liver, where EPO is made in the fetus. And that probably accounts why even patients who don't have kidneys, who have their kidneys removed, respond to these drugs. So these are small molecules, so they can be taken by mouth. They increase HIF activity, they increase EPO synthesis, and they increase red blood cell production. And this is the chemical structure of the first of these drugs that underwent clinical trials, and that first clinical trial was performed here in Asia. This drug, roxadustat, has been approved in a number of countries, and there are now 5 different HIF stabilizers that have been improved in various countries for the treatment of anemia in patients with chronic kidney disease. So this was really the first translation of our basic science discoveries to the clinic. Well, the next part of the talk involves this very distinguished gentleman, whose name was Eugen von Hippel, and he had the title of Professor Extraordinary, which is quite a title, at the University of Heidelberg. And he was an ophthalmologist in the early 1900s who identified patients who had retinal lesions, and these were retinal tumors called hemangioblastomas, retinal hemangioblastomas. So he identified these tumors, and then a Swedish pathologist named Lindau in the 1920s performed autopsies on patients with these retinal hemangioblastomas and found that these patients often had tumors elsewhere in their body, particularly in the kidney. And so this collection, and this was found to be inherited through an autosomal dominant mechanism in families, and this became known as the von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. And this is a section of a kidney cancer from a patient with von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. It's called clear cell renal cell carcinoma because you can see the cells don't stain well with hematoxin and eosin. And this is because they're filled with glycogen and lipid, because their metabolism has been dysregulated, because they lack that VHL protein that I described to you that binds to the hydroxylated HIFs and causes their degradation. So in the germline, they have one wild-type allele and one mutant allele, and then in the kidney, the wild-type allele is mutated, so there's no functional VHL, and that drives the tumor formation. You can see on the left the parental cells from a patient who has a kidney tumor, and you can see that regardless of whether we culture the cells at high oxygen or low oxygen, there are very high levels of HIF-1 alpha and HIF-2 alpha. But if we insert a functional copy of the VHL gene back into these cells, you can see now at high oxygen conditions, the HIF-1 alpha and HIF-2 alpha are being degraded again. So it's the failure to have the normal oxygen-dependent degradation of the HIFs that drives the formation of these kidney tumors. So we can put those parental cells back into a mouse and they will form a tumor, but the rescued cells will not. And we know now that the HIFs are activated in common cancers as well as in the hereditary von Hippel-Lindau syndrome, and that the HIFs contribute to cancer progression by turning on the expression of genes that contribute to every critical aspect of cancer progression. And so it was very exciting when a small biotech company called Peloton in Dallas developed a small molecule that can bind to HIF-2 alpha, which plays a particularly critical role in kidney cancer in von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. And when this drug, which is now called belzutifan, binds to HIF-2 alpha, it prevents HIF-2 alpha from forming a functional dimer with HIF-1 beta. So there's now no functional HIF-2 within the cells. And this was one of the first trials of belzutifan, and this is a waterfall plot looking at the change in tumor growth. The yellow bars show patients who have had a decrease in tumor growth. That's called a partial response. And then the black bars are patients whose tumors have not changed significantly, and that's referred to as stable disease. And the combination of those two, which is known as the disease control rate, was 80% in this trial in a disease where there was basically no effective therapy once the tumor had spread beyond the kidney. So this was a truly remarkable result. And within several years, the U.S. FDA had approved the drug for the treatment of renal cell carcinoma in patients with the von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. And then more recently, last year, the FDA approved belzutifan as a third-line treatment of other renal cell carcinomas in patients who don't have the hereditary form of the disease. As I mentioned, in my lab, we've been developing drugs that are both HIF-1 and HIF-2 dual inhibitors that work well in a variety of cancers. And one of the really remarkable effects of these drugs is that they take the response to the immuno-oncology drugs that you heard about from a very small number to a very high number, so that we can completely eradicate the cancers in half of the animals that we treat with the combination of these drugs. And we think that this is going to have a dramatic impact on the response to the immuno-oncology drugs that you heard about earlier. Well, I just wanted to have a few closing thoughts. The first, as we all know, is that it all starts with education, specifically science education. And unfortunately, you know that in India better than we know that in the U.S. It's sad to say. But we start with that. We do basic science because that gives us fundamental discoveries that impact on disease processes. And then if we're lucky, we can translate that into novel therapies, which if they involve small molecules can decrease costs and increase global healthcare accessibility. The focus on development of biologicals, which is very great interest now, has perhaps the drawback that these drugs are difficult to transport and store in areas without advanced healthcare systems. And so there are still many advantages to trying to develop small molecule drugs, I think. On the right is my high school biology teacher, Rose Nelson. She was my inspiration for a career in science. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Thank you. It's the first time I've ever followed a Nobel laureate. I'll give this a try. Coming to Hyderabad is like coming home for us. As many of you know in this audience, Hyderabad is the home of the Providence Global Center. We've been in Hyderabad now for 4 years, and we are the first health system in the United States that has established a presence in India, in Hyderabad, particularly for information technology and the concepts around AI and data. Today, we have 1,400 caregivers in Hyderabad. Yesterday, we were glad to dedicate our new headquarters here, and we look at the future in exponential growth in Hyderabad. We consider Hyderabad and Providence, India, as important as Providence, California, or Providence, Washington. Our hometown, so thank you so much for everything that we have here, and we look to a bright future as we go forward. Our home headquarters is in Seattle, Washington, which in a lot of ways has a lot of similarities to Hyderabad. We're the home of Microsoft. What's that other company that starts with an A? I think it's called Amazon. So we are used to living in a high-tech hub, but we very, very carefully selected Hyderabad, and two of my colleagues that are with me today have been in India, in Hyderabad, for 20 years. And they did the initial work to get Microsoft started here in India, and they've done a tremendous job for us at Providence. What we're looking forward to in the United States, I'm the past chair of the American Hospital Association. In the United States, we have 5,000 hospitals and probably, I would say, about 800 to 1,000 health systems. What we're looking forward to the future is bringing partnerships of other health systems to us in India. And we've already started with one, Advent Health, that started, but I can tell you there's a lineup of my colleagues in the United States that want to be part of what's happening in India. So why India, why Hyderabad, and what's the transformation? So healthcare, like in India, is a little bit chaotic at times. I represent the delivery side of healthcare. So we're situated in the western United States, and we have hospitals, 52 hospitals from Alaska to Lubbock, Texas. We have over 1,000 clinics, and we have 121,000 caregivers in the United States, and we service anywhere from 5 to 10 million patients in the U.S. About 8 years ago, we said we need to transform our own healthcare system and healthcare. And we needed to go from just a patient care delivery system to an information and services company. So we figured out we couldn't do it alone, so we started hiring people from Amazon and Microsoft and other tech companies to help transform our organization. And one of the first things they said, we need to broaden our scope of computer engineering, and that's why we're here in India. But more than that, we really needed to become a data and analytics organization. So last year, as we've left COVID, we called last year at Providence the year of human connection. We stopped getting behind our screens and started to get back together like what we're doing today. But this year, we declared, and going forward, for Providence and for healthcare, it's the year of transformation and collaboration. Transformation and collaboration. Healthcare needs to transform. The delivery side needs to transform. And how are we going to do that? We're going to do that through the tools of AI and data. So Providence started on a journey to digitize itself and to become a completely digital company, which I would say over the last 5 years, we're almost there. In addition to that, we said that as a healthcare organization, we need to diversify our portfolio. So today, we're a services company that implements electronic health records in Great Britain, in Western Europe, and almost every state in the United States. So a lot of times when a new electronic health record is going on, our people are doing that work as we go forward. The second thing that we said is that we need, data is chaotic in healthcare. And we were not willing to allow our friends at Microsoft and Facebook and Amazon to take our health data. So what we did is said, let's get the health systems of the United States together to create our own data company. Today, Truveta is about 3 years old. It has over 35 health systems that are contributing all of their healthcare data to one point. The power of this is immense. So we account for anywhere from 12 to 15% and growing of all healthcare data in the United States. The importance in terms of biomedical research is that database is incredibly diverse. So it has everything from Hawaiian Islanders to people living in South Central Los Angeles to people that live in Alaska. That kind of a database is critically important to our friends in pharma who are looking to unlock unique properties for medications that they have. Amongst that, it's almost limitless. The United States government has started to ask us about our data and how we collect it. And we think this is going to be a revolution in the way we do it. But what's critically important is it's data owned by the people that actually do the work and take care of the patients. And we have been tremendously successful in that. In addition to that, we created an organization called Tegria, which enables us to provide services to other hospitals all around the United States and ultimately around the world and particularly in Europe as we stand now. So we've really diversified our portfolio. In addition, we talk about the 6 Ds at Providence. Digitization, diversification. Then the third one's a little controversial, deconstruction, which means we take the health system apart and decide which components are the most important, which ones have value. Today, Providence, in addition to its 52 hospitals, 1,000 clinics, 120,000 caregivers, we're in supportive housing. We have our own health plan. And we even have a high school in Burbank, California. And all of my investors ask us, why did we hold on to a high school in Burbank, California, Providence High School? And when with our investors, they say, we need to know what 14 to 16-year-olds are thinking. And it's really our laboratory to understand where the future is going. We were started 170 years ago in the territory of Washington in the Western United States. That tradition, we've always changed, we've always innovated as we went forward. And our saying at Providence is that we exist at an intersection between compassion and innovation. Last year, we did over $2 billion of free care community service in the United States, in addition to being a $28 billion healthcare corporation. We're looking at the collaboration amongst healthcare systems to really solve some of the problems that we have in the United States in the development of care. So those are the first 3 Ds. Well, what else is there in other Ds? The other D is the delivery of care. We're looking at the scientific way that we deliver care to decrease technologically the burden on doctors and nurses. So today we have a co-caring model of nursing so that our nurses in our hospitals and clinics literally have partners that are on their computers at home doing some of the work along with them. So we look at that as a way to make the difference in healthcare, and we look at things like telemedicine and all of those techniques to really revolutionize the D, which is the delivery of care. What's the 5th D? Diagnostic and therapeutics. If you have any doubt about that, you heard from our first 2 speakers. I've been a physician for 45 years, and we've seen just a dramatic change in what we're able to do. When I started in practice, we kept a total hip replacement in the hospital for 2 weeks. Today, we do it as an outpatient. One of our surgeons operated during COVID on a patient in London from his robotic surgery platform in Seattle, Washington. Seattle operating on a patient in London. So the delivery of care and how we do it and the diagnostics that we use are just going to be remarkable. I'm on the board of GE Healthcare, so very, very interested in the diagnostics that we use in CT scanning and others that make such a difference in our ability to diagnose and care for patients rapidly and thoughtfully. I would never think today what we're able to do 45 years ago in terms of what we're able to offer patients. The last D is probably the most important. I cheat a little bit. It's data and artificial intelligence. So today, Providence has a whole group of folks that do nothing but think about the applications of artificial intelligence. One of the things that we've done, which is different than others that are dabbling in artificial intelligence, is we've said, how do we apply AI to make clinicians and nurses smarter and have less burden? So what's the biggest problem today that most physicians have on the front line? They have an electronic inbox that is this big. And they spend most of their time trying to answer electronic questions and everything else from their patients. Many of us send our questions on our iPhones to our physicians. Well, we've used AI to basically empty the inbox for physicians. So using bots and using artificial intelligence, we triage what the questions are, what has to be answered, and most importantly, who has to answer them. We're also developing AI techniques that can give physicians the answers to complex questions at the point of service, something we call Pearl, which enables clinicians to really have the information that they need. When I was back as an intern and a resident a few years ago, I had everything in a book in my pocket. Today that, I can listen to it in my ear sequence to understand what are the choices and what are the things that we have to do to make patients better, faster, and smarter. Today, we don't read an EKG. It's read electronically for us. Most of you have a watch and you're checking your own EKG as we go. We believe that through AI, things like making sure that CAT scans and MRIs are read the right way, this will become commonplace. And we need to use these techniques to make care smarter and better. We need to take the average physician and turn them into the superb physician. And that's where we really see this exciting interface between technology and healthcare. When we first started hiring technology people at Providence, technology people did not understand healthcare people. Healthcare people did not understand technology people. So we had a Venn diagram, and we had them both here. When you put the two together, that's where magic occurs. So we brought in our folks from Microsoft and everywhere else and sat them down with our clinicians, with our scientists, and with our administrators. And I think that's the secret sauce, to understand how technology can work practically and how data can be used to accelerate what a healthcare system can do. And that's what we believe. Today, we think there's going to be further consolidation of the health systems. We're talking to health systems in India about what they're doing because we believe there's commonality in the problems that we're solving. When we had COVID first hit, we had the first patient who had COVID in Washington State back in 2020. Within one day, we were on the phone with our colleagues in China and in Italy to understand what we needed to do with our patients. And that sense of collaboration is something particularly for us is going to be critically important as we go forward. But we're looking at consolidating all the business practices of healthcare systems in the United States together. So I pose the question, why should every healthcare system in the country and the world have their own cybersecurity? It makes no sense. In order to combat what we need to do on the cyber side, we need to do this together. So we believe things like information technology, cyber, data, actually even finding the right people to work at our hospitals and clinics are things that we should do together as a group of health systems. So we'll be announcing within the next few months what we call the Health System Collaborative, HSC, which means these are health systems in the United States that have said, we're going to look at the whole back office of healthcare and drive that together, both to do it less expensively, but better. So, our vision, as you can see up here, is health for a better world. We look at ourselves as not just a United States-based health ministry, but an international health ministry. And we feel that one of the keys to our success and the success of healthcare in the United States is going to be our commitment here in India with some of the smartest IT technology people we have and that collaboration. So thank you so much for having me here today.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Honorable Chief Minister and friends, it has been a privilege for me to have been associated since 2012 when I was chair of Janssen And I came from Belgium and found this little nucleus being created here in Hyderabad, and it has grown into a gigantic scale of a hub for innovation, which is incredible proof to the efforts that's been put here in the past. Now, I don't want to take up too much time, but I just want to say they've moved from just disrupting the current state of affairs towards creating the future. And to end with Dr. Paul Janssen's words, the patients are waiting, so let's move ahead. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Very good morning to all, and welcome to the state of Telangana, the pride capital of our people of Telangana, Hyderabad. Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Revanth Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister from Western Australia, the Honorable dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, and the valued members of the life sciences community. And it's absolute pleasure and honor to address you all today at the prestigious 21st edition of the BioAsia Summit. The journey began 21 years ago, and we congratulate and honor all the life sciences community partners who have played the role in building the beautiful ecosystem in and around the world and India too, to create a better world for the citizens of the global and also to the Indian citizens. I thank you all for playing a pivotal role for creating and putting all your energies, strength, intellectual capacities to create a beautiful world for the people. So it is not every day that we see the several Fortune 500 company CEOs, accomplished scientific leaders like Greg Semenzo, honored Nobel laureate, who is here with us today, that too in state of Telangana. We are honored, sir. And also the captains for several industries who gathered here in this part of this world. This is only possible because of the reputation that the BioAsia event has built. I am truly inspired by the enthusiasm displayed by you all, your dedication and for this advancement of science and healthcare, and which is truly commendable. I am honored to be a part of this esteemed community with the presence of Honorable Chief Minister. Honorable Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy Garu and I were in Davos for the World Economic Forum annual meeting last month. And the enthusiasm displayed by the various global investors, particularly the life sciences community, towards Telangana and our vision is extraordinary, and we are very, very thankful for the encouragement they have shown us during our trip to Davos. I am proudly stating that, the state has got 40,232 crores investments, which speaks volume about the confidence of the investors aligned with BioAsia. I had the pleasure of inaugurating the global R&D centers of BMS and the Providence yesterday. And I am delighted to note that both of them have very aggressive growth plans. Thank you, Mr. Chris, and thank you, Hatchman, for your trust in Telangana. And I promise that we will extend all the necessary support you require. As we look into the future, I wish to reassure our investors that their trust in Telangana will yield significant returns. I would also like to use this opportunity to use this wonderful platform to inform you that we are committed to the growth of life sciences sector in Telangana, and we are keen in taking this sector to the next level. Among other initiatives, we will be soon launching a new life sciences policy for the state. The new life sciences policy, which I would like to tell you, is the fusion between the technology, between the life sciences, between the pharma industry, between the policy, between the regulatory agencies. The new life sciences policy, which is not there anywhere in the country. The new dynamic entrepreneurial life sciences policy will be annual in the next few months from now. This will be aimed at positioning our Telangana as an important nodal in the global value chain for the life sciences sector. We will catalyze the robust socio-economic growth through the strategic investments, job creation, and the nurturing of an innovation-centric environment. We aspire to cultivate an ecosystem that not only generates employment opportunities, but also serves as a hub for pioneering therapies, ensuring their accessibility to our citizens and beyond. And I would like to add, our Chief Minister, Mr. Revanth Reddy Garu, is very, very committed to reflect that the Hyderabad, especially the state of Telangana, shall become the skill capital of India. One of our potential and very strong investor was just asking me a question. All the investors, all the global players are looking forward to keep their centers in and around Hyderabad and in Telangana. What will happen to the skill which is available right now? So keeping that in view, our Chief Minister and our government already envisioned a plan of putting skill universities. The skill universities will produce enough talent, enough skill. 2 years' time from now, we are trying up with a policy which will be linked to our education system and to the industry, bringing out a new revolution in terms of providing value to academia. This is like we are making mandatory the internship programs with the industry. All the students who would be studying in state of Telangana would be exposed to the industry needs. That the internship program of 3 to 6 months will give a platform for all the students who would be, becoming the employees for either for the life sciences, either for the IT, either for the manufacturing sector. So I don't see any human skill deficiency. And you have all seen many who are on the dais. Like we have Mr. Satish Reddy. You can see from Novartis, Mr. Naveen, they reflect the human capital, and the best human capital is only available and will be available and shall be available only in Hyderabad. With these few words, I thank you once again, and hope your deliberations for the next 2 days will go a long way. Thank you, one and all.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Good morning, and thank you all, Honorable Chief Minister Reddy Garu and Minister Babu Garu, and as well as distinguished guests. It's such a tremendous pleasure to be representing Bristol-Myers Squibb at this important conference, and it's a true honor to be giving the keynote address shortly. I just want to say a very sincere thank you to the organizers of this event. This event really does epitomize the ecosystem that has been created here in India and here specifically in Hyderabad. Bristol-Myers Squibb has an almost 30-year commitment to India, and I'm extremely pleased that we have established a presence now here in Hyderabad. In less than a year, we have taken our presence from an idea to almost 1,000 employees. And that success was not by accident. It came about because of the tremendous support that we've received from the honorable ministers, from the government of Telangana, from the organizers of this event. And I sincerely thank all of you India and now Hyderabad are at the center of our mission as a company to deliver truly transformational medicines to patients. So it is a heartfelt thank you to all of you, and I look forward to this conference.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We've been told that makes us the fastest growing company in Hyderabad. Our latest $100 million investment will bring over 1,500 BMS employees together across IT, drug development, and global business operations to enhance our innovation capabilities for patients everywhere. And that adds up to much better problem solving with many more smart people and creating a hub to enable the people we bring into the organization to deliver more medicines to more patients even faster. One final misconception that I want to address is to those who say that what we do is easy. It's not. It's filled with risk-taking, calculation, and ups and downs. And I'll give you one example from my own career. I had the pleasure of working on cell therapy when it was a very nascent technology. No one knew it was going to work. In fact, there were many days we looked across the table and we said it's definitely not going to work. And here we are today, scientific advancements enabling us literally to turn the body into its own medicine. As a leader in cell therapy, we are incredibly excited about these advances, but it didn't happen overnight. It happened incrementally. What I find when I talk to people outside of the industry and sometimes within the industry is that they really don't understand how iterative and incremental the process of innovation is. That's because people like to focus on light bulb moments. But we know it's the everyday moments, the constant moments of looking for a cure or a path forward for patients, and that's the driver of innovation. Scientists toiled for decades to deliver on the promise of immuno-oncology or immunotherapy, harnessing the body's immune system to fight cancer. We were the first to actually make it happen, and the impact has been transformational. It wasn't that long ago that if you were diagnosed with melanoma, you typically had less than 12 months to live. Our first trials in melanoma with our first IO agent, ipilimumab, showed about a 20-month survival. And some people said, well, that's only an 8-month advance. Not that impressive. But what they didn't realize is that 8 months raises the bar. It becomes the new baseline, the new standard against which the next generation of medicines will be measured. And today, we have patients treated with our combination IO therapies that have been alive for 6 years and some as long as 10 years. The increments matter because they are finally adding up to the cure that newly diagnosed melanoma patients can hope for today. And as the only company with 3 approved IO agents in the United States, we continue to raise the bar again and again. There are countless other examples of how increments really add up to patient benefit. But what if we could go from incremental to exponential? I am super excited about the promise of AI and other digital tools to help us move faster and with a higher probability of success. It's the accelerant that can help us deliver more medicines even faster. We can talk about the impact of this technology from a couple of different perspectives. First, it can be an accelerant operationally. I'll use BMS examples, but I really think this is something that's happening across the biopharmaceutical industry. With AI tools, we can write protocols for clinical trials much faster. Instead of months, we can do it in days. The magnitude of impact can be the difference between a patient enrolling in a clinical trial or not. And for patients with serious diseases like cancer, that can mean the difference between life and death. And here's the great part. This work in large part will be happening right here in India for BMS. We've used digital tools to model real-world data so that we know if our drugs are working, if they're going to be better than the standard of care. We harness real-world data to create virtual cohorts, collections of virtual patients that enable us to reach decisions much faster. That means instead of recruiting 1,000 patients, we only need 500. Instead of taking 6 years, that trial might only take 3 years. And within research, we're using AI to make better molecules faster. In fact, all of our small molecule trials will be enabled by AI by the end of this year. And again, all of this work is or will be happening right here in India. Those are pretty nice examples of incremental improvements. But what I'm really excited about is how can this make us better at doing what we fundamentally do as a company, applying digital tools to really complicated areas of science to make game-changing advances. Remember how I said that 10 years ago we didn't know if cell therapy would work? Well, today, once a patient is diagnosed with certain blood cancers, we can take cells out of the body and re-engineer those cells to recognize their cancer and then eventually re-infuse them back into the patient. Once inside, those engineered cells attack and kill the cancer. It's a truly remarkable scientific breakthrough. When we first started, there was so much we didn't know. Which patients would benefit, how to design the clinical trials, how to best engineering the manufacturing process. With digital and computational tools, we can now answer all of those questions. And that's enabled us to be a leader in this fast-growing and incredibly exciting field. So much so, we're now moving beyond cancer and taking aim at autoimmune disease with our next-generation technology. We call this next-generation technology NextT. Using our broad experience in autoimmune diseases such as MS and lupus, we can jump the gap by using AI models trained on thousands of patients to predict features linked to manufacturing success and to safety. And if successful, this will be groundbreaking. We're aiming to provide a functional cure for these types of diseases, and that's never been seen before. And we're focused on making this incredible technology more broadly available, and that includes here in India. I was just talking to a doctor who treats patients with lupus. He told me about a 30-year-old woman with young children at home, and when he provided the lupus diagnosis, the woman was relieved. Now she knew what was causing her to feel incredible joint and muscle pain. She was prescribed a powerful immunosuppressant, which is the standard of care, and then she asked, when do I come off of this medicine? And the physician had to tell her never. Now imagine being 30 years old and finding out you have to take an injectable medicine that puts you at risk for infection for the rest of your life. Being able to offer this woman a functional cure would be life-changing. It would be a major disruption in the standard of care. These are medicines that matter, that bring transformational benefit. But let's not stop there. What if we could improve the standard of care for diagnosis? Obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM, is a thickening of the heart muscle wall that makes it difficult for the heart to fill with blood. Untreated, HCM can result in life-threatening irregular heart rhythms and sudden death. Mavacamten is our game-changing treatment for HCM. It's the first medicine to treat the underlying causes of the disease, not just the symptoms. In fact, just last week, a physician showed me this picture when he was reviewing scans from his patient. And he said, look, you can see that the heart is remodeling itself. But HCM has always been hard to diagnose, even for specialists. It can take an average of 2 years from the time the patient develops symptoms to when they get a definitive diagnosis and treatment. So the question is, how do we identify patients with HCM sooner and enable earlier detection? Well, we partnered with Viz.ai, which is a company that supplies analytics to hospitals that help interpret the thousands of electrocardiograms administered across those systems. With our sponsorship, they developed an algorithm to analyze ECG results, looking for very hard to find markers for HCM. And when the algorithm detects possible HCM, it alerts doctors which patients need additional evaluation, and that can shave off significant time to when patients are able to benefit from this medicine. Just last August, the FDA issued clearance for this algorithm, and that's a first. It's also a great example of the value of collaborations and partnerships and how they can speed the way to patient solutions. We've always said we don't have a monopoly on great ideas. Working together, we can do so much more than we can do alone, such as tackling really difficult scientific challenges like Alzheimer's disease, a large and growing unmet need around the world. And while there are now 2 approved products in the US to treat Alzheimer's, other approaches are urgently needed. Here you see a human brain. There are billions of cells in every single brain, and within each one of those cells, 20,000 genes are expressed at different levels, all leading to this coordinated story in the human brain that we don't fully understand. For example, we know that when certain proteins begin to clump or aggregate in the brain, this leads to inflammation, which in turn causes brain cells to die. When brain cells die, symptoms begin to emerge, such as memory loss. With AI tools, we can look at each and every one of those cells and sort through the features of protein aggregation that correlate to someone who will develop Alzheimer's disease. We now know that one of the most important proteins that aggregates in the brain is called tau. By clearing tau protein from the brain, we hypothesize that we will prevent inflammation and, most importantly, prevent brain cells from dying. We have an anti-tau antibody in early development that, if successful, could potentially prevent cognitive decline and give someone many more years of their memory to live happy, healthy, and productive lives. And that's what we think of as truly transformational. And that's what drives us at Bristol Myers Squibb. These are just a few of the many examples of how digital technologies and tools, and frankly, our hearts being in the right place, can start to shift the incremental to the exponential. What an incredibly exciting time to be in this industry. We have witnessed tremendous progress in how patients with serious diseases can be treated and respond to transformational medicines. Over the last 100 years, we've gained 25 years of life expectancy through innovation with vaccines, modern medicines, and frankly, really smart and dedicated people doing the hard work. Integrate digital technology, we can add another 25 years of life expectancy in half the time. But of course, the ultimate accelerant is the human in the room. It's people. And we believe that will always be the case. Talented, passionate people who work with a singular focus to deliver more medicines to more patients even faster. On a personal note, having grown up in a small town in Arkansas in the American South, I could never have imagined that I would be here today in the midst of the monumental advances that we are making as an industry and that are on display here at BioAsia. I was very fortunate, though, to be raised by a large, tight-knit family. Almost every night, we spent time together, not just as an immediate family, but as an extended family and friends and relatives. And those experiences taught me about the value of community, being part of something bigger than the individual, where people have each other's backs. It is my hope that we can remind each other of the importance of finding the best in people and appreciating every contribution that gets made. I am so excited about what we can do together and am honored to be part of the future that is being made right here in India today. Together, we can shape the future of healthcare globally and deliver more for patients. So thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Thank you for that very warm welcome. Kaya Wanju and Namaskara. Kaya Wanju is the word for hello in the language of the Whadjuk Noongar people, the traditional owners of the land where I live in Perth, Western Australia. The Whadjuk Noongar people have a cultural heritage that dates back many thousands of years. And it has been wonderful to learn more about the equally rich cultural heritage of the state of Telangana. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the Honourable Anumula Ravant Reddy, Chief Minister, the Honourable Dudila Sridhar Babu, the Minister for Information Technology, Electronics and Communications, Industries and Commerce and Legislative Affairs, and for the very warm welcome to the great state of Telangana. I'm delighted to be here in Hyderabad today at BioAsia 2024 during this official ministerial visit on behalf of the West Australian Government. It's been a pleasure to meet many of the representatives from your thriving biotech industry as global partners. The size of your globally renowned life sciences sector is breathtaking, and I am thrilled with the opportunity to experience it firsthand. As well as sharing an Indian Ocean, both of our states share an entrepreneurial spirit. This is reflected in our shared vision of transitioning to future economies that decarbonise, inclusive and innovative and diverse. It is also reflected in our shared emphasis on the knowledge economy, with a mutual understanding that fostering the growth of our innovation ecosystems will result in jobs, prosperity, and increased accessibility to world-class healthcare. I'm honoured to speak with you today about West Australia's vision for our own health and medical life sciences sector. The West Australian Government has a clear vision for our future economy, a vision that by 2035 would see us at the forefront of a cleaner, greener, more tech-savvy economy that provides high-quality jobs and high-quality products and services to the world. The West Australian Government has been embarking on a targeted approach to attracting investment and growing trade opportunities that will enable Western Australian industry to become smarter, more sustainable and more diversified. As a $410 billion economy, our interest is in growing industries to diversify this economy, which includes support for 8 key industries. Prominent amongst these is the health and medical life sciences sector. With 1/3 of Australia's land mass, our healthcare system spans the largest geographical healthcare jurisdiction on the planet, delivering in some of our harshest and most remote conditions. We have recognised the importance of activities that will improve the value and productivity across multiple sectors of the external-facing economy. With respect to health and medical life sciences, our goal is to leverage our investments in our world-class hospitals, medical research institutes, and research universities. Over the past 5 years, WA's health and medical life sciences ecosystem has doubled. As we are well aware, COVID-19 highlighted the importance of innovative healthcare solutions. It made us aware of the importance of building sovereign capability, of ensuring and securing local and global health and medical supply chains, so that ourselves and our partners are resilient in the face of supply disruptions and global healthcare challenges. One key action the West Australian Government has taken in the establishment of the Future Health Research and Innovation Health Fund 2020. This sovereign wealth fund, built from the success of our iron ore exports, currently stands at 1.8 billion Australian dollars. It provides a secure source of funding to drive health and medical research in Western Australia, delivering innovation and commercialisation outcomes. This fund has already made investments into a range of research programs, and these opportunities are only accelerating. Western Australia has a world-class, vibrant innovation ecosystem underpinned by our leading research institutions, globally competitive manufacturing capability, and highly skilled workforce. In order to support this ecosystem, the West Australian Government has established the Skilled Migrant Job Connect program. This program supports skilled migrants with funding and free settlement services, including mentoring and cultural training to help them establish their lives in Western Australia and participate in Western Australia's workforce. More information is available at the West Australian Expo stand here in BioAsia. West Australia's health and medical life sciences sector has many strengths, including a world-class research base and entrepreneurial talent in health and medical research and clinical practice. 5 universities that all have strengths in life sciences and are outstanding medical research institutes with specialisation in areas including paediatrics, rare diseases, personalised medicine, and ear and eye health. The emergence of a contemporary, technologically enabled healthcare system that is comprised of a blend of public and private hospitals offering advanced practice and strong emphasis on clinical trials. Western Australia is a unique jewel that will allow you to succeed in business and live in an amazing lifestyle surrounded by one of the most pristine landscapes that you'll find on the planet. Western Australia is already home to some of the world's leading researchers, innovators, and over the next decade, we will see some amazing advances in homegrown research and innovation. I'm very proud to be here today, leading the delegation of healthcare providers, digital health, biotech companies from Western Australia. I invite you all to learn more about Western Australia and to consider bringing your talents to our state, expanding your business in our region, and accessing all that Perth has to offer as a launchpad for the rest of Australasia. The West Australian Government, through the Invest and Trade Western Australia office located in India, please reach out or visit us at our booth to engage with Western Australia. Thank you for your warm welcome today.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Good morning, all. Thank you so much, Major, and thank you so much for this wonderful introduction. I'm so happy to be here. I want to start with wishing all our audience Happy Women's Day, Happy Mahashivratri. Mahadev ki kripa hum sab pe bani rahe, and this show also should be blessed. And the topic that we are leading with today is sustainability. And I am afraid to say that today is not a great day to talk about sustainability because it's yesterday. We are already late. The way things are moving on the planet Earth, we have no idea what we are leaving behind. And I feel so privileged to be hosting this show today, moderating this talk with the stalwarts like Madhulika, who has been working in the space of reviving lakes in Hyderabad. So she has been passionately working on it for last more than 20 years. And I have personally worked with her on some of the projects. And I know the passion that she brings with her, the deep knowledge that she has. And recently she has submitted her thesis in MTech in the similar space. Welcome to the show, Madhulika, and thank you so much for taking time out.
Thank you, ma'am.
And then we have Vinita. She is joining us from Chennai. Welcome, Vinita. I was having a chat with Vinita yesterday, and I was awestruck with the inputs that I got from her. She is currently running an IT company, but that's not her main introduction. Her main introduction is she has been working in the space of reviving traditional games, which is a wow factor for me, Vinita. I have been stalking you on social media, and that is how I referred your name. This is something not many people have thought of. This is not only, reviving our roots, connecting us to our roots, but also showing us the sustainable way of doing it. The way new age toys and games are, we know what kind of pollution they are causing around. And you have taken up this task of reviving, which are not only mentally stimulating, and they have got lots more than, what they show. So thank you so much for taking this up. She is running it under the brand name Krida in Chennai, and it's on my list. Whenever I'm in Chennai, I'm visiting you, and I'm doing lots of shopping from there. And once we go deep in the conversation, you will come to know how over the years she has been continuously working towards making sustainability as the way of living. The whole story is weaved around how can we reduce pollution, how can we reduce waste, how can we operate in a zero waste manner. So once we go deep in the conversation, we'll get to know more about it. Welcome to the show, Vinita, and thank you so much for taking time out.
Thank you, Urvashi, for having me. And you don't need to come to Chennai. The games are available in Hyderabad.
I want to touch and feel and take them. So nice of you. Oh yeah, then we'll share details on that. Yeah, and then we have Mrinalini with us. I happened to meet Mrinalini very recently, and I wonder why it was so late, because I strongly believe in how universe, brings the right people together. So we met on a meet for Rang De, which is a platform which is, helping farmers generate funds. So they're getting social investors together and diverting those funds for the farmers. But what caught my attention about Mrinalini was she had written in her profile she's passionate about sustainability. And then when somebody says that, you think, okay, they must be in some business of sustainability. And what I found out was, for her, sustainability is the way of living. And I think that is the connecting point for all four women that are on show today here. For us, sustainability is how you live. Sustainability, you operate. Sustainability is the lifestyle for us. And I'm so happy that, we get to have a little discussion around this. So Mrinalini is a co-founder of a brand called 6 Yard Plus. Is that right, Mrinalini? 6 Yard Plus. Yeah.
6 Yard Plus,
So
yeah.
I now imagine the purpose of floating this brand. Mrinalini thinks that one, there are lesser people who are, flaunting saris, especially the younger generation. So she wanted to bring sari back in fashion. But the bigger reason, underlying reason, is sari as a costume, sari as an outfit is a sustainable outfit. She was telling me yesterday that a sari can be worn for 40 to 80 years. And I was like, huh, how is that possible? And then I was thinking, I have a couple of saris which belong to my mom and her mom. And if I calculate, it is 40 to 80 years. I keep wearing one of my grandmother-in-law's sari, which is easily 60 years or maybe more old. So you were so right when you said that, and it's showcasing how, sustainability is the way of living. So she also is not only, trying to revive our culture, trying to make sure that our culture becomes the mainstream and is, top of mind for young generation, but also working towards how she can do it sustainability. And when we go deeper in conversation, you will get to know lots more about how a brand called Dubara from her stable is making sure that less of it goes to the landfill. So, Madhulika, you'll be very interested with Vinita and Mrinalini, because both of them are working towards reducing the landfill. So, we are, making your job easy of cleaning the lakes.
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
Madhulika, it will be great if your camera is on. Yeah, we want to see the beautiful faces. Thank you. Thank you. Right. On that note, I welcome you all on the show. And I want to start with Madhulika. Please share a little more about your experience of that you have come across while you have been cleaning the lakes. I'm sure it has been a very tedious process. How you were able to get more people join you? Because I see Dhruvansh, the name of the organization that you run, has got a huge number of volunteers, like who are, and I have been one of them at some part of time. I didn't do much, but yes, I can talk about it. I was there. I gathered a lot of kids from my community, a lot of people. We made huge bioenzyme, dumped it in the lake. Throw a little light on your journey. Why? How did it start? Why did you think of it? How did it come to your mind? Okay, I have to start cleaning the lakes. And वो कैसे हुआ कि हम अकेले चलते गए and karma बढ़ता गया?
Yeah, very, very rightly said Dr. Rushi, and I'm really thankful to the Startup TV as well as to you to hosting such a beautiful event, right? And lots of wishes of Women's Day as well as to Shivratri to you also and the whole team. Yes, I mean, the guys, this is, we call it as a Shivratri, right? But it is again a powerful for the Parvati. The same way, I really believe that somewhere, and the Parvati, if you count all the gods, right? If you see all the gods, the Parvati, though she is born on the earth, she is the most powerful god, right? If you have ever just observed, so this is true that if you are born on the earth, you have a good amount of the powers. And my journey started the same. Like I'm mother, I have 2 kids, and I'm working in I've done MTech in computer engineering, so I was working in IT field. And that was nowadays the parents are too much active, so I was also active parent and keep on involved with my kids. So this is very natural, right, that this generation is kind of thing. But slowly I realized that everything what I'm watching, I'm not able to find on the ground level, right? And then I have a good amount of the time, because I worked as a 8 years in the professor in ICFA University also. And I interacted with the engineering students, and then again I find out that their base is, what is India, what is environment, why we are studying this. Such kind of thought process are totally out. This is true, because when I was in 12th, right, I want to take up geography as a science. But since I was good in studies, my parents forced me to go for the computer engineering. So that is how it is happening all over India, right? It's none of the fault. But the parents prefer that passion is not so important. It's the money which is more important. So, but somewhere after doing computer engineering, working in that sector for so many of the years, but somewhere the passion was still that spark was there. And my kids were very small. In fact, my elder son was in the 3rd grade only when I decided, now this is time, Madhulika, that you have to jump. You have to decide that which way you want to go. It was a very tough time, because nobody is going to accept my decision. I already know that. In fact, not my husband, not my kids. Parents is very, you can say long ago things. And then if you are doing good in your life, and then suddenly you just leave everything and start doing that, let me check whether I am really a good mother or not. So this is a check for me. Right, truly speaking, it is not to blame anybody, but I really want to understand, and I'm becoming a better mother, I'm becoming a better wife, I'm becoming a better Indian citizen while working on this particular lake. So when I started,
I love this line, better Indian citizen. I mean, if we start thinking like that, most of the problem is solved in any case. Yeah, sorry, please go on.
Yeah, sure, you can interrupt. So yes, when I started, it was like that. People were taunting me that Madhulika, job nahi mili kya? That's why you started picking up the call, right? Though you are so much learned, but why you are doing it? Why you are not doing it in the north? Because I belong to Rajasthan UP mix, so it does not belong to Hyderabad. So people are like that ki bhag kar aayi hai, she's a divorcee, and something has happened in her life. She's mental. So I was criticized a lot. So being that making story. Right, that there should be some problem. That's why she is taking up the lake. Or she wants to encroach the lake or something like that. So yes, I have heard a lot of criticism, which I never expected actually. That if you want,
and we're talking about 20 years back.
It would be difficult, too much difficult.
I mean, imagine the psyche of the people, that if somebody is trying to do something good, अच्छा आपके पास कुछ और करने के लिए नहीं है, so you're doing this. I mean, so pitiful. How can the society even think like that?
नहीं पूरा मैम, अब तक the people are like that. तो जो हमारी thinking procedure है ना, वो Twitter और WhatsApp पे बहुत अच्छी है, लेकिन ground level पे अभी भी अच्छी नहीं. So yeah, so in those situations I have criticized, because मेरे को ये लगता था I want to do something good, और good करने में इतना criticism मिलेगा, I never thought of. I was not prepared also.
Welcome to the world.
Yes. So in those situations, initially it was my 2 kids only who were my volunteer. उनको मैं जबरदस्ती पकड़ के ले जाती थी कि चलो मेरे साथ करवाओ. And that was the work I started. But yes, it actually 1.5 years के बाद मेरे पास volunteers आने शुरू. So you can say that 1.5 years were a testing period for me, that people tested me कि भाई ये टिकेगी कि भाग जाएगी, हमें टिकाऊ चाहिए होता है ना, we test everything, and I appreciate that people tested me, right? I was able to pass that test.
You come out stronger.
Yes, because it is making me stronger. That's the reason I'm telling you. I have seen so many of the things. I mean, you movies में जो दिखाते हैं ना कि मार पिटाई और थप्पड़बाजी सब कुछ झेला है. तो अभी मैं इतनी strong हो चुकी हूँ कि now I'm more stronger than iron.
I'm so glad that women in sustainability are stronger. That is what we want. So how is it today? Yeah. What's the story like today?
Yeah, so now the story is very good. We are the only organization in the southern area, in fact, who got the first national award from Jal Shakti in 2019.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, and then we are again the only organization which is selected by the Niti Aayog from last 2 years at the best practices for the lake restoration.
Awesome.
Because जो मेरा lake restoration का तरीका है वो बिल्कुल देसी हिंदुस्तानी औरत की तरह है जो हर चीज में कंजूसी करती है, which is saving in everything. And recycling.
Reusing, recycling. That's our traditional way. That's how our mothers used to operate. I mean, I was a part of a forum, and I was a beautiful line was said there कि ये जो sustainability ज्ञान है ना, this is urban population needs it. A rural population doesn't need sustainability ज्ञान because they are operating in a sustainable manner. They won't throw away things. वो उसी कपड़े से झोला बना लेंगे, and they will keep on recycling, reusing till it is vanishing. So landfill is hardly there. And I don't know even if the concept of landfill ever existed in ancient times.
That's really true. I really believe if you see your parents, right? So जैसे मेरे parents भी थे, so I have seen that everything they are saving, right? It's their habit of saying. No doubt that time I used to mock at them, truly speaking. अरे मम्मी पापा आप कितने कंजूस हो. But now I realize that is the way which is, yes, that is the way which is a perfect way. And now I am doing the same, exactly same. I am saving everything, whatever I'm getting at the lake, whatever I'm getting at the home, right? मेरे घर में अगर suppose खाना खराब भी हो जाता है, make it sure that it is going to the ants.
Compost or ants.
मैं waste या मैं garbage में जाने के लिए allow नहीं करती हूँ. तो मतलब मुझसे ज़्यादा इस time पे कंजूस इंसान आपको धरती पे नहीं मिलेगा.
And I'm happy that we know you like that. So when we are talking about this landfills, तो ये तो lake में भी spillover हो रहा होगा ना मधुलिका? It must be.
The problem is that the biggest problem is which the other can actually throw a very good light. One thing, definitely, two things I just want to say, Urushi, here. That when you are talking about the lakes or when you're talking about the water, you forget about the lakes. Just water की बात कीजिए. तो Bangalore का हालत इस time पे it is in very bad shape, right? In fact, the people are now telling कि भाई don't wash your utensils, don't wash your clothes, use the use and throw वाला, जहाँ पे पानी का usage बिल्कुल zero. तो do you really want कि हमारी position ऐसी बन जाए वहाँ पे जो tankers की cost है? I mean, in fact, bore wells increased कर दिए गए हैं because proper water ना तो water lakes में available है ना bore wells में available है. तो Bombay is in the very bad situation, and this is just a starting of the March. अभी हमारे पास we still have 3 months more to go before the monsoon. So in those situations, these are the alarms, right? Still, if we are not waking up these alarms and we feel, जैसे मैं हमेशा एक बात कहती हूँ कि this is a war, right? एक हमने war लड़ी थी 1947 में. अगर लोग ये कहते कि नहीं हम तो सिर्फ सैटरडे संडे को 2 घंटे आके करेंगे फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल, तो क्या हमें फ्रीडम मिल जाती?
Oh my God.
Always we tell you, but this is a war that you have to do now continuously, 24 hours into 365 days, if you really want to sustain human species on the earth.
Yeah.
Right. If you are protecting the environment, make it sure you are protecting the human species on a global level.
And the ecosystem is such that humans can survive only when the ecosystem is thriving. And I want to ask you, when you are cleaning up these lakes, what is the maximum garbage that is coming out?
Yeah,
I am
so
thinking you'll say clothes, is that, or plastic?
one thing. Clothes. Okay.
Clothes.
So, we got a good amount of condoms also. We got a good amount of divorcee albums. When the people got divorced, they throw the albums also in the lake. Right? We got the coolers, we got the mattress, we got your everything, what you see in your home, right? Even your books. And then in the end, yes, a good amount of the clothes, right? If, in fact, a very good clothes, good quality clothes as well.
Oh my God, that's heart-wrenching.
So in those situations, right, even people photographs and their marriage cards, because what happened, those marriage cards which are left, people throw again in the lake only, right? Suppose if you have printed 1,000 cards and only 700 are used, so 300 cards, marriage cards, birthday cards, you will get into the lake. So tires.
I think people don't know what they are doing, therefore they are doing this.
Yes. So what they have to do,
I mean,
they do not have a
I just wish वो देखते कि ये क्या हो रहा है और वो निकाल के garbage में जा रहा है. Yeah, I so agree.
And apart from
Mandeepa, why don't you also start? Sorry, go ahead, please.
In fact, coconuts and cultural siltation is something else, which is taken out a little bit easy also, right? इतना गंदा नहीं होता है. Otherwise, घर का hairs cutting जो होती है, पूरा का पूरा it's in the lake only, right? You'll get so much of the hairs. It becomes irritating for me as well. Then you have goats, your calves, your buffaloes. So this is how the lake is.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh.
Those situations, in fact, your septic tanks. Your septic, which is getting you clear your septic tanks, they also release the same thing into the lakes.
Oh.
No, we do not have any septic tank system to manage them.
Oh.
Right. So people in the urban, they throw all the lakes are suffering like this. It's not about the Neknampur Lake. Neknampur Lake, I can give you observation. Otherwise, all over India, the same thing is happening because still for the septic tanks, we do not have a place. Landfill के नाम से आपको पता तो है? At least with the landfill, you know कि अच्छा, this is an area now.
Yeah.
Because landfill has been marketed well.
Yeah.
But septic tanks, still we have not marketed. So everything.
I think you need to not only, apart from cleaning the lakes, you need to start putting a lot of efforts on creating awareness and, changing the thought process of people. Make videos and make them viral. Ki dekho lake mein ye nikla hai. In any case, we are just throwing it away. Something you have to think on those lines, Madhulika. And when you said a lot of clothes are getting dumped in the, lake, I want to take the conversation to Mrinalini. Mrinalini, we were discussing how, you identified that you are working towards saris should not go in landfill, come what may. Take us through, the various things that you have been doing. And there are such interesting things, but I want audience to know from you what you have been doing to make sure saris don't end up there. Starting from, trying to find out alternate to silk for younger generation to your other innovations. Please take us through that.
Yeah, so thank you so much for this opportunity to MyStartuptv, and it's wonderful to be here with such passionate women who are working towards sustainability. Thanks, Urvashi, for this. So first off, I believe the sari is the most sustainable garment that there is, right? It's just 6 meters of fabric. There's not a single stitch on it. It can fit you all your life. You will never find a time where it is not of use to you. Right. So that fundamentally is where we start from, that of all the garments available to us, the sari is the most sustainable. Right. So when we start at 6 yards plus, there are two reasons, as you pointed out with Vinita as well. The fact that sustainability is a part of our culture and tradition for a very long time. So sariya tab se hai, there are 100+ ways to drape them. Right. And I think in the last couple of decades, there were several rules about sari draping, but a lot of those have gone out of the window now. So you can style anything with anything, and you can actually get away with the term capsule wardrobe, right? It's ideal for a sari because you just have like 5 things and you can create, I think, 40 looks with them, right? So that's really why I'm passionate about the sari, that you can wear it for a very long period of time, right?
Now, if you come to what kind of sari, so any kind of sari is sustainable. Like we said yesterday, a lot of people think it's handloom saris that are sustainable. Any kind of sari, just by nature of this thing is sustainable. But
Nandini, I've been working in sustainability space for almost 20 years.
Yeah.
I never thought of sari like that, I mean, it was such an eye-opener, such a basic thing. And I never looked at it like that. I mean, so nice of you to have, highlighted it and brought it up like this. Please go ahead.
Thank you for appreciating that. But I really believe that. So now if you come to how these saris are produced, right? So obviously a mill level production causes a lot of other harmful side effects, even if they result in a final, sustainable sari. But handloom saris are far more sustainable. But again, all of us know, those who work in sustainability, that sustainability is a journey. So you can choose at which point you are absolutely able to contribute to sustainability. There can be no extremes on this. कि आप ये करोगे तो sustainable हो जाओगे, ये करोगे तो नहीं हो. It's at every point जो आपसे हो सकता है ना, जैसे मधुलिका जी ने कहा, आप बिल्कुल कीजिएगा. Do absolutely everything you can. So you can buy a natural dyed sari, you can buy a hand woven sari, you can buy a khadi sari. You can insist on a completely hand spun khadi sari as opposed to an ambar charkha sari. So there are multiple, in Telugu we say majli, right? Multiple stops from when you start from home till you get to Kashi. They're called Kashi majli, right? So
Yeah.
that's what it is. So that's an ultimate goal, but you can make these stops at any point. So at 6 Yards Plus, we started off with that. Let's popularize saris and let's popularize handloom saris even more. But that soon led us to this place where we know that a lot of people were not using saris, right? Because they stopped draping them, or their mothers have gifted this to them and they don't know what to do with them. So we said, let's find, and on the other hand, there are equally people who love saris but are not able to access them. So we've created Dobara, which is basically giving a second life to saris. It's pre-loved saris, which we list. And, people can buy. It's actually one of our most successful experiments on 6 Yards Plus. We started it on a whim, but we very soon realized, both on a business perspective as well as on a sustainability perspective, people really like the idea and they take it up. Right. Then the next thing is we have a thing called Sar Revive, where we're trying to, saris that are in your wardrobe, we bring them out, we recreate them with handcrafting, with kalamkari, with madhubani, with gond painting and multiple other crafts. Basically, we'll do anything to help you drape your sari again. Right? So it's just get them out of the wardrobe, drape them again. And honestly, I tell everyone who speaks to me that you don't need to buy this from us. Not even from us, not from anywhere else. Just please drape a sari every day. Please drape a sari every week. Whatever works for you. So Sari Vibe helps do that, to get your saris out and help people get interested in their sari again. The final thing that we do, two more things we do. One is that, of course, we also donate. So we facilitate donation of saris. As Madhulika pointed out earlier, there's a lot of them that go into landfill that people don't want to use anymore. Right? Even if we're not able to sell them through the Dobara platform, we have tied up with nonprofits and social enterprises that will either upcycle or donate these. So even if they're defective, even if they're stained, just give them to us. We'll make sure that they don't go into the landfill. Right? And in fact, we had incentivized it with a discount coupon on our mainstream products if people donated. Because I invoke Telugu when I say there's a little punyam and a little purushartham, a little selfishness and a little, doing it for the world. But that I find incentivizes people very nicely to take these steps, right? And the final thing that we do is that we also upcycle saris. So we've got, home decor made out of saris. So our attempt has always been to make sure that the sari's life is as extended as possible. And lastly, we have experimented with some plant-based options to silk, right? Because we realized that veganism is a movement, and we realized that I didn't want to enter into a very large luxury segment, because for me, everyday sari draping is more important. For a shadi, you'll wear your kanchi banarsi anyway. Right? We are trying to get you to wear it to work, to a board meeting, to a PTM or whatever. So we wanted a nice price point, but we also wanted sustainability. So we experimented with sustainably produced, certified fabrics, which of course then we put our designs on. So they were very attractive, they were very luxurious, but they were a good price point. and they're 100% sustainable. So these are some of the things we've done. I think it's a drop in the ocean. And I'd love to hear more about...
Every drop counts, Mrinalini, every drop counts. And sadly, there are few drops getting in the ocean on this. But thank you for taking us through this lovely journey. And before we wind up towards the end of the session, I would request all three of our guests to give 3 takeaways from their experience. And I'm saying it now so that you can, make up points in your mind. 3 takeaways for our audience who are logged in, tuned in right now, or this is available on YouTube. They can check it out later also. What are the 3 things that they can do in their daily lives, with which they can live a more sustainable lifestyle? Right. So before we wind up, we'll give 3 each so that there is a takeaway for our audience. And when we are talking about blending our traditional things with sustainability, I move the mic to Vinita, who has been doing some wonderful and very different kind of work in this. Vinita, do share with us why and how did you start with this? What was the thought? And we are also interested in how you are trying to make operations sustainable in your IT company also. How you are going that extra mile, putting extra efforts. And I was arguing with her yesterday, ki sustainability mein to extra cost lagta hai. It is a lot of cost if you want to be sustainable. And she was, fiercely saying, no, you just need efforts, you just need the intent, you just need the mind. And if you have that, there are options available. But I think they are less available. Vinita, take us through your journey on sustainability.
Thanks, Urvashi. Lovely to be here. And Mrinalini, I just wanted to say your conversation on saris touched a chord because I actually wear saris every day to work, and both my kanjivarams and everything, so they get an outing, let us say. Anyway, so fabulous work, Madhulika, Mrinalini. Just to give you a quick either of my journey, I am a communications professional. Came back from the US, set up a communications content company, but felt I needed to do something that had more impact. Somehow just writing corporate content just felt, big deal, yeah. People read what you write, throw it away, forget it, move on. I'm not having impact on anyone's lives, on anyone's mind. And, when you're young, you believe you can change the world. As you get older, you at least try to change yourself. So I decided to change myself, and I started to do 2 things. Both, I think, were part of the journey to who I am. One, I set up Krida. It's an organization to revive traditional games of India. I think Krida itself started because my grandparents used to babysit my children, and they used to play many of the traditional games with them.
Wow.
And remember, these are my children's great-grandparents. It's an 80-year age gap. But the children loved going there. Granted, my grandparents also spoiled them rotten, bought them whatever they wanted, but they enjoyed the games too. So I just started writing about it in the newspapers, and people started reaching out to me to say, hey, I love this game. Do you know how to play it? And then I said, okay, fine, let's make about 40, 50 games. Or pick a dozen games and do 40, 50 pieces. Honestly, I thought I'd sell a few, give the rest, and move on with my life. I often call myself an accidental entrepreneur because we sold out rather soon. And there I was left with the challenge of having to recreate and become a manufacturer on a more long-term basis. But I think one of the things I was very clear about when I started Krida is it had to be global in quality and Indian in spirit. And I think when I mean Indian in spirit, I'm talking not only about the design, the way the games are, but also the way they were played. And I think everyone has mentioned it somewhere or the other, that today we all talk about sustainability as a buzzword. But sustainability was a part of our lives. It wasn't something apart from our lives. It was interwoven with our day-to-day lives. And I think unless we start thinking about sustainability again as something that we interweave with our lives, then we can't do this. Which is what I was telling Urvashi yesterday. While I'm running an IT company, I have to sit down and say, okay, I have to think of some sustainability initiatives. It doesn't work. It has to be interwoven with the way we think, the way we behave, the way we live, the way we gift, the way we use our things, the way we upcycle, recycle, reuse, whatever it is. And without that, it doesn't happen. So when I started Krida, that's the way I looked at it. In fact, to be perfectly honest, if you look at traditional games, traditionally people didn't make game pieces. They used stones and seeds and leaves, and I was very tempted to do the same thing. But unfortunately, idealism has to balance out with practicality. And all my retailers told me, if you sell a game and tell people to go get seeds from their kitchen, they are not going to buy your game. Please give us game pieces to play. So my next step was, okay, if I have to do the game pieces, how do I make it sustainable? How do I make it Indian in spirit? So I work with a number of artisans who work on traditional items, and they develop these game pieces for me. My games are, so we work with small industries, we work with them, small manufacturers, on how to use, how to reuse, how to reduce wastage, how to be safe, eco-friendly, sustainable, the kind of inks they use, everything. And I'm proud to say Krida was recently received its ISI certification for safety and quality, and very excited about that. So, which is why when you look at our games, they have an Indian spirit, but our quality levels are fantastic. Now, obviously, quality means you're going to have rejects, right? You're going to have things that are damaged. So what do we do with this? And I'm excited to tell you that we've been doing this off and on in a less organized manner all these years. But this year we've decided to actually create Krida accessories through upcycled damaged stuff. And keep your eyes out for it. Hopefully in a few months we'll have some exciting stuff out which you can pick up. Just upcycled stuff. It should be damaged cartons, damaged canvases, damaged games. What do we do with those? Of course, a lot of it we reuse, we donate, but some things we can't, and this is where we go from here. But again, as I said, sustainability is not just as simple as that. So I'm going to share a little story and journey we had in Krida. One of the things that are used quite pervasively in games, and I think all of you, if I'm not mistaken, are from Hyderabad, so you may be familiar with the game Ashtachema, which is played with cowrie shells. And we used to use cowrie shells in our games until I had this NGO reach out to me and say, ma'am, can you think of a substitute? So I said, why? It's biodegradable, it's safe. She said, yes, but when you start large-scale collection of cowrie shells, it damages our coastline, it damages our biodiversity. So I kid you not, the minute she said that, I said, no, we have to stop shells. But what's my substitute? What do I use instead? Excuse me. It took me almost a year to come up with substitutes. We looked at natural options. People use bamboo sticks cut in two or tamarind seeds cut in two. Now, all these are nice, but they don't have a shelf life. They're not attractive. I mean, people want to have to play the games. I can't lose sight of my primary objective, which is getting people back to play.
Yes.
So it took us almost a year to come up with something. We experimented with the craziest things, including coffee beans, which actually look like miniature cowries, and each one had a problem. And then we had to look at the probability factor because it shouldn't affect the gameplay itself. So we have pages and pages of notes with all our experiments where someone's throwing them and making a note of the numbers that come, making sure the probability works. So it was a crazy time. And I'm thrilled to tell you that we finally came up with a solution which was right under our nose. We worked with an artisan to create something that looks close to cowries. Sadly, though, very often when I sell the game, people will return it saying, "Oh, we don't want to play with this. We want to play with cowries." Some of them, when I explain, accept it. Some don't. But we try our best to educate them. We say, if you don't want cowries, please return it. We won't sell you the game. So this is part of our journey. And just to address
a call to take, Vinita, that, okay, we'll sell like this only, otherwise, we will not.
It is a tough call, but I think that's the way Krida has always believed. I'm going to, as I was telling Urvashi yesterday, the other thing I've been doing side by side is doing a lot of consultancy in the NGO space. And I realized something when I worked in the NGO space, and every NGO is focused on their area of concern. They're not looking at other people's areas of concern. So the NGO focused on child labor is worried about child labor. They're not worried about use of plastics. NGOs working with plastics are worried about plastics. They're not worrying about child labor or other, HIV or whatever it is. So I realized that it's not about sustainability. It's about being socially aware. And your organization needs to be a socially relevant organization, addressing issues of importance in society today, no matter what the issues are. And it's only then that you truly are a balanced organization. I've tried to, in the last few years, to support the family business. I've kind of reduced my consultancy. My husband and I run an IT company together, and I've tried to bring these concepts to the IT company also. And I think Mrinalini said, sustainability is a journey. It's not like you can do everything. No one can do everything. But there are things you can do. It can be as simple as buying more efficient ACs, energy efficient ACs for your thing. I was talking to Mrinalini about how this year when we did Diwali gifting, we said, no plastics, no things that are going to be 100 bags that get tossed in the landfill. So we picked up these really lovely things we picked up from artisans. So Mrinalini's answer to me was, not everyone would be aware of it. I agree, but everyone is aware of more energy efficient air conditioners. It costs a lot, a little more, I'm not denying it, but we're willing to pay lakhs, crores for our homes. I mean, are we not going to, isn't planet Earth then equally expensive? I mean, isn't our land worth so much, our country, our world? I mean, if we can spend on our homes, surely I can afford to spend something. What's the cost of planet Earth?
Yeah. Actually, when you say that, Vinita, what strikes me is I've thought for a long time that if we knew the true cost of the cheap things we buy, we may not be buying them. Right. So if we were to have a sort of cost to environment for some of the products that are just available for, a few hundreds or a few tens, then we'd think twice about making the choice.
Nalini, I'm going to add something else. Very often you go to a store, they'll say, oh, you buy this, we'll give you something free. You really don't want the something free.
Yeah.
You take it because you don't want it. You stuff it somewhere. You forget about it. Then later on it's broken, whatever. You throw it away. Fine. If you're going to take it, at least make sure it reaches someone who's going to use it. Or don't take it. So, these are things we can all do. This doesn't require cost. It doesn't require effort. It doesn't require time. It just requires it to become part of your psyche.
So well said, and I can see how we all are resonating and echoing each other's thoughts. And that's the beauty of this. I mean, I'm so happy that we are kicking off Women's Day in this manner. And in the interest of time, I would quickly, before I wrap up and give a conclusion, I would want to take it back to Madhulika, if she can quickly share, 3 to-dos for our audience, which, can help us live on a better planet. I mean, that is how I'll put it.
Yes, one of the, which we were discussing earlier, is to use in your home all the natural cleaners. Maybe by enzyme, may not be, but any of the natural cleaners if you are using in your home, right? So whatever the sewage is coming from your home, it will be actually blessed. So that is very much necessary. The second thing I really want, that if you are going to the lake or celebrating any kind of the festival or the birthdays please don't use plastic. Right? These are the basic things. Apart from that, just last point, which I little bit elaborate, Urvashi,
Sure.
that we human beings work when our tails are on fire. So I request that we have to work before when our tails get fire. This is
That's
one
how
thing.
I started. It's the wrong time to talk about sustainability. It was yesterday. So true. I completely agree. Yeah.
And another thing which I really now I have changed the EDM is which is more miter, pen or the sword, right? So some people used to say pen, some people used to say sword, but I really believe it's the hand which is the miter. So it's not that it's now the time that you have to pick up that what is more miter and start working accordingly. So sometimes pen, sometimes sword, but please pick up something. That's more important. It's not you're still waiting at a government will do the changes or somebody else will do it, because the biggest problem with the earth is that people think that someone else
Somebody
will
else will
save
do
the
it.
earth. So
There is no
these
one,
are the
no
three things.
superwoman, so no Superman to coming to rescue. We have to do it.
These are the three things.
And I
Please
love the way you have changed the narrative. Go ahead, please.
and visit lakes as more as possible. If you have the water bodies, please go nearby, check it, what are the issues, right? Just think it. Sometimes enjoy it also, right? That we are doing so good pollution. Wow, wow, wow. We are such a good generation that we are making so much pollution. Let's enjoy sometime your pollution also. But whatever you do it, please visit your lakes. Please visit the water bodies. These are my three things.
Thank you, Madhulika. I really love it. And I love the way you change the narrative. Forget about the pen and the sword. The hand is more, mightier, the one which takes action. It has to pick it up. I mean, we never thought it like that. So thank you so much. And I already see you are on move. We have been holding you up, but it was so necessary. It was incomplete without you. I pass on to Mrinalini to share her three takeaways for the audience.
Thanks, Urvashi. So the first thing is please get your saris out and drape them. Rather than instead of buying that skirt and the trousers and the dress, you can drape a sari as all three and as a sari. So please give it a shot. Please inculcate that in your wardrobe as much as you can. The second is, I think that buy mindfully. Think of the end use, like where this product is going to end up even before you buy it. As Vinita was saying, don't get it into your house and then think what to do. Think of where it's finally going to go and then make the purchase if you really need to do it. And taking on from that, learn to distinguish between what you need and what you want. I think that we need far less than we want. And I know that it's not a 0-1 concept. That somewhere in the middle, you'll find a compromise. But to think very, very carefully before making a purchase, before buying anything, I think is really important. Because the amount we can consume is going up, the amount we can spend on this is going up. Now that constraint is removed, 20 years ago, that constraint was there. Now that constraint is removed, it has to be in our mind to rein ourselves back. पहले अफोर्ड नहीं कर पाते थे, अब करते हैं तो जरूरत है क्या सोचिएगा.
Oh my God. I mean, yes, that's so important. So important. Thank you, Mrinalini, for these wonderful takeaways. Over to you, Anita.
I just have one takeaway. Make it a part of your life, not something apart from your life. Make it part of your everyday, in every little way. What you can do. And somewhere it will have its impact. Thank you so much for having me today.
I really appreciate the time you all have taken out. And I know there was lots more to talk about. Somewhere I had to, interrupt and pass on the conversation. But in the interest of time, that was the best way of doing it. I'm sorry if I, cut down short on something, but we have so much to share and tell that 1 hour is not enough. Maybe Major Shetty, you should consider having a bigger program on sustainability. And my takeaway, would be, if I can put it in one word, mindful consumption is what we are talking about. If we start consuming mindfully, then most of the boxes are ticked on whatever you all have mentioned. And then there has to be a strong intent. That's what is coming out of this conversation. It has to be a way of living. It cannot be something that I do on a Saturday or a Sunday or for 2 hours. You have to live like that. So again, mindful consumption. And I really loved when all of you were echoing How can you all started on that same note? How can I give back to the society? How can I contribute to the society? That thought itself is so beautiful. I remember, in our NCRT books, the first page used to be Gandhiji's Talisman. I don't know how many of you remember, but it always, and nobody used to read it, and I always used to read it, and I used to, it stayed with me. It always used to say, never think, what is the country doing for you? You should think what you have done for the country. And if we all start thinking like that, and I feel so privileged that I'm talking to women who are in that thought process. And I'm sure when you think like that, the ecosystem around you, the human beings around you automatically, start thinking like that. And then we talked about, do whatever you can, wherever you are, in whatever capacity, which is so important. Some people think, oh yeah, I can see there is a problem around, one day I will work on it. It doesn't work like that. Start from wherever you are, and in whatever capacity you are doing, you should do. And the major takeaway for me, and the message,
It's 11 o'clock.
Sorry, that's my system. The major takeaway which we want, a message which we want to give to the world is, traditional is the way to go. I mean, if we are connected to our roots, and if we start operating the way we used to do earlier, most of the problems will vanish. And I think Madhulika, Mrinalini, and Vinita, what you are doing, I mean, if people start operating the way our, great grandfathers were operating, there would hardly be any waste. We would be reusing, recycling, and that will be the way of life. That has been the way of life for us, before technology and other things, happened to us. But I'm so glad, and in the interest of time, we have to finish it here. I really appreciate and thank you so much, all of you, to talk your heart on this topic, and we'll be connected. And I hope our audience has got some good takeaways. And please do visit their Insta profiles, their social medias, and connect with them, and promote and help their businesses, is all that I can say. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
It was, in fact, very pleasant. You will all be surprised, because in Madurai University, Dr. Ashirvadam was the general surgeon. He wanted women to join general surgery. So I had a very pleasant experience with him, and I learned a lot from him, including vast history of general surgery and what the surgeons did at that time. That gave me an inkling into the true beauty of surgery, how they all suffered at that time. That made me think, even our people in India must have gone through the same difficulties, but there was nobody to account for it, nobody to document it. But whatever happened in Britain had been documented very well. That's how I learnt about history then. Now, I'm so glad that all of you have decided to chronicle everything now. It will make a real mark in future. And that was my experience in Madurai. In Madras Medical College, also it was very similar. I worked under Dr. Vasudevan, who encouraged me, gave me full freedom to visit other surgeons' techniques and learn from them. And so I must tell you, it was very pleasant, or it is continuing to be pleasant with my colleagues working along with me, my friends, and my students, and those who work under me also. Maybe you might think I'm exaggerating a little, but no, this is a fact. This is how my life has been, and I'm enjoying it even now. When I was posted as the assistant professor at the Institute of Child Health and Hospital for Children, It is the largest hospital for children in India. And I found several infants, several babies dying in front of me. There was no infrastructure. There was no equipment. And the equipment that we got from Madras Medical College were all broken, repaired. So I thought something had to be done. And the government came to my help, the state government of Tamil Nadu, central government. And through them, I could get into World Bank and finally the government of Japan that saw the institute, were impressed with primary, secondary and tertiary care in one building and decided to give 28.8 crores for just equipment, 250 equipment they gave. And our department benefited entirely because we got the best infrastructure. And that is how we were able to build up that department and continue. When I came out, still there were 700 children waiting, and I thought one center which was well equipped was not sufficient, and so I started the SOCAN. It was a difficult task getting not only the infrastructure, the team we were able to manage because all our friends from government hospitals joined together to do it. But the difficulty was to find a proper hospital with a proper infrastructure. We managed to get it in public health center. Now came the biggest challenge of all, funds. When I was in government service, I told you all the state, center, everyone helped. The bureaucrats helped. And so I was able to do whatever I wanted, try to find out how anemia, how hemoglobin maintained during perfusion was the real crucial factor which decreased mortality in children in the immediate post-operative period. That I learned with all the investigations, the blood gases done those days. The equipment used to be so huge and it had to be calibrated, solutions spent, cost was exorbitant. But I was able to do it because the government helped. When I came out, I realized that it was not possible to get funds like that. And so I went about contacting the government hospital, the government, state government itself. Had a few friends there who helped me and then started this public-private partnership with the government. And then with other components of society like organizations, philanthropists, campaigns, started collecting funds. Now, I have a fund of a large fund of about 50 lakhs, from which I keep doing patients who are underprivileged free of charge. So I managed, and now I have a large fund, as I told you. And with that fund, I am doing surgeries continuously. And I get the patients from different districts of Tamil Nadu. My target population is India. So with my website and trying to let others know, patients are coming from faraway places, from different states, because they are all poor. I'm not concentrating on others. Just the poor come. I was mainly children I have started doing, but I started doing adults because some of them came and said that they needed, and their history was pathetic, and decided to do it. That's what I'm continuing to do now. We have a partnership with Children's Hospital Boston, who with the IQIC and International Quality Improvement Collaborative, they help us in upgrading our knowledge of post-operative care and maintaining risk factors. Our data also goes to them. They come here, check our data. We learn from that hospital. Our anesthesiologist went there and refreshed his knowledge. I am proud to say I have a good dedicated team, because this is only for poor and you can't expect that I pay very heavily. In spite of it, this team helps me a lot. And so that the first step, the anesthesiologist is back here, and we have started doing challenging cases in infants also. It has been an uphill task. It was very, very difficult to get these children because they are all malnourished, and the respiratory infection, as you would all know, has been vexing, and we have found ways. We have a shelter in a destitute home where they stay, and we make sure that they are prepared well before taking for surgery. We are following them. We are documenting all these facts to find out when they become really normal with the cardiac function, physiology, everything. How long does it take? So we have documents to prove what we are saying, and that's how it's going on. Excuse me, I always thought this is nothing extraordinary. Anybody who would decide to do it would do it. And what we are doing is also not very, very different from what others are doing. What we are aiming at is perfection in what we are doing. We are trying to modify all techniques to tailor to our needs, to our forms, to our patients. And you know that the problems in India, whatever you learn from the West cannot be applied. What I saw in Roger Mee in Royal Children's Hospital, Melbourne, I couldn't apply it to Institute of Childhood. I found all those children dying in front of me. So I realized that if hemodilution is the factor that allows oxygen to be taken to the tissues, here they were already hemodiluted. And when you hemodilute them further when they go on bypass, the post-operative period was catastrophic. When I realized that, I cut short everything, the lines, the oxygenator, everything I cut short. And then realized that 7.5 grams of hemoglobin was a must. That was a watershed. And once I maintained that, the mortality came down. But now I realize when on bypass, even now I'm following them up, the same, if they go below 7.5, nothing really happens post-operative, because there are other risk factors. If they are maintained properly, you can really, that's not a single individual risk factor when other factors are maintained. When I started, when everything was new, nothing was perfect. At that time, it was catastrophic. Now, the same hemoglobin can come down to 5.5. I need not fear if it's a short bypass. But we are very, very careful. If we go down, we bring it up immediately, and we are trying to be as safe as possible. As I told you earlier, this is nothing new. All of you would be doing the same thing. But what is different with me was I saw such children dying then. All of them dying right in front of me. But now I'm seeing them living. So I know the differences between the infrastructure and no infrastructure. In no infrastructure, it is terrible. Now you have ventilators to modify, you have so many things which can be done. And it's a pleasure to do cardiac surgery today. Blessed are all of you who are born now. You would learn more. And I saw that one of you had a fellowship in robotic surgery. It's great. See, the more the advances get developed and the better the management, it's a pleasure for the professional also and for the patient also. While I am determined to see all advances come to the patient population whom I am working on, all these are steps. And the surgeons who work along with me are younger than me. So probably they'll carry the baton onwards. And we are definitely going to see the underprivileged people who are really neglected get the best. That is our goal, the goal of Hearts for Hearts. And so can project. That's how we are going.
I really didn't work with Dr. Cooley. I was there in Texas Heart. There are operating rooms, which are about 10 operating rooms, and they're assigned to each surgeon there. I worked mostly in OR 5. It was Dr. George Rule's operation theatre. So I assisted him in most of the surgery. It just happened that one day Dr. Rules, the residents used to assist Dr. Cooley, and the fellows were assisting other surgeons. There were about 40 to 50 fellows in the center. So one day his resident asked me to scrub him, and I thought he's operating and he needs somebody to help him. So when I scrubbed him, it was a small baby being for a VST closure. And once the chest was open and baby was ready to go on bypass, Dr. Cooley scrubbed up and washed up to close the VST. That was the only time I assisted him or I saw him very close. But I did watch him doing a lot of aneurysm surgeries those days. He would do all, the worst aneurysms which were coming, but he would operate for 5 days continuously and then take a week off and go off to his ranch or somewhere else. So there was lots to learn that how one should work and how one should balance the life. And he would walk through all operating rooms. It's not that he kept himself aloof. And he'll come and ask questions while we were operating. He would ask, what have you done and what was it? So it was very nice interacting, but I can't say I worked directly with him for all the time that I was at PHI. There were very few women. There was no woman cardiac surgeon over there, neither as a resident nor as a fellow. So it was a sort of unusual for them to see from India a lady coming and as a cardiac surgeon, So I used to get lot of inquisitive looks. And the fellows are usually very good. They all mostly senior position. And they come there to see basically Dr. Cooley operate and then go back and do what they have learned. It was a very nice atmosphere. We did a lot of patients in the beginning on, we were doing in fact on total deep hypothermia and total circulatory arrest. And the results were good with Dr. Cherian, although not so good, right, you would expect now. But at that time, he was the only one who could come out with 50% survivors or 60% survivors. And he was very honest with his presentation. That was what I admire about Dr. Cherian. And I have seen patients not waking up, going into coma. I had one child who became blind. When I was doing residency, it gave me a lot of heartache at that time. A 6-8 months old child losing his eyesight. And fortunately, he recovered it spontaneously after some 8 to 10 weeks. We don't know what was the pathophysiology, probably some optic emboli or something. So that time the articles were coming on these low flow techniques. And I followed those articles and I found Mr. Debrol, he was at Leeds that time, who was the chief investigator. So I corresponded with him and I wanted to learn that because that was the thing we were used to conventional bypass, plus the total circulatory arrest and hypothermia was quite messy. You had to cool the child in ice and everything was really messy in the theater. So when I went there, basically my purpose of going to Guy's Hospital was to learn that technique. And it was quite simple. All it required and which we didn't have that time was specific thin walled Pacifico cannulae for cannulation so that you could keep sufficient flows and venous returns. And it seemed to work very well. When I came back, I had brought a lot of those used cannulae with me. We re-sterilized them and used them. And slowly everyone got used to it and that's how it started. You would want to know something more? And maybe briefly what I feel I had thought to share with you was that you should really are doing great work. All of you, what I was watching, you are been very brave and courageous. And I think we had easy time because there were not too many women. And now as the numbers are multiplied because there are more voices coming in. So that's why you feel there is discrimination or something. Secondly, I don't know how many of you have seen the recent webinar on STS on women representation, global representation in cardiac surgery. Have you people seen that? It's a global problem, but I feel as the numbers increase, even men face these discriminations. You know, there is no end to it. It all depends on the attitude, yours and the centers wherever you are training. So one should remain positive and harness your best energy. And find a support, you know, whether it is a male, a female, it does not matter, in your specialty or outside, with whom you can really discuss your issues and find out solutions. And I used to call it action learning. That when you discuss problems, the solutions come out. When you ask outsiders, they don't know what you are facing, and it's difficult to advise, you know, that way. This is my personal feeling, but I really don't know whether there are something else. As far as you have mentioned a lot of pace differences, I don't think that matters there. At least didn't matter for me because I was working in a public hospital, municipal scales, UGC scales, which was same for the men and women. I had a lot of support from all my colleagues, either seniors or my contemporaries, and I made good friends with outside Dr. Raj Tandon. He was a pediatric cardiologist in AIMS, Delhi. So, you know, it's more you widen your circle, you broaden your own outlook also.
I've been hearing the real legends who have been there in India, that is Dr. Srimati and Dr. Ratna Mangotra, who also had happened to be my MCH examiner. So we have heard from them. So my experience may not be of that caliber, but I have had an experience which was it was very pleasant and a very nice journey all through the cardiac surgery career while I was from my starting in cardiac surgery until my retirement from Tirupati. So presently, I'm not in Tirupati, in Sri Venkateswara Institute of Medical Sciences. I'm working as Dean of Integral University in Lucknow, and I'm the Dean for the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences here. So I'm basically looking after mainly the education part, as well as I do a bit of vascular surgery here at the moment. So as my journey goes, choosing cardiac surgery as a career was a very big, it was between two inverted commas, whether I should take it up or whether I should not take it up. But as I was doing my internship after my MBBS and when I was posted in surgery, my first posting was under a neurosurgeon. And I remember that in the very first week on the rounds itself, when he took me to the theater, he made me do a VP shunt. And I was really excited about it. And that was Professor Mazhar Hussain, who happens to be one of the leading neurosurgeons in Lucknow at the moment. I'm in Lucknow at present. So this is my hometown. So that was really fascinating. And then when I joined my house job in surgery, this was at Aligarh Muslim University, which is one of the central universities of India. So my first posting was in cardiothoracic surgery under Dr. M.H. Beg. And he was quite an enthusiastic young surgeon that time. He started mainly with thoracic surgery. So I saw a lot of thoracic being done there, including lobectomies, pneumonectomies. He used to do CMBs also once in a while. And I think at the time when I was doing my MS in general surgery, that was the time when... Anyway, so once I was in general surgery and working with Dr. Beg in cardiothoracic unit, I was really fascinated with thoracic surgery itself. And when I was about to finish my MS General Surgery, the department had acquired a heart lung machine, and Dr. Professor Gujral from Chandigarh used to come and help Dr. Beg out with doing ASDs and mitral valves. So that was the start of cardiac surgery at Aligarh Muslim University. Though at that particular time, after finishing my MS in general surgery, I took up pediatric surgery. And I was working in pediatric surgery for almost a year and a half as a registrar. And then that was the time when I saw a bit of cardiac surgery at Aligarh. And when I came back home to Lucknow, my intention was to join MCH pediatric surgery, but I think my fate took me towards cardiac surgery. And I joined as non-MCH resident in Sanjay Gandhi Institute in Lucknow in 1989. And so I remained as a non-MCH resident for 2 years. And then I did join as MCH in 1991 and completed my MCH from Sanjay Gandhi in 1994. And thereafter, I moved over out of UP to Bombay. And this was the time when I really had a lot of experience working with Dr. Dev Saxena in his unit in Bombay Hospital. And I think that was the time when I gained a lot of confidence and a lot of techniques I learned from him. He used to give a lot of tips during and after seeing, when I used to do surgeries there, he used to give a lot of opportunities. So there was nothing like there had been a gender bias or they don't like girls. But Bombay always welcomed girls. That's what I felt there. And I had a wonderful time for whatever short duration I spent with him. In the meantime, I had applied at Tirupati and I was given a call to join as assistant professor in Department of Cardiothoracic Surgery in Tirupati, which was still a very primitive department at that time, though they were doing some amount of cardiac surgery. The number of surgeries they were doing, like I remember in my first year, they did about 38 surgeries the whole year. Next year, it increased to 52. And following year, then the sequence went up and the numbers went up to about 200, 250. And finally, by the time I left, we were doing almost 500 plus cases in Tirupati. So I have been operating pediatric, adult, thoracic, vascular, everything, because this was a teaching institute and we did have MCH also. So I had to do everything there. This in case, because I had to teach my students also. Though there were not many students we got through, but yes, whatever we got, I have trained them. And one of them is Dr. Govini Subramani, who's in Chennai, and he's one of the transplant surgeons there, quite a well-known one. So he's been doing well. There are few of them who have become professors in Andhra in their respective government colleges. So they also have been doing well. So I have been on my own most of the time. And I have learned the skills from all my teachers. Then I have opted for some fellowships through the ICTS, that is the SS Anand Fellowship. So you can have some experience with very good surgeons. So I did go and worked for thoracic with Dr. Unikrishnan, and that was thoracic and vascular fellowship. So I had a very good experience of vascular basically with Dr. Unikrishnan there at Sri Chitra Institute. So it's not, I never went up outside India, but I have been outside India, but not on any fellowship or any particular term period, spending some time in foreign countries. Most of the skills which I learned were from my teachers only here, my seniors. And then later I took the Rebets Fellowship, for which I was in Bombay with Dr. Manke, Dr. Saxena. Both of them taught me a lot of skills in coronaries that time. And this is how I've been learning. And the only place where I went was Hong Kong, the Prince of Wales University, where on my own, and to learn the skills of video-assisted thoracoscopic surgery. So this was all the experience which I gained through, and whatever was there was through books, like observing people operating, attending workshops live, and then coming and performing yourself in your own institution. So this has been there. And of course, later part of my career also, when I was professor, I just decided, let me appear for the National Board of Examination and see whether how much I remember the text. So I went and appeared for the National Board of Examinations in 2007 and got through it. And then, of course, now coming back home, because I had some other task on my other end, like building up a house and settling here. So that took me about a year and a half. So I took up a lighter job of an administrator. And this brought me to Integral University. I never went there. They only invited me. And I just look about take care of the education for the MBBS student, the postgraduate students. It's a new university, so we are getting up some new courses coming in. So it's a totally different experience right now. And we are going to start the cardiac surgery program here, I think in another year's time. And this is all I would say as of now. So the only thing what I felt was, as a resident in Sanjay Gandhi, of course, that was the time when myocardial protection was a big question mark. We used to use the crystallite cardioplegia, and we used, like sitting in the ICU, we used to see that a lot of patients are developing arrhythmias at that time. And slowly it was Professor Prabal Ghosh who got in the blood cardioplegia, then warm heart surgery came. So Sanjay Gandhi, being a new institution, was also in the learning phase that time. So this was what I would say. And when I went to Tirupati, I started with my own, they were using crystalloid cardioplegia at that time. And then there I introduced the warm heart surgery and the blood cardioplegia, and we did have much, much better results. So this is all I would say from my side. If any questions are there, I can answer them.
Delighted to hear so many living legends. As I was discussing with ma'am, Ava ma'am, that she has been a force of nature for all of us. Srimati ma'am, Ratna ma'am. I mean, it is a delight to know them, how they've gone through. When I started medicine, there were hardly 13 or 14 girls in my class who were inclined to do medicine, including me. And when I moved to MBBS, out of 100 students in my 100 student class, there were only 30 odd people who were were doing MBBS. Post graduation, mostly my friends went to OBG. I went to surgery. In surgery, the male colleagues, they mostly preferred orthopedic, by saying that it is the end specialty, ek bar ho gaya to ho gaya, and you're a specialist. People who went into surgery always had a issue, what next? To do MCH or not to do MCH? So women were normally not very happy to do that as a normal path. It was not a near norm kind of stuff, because by the time you are actually into it, you're around 25, you have a pressure of marriage. I have seen my seniors give through their marriages and everything, like it was work is worship kind of it. So the trend is changing now. Women are more into work-life balance. So people wanted to settle by the time they're 26, 27. Marriage was an option. And on top of it, there's an underrepresentation of women in neurosurgery, in cardiac surgery. Why? Because it's a long drawn path, a high stress job. Your parents will also tell you, why should you do this? There are better things to do than do this. Take care of children. When you join, your faculty will tell you, are you married? If you're not married, why don't you marry and have a house? I've heard all of it. I've done MCH twice, and I've done MCH, got only one degree, MCH cardiothoracic surgery, but I've done it twice for different reasons, which I will not like to discuss for the time. Not that because I was not good, because of what we call as gender discrimination. Gender discrimination can pose its head anytime in our life. The only way we can, go on top of that is, and also it was there because of a lack of, because we were not talking to each other, and there was that time a lack of female role models, mentors. and a perceived lack of opportunities. So what happened was all this with just gender discrimination also turned its head inside. So I'm not saying that it is not part of other faculty, other professions also. It is there. What has happened over the time is women have evolved. First, either they had to only choose their profession or a married life or children. It's been, if you go through these responses which we got, it's like, all over the place. People didn't prefer having children. People didn't prefer getting married. If they got married, they didn't have children. So it is changing over the time. Why? Because we have people who have done wonderful effort in this field. And also now because of we can get out of this by promoting, having more initiative, promoting diversity, including everyone, and mentorship. And I want you to encourage women to pursue careers in medicine and become resourceful and have a good professional development. We, as the role models now, because we are the ones we are standing right now facing the brunt or the influx of information, we can make it or break it for the next coming generation. We had it tough. We can make it easier for them by being their mentors. We can give them a better scope, give them a better feel as the next coming generation. So I want all of us to, join together and do this project together with us. In India, we have a very, a strange, very ajib kind of looking at way. If an Indian female is a doctor, they'll call her a nurse. But if their daughter becomes a doctor or clears medical entrance, they go on clapping saying that my daughter has become a doctor. They want to see the heroine as a doctor, but they don't want their daughter-in-law to go ahead with a lot of stuff being a doctor because they wanted to do the homework also. But with the gender discrimination coming down by good amount of education and get people getting sensitive to this thing has now really become very, very on a minor side with our flow. I would also now like to ask the next generation, which is in the second order of this thing, to give their valuable opinion. How are they managing all this? Thank you so much.
Hello everyone. I'm sure everyone is like in a hurry now because of the time shortage. So I'll go very quickly. After what I've heard of Dr. Srimati ma'am and Dr. Ratna, I think I am not supposed to say anything. They have beaten the odds and been there when we were not even born. So in cutthroat practice, I mean, I would genuinely still say that it is very difficult to survive in private. I mean, medical colleges, even I now retrospectively wish I was in some medical college, but I am not. So in private practice, to get patients, starting from patients to see beyond the breast, a woman surgeon can be a thoracic surgeon beyond the breast, that itself is a task. So starting from being a nurse, being called a nurse by the doctors, by the patients, and someone pointed out today in the group that women are motivating. So women themselves, they are the first, sometimes the worst critics. So I think that with this kind of group, we should be able to join together and make things easier for our and the next generation to come. Because in thoracic surgery, at least, I'm not a cardiac surgeon, but in thoracic surgery and private practice, to make a name, to form a niche that you start getting referred thoracic patients, it takes a long time. It takes a lot of struggle, and the amount of efforts to put in are at least 3 to 4 times of any male counterpart. It just doesn't happen. So I have gone through it, and I am quite happy with where I am. I've learned to be very satisfied with just doing good work. Maybe I do 3-4 surgeries less than the contemporary, but it's okay as long as I'm doing a good job out of it. But I think this society, this group should join together and make things. Think that something which I did good was, and which should be done, is choose a good mentor. So I was lucky in all 3 mentors when I had. My first was general surgery, Dr. Roy, who was head of department of Baba Atomic Research Center. He was totally an equalist, in fact, a pro girl surgeon, because he used to say women surgeons have got better hands. So I got a strong mentor there who used to not hesitate to punish us either. I got a very good mentor in my thoracic surgery. I got Dr. Bhabatosh Vishwas who was one of the best mentors, very calm-headed fellow, but no difference between, no gender discrimination. And I got a very good mentor in the form of post my DRNB in Dr. Ramakant Deshpande, who's a Padma Shri awardee for thoracic surgery. And he used to say, you be a he, a she, or a it, I don't care, my work has to get done. So you have to be, for people who are starting out in private practice, take a pause. After your CTVS or thoracic training, join into a place under a good mentor for 3 to 4 years. Work, put your head down and work very hard. You start off a little late than your contemporary male people because you will not get patients so easily. But the 3-4 years after your MCH or your DRNB, if you are under a good mentor and you work it out, then slowly and steadily your practice will build up. There is just no shortcut to it, and there is no trick or tip for it to get patients faster. You just have to wait your time out. But to get the right, I mean, from trachea to esophagus, the only thing which has helped me is that Dr. Vishwas used to say that what your eyes cannot, what your mind knows, only that your eyes will see. So when you are not getting good cutting Priya, just put your head down and read. So that is what helped me when I came on to doing work with Dr. Deshpande, and that's how I built up my practice. So once you do that, slowly and eventually the name will start coming up. That's what my experience is.
Hi, good evening, everybody. It's such a it's honor for me that I'm here in front of all the biggies. And I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to Dr. Srimati ma'am and Dr. Abhachandra ma'am. Dr. Abhachandra has been my examiner during my DNB days. So, see, I haven't prepared any slides, but with your permission, all of you, if you all permit me, I would like to introduce myself first with a few lines, and then I'll talk about my journey in short, just the highlights. If you're all okay with it. Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. Please do.
So, you all know I'm a consultant cardiothoracic surgeon. I'm also a philanthropist, and I have my own heart foundation, which is called Chopra Heart Foundation, where we have conducted around more than 200 medical camps, and we've conducted free complex cardiac surgeries even before Ayushman was out. It was around 190 to 200 people that I have done the surgeries for by raising funds from some of my patrons and also my businesses that I am running at present, which are supporting my NGO. Being an entrepreneur, I'm the director of one of the companies which we are running called SRG Altus Use Healthcare Private Limited, and I'm also a consultant in Shankaracharya Hospital Medical College and also in Sparsh Hospital here in Bhilai. And you're all aware that I'm a joint secretary in Indian Association of Interventional Cardiac Surgeons, and where we are pushing the surgeons to start interventional cardiac surgeons and take the things in their own hands. And apart from that, I have successfully pioneered one of the very complex cardiac surgeries, and those were done during the days of COVID, when all the news was filled with COVID, and so there was no buzz about it. But yes, I've done that, and before that also some of the surgeries were done, but they did not see the light of day. As a businesswoman, I have got around 5 businesses in healthcare sector and also in skincare industry. I was awarded Woman Icon of the Year in the region of Central India for giving doing one of the finest, some of the finest surgeries and some of the very complex surgeries. And talking a little bit about my marriage, about my life. I passed out, I'm an AFMC alumni, and I'm a 1994 batch. I got married in 2000. My marriage was not a very good marriage. It was a violent marriage. And but later, I lost him to a massive, extensive interval MI when my daughter was just 4. I raised her all by myself, and raised her while actually I was apparently living inside the hospital, doing the day duties also, night duties also, and I used to be training a lot of technicians and all of that. I was trying to raise money to raise my daughter. So that's how I was living my life. Daughter used to stay with me inside the hospital in the ICU. finally, like I got through my PG entrance at Loni Medical College, which is in Maharashtra. But I experienced some kind of a sexual harassment, and I had to leave that place. But I fought a battle. I raised a PIL at the Supreme Court in 2009, and fortunately, the sexual harassment guidelines they changed. The Vishakha guidelines changed in 2010 based on my PIL, and I thought that I was feeling a little relieved after that. Then I realized that I had to go ahead in life. I always wanted to be a cardiac surgeon ever since, like, when I was in my 10th standard. My mother is from nursing profession, and she had a lot of books, medical books and all that. One of her books had this chapter on infective endocarditis, and I read infective endocarditis for the first time when I was in 10th standard. So I had this kida in my mind that I wanted to become a cardiac surgeon. Then I went to Dr. K.M. Cherin after clearing my DNV entrance. He took me to the OT on the first day itself, and I learned so much from him. And he has been my inspiration ever since that time. I've assisted him in some of the, all the adult and pediatric cardiac surgeries, even the heart and lung transplants. I got through my DNB CVT as 6 years at New York Hospital, Chennai. I landed there. I never told anybody about me having lost my husband. Everybody used to be very curious to ask me, like, are you married? Or where's your husband? This, that, and all. But I never told. I told that yes, I'm married and I have a husband. Because having told the truth, I would have exposed myself. That's what I felt. I would have exposed myself to duress. Already, a PG life is not all rosy and all of that. So I felt that nobody can touch me if I said that. So I was already, and before even I joined MIOT, I was already skilled because when I was in Bhopal Memorial Hospital while doing my residency, I was doing my residency in cardiology and cardiac surgery also. So I was already skilled in that. Plus, I was already skilled in surgeries when I was at FLL with Dr. K.M. Cherin. So I was skilled even before I started my DNB. But I had to experience a lot of biases against my colleague who was just a fresh joinee, and he had never seen the OT, who didn't even know how to hold the scalpel. But it's okay. I had some very bitter, sweet experiences, some very subtle biases. So I was, one day I was told by somebody, oh, you know what, you shouldn't have taken CTVS. Dermatology would have been best for you. So that really, troubled me. All of these things troubled me. Sometimes, debarring me from the OT. I used to be asked questions, and when I used to answer, so all of that, if I answered correctly, what do you think of Whistle? What do you think? Even before I entered my cardiac surgery, I had already completed my PG diploma in clinical cardiology. So I was already seeing patients. I was doing the stuff. I was managing all the patients in the ICU. I was doing, pacemakers on my own, even when I was in Bhopal Memorial Hospital, even before my DNB. So there was this thing, what does she think? She knows everything or what? But I was like, okay, let me wait for the right time. And I left the place, after finishing my training. I did some hands-on in Southern Railways Hospital, and then again, KMC told me, Supreet, you have finished your DNB, now you have to come back to FLL. I was like, yes, definitely, sir, and I have to. So I came back to FLL, but a very senior cardiac surgeon over there, I'm not going to name that person, made a very loose remark on my body. And that too inside the OT in front of everybody. The perfusionists are there, sisters are there, everybody's there. I felt like, I felt very sick. And then I decided to complain and fight against it. But I realized that all the people that I was talking to, they were all females around me, and they were all okay about it. And they were saying that it was just a joke. Why are you taking me seriously? And I was like, no, baby, no, I'm not going to be here. So I put up a resignation, 24 hours notice, and forgoed everything else. And then I landed in Nagpur, Government Medical College, super specialty hospital. I got hands-on, everything I was doing on my own, everything, like whether it is adult or whether it is pediatric, all the cases I was doing on my own. My boss, my prof was like, Supreet, don't call me in. I was like, definitely, sir, I'm not going to be calling you in. But what I realized was, whatever I learned with Dr. K.M. Cherin, whatever I learned with Bashi sir, oh my God, how it saved my life. Everything, handling tissues and, thinking about the patient, thinking about the pathology, and then going in, doing the procedure 1,000 times in your head, even before you went to the OT. All of that has saved my life till now. And when I felt that I was ready, when I thought that I was ready, I decided that no more slavery. I'm just going to be building my own center. So I decided to build a charitable organization and all my businesses. Now there was almost like no help from anybody. It was difficult to arrange money for funding my NGO. So I decided that my own businesses will be the only ones to support. So I opened 2 hospitals, 1 super specialty, 1 cardiac center, 2 diagnostic centers, and 1 pharmacy. So I was very happy, and also like I've got one more company which is in the healthcare sector, and 1 skincare company. So all of this basically, whatever I earn, whatever we can afford, I transfer that to transfer in the sense like I fund my NGO through my ventures. So things changed for me. I started giving results because of whatever I learned from my great teachers, KMC and V. Bashi sir. And I've been applying skills that I learned from both of them. And I cannot thank them enough for that. They've made my life. So we were doing very well. I did all the rejected and difficult cases of Central India. I collaborated with the primary health centers and all of that, which were government hospitals and all that, to cater to the patients in the villages, etc. Today, my daughter is now like 20 years old. She's going to be 21 now, and I'm going to be 50 now. And she has now cleared her entrance exams in company secretary, because now she decided that she wants to be her own boss. She wants to do business. And I'm like, okay, fine, go ahead. I'm almost till like 50. I've decided to do only that much work and take on only those responsibilities that I feel will give me peace, will give me peace of mind, that make me feel that I've done a good job. I've done a good work. I'm not after numbers. I don't need anything. I just need to do good work because I want to die peacefully. That's my aim. So my aim in life is to perpetuate the knowledge that I have in health and business, and I will keep doing that till the end of my life. I'm not competitive. I only am living to do good work, make difference in people's lives, and leave a legacy. That's about it.
First of all, I would say that I never felt biased as a female at KEM hospital. In fact, sometimes I used to feel that they should sometimes treat me as a female, because your bodies are different and you need some rest during some time of the month and all that. But yes, it was a wonderful experience at KEM, and about the type of surgeries that were allocated to me, I never felt that I was biased. And then the main hurdle, or I shouldn't say it as a hurdle, but yes, pregnancy and the natural responsibilities and the natural feminine inclinations are not taken so well by the male society. I think they are not yet prepared for that, and it is our responsibility to prepare them for that. So I decided not to work during whole of my pregnancy and till I was breastfeeding my child. So I joined back when I started weaning her, and more than my career decisions, I would like to share this experience with you all. So I wanted one more child, but I couldn't afford to. And yes, this is something which needs to be addressed. The male counterparts, or your male partner, they are very much, they do appreciate your work, they do want to contribute, but yes, they prioritize their careers, and still one of my senior had told me that, Gauri, look, that there is a breadwinner of the family, and then there is a alternate financial source. So that needs to be changed. Yes, my husband had provided me the option of taking the back seat, but I was not well prepared that time to take that challenge. But as a female, first thing I feel that you should make your male colleagues realize that yes, during the pregnancy we need rest, we won't be able to do certain kinds of duties, and that is not kam chori. It is required, and you should be allocated some clinical work, clinical research work, or something like that, so that you don't have to discontinue or lose the touch of the work during that period, which I felt, looking back, I feel I wasted that time. I could have done some clinical research, or I could have contributed in some other way during that. But yes, I had been blessed with great teachers like Joshi sir and Rao sir, and I'm trying to take it forward from wherever I am right now. I chose to be a cardiac surgeon after I got married, so that was out of question for me. But
Out of syllabus.
Yes, it was out of syllabus, a bouncer. But my husband was pushing me to take up plastic surgery. He's an orthopedician, so he thought it would have been a good combination. But somehow my father-in-law stepped in, and then I could go ahead with my cardiac surgery thing. Again, pediatric was a tough decision. Like, you spend most of the hours at hospital, but my mother has been very helpful. But that's where you start getting that guilt that you are not doing your responsibilities as a parent. But I feel you should learn to balance your profession and your personal life well. You should change the norms. Just because my previous generation has toiled too much and has spent too much time in hospital, that need not be the case with me. My general surgery was Dr. Madhuri Gore and Dr. Sandhya Iyer at Sion Hospital. So I never faced gender bias. That's what I said. Sometimes I felt I should be treated as a female. I was always treated equal, very much equal to the male colleagues. So maybe I was too fortunate. In Mumbai at Sion and KM, I never faced that. Even in the private sectors with Dr. Rao, Dr. Joshi, I never faced that. In fact, in Australia, there were very fewer female surgeons and there was just one female cardiac surgeon who was working there. Even the number of resident female cardiac surgeons place in Australia, and that's when I realized, females have a better, there is lesser bias in India than the Western world.
I'll just say about my work-life balance, because I had to leave my work while I was pregnant in my first month of my pregnancy, because I was having twin pregnancy, and my gynecologist, she told me that it's a high risk, so you have to either leave the job or you do lighter job or something. And at my workplace, there was no lighter job, because alternate night duties, CPR, everything we have to give. And only that time I felt that yes, there is at some point we are different than our male colleagues, because there is no pause in their career. I had to leave my job, and
I rejoined after 7 months of my after delivery. So almost 2 years, I was out of surgical hands-on or anything about my cardiac CT thing. So that time, that was very that time it was very difficult to cope up that I'm not doing what I wanted to do. But again, afterwards, after last 2 years, 3 years, I'm back on. So just I'll just wind up because it's too late now, and I'll thank you all for just sharing my experiences.
So based on whatever, 2.5 decades of my own experience working with my female colleagues, what I feel, and this is something which I have also realized and understood from my female colleagues, is it is important that each one of us know our boundaries, limits, what amount of time commitment, what amount of professional commitment one is able to give to their profession. Two, we need not get into comparison mode with your male colleagues, female colleagues. It is important that we unleash our own individual potential within our given limits, because whether it is male, female, especially for females, apart from getting into the business of multitasking at home and at workplace, which because of our own societal systems, male gender doesn't get into sharing that, which Dr. Priya mentioned in the chat box, that it is time that we need to change mindset. But I'm sure that will happen over the period of years. But till such time, it is important that we do not get into conflicts of getting into comparisons with our other female colleagues who are able to achieve, because quite a few of them would be probably unmarried, so their level of domestic commitment may not be as high as somebody who is married, has kids. So important that we unleash our own potential in given circumstances. That is what will make you happy and satisfied in your professional life. Because I would talk predominantly from a public sector point of view, because the problems of a private sector are completely different. No patient is going to deny any kind of surgery or treatment in a public sector hospital, whether it is a male doctor, female doctor. What he or she needs is somebody who talks to that patient and gives him what is required. So from a public, and secondly, this is again my own personal opinion, I feel especially for female surgeons, public sector hospitals are a big opportunity, because it gives you enough time for your domestic commitment. It gives you enough time for a lot of your other commitments. As I said, your EQ is much higher. The people who are coming to public sector hospitals, they need a lot of emotional supports, which may not be the case completely in private sector hospitals. You have students who also need, kind of emotional support from you. And I'm sure there are quite a few senior surgeons who are, including Abhachandra madam, who has been part of public sector hospital for quite a long period of time, might agree that your happiness quotient will be very high in public sector hospitals, because you are able to satisfy all your demands, your professional commitments, your domestic commitments, and many such things. Thank you.
I just have a few disclosures or disclaimers to make before I start. One is that my general surgery boss was a lady. Some of my best friends were my colleagues at that time. Then coming here, Abhachandra madam selected me to NIMS. I worked with Anita, and I have seen her thing through MCH. And I have worked with almost all the lady surgeons at Nizams, except probably for one, Usha ma'am. And right now, I have almost 7 lady residents with me. So my wife is the first lady surgical oncologist of the state of Telangana. My mother and my sisters are all professors. So, if we are thinking that no discrimination against women exists, we are living in a different world. We see right around, probably we are probably we are just accustomed, so used to it that we have become insensitized to us. In every way, in so many different ways, discrimination does exist. There's no doubt about it. Look at how many, see how many talented women, what do you call discrimination? Working shoulder to shoulder with men was something which my mother did 50 years back. It is no longer working and equal pay. This thing is no longer what you call as equality. Equality is when you do justice to your potential, which you show as a school student or as a young medical graduate or a young MCH person. If you do justice to your career based on that potential, that is when I would call that there is no discrimination. That is when I would call that biases don't exist. So definitely biases exist. And we try in our ways to, a lot of people say that there's that equal opportunities. I say it should be equitable opportunities. It's not equal. It is equitable. And how do you do that? There are several ways for it, but I just want to share on this forum because everybody knows what women are through. That's not a new thing. I just want to share certain strategies which I think might work in our workplaces, because I happen to be a head of department at an institute where a lot of girls are now joining MCH. I want to make my workplace a very women-friendly workplace. And I want them to feel, I really wish to see their careers soar like so many of the other boys' careers are. What are the few things, Anita wanted me to stress, what are the few things I do to encourage that this kind of discrimination doesn't happen? First is, I think it should be communicated very clearly that, we have their back. The leadership of the organization supports women, not just in thoughts, but also in action. And no bad behavior against them would be tolerated at all. There's a zero tolerance to that. Secondly, we have to have a clear communication with them that, yes, if you have any problem, please feel free to share with us. We'll try to help it out. I follow a principle that I never say no to any leave and I never ask them any reasons. Because I believe that even if you ask reasons, even for boys or girls, because if you ask reasons, probably they may not tell the truth. And I have seen that invariably my girl residents never abuse this. Whenever they want leave, they just inform me that I'm not going to come. I don't ask them any reasons. And I have seen that they don't misuse this and they work very hard when they are working. And all we see is, and they help each other out. If anybody needs a leave, all I say is hand over your work to your colleague, and they really help each other out. So never has any work suffered. A lot of people complain to me that you grant them leave very generously. That's not something done in cardiac surgery, but I've seen that it never ever lets work suffer. I also make it a point never to ask anybody any personal questions. I'm a part of a lot of running groups, and then there I have realized that it's best not to ask. If people share, they share fine. We acknowledge it, but let's not every person is comfortable answering personal questions. So I make it a point not to ask anybody any personal questions. And yet, whenever the families come, I make sure that I tell their parents or their family that they have a wonderful career ahead of them. And I want them to encourage all the girls in their careers ahead. It is very reassuring for the patient, for the parents I have seen, if we ask them to support their girls in their careers ahead. Many of them come and talk to me about marriage and all that. I say they are two different tracks. Just support her in her career. Marriage, you will always see what is best for your this thing. Just like guys, they don't link careers with marriage. Similarly, why should it be with girls? One thing I have also seen is that we have to be very generous in our praise of girl surgeons. You may call it a discrimination, but I have seen that, it's like a car driving. People say the guy is driving such a bad car. but they say women drive so badly if somebody is driving bad. So the converse is also true. It is assumed that if some guy does a good thing, he is appreciated. But whenever some lady resident or a lady doctor operates or something, the same kind of appreciation is not seen amongst the other members of the staff. So therefore, whenever I go, whenever we hop around in the OTs and we see some good job done, I make it a particular point to say that, oh, this is such good surgery you have done. I really appreciate it. And second, whenever there is some criticism due, I always say that you are such a smart resident or you are such a brilliant resident, but this is something which is not expected of you. I think that kind of reinforcement builds a lot of confidence in my girls as well. That is quite important. And last but not the least, I think it is very important for them to interact with peers who have succeeded. And one of the reasons why I have encouraged our residents to chronicle the odysseys of all the lady cardiac surgeons is so that they will feel motivated, they will feel encouraged. I always encourage them to reach out to seniors in the field so that they will also get motivated. Biases against them will go, and I wish that they have very wonderful careers. I'm really happy for this meeting.
Yeah, good evening all. I think it's already too late to hold you up anyway, and honestly speaking, both my experience and on the topic, I guess it's very modest, to be honest. But there's hardly much I can add to what already Dr. Abhijit and Amresh sir has spoken, and I really agree with a lot of points on what Amresh sir had spoken, especially the point that I think it has to be more. Equality is not the point. I guess it's more about equitability, and honestly speaking, I rather than beating around the bush, I can just tell one thing. It's more, especially coming from a private sector, all that matters is what you can, as it doesn't matter, it really doesn't matter what your gender is, what your faith is, at least in today's day and age. I guess I don't say, at least from my perspective, I don't see any I don't see a lot of discrimination, because I have seen, I've had the good fortune of seeing some excellent women surgeons, and I'm lucky enough, I've been very close to Dr. Anita already. So there's a lot that women already contribute in the field of surgery. So it really doesn't matter, I believe, what your gender is or what you believe in. It's about what you can bring across on that table, what you can provide to the patient. Especially in a corporate sector, it only matters how many surgeries you can do, and how much of revenue you can generate, if I can put in a very crude terms. When it comes to probably a government sector, yes, you have a lot of things to deal with, a lot of hierarchy, you have many colleagues, so you have to work together with several of them, and perhaps there are a lot of differences, but I'm not the best person to talk about it. At the another thing what I can add in is at the place where I trained from Narayan Hrudayalaya, Bangalore, and which of course one of the finest centers for cardiac surgery. And lately what I had seen for the past couple of years at least, more and more women have been joining cardiothoracic surgery, taking up cardiothoracic surgery. I think the real challenge is not whether you're a man or a woman. At least I don't know what I've heard a lot of senior cardiac surgeons speaking, and I do totally appreciate what they're talking, especially what Dr. Chopra she had shared a lot of her own. She had given a lot of insight of her experiences. But I think from now on and moving forward, I think what really matters, especially in cardiothoracic surgery, I guess, is how do we prevent this brilliant department from keeping it afloat. I think the real challenge is it's really unfortunate when people say this to me, but people do say this on my face that cardiothoracic surgery now is a dying branch. Unfortunately, that we don't see a lot of people taking up. I mean, at least what it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, they don't have the same kind of demand for cardiothoracic surgery. I think the real challenge lies there on how to keep this. I mean, of course, there will be a lot of people still taking it up, but I think the only way forward is, I think with the help of technology. I think minimal invasive surgery is coming in. That will help a lot. Already, I see that in thoracic surgery, there's a new charm and a lot of takers for thoracic surgery because of the advent of both VATS and robotics. And fortunately, the same thing is happening even in cardiac surgery. A lot of young surgeons are taking up interest in robotic cardiac surgery. So I think going forward, thanks to the foundation and the struggles that have been put in by the senior women cardiac surgeons, I guess that will really help going further the next generation to fight the perils of I think it's more of corporate market factors the corporate dynamics which will affect the cardiac surgeons, and it's not the gender. I honestly believe that. I think we're really in at a point of, I mean, with the events, the time is turning in such a way, the tide is going to turn in such a way. I have a very positive outlook. I don't think it would really soon the gender bias is going to die down pretty soon, and all that matters is what we can what we can bring across. What is, as Dr. Amrish was saying, what is the potential, and whether we live up to that potential, what we had as training, and how best we can help our patients out.
Hi, Vinita.
Hi, Shelly. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Wishing you a very, very happy International Women's Day.
Thank you, and same wishes to you too.
Wonderful. So you're based out of Hyderabad?
No, I'm based out of Chennai.
Based out of Chennai, very nice. So I wanted to say, Vinita, why don't you talk to our audience about yourself? So give a slight background about yourself, and then I will want you to talk about Krida, but maybe first about yourself, since this is Women's Day and I want you to introduce yourself first. Yeah.
So I did my degree in journalism and communication in the US.
Okay.
I had my first son rather early, and I wanted him to grow up in Chennai, in India, get to know family, grandparents, parents, all of that. So we came back to India in 1990. I then set up my own content development firm back in 1992. I think, they were talking about work-life balance. And in those days, I think hybrid work from home, they were all unknowns. So it was easier to do something on your own if you wanted to build that work-life balance. So I set up my own content firm. Ran it very successfully for 10 years, had some amazing clients. In fact, I was on the verge of expanding to Hyderabad, but I took a hard look at my life and I realized I wasn't enjoying my work anymore. I was doing a lot of corporate content, and at the end of the day, I was like, does it make a difference to anybody's life other than paying the bills? So I kind of decided to take a step back and reevaluate what I wanted to do. So I've been writing about traditional games, and many people have been, so my grandparents used to babysit my kids, and they played the games with them, which got me interested in traditional games in the first place. I used to write about it in the Hindu. People used to ask me, how do you play these games? So I thought I'd make a few games, sell a few, gift a few, and then take the time to figure out what I want to do with my life. Didn't quite turn out that way. It wasn't as temporary as I thought it was. So I call myself an accidental entrepreneur because the interest was so high on the games that I had to make them again and again. And 20 years later, here we are. Side by side, though, with traditional games, because they don't really pay the bills, I did a lot of consultancy in the NGO sector on management, on communication and marketing strategies, which I continued to do till a few years ago. A few years ago, I chose to step back from that and join my husband full time. We run an IT company and a diesel generator company. So I handle HR, marketing. But out of my NGO experience, a beautiful little NGO emerged, which I manage on a day-to-day basis. We support children with HIV for counseling and higher education. Proud to say over 150 children have been educated by us, graduated working, and out of more than 1,500 children. We have many more to go. Fingers crossed, it'll go well. But Krida is my landmark brand, traditional games, and I guess I'm best known for Krida.
I must say you're doing a wonderful job with this NGO, and my congratulations to you. So if you could, Vinita, also, you call yourself accidental entrepreneur.
Tell us a little bit more about what kind of games these are.
So all these are traditional games from across the country. Obviously, a little more south focused simply because of logistics for research, but they're games across the country. So we manufacture, research, revive, do programs, workshops, trainings. We work with schools, we work with corporate houses. I wrote a book last year which was published called Life Lessons from Traditional Games. So it's not just about bringing the games back, but bringing the whole ecosystem of the games back, the learnings from them, the essence of the games and how they are rooted in our culture, in our tradition as Indians, as human beings, and what lessons we can glean from them. And of course, what fun you can have with it, because at the end of the day, games are not about lessons learned, but about the fun you have. We have 28 games in the market, many more coming under the brand name Krida. My driving goals have been it should be global in quality, but Indian in spirit. Our games are, we try eco-friendly, sustainable, and safe. We recently got our ISI certification for safety and quality from the Government of India. And yeah, we love what we do. We have fun doing it. And what better can you do with it?
So, Vinita, in today's world where everybody is so glued to their mobile phones, especially the children, and so much of screen time that they're having, how has Krida's response been from the users or children? I presume the children are the major users, unless the adults are too. But
not really true. Not really true. Not only children, though we tend to. I think part of the fallacy is the way life has changed. Traditionally, everybody played. That was your entertainment. Grandparents, aunts, uncles. Over a period of time, play started getting diverted to children's activities.
Right.
I think sadly in the last decade or so, free play, as you know it, unstructured play as you know it, is disappearing even for children. I mean, earlier kids would be on the street playing cricket. Now they hit 2 good balls, they're bundled off to cricket class. They play a good game of chess, they're in chess class. So unstructured play sadly has disappeared. But I think there's been a resurgence in games, thanks in large part due to computer games, mobile gaming, PC gaming. And the concept of play, board games are seeing a resurgence. So To say the bulk of our users are children, I'd say yes and no. People tend to look at it as children's games, but no, we have people of all ages from 7 to 70 playing and even over 70 actually, I can't limit it to 70, playing our games. As far as the response, those who know our games love them. I have had young mothers come and pick up the game saying, you know what, we grew up playing Krida and we want our children to play. So a whole generation has grown up playing Krida in 20 years. Many of them are now have children of their own. So we do see a lot of interest in children, young mothers, but I see a lot of interest in young adults. Because there's this whole resurgence of the gaming tradition, board game cafes, gaming groups, things like that. Right. I think also in the last few years, there's been a deep level of curiosity about India and Indian culture and traditions at many levels, about our music, our architecture, our history, our textiles, our art, what have you. And I think games have seen that resurgence too, curiosity about the games we play. But I think also there's this whole concept of gamification that's gaining a lot of traction, particularly in the corporate sector. So we're seeing a lot of interest in the corporate sector for our games. We do a lot of corporate events, programs, and see fabulous response from the senior most to the junior most people. So again, coming back, those who know about our games respond very positively. We've never had an event where people are not excited about our games. And we've done thousands of events in the last 20 years. But that said, I guess in many ways it is, how do I put it? It's a marketing awareness effort. The more people, you walk into a store, you know you can ask for Monopoly, you know you can ask for, say, a Scrabble, but you don't know you can ask for a Chowpad or a Bagar Bakri or a Pasapali, whatever it is, because you don't know that someone is even making it. So, right, the awareness we do, the greater the awareness, people do get to know the games. I think another major challenge we have faced is often the same game is known by different names across the country. Right. So you can't name a game by 20 names. You can only call it one name. So sometimes there's this challenge of someone will come in and ask for a game, and the person on the shop floor knows it by the game we're marketing it under. So there's a little bit of slip between the cracks there. So we do try to put all the names on our packaging in a smaller font. Typically on the shop floor, it becomes a little more challenging. Online becomes a little easier because they're able to search by name. But again, when you're transcribing an Indian word into English, sometimes the spellings are a little different. Right. Those are some challenges we face. Right. So we will survive.
Right. Tell me about a couple of traditional games, the ones that we usually play in person, not necessarily board games. How do you facilitate some of those, if you do, that is?
So the bulk of our games are traditional games, which you...
for example, like a Coco? Like Coco is a game.
So let's be clear. Krida in many ways has focused more on board games and peasant games, simply because that's where we are in danger of losing them forever. So if you look at a Coco or a Kabaddi, there is a lot of awareness about games. People are playing them. Kabaddi is in the Asian games. People know chess. So our focus is on the games that are on the verge of dying out, which are the peasant games, because sadly, it's all part of the oral tradition. You see very little physical games available. Nobody bought the games. You do a couple of games, you may see embroidered pieces, or we have this game called Palanguri, which is played on a wooden board. There may be an old board lying around in a house, but to the bulk of them, they were just drawn on the ground. So we didn't know what the games were. Luckily for us, a lot of people in the construction industry, particularly temples and monuments, You see the artisans of the stone covers actually engrave the game on stone floors. So that gives us some clues to the games that were played, their geographic spread, their popularity. So we try to document those and go from there. But that only shows me the board. I don't even know if the board was actually a game or not. It's just the beginning of a quest, if you'd like to call it that. And we have to find the clues and put it together. So,
what are your plans for next maybe 2 years, 3 years for Krida?
Definitely look at more and more traditional games. There are many, many more. We're doing a lot of research. Interestingly, I think your previous speaker was from Orissa, and I'm actually traveling to Orissa this afternoon because I'm working on a project there. And we're doing a lot of research on the games from Orissa. I found that a strange coincidence that the previous speaker was from Orissa. It'll be wonderful to connect with the Varam in Bhubaneswar if possible. And so looking at many more board games, many more traditional games. We also have a bunch of games which we have created, which are not traditional but anchored in tradition. Hoping to see many more of those. I think also different types of use for our games, using them more in the corporate sector, in education, in special ed. So we are working on a bunch of initiatives which hopefully will bear fruit in the years to come.
Who do you consider to be your close competitors, Vinita? If there are any?
At least
the Indian brand.
2-3 things. There are a couple of brands who work on games, traditional games with games. I mean, this is not the work of a single individual. We have to protect our games for future generations. You know, everyone has to do it. You need to talk about it. You need to go home and say, you know what, talk to your grandma and find out what games do you play, bring it to your family. This has to be, so I don't look at it as competition. I just look at it as, I have a job to do. The market is large.
Maybe a broadening of the entire ecosystem.
The ecosystem, absolutely. The market is broad. People are there. We need to bring the games to them.
One very interesting question that has come to my mind, Vinita, since I've spent about 26 years in the corporate and of which about last 12 years were with Deloitte, and I heard you say corporates, right, getting interested in, you know, your product or your services. How do you think you can combine or, you know, develop a product or an offering or a service for Indian corporates wherein they can take that to their training rooms or classrooms?
We are already doing that. We work with a couple of trainers. In fact, my book, which was published last year, is about life lessons from traditional games. And you coming from corporate, you'll understand when I say I've divided the book broadly into 3 aspects: strategy, synergy, and survival. And how these lessons emerge, and within them subdivisions on goal setting, team building, leadership training, decision making, and what have you, and how many of these emerge through our traditional games. I've been doing a lot of research on this, and this book is a result of many, many years of research.
Okay, so corporates are already your clients.
We are working with them, and many of the, some trainers are using them. We are doing that. There's a trainer in Chennai called Pradeep Chakravarti who's used our games fairly extensively in corporate training.
Very nice, very nice. It was wonderful, wonderful learning about this. Anything else that you would like to say from your end?
Love to hear about games people played. If anyone knows games they've played, they'd like to share their experiences, or they'd like to share stories of games they've played or games they've played which they believe we may not know, do reach out to us. I'm available on across social media platforms. You could reach me there or email me. Love to hear how people played. It's not just about, oh, I know a new game to tell you. It's how they played, how games influenced lives, how they impacted people, what role did they play, and therefore what is their relevance today. So, you know, this is all part of the research we do. We actually have a traveling journal that's floating around the world where people are documenting how they used to play. So if anyone would like to, get the journal, document their thoughts, do reach out to us. And as we say in our office, come let us Krida today.
Wonderful. That's good. So thank you so much. That was Vinita, the accidental entrepreneur with her wonderful, wonderful company, Krida. Amazing products, amazing services. Vinita, thank you for all that you're doing for us. And I wish you a very, very happy Women's Day once again. And I wish Krida a very successful, even more successful and brighter future.
Thank you very much, and happy Women's Day to everyone out there. It's taken me 20 years, and I'm sure we'll all get there in our passions sooner or later. All the best to everyone out there. Look forward to hearing from some of you.
Thank you for joining. Bye. Bye-bye.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Thanks to each one of you, Sudhindra, Sirisha, and Chaitanya, for accepting my invite, and thanks for coming on to this podcast. Happy Women's Day to each one of you. As the old adage goes, ladies first, will not go by that. We'll start with Sudhindra. But before we start the actual podcast, or before we start this Women's Day panel discussion, I would like each one of you to introduce yourself shortly. I'm Srilata Shankar. Like Sunil introduced me, I come with 24 years of experience in HR and L&D, learning and development. I've conducted soft skill workshops. I'm in HR. I've also been teaching HR in management colleges. I conduct soft skill workshops for management, engineering, and corporate companies. I'm a content writer. I write poetry, and I can go on, so I will stop here. Sudhindra, Sirisha, and Chaitanya, request you to introduce yourselves, please. Let's start with Sudhindra. Sudhindra, please answer my question. What, on the occasion of Women's Day, as we empower women to be leaders, what are we doing to educate and inform the men in our lives to avoid gender-based violence?
Namaste, first of all, to all my panelists and all the viewers. Greetings on the occasion of International Women's Day. Greetings also on the occasion of Mahashivratri. It's an extremely auspicious day for us to be doing this session. The education of the men, if it has to happen, it has to start from the house. It has to start from the home. The parents, the siblings, I'm assuming the grandparents, the entire ecosystem that was there in a traditional Indian home. I think that is where the character is groomed. That is where the character is crafted for every individual, more so for the boys. The kind of upbringing that an individual gets at home, the kind of interaction that he has with his friends at school, the impact that the teachers have on him in a school, I think these are the various aspects which are critical, which are important in enabling a boy, an individual, to understand his relationship with people of the opposite gender. The interaction with the siblings at home, the kind of examples, the kind of milieu that unfolds at home, I think these are very critical in terms of shaping the kind of character that the individual is going to become in future. History is, of course, replete with plenty of examples. We have Shivaji, Chhatrapati Shivaji, whose mother, Jijabai, was the most significant impact on his life. All through his life, we will see that his achievements were always grounded in humility. His spectacular achievements were always dotted with acts of magnanimity, with acts of simplicity and humility. He was somebody who was extremely honorable even in defeat. Whether he was in defeat or in victory, he was somebody who always stood out with honor. He was somebody who had that strength of character in him. And this is something which he owed to the tutelage that he had got from his mother. Closer in the 19th and 20th centuries, we have had the example of Swatantraveer Savarkar, on whom also his mother and his sister-in-law were such great influences. The introduction to concepts such as nationalism, devotion to one's motherland, our culture and traditions, and an exposure to the revolutionaries, which kind of framed the entire life sketch of Veer Savarkar, were all contributed to him. Acharya Madhva, a saint philosopher from Udupi in Karnataka, who founded the concept of Dvaita, he quotes from our epics, the Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Bhagavata, and he says that our epics are full of instances where the complementary nature of man and woman are so clearly delineated. He lists out, he narrates small nuggets from the Mahabharata, the conversations between Kunti and Bhima, or the conversation between Satyabhama, Rukmini, and Draupadi during the period of exile, where the entire role of a woman in the household is so beautifully sketched. And there is a lesson to be learned for every single male from reading from those books, reading from those epics. The second thing that I think the family plays a major role is inculcating a sense of respect in the individuals. I think no relationship can ever be successful unless there is that innate sense of respect and regard for the opposite individual, irrespective of the gender. So respect for oneself, respect for the opposite person, for their views, for their thinking, for their personality, for their traits. This is imperative, and this is also something which will have to be groomed at the house. So I think these are two critical aspects that the family, the milieu in which an individual, a boy, grows up, these have to be crafted at that level. And as I said, one word of caution, or I would defer to the wisdom of the women, is that there needs to be a subtle distinction drawn between flirting and chivalry. Very often that kind of gets missed out and even misunderstood. So I think so long as both the genders try to understand and assimilate the differences and learn to comprehend and live with them in a complementary manner, I think much of the issues tend to get sorted out.
Well said, Sudhindra. I couldn't agree more with you on this. Moving on, to you, Chaitanya, as you are in HR as much as I am, and you being a leader and managing teams, how women's leadership and collective action can make a difference?
I'd like to speak first, Srilata, about collective action.
Sure.
It's the feeling of a shared goal and a real cause which can call for a strong action. And if it's priority of one person, it's no big deal, right? It has to become a shared priority to be able to gain that most needed attention. And when a woman stands at the forefront, either individually or along with men and other women, it definitely turns heads and people notice it. And thus the difference making could be possible. And there is so much that we can speak about, how women can really make a difference. And maybe as we go on and progress in the discussion, we could speak more about it, Srilata.
Sirisha, moving on to you. Starting from policies and policymakers should emphasize on the importance of accelerating gender equality and why women's leadership is as important as a time of overlapping crisis. What is your thoughts on that?
I would like to take a step back, Sri. Women represent half of the world's employment potential, I mean. So effectively developing this talent will increase organizations' competitive advantage. And one of the growing body of evidence was demonstrating a correlation between gender diversity at executive level and company performances. But still, women are not able to make up into the leadership level. So as we speak, we are just making up 11% into the leadership roles. So because of various reasons, motherhood, family responsibilities, health, or caregiver. But I feel women leadership is critical in policy making and overcoming crisis, as decades of studies we have heard from the psychologists on how women leaders help increase productivity, enhance collaboration, inspire dedication and fairness. And to encourage an equitable world, women leadership plays a very critical role. For some, I can quote like, achievement of, in terms of policies, right? Achievement of equal pay for the equal work or value you bring in. So that will be one aspect. And then prevention and elimination of the so-called violence and harassment at workplace and at home as well. I feel, we can bring in some policies at government and at workplaces, creating a harmonious work-life balance for both women and men. I don't want to discriminate men here, because men equally needs to manage work and life, and equal representation of women in business and management strategies and roles. And of course, the more the women leadership grows, the more investment in future of work that works for women. In fact, the studies say that, I can quote some examples. Your story, if you've heard, right? So was started by Shraddha Sharma. So now she's leading a team of 100 plus people who offer content in 11 local languages. It's a very innovative idea when she started. And another than Kiran Majumdar Shah is one of the most revered female entrepreneurs in India. She is a billionaire, one of the billionaires in India, who is hailed as the founder and chairman of Bangalore-based biotechnology company, Biocon. So on and so forth. I just wanted to quote some of those examples from India. Akanshu is founder of Refund Me. It's again some of the innovative ideas. So I would say the more the women grow into this leadership roles, I can see some creativity and innovation coming up, and they can make good candidates for the startups as well.
Absolutely. I agree with what each one of you said, especially what Sudhindra mentioned. He went back to history and spoke about the women leaders across and how they shaped our independence, how we got. Independence is not because of Nehru and Gandhi, as we are taught in our schools. Unfortunately, a lot of women leaders have helped get us our independence. Apart from that, we have our, like you mentioned, Kiran Mazumdar, Kalpana Chawla, Sunita Williams, and so on and so forth. And we have our own Kamala Harris as the Vice President of US. Our own, like I said, it is so endearing that we women are doing well. And yesterday, when I was getting an award, one of the chief guests also mentioned that about 5 years back, or even 3 years back, it was 921 girls to 1,000 men. Today, it is 1,021 girls to 1,000 boys. So it is very, very heartening, very, very welcoming. But yes, there are still some pockets of women deprivation, and we need to cross that.
One point, when you were asking Sudhindra about how do we improvise on education on the diversity and inclusivity perspective, why don't we even, I was just thinking, why don't we include a topic or a one day in a month kind of classes of diversity and inclusivity in the schools itself, right? So that
school curriculum,
nurture not only from home. As parents, we should inculcate these thoughts in our kids, but even the school, which plays a prominent role from the kids journey, right?
Yeah, apart from the school curriculum, I think it is, like Sudhindra rightly pointed out, it starts from family.
Yes.
You and I and Chaitanya must have continuously heard. I thankfully don't have brothers, and my parents have given us equally importance. But I've heard a lot of my friends who had brothers in their families saying the brother can come home till 7:38 or 8:39, but the girls cannot step out beyond 6:30. So I think, like Sudhindra rightly mentioned, it starts from the family, and both girls and boys should be treated on a same footing. Coming back to you, Chaitanya, can you share examples of being a leader, the role of a successful collective actions or collaborations led by women that have had a significant impact on you and your career?
Particularly women-led interventions is what you're saying. I actually can think of some wonderful movements globally, right? So we all know about this Chipko movement. So what happened when some of the men in the village were out and the contractors' men were here to cut so many trees? It's the women who've led the entire movement, which turned heads again, to the extent that the government set up a formal committee with government officials, pramukhs and Communist Party and whatnot. So that's become a movement that the world speaks about today when it comes to the environment-related things. Then you also have Greta Thunberg, the Swedish environmental activist.
No. let's not get to Greta Thunberg because I have a lot of opinions about her. So let's not go there. Yeah.
I mean, we could speak about Malala Yousafzai. We could speak about the Iran incident, right? The movement where thousands of women took the audacious step to shed their hijabs altogether. These are big deal where women had to come together and could really make big impacts. But then again, I'm going back to the social aspects, right? So we say the United States of America, the most developed, so-called the most developed nation. When did they give the voting rights to women? After the 20th constitutional amendment, right? That was just about a century ago. Too late. And who will take responsibilities for the atrocities on women by the ISIS men who were used as sexual slaves, or so there are a lot of these basics that the world is still struggling with. Back home in India, I'm extremely grateful to the Prime Minister for some actions taken in getting women to the forefront, the number of women who are there in the ministry, getting us a woman president, including inducting of women fighter pilots into the mainstream. This happened just 2 years ago, 2022, right? So net, I think the idea is not to fight saying that we want our space. I think it's for all of us to collectively create that environment so that women are really noticed and she gets the fair place, and that thereby creates the right impact that the world needs.
Sudhindra, moving on to you, what is the importance of empowering women leaders? And do you want to add to what Chaitanya mentioned of women leaders making work better?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's perhaps no better example than this regime itself, as Chaitanya pointed out. It's given us a woman president. We have had women heading the three most critical portfolios in the government. We have had women finance ministers. We have had women's defense and external affairs ministers. So if this is not the leveling or the true example of Sabka Saath and Sabka Vikas, I think we've really come to a level where it's not even a question of fighting for space any longer. And remember, let's also not forget the fact that this is a regime which also got in the Women's Reservation Bill. It is now a law. And in the fullness of time, subject to the other changes that have to happen, the Women's Reservation Bill is a reality, what had just been a matter of conjecture for several decades prior to that. So I think
including the triple talaq and including UCC.
Absolutely. So this is a regime, this is a government which is moving in all the right directions, and it walks the talk. It is not just empty rhetoric. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is reflected in the legislative business of the parliament and what is happening on the ground. When there is focus on Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, that is something which is actually happening, which is getting reflected. Chaitanya just rattled out some figures, whether it's in the Air Force, whether it's in various other segments. You have more and more women who are collaborating, participating, and actually leading from the front. Coming to the point of empowering women, I think it's a no-brainer now. It's absolutely imperative that this has to happen. And I'm a beneficiary of so many wonderful women being instrumental in molding me to become what I have eventually become. My grandmother, who lived from a different era, from a different century, even about 70 years ago, she was a member of the British Library, and she used to borrow books, traveling some 40-50 kilometers from the hinterlands of Tamil Nadu to Madras to borrow books. And she was somebody who was a single most important factor in molding a large part of my career. My own mother was a banker even about 50 years ago. So she had a widowed mother. She underwent a harrowed childhood, and to be able to emerge from there and bring up a family as a working, as a wife, as a working mother, and grappling with so many things, it's something fantastic. It's something fabulous, which millions of mothers do in India day in and day out. So if these people are not going to be empowered, I think empowerment will not have a meaning as a word itself. Why
Absolutely.
Why should women be empowered? I think the most important reason is for the empathy that they bring to the table. The level of emotional equanimity, the level of emotional strength that women have is something which can never be matched by all the physical strength of the men. Some of my finest friends, my well-wishers, my mentors have always been women across the spectrum. So a huge source of strength is what men derive from women, be it their mothers, be it their sisters, be it their spouses. So there's a tremendous amount of strength that is derived from men, derived by men from women, and it's absolutely imperative that women should be empowered. Just one final word, also again, I just want to balance it. Empowerment of women should not be at the cost of compromising on merit. Enthronement of meritocracy is something which should never be compromised, and subject to this caveat, empowerment of women should be a sine qua non as we go ahead.
Totally with you, Dr. Sudhindra, because we do not want to take reservations or any others, benefits as an advantage. In fact, wanted to encourage folks in terms of empowerment and equally demonstrate the capabilities as much as we can.
Going back to Sudhindra, I've been your well-wisher and I'm so proud of what you have done. Every achievement of yours that you post on the Facebook, and before he posts on the social media, he sends it off to me, and I've been jumping around and saying congratulations to you. The salient points that you brought out and enlisted all the points is very, very enumerative and excellent. Sirisha, moving on to you again. As a tech leader, you have men who are reporting to you. So have you ever had instances where probably it's not come to you, but within the gossip circle saying, "Oh God, I have a lady boss"?
Definitely, I did hear about the meticulousness, or the people talk about the micromanagement the women leader does, which I myself will not agree, because they expect perfectness and transparency. Even if we make a financial discussion, it will be like fully transparent, no hidden charges. So these might be not going well with many communities, but I did hear, but definitely there is a lot of improvement in terms of how the work is being managed between both the worlds.
Yeah, in the corporate sector, it's much lesser, but
Yes.
you still have men saying, "Oh, I have a lady boss." Did you face any disparity in terms of salary or designation or promotions in your career? And if any, how did you manage to deal with it, both from the men's side and the women's side?
So I definitely take a pride in saying that I work for an organization which doesn't discriminate women in any category. In fact, it provides equally challenging aspects on work, growth, and salary for that matter. In fact, my organization drives some initiatives to encourage diversity and inclusivity. These help to promote women in long career leadership. And I can quote some examples, Sri. Salary was, in fact, just to directly answer your question, I didn't face that instance in my career. Come back to work. Even if you have taken a break, we welcome ladies to join back work after a break, and we encourage to take sabbatical than resigning from work, right? So, and we also give some kind of, importance, or have a conversation start. If there is a forum, we give equal importance for women to start the conversation. And many more initiatives to lead the inclusivity. So I didn't face that disparity because I've been working in one organization for longer duration. Maybe I was fortunate enough.
Chaitanya, women leaders make work better. Adding to what Sudhindra mentioned, I could have this question for you. Women leaders make work better. What are your thoughts on that?
I think women leaders are very good when it comes to creating and rectifying certain processes. The way they have the ability to give a form and structure to an idea, and also connecting matters without losing her calm. I'm sure women can be. It's not to let. It's not anywhere to let that men are less or something, but the way they can focus on multiple things at a time. That's something that's commendable and worth a note. And I couldn't agree more with Sudhindra when he says empathy. wonderful empathy is what you could find with women, and there are so many more that we can speak. Shri, it's a lot. And one of my mentors used to say, "Are men and women equal?" And if this question was posed in a group, majority of them would say yes. Especially the women would say yes, of course. And my mentor would say, you know what? While they are more or less equal, it's always 51-49. Women can never be equated to men. They are 51, and men can only be 49.
Right. Sudhindra, you very brilliantly spoke about the points of empathy and how women are can connect with men more, or rather teams more. I would add, apart from empathy, they have this innate talent or inherently born with that I can not just empathize, but I can also understand what you're going through, what you're facing, and how to give you a solution to that. May not be the ultimate solution, may not be, let's say my mother's unwell. I'm not just going to say, okay, take off, but I will also be helpful to say, I'll come and meet you in person. I may not be able to even spend 1 rupee, but that's not all. The fact that my boss is coming and meeting me or saying, take off, don't worry, I will take care of work. That itself says everything. Having said that, I've had horrible women bosses where my mother has been in ICU. And when I spoke to my reporting manager, I said, my mother's in ICU, I will have to take off for 2 days. And the first thing that she said is, is there any work pending, which is obnoxious. So I think all the women managers out there, all the men managers out there, please understand what Sudhindra and Chaitanya mentioned is not just empathy. Please be sensitive to your team members. Understand what they're going through. Yes, you will have a lot of young professionals who are just coming out of college who will say, my grandfather died, grandmother died 10 times. So I've turned around and asked them, how many sets of grandparents do you have? You only will have choose one set of grandmother and grandfather from your maternal side and paternal side. But these things you will have to understand or assess which is fake and which is genuine. And if it's a genuine case, do not say what is the work pending, but please be more sensitive. Coming back to you, Sudhindra, for gender equality, promoting data, action, and accountability are paramount. What are your thoughts?
It's quite important that we aggregate the data and ensure that there is accountability to percolate gender equality at the workplace. This helps fundamentally in understanding the fact that women collaborate much better. There are studies, there are researchers, across the board. The consulting firms across the globe have published reams and reams on this. That women, to take up from some of the earlier points, women understand situations, complex situations much better. Women can multitask much better with greater efficiency than men can, given their own responsibilities that they have at the home front or the way they have been groomed from childhood. So their ability to multitask is that much more. In terms of holding recording data or aggregating it and trying to understand or percolate it, as I said, to gender equality, I think this also enables making very informed policy decisions on very strategic matters, where the involvement of women typically tends to be a little low as we speak. It also helps in understanding or going for a root cause analysis when something goes wrong, when something isn't going as per plan and budgets are faltering. It certainly helps in understanding what's going wrong. So that relentless root cause analysis is something that women can help significantly with. I've also observed that women tend to be more accountable and more responsible. This is not just a generic statement, and I say this with a lot of responsibility, that women tend to be more accountable and responsible for any task that is given. So I think a sum total of all these findings and personal experiences that I've had would go a long way in determining the gender equality is a reality, and it can be buttressed even further once everybody around starts to understand them.
I will also add that when you spoke about women are good policy makers, I think what they do is not just make a policy of 1, 2, 3 steps. They take a collective understanding of the process, of the situation, and then make a policy which is more universal. So I think that is inherent talent again of women. Do you want to add, Sirisha and Chaitanya, do you want to add to what Sudhindra mentioned?
I think, Srilata, the farther that a woman could see a situation, I think, I'm not saying men are myopic, but women can consider multiple directions and far-fetched impact that some action or a policy may have. I think that's something really special about women.
Sirisha, moving on, do you want to add one more point, Sirisha, or I can ask you next question?
Yeah, we can go to next question. I think both of them have covered. So empathy and collaboration was my point. Yes.
Sure. How do organizations help advance more women into leadership? This is for you, Sirisha.
Sure, Sri. Actually, I would correlate with the software industry to start with, but it will be applicable across. So I would say maybe I'll just touch base on 5 points. One is, as I was earlier mentioning, invite women into conversations. First of all, if a conversation about women should be held by women, so that way organization can give a fair opportunity to promote their thoughts and provide equal opportunities. As an organization, regardless of how equal you might think your workplace is, women still face obstacles, so such as like unconscious bias, stereotyping, and pay inequalities. So furthermore, then encounter fewer opportunities to work. So that's where we have to go ahead and have organizations promote equal opportunities. Pay inequalities was one more thing I was talking about when I was talking about in policy thing, right? So if a corporate can address this disparities, nothing like that, and again give opportunities for women to embrace some non-linear career paths. For example, right, in fact, I wanted to share that culture of nurturing women leadership and drive some initiatives to promote that. And also, if you see, most women's career trajectories are interrupted due to various challenges, right? So to address this, for equal opportunities and parallel non-linear career paths within an organization should be encouraged for women. And as we quoted earlier, providing avenues to support work-life balance, where I personally don't believe there should be a line towards it, but women with familial responsibilities often find it challenging to work long hours. Maybe there can be some policies where look at the productivity part and the outcome, not the number of working hours, right? So
absolutely, you spoke very like a true HR person, though you're not an HR person. Sirisha, I agree with what you're saying, because being in HR, I've heard a lot of managers who say that, oh yeah, I don't want to give this lady responsibilities because she's not married today, but she'll get married tomorrow. And then subsequently, she'll want to start a family. But the point is, maternity leave is entitled for a woman. And she is going to go on leave and come back and work. So why don't men understand that? Or why don't men understand the fact, while she may want to get married, or she will get married, and she probably will start a family, but she's also going to be an extremely productive and responsible team member of yours. So these, I think, men should open up their mindsets and accept the fact, as much as their mothers and their wives will want to do many things, and if they haven't done, they should understand that team members will want to do that.
Right. As an organization, right, Shri, to address this disparity, companies should create a culture that values work-life balance and provides women with necessary support. Like, for example, you can offer flexibility.
Crash in the office, crash in the office, and so on and so forth. And men should also understand that these are all part of life. In today's age, in advanced age of technology, I don't care whether my team member is working from home or from office
Correct.
or from Timbuktu, as long as the productivity is good.
Work is done.
But yes, from an HR perspective, again, Chaitanya will agree with me that it is important to connect with employees. You cannot do it on the Zoom calls and all. The connect between each other on a personal front is much more.
Correct. And last one,
but you should be flexible. I'm not saying allow them to work from home 365 days of the year, but allow them to work at least 3 times a week. They can come to office. Those kind of flexibility should be allowed.
Women also shouldn't take that as an advantage.
Absolutely.
So definitely it should be mutual. That's what I strongly always believe.
In fact, some organizations have come to the fact that saying, okay, you come in at 10 o'clock to work, you can go back at 3:34 or 4:30, go home and log in. That's fine. Because therein, what's happening is, she's beating the traffic. She doesn't have to get stuck in the traffic. She reaches home faster. And then, even if I have to log in at 9:30, it's still okay.
Yeah.
Chaitanya, my last question to you is...
One last point I want to add, Sri.
Please.
See, as an organization, they should be providing to support this part, provide mentorship and training programs to enable women employees to climb up the ladder, right? So that is something where an organization can actually
leadership skill training has to be imparted. Absolutely, yes.
Yes.
Chaitanya, my question to you is, women leaders are catalysts for change. Can you give examples from your own career?
Sure, Srilata. So there was a time when one of my bosses told me, Chaitanya, can you slow down? It's putting a lot of pressure on others in the team.
What did he mean by slow down?
Slow down meaning don't do so many interventions at one point of time. Don't complete projects like this and too many things. So it's just putting pressure on rest of the team members. It was told to me. Can you imagine? And I know rest of those team members were primarily men. Again, no offense at all. And then there was a time when I worked in an organization which had about 50 people in the sourcing department, meaning their career progression, if they could look even 5 years ahead, they would think, oh, I want to become a recruiter. Recruiters would get their profiles from the sourcing team, right? So from that situation, there was a time when these sourcers had come to me as a group and said, you know what, Chaitanya, we never imagined that we could also think of being an HR business partner. We never thought that an HR person could add so much value to business. And you are our inspiration. We really want to think beyond the recruitment role, those kind of things. And way back, early stages of my career, it was possible to get a seat on the table when it comes to business discussions. And it was possible only because I could earn that credibility and speak the language of business, which in the past, it never happened that, I'm speaking about almost 20 years ago. HR professionals hardly had a seat on the table, right? And there are many more examples, Srilata, I can go on, like HR shared services project at Novartis across the country. So we had 8 legal entities. If you can imagine animal health, where the employees go to remote villages and imagine their kind of, HR systems and procedures, to the most advanced Alcon, where our employees would stand in a operation theater where an ophthalmologist is conducting a very complicated surgery. So imagine the HR processes and tools that have to be different for various categories. So my change management intervention across the country was a global benchmark, and I have mentored after that many countries to set up their shared services towards all these things. So good experience, I could say, good examples from my career. But yes, I have personally been successful in managing change and have seen really good women leaders managing change to the
wonderful, Chaitanya. I mean, you've done so much change management and brought in changes across country, which is applauding, very applauding. Moving on to you, Sudhindra, my last question to you will be, I'm saying the last question because of the paucity of time. Role of women leaders in shaping tomorrow's world. Your thoughts, please.
this is obviously going to be paramount. They are the ones who will shape the way of life, the way things are to come. If diversity, equity, and inclusion have to get a real meaning, have to get their, if they have to be just, not be just words in the lexicon, but flow on to the real world, I think women have to be in the forefront. They will have a very compelling role to play in the days and years ahead. And we have already been seeing there are examples and examples galore that we have seen as to how women are leading from the forefront and how this is going to become that much more important. It is not merely from a viewpoint of ticking the boxes of being a diverse and equitable or an inclusive organization. It's also the fact that this will lead to greater social justice across the spectrum. This will lead to greater representation. This will also bring forth diverse perspectives. I think one thing that we tend to miss in the overall picture is that the diversity is not confined only to gender or ethnicity or nationality and so on. Thought diversity also is something which is so significant and so important. And women, by virtue of all the discussions that we have had over the last hour or so, I think it's fairly well established that the empathy, the sensitivity, and the ability to think out of the box or the ability to think in very different ways that women can bring to the table. I think that diversity of thought that they bring to an organization, that is going to be a real game changer. It is that which is going to drive India, particularly from where we are and where we will eventually be. So if India has to metamorphose and transform itself into that Vishwaguru, I think the role of women and the empowerment that is happening right now, that is going to be the determining the design, the critical paradigm as we go ahead. Again, since we spoke about the regime and the government, just a simple example, Chaitanya spoke about women being catalysts. And very truly, in the scientific meaning of the word itself, let's look at the Bharatiya Janata Party itself. It's a party of governance now for the last 10 years. It's moved so much forward, and it has catapulted India into the community of nations. And we have a position of pride in the global arena today. Yet about 35 years ago, when the party was still a fledgling and was in its nascent stages, all that you and I knew of was Atal Bihari Vajpayee, who went on to become Prime Minister, or Lal Krishna Advani, who was very recently also conferred the Bharat Ratna. But we all tend to forget that there was a third and a very important pivotal fulcrum that was there for the party, and that person went by the name of Rajmata Vijayaraje Scindia, the Queen Mother from the erstwhile Scindia Pradesh in Madhya Pradesh. She was that unseen hand. She was that catalyst. She was that ethos that was binding the BJP through, even as it was evolving all across. And if today the party has come to this position of shepherding a government which is living the dreams of the common man, it owes to a very large extent to the dreams, to the contribution of Rajmata Vijayaraje Scindia. So let's not forget the fact that the contribution of women transcends across the board, even in politics, no matter in what aspect of life you take, you will find that their role is always there. They have a hand that rocks the cradle. They have a hand which wields the ladle. And all this is possible only because they have a heart which is so very noble. I doff my hat to all the women on this momentous occasion.
No, I will also add that apart from the cradle and the ladle, they also have a stick in the hand. If you have a son or a husband or a daughter misbehaving, they will also give you a whack.
Well, the ladle itself becomes a stick.
Yes, the ladle becomes a stick. Yes. Adding to your points, Sudhindra, I will also mention that all the women, all the young students, girl students, all the young professionals who are getting into the corporate jobs, the ladies and the women, please do not limit yourself. I repeat, please do not limit yourself. Do not say, I can't do it because I'm a girl. I can't do it because I'm a woman. Or these are my capabilities. Men are more stronger. Like Sudhindra mentioned, men are physically stronger, but women are more mentally and emotionally stronger. So I think apart from what each of these wonderful people, the both ladies and the gentlemen spoke about, is I would like to emphasize all the young girls and young women and grown-up women, please do not restrict yourself. Please don't limit yourself. Sky is the limit. Understand what your strengths are and chase your goals. Have time frame, chase your goals. You will be a Kalpana Chawla, you will be a Ananda Shankar, you will be a Tejdeep Kaur Menon if you wish to do it. Do not compare yourself with somebody and say, oh, they could do it, but I can't do it. You can do it as much as they can, but you need to push yourself. But you need to set your goals.
No,
But you need.
Just
Let
to
me finish.
right?
Let me just finish. But you need to chase your goals. You need to push yourself. You need to motivate yourself. Chaitanya or Sirisha or Srilata or Sudhindra are not going to motivate you. You need to do it yourself.
Correct. A small piece of advice added to what I just stuck my mind. Lot of us come with a baggage, right? So we need to just unload it, restart, and there are times to let some thoughts go. It's okay to take help. I feel personally,
it's absolutely you should take help. In fact,
and it's okay to say no sometimes, or it's okay to say I don't understand. Can you repeat?
Absolutely.
Nothing to be offensive about it. And there is no, even if people form perceptions that she's not able to understand, it's fine as long as you do your work perfectly. I think we should treat these vulnerabilities as strengths but not weaknesses. That's what I wanted to add.
Absolutely, because like for example, I don't understand technology. You're a tech person. I don't understand technology. Of course, yes, today we're living in a so-called very advanced technology world. But if you ask me to sit and code or sit and decipher the phone that we use every day, I don't think I can. I use a smartphone, but I'm using 10% of it. So, but that's not my area. So you don't have to be a master of all. Be good at a couple of things. That's fair enough. My last question to you, Sirisha, is what are the outcomes of creating inclusive environments?
Sure, it's a good closing question. So, an inclusive workplace, Sri, it's very vital. The culture, in fact, we build in is very vital for both ethical and strategical business outcomes. That is which matters end of the day for the organization. So, key strategies for inclusivity involve ensuring all employees feel valued and heard, right? Encouraging diversity and inclusion means you're creating a roadmap for innovation and productivity. So people feel more engaged and included. You can really see some creativity and productivity and feeling engaged, feeling part of being increased, right? The real world examples provide a blueprint for like sustainable and inclusive company culture. What in a nutshell I would say is these environments will form a pillar for attract and retain a diverse workforce. And our summary is benefits of an inclusive workplace include improved employee engagement, loyalty, and business outcomes. I can not more than this. I'll watch for it.
All right.
Directly proportionate to what positive outcomes.
Sure. Thank you so much. Your last thoughts. We'll start with Sudhindra again breaking that paradigm of saying ladies first. We'll start with you, Sudhindra. Your last thoughts on this Women's Day and this topic.
I think it is, as I said, I just want to reiterate the fact that men and women need to consider each other as being complementary, as allies, and as being wheels in this chariot of life. I think it's not about equality. It's not about superiority, inferiority, or whatever. It is about being in it together. There is no such thing as independence. Life is all about interdependence. So that is all we will have to learn, assimilate, and live our lives with.
Thank you so much. So, Sirisha, you?
See, I would say just go with this mantra, na? Like think that why only men? Think yourself as a soul maker of the bread and butter at home and feel empowered. And that's how I think you can, every woman, advice to all the women hearing us and in general, think that's how you can progress in your career's job. And as I earlier said, use technology is at your hands, right? It's like you have a lot of learning aids to upskill yourself, and then there is a lot of organization help also you can bring in. So definitely utilize it and put yourself up to the ladder. That's what I.
All right, Chaitanya, how about you?
I think as women, we just think we are human beings first and then women next. So I have all the potential, I have all the confidence. So that's, I think, the mindset with which we will go ahead. And let's all work towards a more equitable world today, tomorrow, and forever.
Absolutely. I will add to what Sudhindra mentioned is both men are women and women are equal partners, whether it's marriage, whether it's work. The men out there are giving a lot of support system to women. I'll go back with my own family example. My sister is an extremely successful artist. My brother-in-law is a very well-accomplished professional. He does not have one iota of jealousy or one iota of insecurity. I think this jealousy and insecurity factor is what is killing everything else. So I think both men and women should not be insecure or jealous, and they're equal partners in the same. They should walk together and not paddle. They should not walk like a railway track, but they should walk together. With that, I close. Thank you for being my panelist for this panel discussion. Thanks to Sudhindra, Sirisha, and Chaitanya. Chaitanya, I literally reached out to you in the 11th and a half hour. So thank you so much for accepting my invite. Thanks to MyStartuptv, Sunil, Purnima, who was coordinating for this entire event. Thank you so much. And thanks once again. Happy Women's Day and happy Shivratri.
And I do believe that this is not confined only to this day, but this permeates all the other 365 days of the year. This becomes a part of our life and not confined only to this day.
Absolutely.
Thank you all. Nice knowing you.
Wishing all the best.
Women's Day.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Sunil.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining us back. So I'm introducing Aarti Unnayar, Managing Director of Arnold Consultancy Services Private Limited. Aarti is basically a seasoned hospitality professional with around, I think, 20 years of experience. She's worked with very big brands, prestigious brands like Oberoi, Hyatt, Radisson. After having worked with these brands, she transitioned to Find Arnold in 2017. So beyond business, she also champions a lot of social causes. She's founded the Unnati Social Development Foundation Trust, which is dedicated to educating underprivileged children. So welcome, Aarti. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. And I would like to take this opportunity to wish you a very, very happy International Women's Day.
Thank you.
I have a few questions for you. Your journey with Arnold Consultancy Services and your social work, I want to say, is commendable. And my first question to you would be, what drove you to establish Arnold Consultancy Services Private Limited?
So the transition happened in a way like as I was into the hospitality industry, hotel industry for so long, and I wanted to go for a small break before getting into a big role. So I was onto my bigger platform, bigger role, and to get into that platform, I wanted a bit of a break. So that was a break when I wanted so that I can get ready for that opportunity. So I took that break, and that break was like for approximately 2 months or 3 months. So I was on that break, and during my travel, during my sales meetings and all, there was a UK company which had come across to me, and they knew that I'm on this break, and they were into this. They wanted to get into the Indian market, and they wanted to introduce their company into this Indian market, and they wanted my help for that. So initially when they approached me, I was working with the hotels, and I refused that I am working with a hotel. I cannot get into this assignment. So when they came to know that I am on a break, they approached me again, and they said that you don't have to do anything You just have to give your 3 hours and help us establish into this market. So that was the time when I helped them into this project. This was a small project, and this project went up to 6 months. So it was good financially. It was good. Everything was good, and I was just giving three hours of my day, which was fine for me. So slowly and gradually, this was like it didn't spark me, but it sparked my husband, and he said that if you can establish a non-branded company which is not in India also, and you have established it into the Indian market, why can't you grow your own brand? So that was one thing which struck me also, and he was like, stop minting money for others now, start doing it for yourself. So from here, the idea of getting into my own business started off, where it made me also think that yes, if I can establish a non-branded company into the Indian market, then why can't I make myself a brand for this market? I know people, I have connections. So that was the starting phase, how Arner came into the picture. So that's how Arner began. And since I have the expertise of hospitality, so we got into tour, travel, event management, weddings. So these were our specialized areas where we started in this slow and steady manner. We started coming one by one into the field.
Very nice, very nice. Why don't you also tell us what all services does Arner Consultancy provide?
Okay, so Arner Consultancy Services was established in 2017. As you also know that it's a tour and travel company. So along with tour travel packages, we do hotel bookings, we do events, we do seminars, we do exhibitions and weddings. Apart from this, Arner Consultancy Services is also into security, manpower and talent acquisition. So as I told you that Arner means 5 elements. So we are into 5 segments. So it's it's tour and travel, events, weddings, your security and manpower, and talent acquisition.
And just before we started talking, we were talking offline before this, and you told me a beautiful story behind the word Arner. I think it's made up of your last 3 letters of your husband's name. Is that correct?
Yes. So Arner is 2 initials of Aarti, AR, and NAR is the Naren. So NAR. So that's how we came with the name of Arner into it.
And so do you basically contribute about 2 vendors, Naren contribute about 3/5 work-wise and contribute?
You have to come again with your question.
I was just saying, is the contribution towards the efforts also in the same direction? Do you give about 2/5 and does Naresh give about 3/5?
No. The contribution is equal. Because as my expertise are into sales and marketing and business development, he holds the expertise into, because he's from the Air Force background, so he holds the expertise of strong administration, HR, your policies. So all these things, our company policies, our HR policies, and our administration is everything taken care by him only, and he manages our finances also. So as I get the business into the company, he's the one who drives the policies, who drives the salaries, who pays out the salaries of the employees. So he's the one who takes care of that part. So equally, you're running the vehicle.
Equal distribution of work.
Yeah,
right?
Equal distribution of work.
I know. So I've heard of Shri Traveler India. I think that is one of the initiatives of Arner's. Could you highlight and talk a little bit more about She Traveler India? What is that?
Yeah, She Traveler India is basically a vertical which is only for my female travelers. So as being into the industry for so long, I have been seeing that our Indian women, they depend on their husbands, their brother, father to accompany them wherever they want to travel. So, and because of which they are not able to travel because these people don't have time. For traveling, you need time. So these people, then the ladies, they hold themselves back and say, okay, next time we'll do it next, and that next time never comes. So with that concept, we came into the picture that, okay, don't depend on your male counterparts, don't depend on the male people, just come back to us. Tell us your requirements and we will give you end-to-end services. So what She Traveler does is She Traveler gives you end-to-end services. It gives you stress-free, hassle-free and a complete travel freedom for our female travelers. We also organize women-based events in this vertical. So it's celebrating your travel experiences with She Travelers. Unnati Social Development Foundation was like, I am into workouts also. So me and my friend, we were coming out from our workout session, and we saw a small child who was begging on the road, and his hand was amputated, and still he was begging, and it was bleeding. So we tried to go close to him, and we wanted to just pamper him, and we wanted to just ask him what is happening and why is he begging. So when he saw us, he ran away. So there were other children also who were outside, who were begging where he was begging. So the florist, he told us that don't go near these children because they have been continuously watched. So today they are begging here, tomorrow because you are continuously going and trying to meet these children. Today they will be begging here, tomorrow they'll be sent somewhere else. So don't go near them. They are into the trap of begging because of somebody is watching them. So this thing came into our mind that and if these children are begging, only then there are people who are getting benefits out of it. We need to stop this. So then me and my friend started off with this drive that we should be stopping begging, and we should be going to the slum areas. We should be speaking to their parents. We should be making them understand that the children should not be begging. Their right is to study and give them the right education. So we had a doctor on our panel. We came up with this idea that let's move out and let's open up an NGO. Let's come up with an NGO who will be working towards this cause, because nobody as an individual will listen to me. So we gathered approximately 9 ladies, and then we moved out in a group in these slum areas, and we had a psychologist also along with us, who used to convince the parents of these children who used to beg around that you should not be begging, but you should be studying. So for them, it was like, if the children are studying, for them, it's like you are cutting off one of their hands from getting money home. Because at the end of the day, these children are also contributing a certain amount towards their livelihood. But then we assured them that you are doing this for food, right? So we will be providing you this food, but send these children to school. So we are responsible for their school education. We are responsible for their stationaries. We are responsible for their midday meals, and we are responsible for all their basic education, what they are getting into our school. So we run a small open school for these children, and now we started with 2 children, and now we have 70 children in our school. So these are all beggar children who are converted from beggars to regular school going children. We are getting something from the society, right? We are earning. We are whatever events we are getting, whatever we are getting, my clients are from the society only. So we need to give it back to the society, to that level of people who are underprivileged. So this is how then Unnati came into this thing that, okay, society is giving us something, we need to give it back. So this is how then the idea of Unnati came into the picture.
Very nice. I must say you guys are doing a commendable job. I applaud you for all the efforts, and keep up the good work. You happen to be the project guys. So any challenges? Please talk about the challenges that you face or are facing. Balancing your various roles. Your 4G wife is not an easy task. It had its own roles to play. So talk to me and talk to our viewers about that.
Yeah, being a 4G wife, yes, definitely we do have some challenges. But after all, those challenges can be overcome, because if you have a supporting husband, so the challenges can obviously be overcome. So yes, my challenges were like I being into the hotel industry, and he being into the defense background. So army people, the defense people are posted every 3 years, if you know. So they get their postings in every 3 years. So when I got married, my husband was posted in Goa, and I was working in Delhi. So for any lady whose husband is posted in Goa, so it's a beautiful posting. So anybody would leave the job and go and join her husband and settle over there for some time, till the time the place is Goa like place. But I chose my career on top of everything. So for me, my career was everything, and I did not join my husband when he was working, when he was posted in Goa. After that, when he came, because see, for us it's like co-location postings are very difficult, because if he's there in Goa for a certain time, so no hotel will give me will place me in the hotel when they know that okay, her job is based on her husband's postings. So for that, for me, my job was secured in Delhi. I wanted to be in Delhi because for me my job was my priority. So I did not move out with him to Goa. After that, from after Goa, then he came back. He came to Agra. Then I had to shift from Delhi to Agra. So these are the loophole. These are the challenges which we face, that we have to change our jobs as per their postings. Now, this second challenge is like where they are posted. It's not necessary that what kind of hotel I am working with is over there also, or a branch is also over there. So if I'm working with 5-star hotels, if he is posted in Thois or Siachen, I will not be having a hotel over there. So for that, either I will have to stay back, or I will have to go along with him and leave my job and go along with him. So these are the challenges that are faced over there during that time. Also, there are a few more challenges. Protocols. You have protocols also to follow. The protocols are like there are some defense, there are parties happening. There are some for meetings. The meetings which are held at the station with the station commander's wife and the other lady officers' wives over there, and which work towards the betterment of the place where you're staying over there, of that station. If you are working in a civil setup, kind of a setup, you are very less into all these things. And then you have to face those challenges, because then you have your seniors' wives who are looking up to you, and they keep on saying that you're not there. So these are also the challenges which you have to face, and which every time you have to be on your toes. So you have to contribute here also, and you have to contribute there also in your workplace. So then you have got challenges for contributing in both the places and equally. So you cannot say that I am less over here or I'm more over there. So it's like you have to be equally present at both the places. So these are the challenges. But yes, I have a supportive husband who always used to tell me that if at all you are not able to attend the meetings at the Air Force station, please do concentrate on your work, because I will handle all these things. I cannot handle that. I cannot handle your hotel. What happens there? I cannot handle that, but at least I can handle things over here. So you concentrate there, and if you are not able to contribute towards the Air Force thing, I will help you out doing that.
Very nice.
The things became easy for me, and he never forced me to get posted wherever he was posted. He never told me that come along with me. He first told me that take care of your job first, and there will be a time when we'll be together. And today we are together.
Very nice. I wish all working women get such supportive husbands. A lot of them are, just like wives are supportive of their husband's career. I think it's equally important that men also are supportive of their wives' careers. And thank you for sharing these examples. Any future plans do you have for Arnold? I'm sure you do, but anything for Arnold as well as for the trust, the Development Foundation Trust, both of them?
Yeah, when it comes to the trust, yes, we do have expansion plans, because we are working towards the as of now we are working for the underprivileged children. Now our future plan is to work for the skill to skill the ladies for the women empowerment. So there are ladies. We have recently opened up a setup for stitching and embroidery center for the ladies through our trust, where we have approximately 25 ladies who come and who are learning stitching and embroidery from us. So future plan is like, if we teach them how to stitching and embroidery work, so in future we will be using their skills towards towards the necessity of the market, where now those potlies are being made where you have got wedding requirements. These potlies are used for many of the things. So we are coming up with such concept that these ladies, they make such things, and we will be supplying it to the vendors who require these potlies or those decorative bags for the hampers. Plus we will be getting them contracts from the surrounding factories for shirts or gloves. So these ladies will be getting their salary also from us, and they'll be learning a skill also. So this is our future plan. This is our future plan for the trust. And now when it comes to Arner, yes, of course, Arner will not stop only for weddings, event management, tour and travel, security and facility management. We will be surely getting further. We are getting into the international market also now, and as of now Arner has only 2 offices, but yes, in future we are planning to have more offices in pan India, so that our operations are not, as of now we have got vendors through whom we operate, but in future we will have our offices settled there.
Very nice. Thank you so much. Any advice for aspiring entrepreneurs, aiming to make a positive impact, aiming to make it a success of their business and all of that? And that would be my last question, but if you could have some.
Yes. See, this is the last but not the least question, and it's the most important question. To all the aspiring women entrepreneurs, I would just like to say is, believe in yourself, believe what you are doing. No thing is big or small. Anything, whatever strength you have, your talent, your hobby, please use it and take it further. You never know, your smallest hobby can make you a multi-billionaire also. So just believe in yourself, do whatever you do, just think of doing it. Don't sit, but do it. Whatever comes to your mind, just give it a try at least. Even if I wouldn't have given try to myself also, I wouldn't have come up to this level where I am. I would be happy. I would be happy with those figures coming into my bank account. I would be happy at the first day of the month that my salary has been credited to my account, and I'll be happy. I did not go for that. I had to leave something to achieve this. So don't get disheartened. Just give tries, and you will definitely succeed. So,
but it's important to get into the action mode.
Yes, you have to get into action. You have to recognize yourself, and whatever small things that you achieve, please start appreciating yourself for that. That is the only motivation that you can get as of now. What you can give to yourself, and you can give to yourself. So start believing in yourself. This is what I want to say.
Thank you so much for joining the show today, and I again wish you a very, very happy Women's Day. I wish you a lot of success. I wish Arner Consultancy a lot of success.
Thank you so much, and thank you for giving me this platform and this audience where I could come and speak over. And thank you, Shetty sir, to give me this platform and giving me this recognition. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Oh, that was really appreciate the way you have introduced me. It really made me feel good about myself, and thank you for your wishes. And I would like to first congratulate you and your team for launching this live TV program for the first time on the International Women's Day with a full day long programs and panel discussions lined out. And I sincerely want to thank you for trusting me and making me a part of this, initiation of yours. Thank you. As you have already mentioned, are you saying something, Sunilji? No. Please take over. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So when I'm working as a startup and incubation expert. Consultant to Startup Odisha on behalf of Ernst & Young, who is a knowledge partner to Startup Odisha. So first, I would like to give a brief introduction about the state of Odisha and the Startup Odisha and how the startup ecosystem is evolving in the state. So Odisha, as it claims to be surely, best kept secret. I think, with all its the rich heritage, culture, the farming, mining, and natural resources which are abundantly available in the state, it definitely makes one of the top destinations for startups with plethora of opportunities here. So, and Startup Odisha is an initiative by the MSME department of Government of Odisha, which is registered under the Section 8 of the Companies Act. And yeah, requesting all the panelists to keep their cameras switched on. Jayanti and Sumonaji, please. So, once it was initiated in the year 2016, Startup Odisha has come up with, a very business-friendly policy where, the vision itself mentions that 30% of the startups must be women-led. So that shows the kind of, commitment the state has towards promoting the women entrepreneurs. And in the framework which was developed and released in 2016, it has been provisioned for the women under the special category, where all the grants and subsidies are definitely more than the general category. So considering all these provisions made to nurture and support the women-led startups, today, if you look at the national scenario, recently there was a blog on ETBFSI, which says that the year 2024 belongs to the women entrepreneurs. And I think this year will definitely can see many more women entrepreneurs coming up. And, the statistics, if you look at in the nationwide, 50% of the startup ecosystem is being supported by women. But unfortunately, the number of women entrepreneurs is limited to only 14%. And when it comes to the MSME, more than 20% businesses are led by women. So I think there is a huge gap here which needs to be filled up. And definitely, the women entrepreneurs, even I'm seeing a lot of students, girl students, who are coming up with excellent innovative ideas and concepts. So there is a huge potential. So with all the policy framework and the support systems and the excellent infrastructure provided by Startup Odisha, we see that here in Startup Odisha, out of 1,849 recognized startups, we have around 28% being led by women. So that is like, we are just 2% less than our target. And if you look at the startups with at least one women director on board, we are almost at 42%. So definitely we are at a better statistics compared to the nation, and we would like to contribute more and encourage more women entrepreneurs to come up with excellent innovative ideas. So out of this, and today if you look at Startup Odisha, it is under the able leadership and guidance of Dr. Omkar Rai, who is a executive chairperson. The state and Startup Odisha are definitely exponentially growing, with an aggressive target of reaching around 5,000 startups by 2025. And with all the efforts put in by the Startup Odisha team since 2016, it has emerged as a leader in 2019 and as a top performer in 2021 and 2022 under the state startup ranking framework by Startup India. So definitely this shows how committed and dedicated the state is to promote entrepreneurship, particularly the women-led startups. So without much ado, I would like to, introduce to you the three. See, there are many startups, but we have just, because of the time constraint, we took only 3 of the women path breakers of Startup Odisha onto the panel today. So I would, going alphabetically, I would first start with introduction of Ms. Jayanti Mahapatra. She is a business advisor, entrepreneur, and a coach by profession. She is a dynamic expert with the ability to transform, innovate, and deliver strong financial returns. When it comes to her qualifications, she has a master's in business administration and MSc in psychotherapy and master of social work, along with a commendable 15 plus years of experience in diverse fields, primarily in banking, consulting, in organizations like HSBC, Dell, etc. She has been a serial entrepreneur who co-founded Manikastu Agro Private Limited. And when you say agro, I think you all would think something related to the general farming or anything, but you will be surprised to know, what kind of farming she is doing. So we will hear it from her. And the company has received a lot of accolades as one of the top 40 startups in Indian Express 40 under 40. Her passionate involvement as a regarded business management expert with a blend of strong analytical skills, creative approach, and entrepreneurial spirit, combined with her dedication towards leading and driving change for betterment, have been catalysts for businesses receiving multiple accolades. So some of her achievements are Women of Substance Award 2019 and Change Maker at ICC Women Summit 2020, Emerging Women Entrepreneur of the State, Promising Entrepreneur by AIC, OTV Award as an Aspiring Entrepreneur, AMNS Shakti Awards 2022, she received the Exemplary Performance in Agriculture, Udyog Urja 2023, Entrepreneur of the Year Agriculture by Prameya Channel, and Pride of Odisha during the 7th edition of Sambad. Jayanti has been a mentor to many startups in various incubation centers like SOA, CII, AIC, CUTM, KIT TBI, and a partner consultant to Startup Odisha, MSME, DBT-ILS, Doordarshan, TAI, SPIU, ISAP, Indigram Lab, etc., and part of CII Skill and Education Committee. Her other interests include technological connection to business and natural parenting. The Honorable PM, Sri Narendra Modi ji, had spoken about her startup in detail during his 110th episode of Man Ki Baat on 25th of February, which surely added another feather to her cap. Welcome, Jayanti, onto the panel. So our second guest for today is Miss Nikita Baliar Singh. Definitely, she must be missing her twin sister and co-founder, Ms. Nishita Baliar Singh, along with her today on the panel. These twin sisters are the pride of Odisha as the first Forbes International Under 30 honorees, founded Nexus Power, an eco-friendly battery tech company. They are striving to build a sustainable and greener planet by building lithium-free, biodegradable electric vehicle batteries from crop residue. Inspired by concepts in industrial ecology and biomimicry, Nexus is not only speeding up the process of EV adaptation through the fast charging, cheap, and energy-efficient batteries, but also facilitating massive growth in the agricultural industry by converting the waste. Both Nishita and Nikita completed their bachelor's degree in business management from the prestigious Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. Following this, Nikita went to pursue her master's in media and mass communication from XIM Bhubaneswar, and Nishita opted to pursue chartered accountancy. Both of them have also completed master's certification programs in nanotechnology, battery management systems, electric vehicle engineering, innovation and strategy management from IIT Roorkee, IIT Chennai, and IIM Bangalore. I think these two sisters have not left any kind of need which is required for their business. They made each and every need of the business their qualification. Besides their entrepreneurial interests, Nishita is a photographer and an artist, while Nikita is a creative writer and a filmmaker. Something that resides in both of them is being musicians, sports enthusiasts, adventure freaks, and brave horse riders. Both the girls are very active when it comes to business, leadership, and travel. Really, I think you guys are very inspiring to a lot of us, Nikki and Nishi. Apart from being featured in Forbes 30 Under 30, Nexus has been a recipient of multiple awards since its inception in 2019. Entrepreneur magazine's Shepreneur, Women to Watch, Vogue India's Women at the Workplace Special Edition, MG Motors and the Better India's Change Makers Season 3, PMI's Global Future 50, to name a few. The pair has also been felicitated by the Honorable Governor of Odisha for their innovative work and contribution towards the startup ecosystem in the state of Odisha. Kudos to you girls. Welcome onto the panel. So our next pathbreaker is Dr. Sumona Karji Mishra, who has a PhD in molecular virology from the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, having more than 14 peer-reviewed international research publications in the area. Very commendable, Dr. Sumona. After surviving a life-threatening pregnancy complication, Dr. Sumona founded Prante as an R&D-driven deep tech company that majorly focuses on predictive diagnostics or prognostics, as she calls it, to bridge the gap between the increasing patient loads and lacunae in the healthcare systems across the globe. Dr. Sumona is an alumnus of Cambridge Judge Business School's Ignite program. She actively collaborates with academicians and clinicians to identify the pressing problems in the current clinical diagnosis and gaps that have deep social and commercial value. She has been conferred with many prestigious awards, including Pride of Odisha, Rashtriya Swayam Siddha Samman, National Startup Award 2022 in the field of innovative medical diagnostics. Technologies developed by her group have a rich intellectual property profile with 6 patents, and her team has been a winner of CII IPR Award from 2018 to 2021. That's an awesome, achievements, I can say, Dr. Sumona. I very warmly welcome you onto the panel. So before I start the discussion, I would like to request all three of you, if you would like to just share a few things about your startup or your journey, very briefly. Yes, Nikita?
Surely. Hi, good afternoon. I'm audible. So I'm actually somewhere in the reception of the Taj Palace. Yet to check in here and the flight was late, so it's kind of really hectic. But yeah, my journey so far has been very exciting, specifically because it is coming out of college and you wanting to start work, wanting to get into education. And with my own twin sister, we spent all my life as a child. I used to copy her assignments in school. So when I stepped up and started doing business with her, I was sure that path was right. So from there to here, about 3.5 years, I think we also hadn't imagined that we'll get what we have so far. We managed. So it's been a bittersweet journey for sure. There have been things which have not gone the way we wanted. Few things that have just fallen in between. And I think that's what entrepreneurship is. So, looking forward to more adventures in life. Also very happy that I've chosen this field.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, how often do you twin sisters fight during the, professional journey? Does it happen?
Fight, yeah, I mean, we call it discussions, so let's put it that way. So we do have some aggressive discussions sometimes, some very subtle discussions, but not that we end up fighting the way we used to when we were kids.
Okay.
Yeah, if you tell me about personal things, then we'll fight. professionally, I think when you're in the office, you have a team around you, it gets difficult to also fight among each other. So yeah, we call it discussions. We're like aggressive, sometimes subtle, but discussions.
Great, great. So, Sumona ji?
Hi, everybody, and wish you all a happy International Women Day and Mahashivratri, of course. As I talk about My Prante, it's a startup that we have started in 2015. And with a mission and vision to bridge the gap between the healthcare early diagnosis, where it is very critical to be at the point of care so that the management can be taken at a right time and the patient can be saved, not in terms of their health, financially, and also getting them the support that they can arrange the kind of a treatment they require. We started it thinking that the medical device and diagnostic that need to be built, it should be from the scratch. It should not be something which is available and just makeshift or changing it and bringing little innovation into it and making it a point of care device which is already existing in the centralized facility. So our vision is to looking into the concept, looking into the requirement, user need, and then building the product around it so that it can serve the user in a better way, in a safer way, and in a precise way. And Startup Odisha and the Odisha environment has been very helpful because, see, for developing a new technology, we require a kind of an ecosystem that has been provided by Odisha and Startup Odisha, not only in terms of the financial supports or the encouragement, but also having the human resource. Being a state where you have a huge number of engineers, getting people with technological skills was not very difficult for us. And since it is Bhubaneswar and not Bangalore and Pune, retaining those talent was also equally easy over here. So these two things which has been very instrumental when you are developing a point kind of a state of the art technology. You need to retain the talent with you because it is a long journey, and when you build a team you want them to be with you. And Bhubaneswar being a place where you have a dedicated people, skilled people, and they are willing to be with one organization for a longer time with the commitment has been very helpful for us.
Great,
Thanks a lot.
great, Sumana ji. Jayanti, can you please switch on your camera? Yeah, we would like to see your beautiful face. You're on mute. You're on mute. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty much there and kind of listening to all the, the beautiful women around here. And I think one beautiful girl. Women बोलते ना थोड़ा सा इधर उधर हो जाएगा.
Yeah.
So I think I'll just start by not wishing Women's Day. I think the day we have a happy Farmers Day, that is the day I think we should all be feeling great about the country and about the society as well. And having said that, yes, in that community of farmers, we would be, all of us are included. The reason is this time the theme is inclusion. So when we talk about inclusion, I think it is all the more important that beyond the genders, we must think of inclusion of people around. So obviously a very, very happy Women's Day and Mahashivratri. But iske saath, I think we longing to look forward to a happy Farmers Day. The reason why I put it down is because the startup and the company that I run, it is all to do with farmers, and our greater idea for the farmers is each farmer should live as an entrepreneur, should look forward to being a micro entrepreneur or a respected employee somewhere in some agri company. So that's the entire idea. And I personally call myself a farmer again. The reason is ours is Manikastu Agro Private Limited, which started off in 2015 with a back-end calculation of helping farmers into feed and fodder of small ruminants, that is animals. And we specialize into goats. We can look at goats the two ways. One is greatest of all time greats. That's how people put my name against Jayanti and goat. So that's how I consider greatest of all times. Otherwise, yes, goats is a small ruminant which kind of is the gold mine for every farmer. Each of the farmers, when they are only into one particular product, it is not viable for them in terms of their scale of economy. And we wanted to take on something which is categorically supporting the bottom of the pyramid in terms of the farmers, manufacturers, production, and supply chain. Having said that, why small ruminants is because the idea of integrating animal husbandry into the generic farming will always give that traction of enterprising and also supports in terms of scaling the income for every individual. And the best part is the farmer doesn't have to work on it. The people at home can actually help the family. So both ways, we looked at females, we looked at the farmers, and we looked at the income base. And we started off something that is called as a goat bank. So that is one revenue stream. The goat bank concept was a HubSpot model where we kind of worked it out where, Manikastu will be at the center, supporting every farmer into animal rearing, insurance, technology, backend support, medical support, and buyback model with the market leverage. With that, the other streams are pertaining to manure processing, where the waste is also bought back and we process it into an organic manure, which is available in Amazon for individual D2C retail. And there is a supply constant which goes for the larger bits. The third is the feed and fodder, which is again another revenue stream. Every farmer cultivates something or the other in his her farm. If not an owner of a land, then they also go for partial, जिसको भागीदारी बोलते हैं. So the waste out of that land is also bought back, and that is the third revenue for them as individuals and for us, which is converted into feed, fodder, silage, and so on and so forth. Later, we are looking at Odisha being one of the one-stop destination and choices across the world for every product pertaining to goat and the processed product out of goat milk, cheese, so on and so forth. Thank you.
Great, Jayanti. So, I mean, like people would have heard about, blood banks and, financial banks and everything. But I think the goat bank is something very new. And, kudos to you for coming up with that kind of a concept, actually. And so my the next question would be to Jayanti and Dr. Sumona. So, both of you are first generation entrepreneurs. So,
yes.
Like, when and how did the seed get planted in your head? And once you expressed that, what was the immediate reaction from your family and friends?
I think it's interesting to talk about the reactions first. The first reaction was, okay, she was mad, now she's gone eccentric, she would require medical help after some time. So that's fantastic to hear, because unless you are little eccentric and you want to get down to that level, it is difficult to be an entrepreneur. Every day, it's a matter of challenge. It's a matter of getting that kick off from every time you have a downfall. So So unless you have that energy levels and you're eccentric, it is difficult to deal with that situation. So that was the first thing in terms of reaction. The reason why we wanted to get down is you don't want to be answerable doing a job entire life, and most of us. I belong to a completely down to earth middle class family where everybody was into job and majority into government jobs. So government job is the hat and is the crown of the family lineage from both sides. So one of the kickoffs were, you wanted to break that off, saying that 50 years, 48 years, people work, and ultimately what they own is a house, car, and basics of their life. So one needs to, I wanted to break that off, and I didn't want to become an engineer or a doctor and, have a government life. But ultimately, I was pushed into jobs for a certain period of time. The best part was I made a choice to move into a private sector. So I'm a first generation private sector jobbie at our place also. So the black spot, typically who doesn't study very much, is lazy, who doesn't like to do anything other than, kind of have fun. So that was the thing. And the other thing was, while at work, what I can understand is someday we will be slower, we will be going back. So what is the contribution when we leave this world? So for me, what was important was, what am I doing? And if I'm doing something, why am I doing it? And that why answer was how many lives I would change in what I'm doing. In banking, yes, we change a lot of lives. Yes, we are doing a lot of good things. But then again, when we look at a sector which comes as a shock to us, is the farmer community. And even today, when you say that I'm a farmer, a lot of people will feel that, farmer is relative to poor and economically very low. So I think that was one other area that I wanted to make this change in perception that farmers be acha aur ameer ho sakte hain, bhai. So those were the things. Thanks.
Great. So, Dr. Sumana, so I think you mentioned, it was mentioned in your profile that, you had, you are a fighter and you have successfully come out from a very, difficult pregnancy. So I guess, that could be your triggering point for, getting into what you're doing now. But yeah, I would like to hear from you more about when and how it started, and how is it, where is it today?
Yeah, thank you. So definitely, I was more inclined toward academia, research, and always envisioned myself as a little girl to become a big scientist, doing research and making new product discoveries and all. But entrepreneurship definitely was not at all in my list, and I never wanted to be. But what small incidents in your life often changes the way you think about your career, your future, and how you want to take the life ahead. So maybe pregnancy and the pregnancy complication that I faced is one of that trigger. Because being educated, being in a very we were in Delhi at that time, and had all the ANCs been done in a proper way, but unless and until my pregnancy turned critical, I was not being diagnosed with the condition that was called as preeclampsia. So that led me feel ki, if there is no early diagnosis, and there are so many women who is getting impacted by these kind of complications. If we take the statistics, more than 10% women in across the world get affected by preeclampsia every single year. And this is not only limited to the pregnancy or pregnancy complications, but beside that, there are various diseases where early diagnosis could be savior. But unfortunately, we don't have the early diagnosis, or the early diagnosis is not available in a form that it can reach the person who really needs it. point of care and to the so that uh, initiated the thought in me, doing a research, publishing a papers, making discoveries in a high-end lab where all the instruments are available. It's more important to do something where we can develop products and bring it to the common man. Actually, they are the people who need our invention. So that was the trigger. So in 2010, my daughter born, and I did all the kind of a back end surveys and searches till 2015. Still, she was little stabilized because as she was very premature, it was very difficult for me to go leave her and go outside and do my entrepreneur journey. So in 2015, the first thing that I did is I registered my company so that there should not be any deviation or kind of any kind of distraction for me. I know what is my target, and I registered it initially as a one person company so that uh, my focus is there. If somebody wants to come along with me, fine. Otherwise, I want to go ahead. uh, but if I talk about the reactions from my family and friends, I would say that they were very supportive, extremely supportive. Not only my parents, my husband, my in-laws, my friends, everybody supported and encouraged and tried to help me in every possible way they could. Even my daughter, at that time she was just 5, she also encouraged me to do something in this regard, because she said, mama, you could save me, but there are millions of women who are not being able to save their child because they don't have that kind of facility that you could provide to me. So that is kind of encouragement and support that I got. And definitely I was doing something in the field which I have already been trained for so many years. So there was not much of a negative reaction. In fact, I would say there is no negative reaction. But of course, they were concerned that whether it will be very hard on me to take an entrepreneurial journey. But in each and every step, each of them, especially my husband and my daughter, were supportive, and they helped me like anything. From 2015 and now we are in 2019, we have all the certifications from DSIR, Cedisco, everything, and they have been the integral part to help me to, from a one person company, now we have around 15 people working together.
That's great. That's a great journey. So, Nikita, coming to you, I think you are like a second generation entrepreneur. And yeah, so is it like a genetic thing for you? Or, have you developed that interest on becoming an entrepreneur at a later date? And
No,
particularly
I
when you
think.
have, yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
but
go ahead, please.
no, I also wanted to understand because you mentioned to me that your parents are in telecom sector, right? Yeah, telecom products and all that. So,
Real
so
estate and
you
stuff, yeah.
have, sorry?
There's a telecom, real estate and stuff, yeah, traditional businesses.
Yeah. So, but now
Yeah.
you have chosen both of you have chosen a different, entirely a different, business line. So, again, I wanted to understand how supportive were your parents, and what were the challenges you faced?
So it was not like we developed this thing later or there was a different thought process. I think since school we had this in mind that we had to be entrepreneurs and we had to start our own company. And that was way back, I think, when we were 8, 9 years old. So we've since then we've been kind of been in this space to build our own company. And of course, I've seen my parents in business. They used to have they have their own company. So often as kids, we used to go to their offices and see the team and how work would happen and how they would manage and approve things and so on and so forth. So yes, that feeling has been there since childhood. Of course, our school was very instrumental in encouraging us to be entrepreneurs because they always felt that we had that spark and we should take it forward. I don't know if it was genetic or it was just because we had we'd grown up in that environment that we picked up the idea of having our own company, but it was there since childhood. So there's nothing that happened later. And people, I remember my batchmates were asked, what you want to be in life, and they would somebody would pick up astronaut, somebody would say doctor, and I would always, in fact, both of us would always stand up and say that we will build our own brand and we'll build our own company. So it was that old in us. Parents, obviously, they've been in the same business line, so they understand the highs and lows of what businesses can be. And so they were very supportive, yes, but they were also concerned about, how the growth would be for us, because we were getting into a very R&D intensive deep tech startup, battery technology, and young women with women who don't even have a very specific science background. Like, it's not like a very long engineering background that we have. So for us to step into that domain, it was that parental concern that they had, that you have to think how far will this go and how you will manage to build it or grow the company eventually. So yeah, there was this little bit of concern, but they were very supportive. They gave us a lot of tips from their journey of how they started their business and how they've managed highs and lows and the finances, of course. So even today, mom gives us a lot of financial tips and things, because it's one very important factor of business. So people have been supportive. Somewhere it has been with the external environment, sometimes with investors, sometimes with a few government officials. It has been not very smooth to convince them that we know what we are doing. But other than that, it's been a wonderful experience so far. And Nexus, as a company, we work on battery technology. So we're making the cells, and we do a lot of research day in and day out. So surely we needed a lot of support, which thankfully came into us from Startup Odessa, from KTBI, from CSIR Labs, IMMT is an example. So we were grateful that we managed to tie up with all of these organizations in the state, and we managed to grow in the state. So, it was a dream for both of us to build a brand in the sustainability domain and to come up and have a 35 member team today who's extensively working on research every day, and where we are maybe say 7, 8, 9 months short of commercializing the batteries. Uh, Probably wasn't a thought in the beginning, but yes, it's from here on. I think it's about growing and going global.
Yeah. So, and where are you planning your manufacturing unit? So, is it going to be the same place here?
Personally, if you would ask me, my heart says Bhubaneswar, because we've grown up here, we're born and brought up here. It's close to my heart. But it'll also depend on the kind of incentives we get from the multiple governments of the state, and of course, central government as well. Also depends on the proximity to raw material and how the supply chain and distribution channel works. So a lot of things go into deciding your manufacturing plant. But if Odessa, because we've been so attached with the government already so far, if we get the best intensive incentives here, I think this is going to be our first choice for sure. So Bhubaneswar it will be if everything falls in place.
Yeah, I think from the industry department, there are many schemes and policies, and also from Startup Odisha, there is a need-based assistance which is given to the deep tech startups. So probably you can look at applying for these things. And
So we've not had a struggle on the financial side, to be honest, because we've raised 2 rounds of equity investments. So we've got like a proper investment network and board of directors in place. And we've thankfully not required the need-based assistance so far. But, we're looking at incentives in terms of allotment of land, manufacturing subsidies, proximity to sourcing of raw material, other industries who could collaborate with us. So these are some elements that go into deciding where we would, set up manufacturing units. And obviously, it will not be just one. It will be multiple of them across the country, but one in Bhubaneswar, and maybe the first one in Bhubaneswar for sure.
Yeah, I think that would be a better plan to have start here and in your hometown and then expand outside. Yeah. So my next question to all three of you would be like, so did you ever face any kind of challenges in your entrepreneurial journey as women? And if yes, what are they and how did you overcome these challenges? Yes, Jayanti, you can start.
as a women, when you dive into an area which is pretty much a male-dominated area, which agriculture overall you normally see is attached with males. So at the time, especially animal husbandry sector. So yes, there are basic challenges that you kind of go through and have. One is the trust factor. With the farming community and specifically the marginal farmers, with the policies, with the kind of work people have done, their experiences, yes, initially there was a little to do with gaining the trust. Hence, we could understand even before we surveyed the area, and that's why we did not start immediately with animal husbandry or the goat bank. We started with supporting them for cultivation of other horticulture products other than what they are used to, which took us 2 years. And in 2017, October was when we actually launched the goat bank model and the realistic model that we wanted to take on. We understood that it would take us at least 2 years' time before the farmers come back and are associated with us, because goat rearing is also a very, very scientifically driven technique, and the modern methodology with ERP systems, with applications for the care, for tracing, monitoring, and all that, it is not an easy thing, especially in the deep rural pockets, where people are, used to the generic thing. And when it is attached with the women, somebody who has no background of animal sciences or agriculture or anything, it is all the more a camel ride to say. But I think those 2 years were the time. India as a country would require a little bit of time before things change as a gender-specific notion for a particular industry. So it will change, and it is going to take some time. I think from policy perspective, from government perspective, from procurement perspective, the mandis and these on the ground, yes, you will have a little bit of I think, but slowly now with all these years, it's physical. But I think like Startup Odisha and all other incubation supports and the promotion, the state and the center, everyone who's promoting us has kind of been our stalwarts as support system, who have kind of supported and helped us to move ahead beyond the so-called perception of agriculture to men.
I think you are now a national celebrity with the PM, Honorable PM himself mentioning about you and talking about your startup. Okay, so I mean, like, I just want to ask a very foolish question here. So, did your psychotherapy MSc help you in understanding the?
Actually, that is the approach, ma'am. So when I said that initially we went ahead for buying in the trust factor, psychotherapy, counseling, a lot of times when you talk in groups, that worked, and training background works. The studies work. Generally, as an individual, if not agriculture, then somewhere you have to play the mind, and I think that worked for us.
Great.
And it still works, actually.
So, Nikita?
No, I wouldn't call them challenges. Just certain roadblocks that sometimes come around, certain situations that do come around. not that we faced anything specific or very dedicated because we were women, but uh, there have been certain interactions with, sometimes in the early days when we were raising our first round, we used to pitch to a lot of investors. And a few of them came up with certain questions like, so we used to finish an entire pitch, and we used to expect questions on the company and the product. But, the first questions that we've got is, when do you plan to get married? Would your husband join the company once you're married? Would the company be going on, once you're married? What's going to be the continuity of the business? So we used to be a little perplexed because you wouldn't ask a man these questions if whether his wife is going to join the company or not, or what happens company when he gets married. So these were certain things that kind of pinched us a little in the beginning. That my personal life has got nothing to do with my professional life, and I don't think that should come in the way. So I think eventually we did learn to, just say that it doesn't matter. Initially, we used to try and be, a little subtle, but then we started being a little direct, saying it doesn't matter. So don't get there. Let's talk about what I'm doing and, not what my personal life is. And this was something that often I believe, when we look at women empowerment, or we look at how women are trying to build themselves and companies across in the country, it's also important that everybody else in the ecosystem understands that it is already a very tough job to stand up and build a company, whether it is a man or a woman. And if the ecosystem is not looking at both of these genders from the same lens, then it gets tougher for the one who is being criticized more than the other gender. So that's one thing that we do believe everybody in the ecosystem has to understand. And beyond that, I think it's also important that we have a lot of women come up and become investors as well. So you look at a list of investors, say 150, 200 of them, out of which barely would find 20 or 30 of them who have women founders. Otherwise, it's a very male dominated space even today. So these are certain things that we have to work on, and there's a long way to go. But I'm sure things have changed ever since the startup boom has happened, and I'm sure government is doing a lot of things, special incentives for women, a compulsory women director in a lot of limited companies. So these are positive moves. I'm sure now they have to make it mandatory. Eventually, that will be the case. Maybe 5, 7, 10 years later. So that's nice, and it's a welcome move. It's good that women are being given their due share of management skills, and they are actually shining quite bright in multiple startups and also investment domains.
Yeah, great. So, Dr. Sumona ji, did you have to face any kind of challenges as a woman entrepreneur?
No. As Nikita said, as a woman entrepreneur, the challenges as an entrepreneur, definitely, whether it is a male or a female, they have to face when they are building their company. But being a woman entrepreneur, as such a different challenge, which might, if I would have been a man, I would not have faced. Nothing has happened like that. Everybody was very understanding, collaborating, and at the intellectual scale, everybody accepted that the man and women are same. Right now, at least the circle, I have been very fortunate. The circle that where I am operating, there is no discrimination at all. Whether we are collaborating with the AIMS or we are collaborating with the Utkal University or Revensha, or whether it is NIB Pune, everywhere we have been welcome, and they never discriminate as I am a woman. It is, in fact, it is easier. I feel it becomes easier when you are a woman and you are driving something. The people around you appreciate the effort that you are taking. Maybe sometimes there are apprehensions. As a woman, you have to take care of your family, but now I think the trust has built on the women that they know how to handle multiple things and keep their time slot as it is required, and they can prioritize what to do, when to do, and how to do. So that much confidence I think the society now have started having on their women.
That's great. So again, one last question to all three of you, because we are running out of time. So which has been your best moment in your entrepreneurial journey, be it any kind of an award or any kind of an achievement? So whatever it is, and what was that best moment, and what was your feeling at that point in time? So let us start with Dr. Sumona.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for giving this first opportunity to me to explain, because there are so many moments. But the best moment, there are so many awards that when we got, you get we feel very good. But there is one moment which actually made me feel the best being in the entrepreneurial journey is during the COVID. So during the COVID, we thought how to operate the things. At that time it came up to our mind, why not to develop some diagnostics for the COVID. And within 2 months we developed RNA isolation kit and sent it to ICMR for validation. And we are very apprehensive because we didn't have the sample to validate much. So with all the surrogate samples we have validated, and within 2 months me and my husband, because we could not bring our other employees to do the testing, we developed from scratch. And it is based on magnetic nanoparticle, which we later on patented it, and we have a granted patent on that. We sent it to ICMR and we are very apprehensive, and the report came, and our performance was better than the international brand Roche's 99 magnetic nanosensor. And when I saw that result, it was so overwhelming for me to feel that within 2 months we could create and can contribute something for the COVID war, which was affecting so many lives. So that was the, I could say, the till date, that was the best moment that I can count upon.
Yeah, Nikita.
When you are in an R&D intensive company and you have like a research team who's day in and day out stepping in with multiple ideas, I don't think I can really pick one moment which made me feel that this is it, because there was actually no eureka moment in this journey so far. Every day we do certain experiments and some are very successful and we are very happy. Some just we fail at many of them also, but we still keep it going. So yeah, there have been multiple awards falling in the kitty. Forbes, I think Forbes under 30 was very, very important for the family, for our friends, for our loved ones. They really they're very happy about Forbes. And I think everything else that happened after that happened because of the Forbes mention that we got, whether it was Entrepreneur India or it was Vogue or it was PMI Future 50. I think it all happened because we'd already featured in Forbes. So probably yes, that was one very happy moment for everybody in the family and our loved ones. But personally, I think for me, just to get up and have a company and work with my sister and day in and day out to go and step into the office, I think that is a wonderful feeling in itself. To go into the office and have a team working and dedicatedly, when we are shedding our responsibilities, we are sharing our work and we are kind of working together. I think that is the only feeling that probably I wake up for every day in the morning.
Great, great. Yeah, Jayanti.
There are many, ma'am. I think every day there is something or the other that comes up, which is great and good. But I think I'm happy with smaller and little things. So one of my experiences was when I was really happy. There was this girl who joined us while we started the firm. She was the first one, our first employee actually. And she did not have parents. And she was staying with her mother, brother, and other family members. And they had pushed her to start earning. She was hence no choice, so she came to us. We put her on board. And 5 years later, she was getting married, and she was one of those richest in their area. Okay, and who was actually taking a survey, and they were shocked to know that she had saved around 6 lakhs in 5 years. And very interestingly, that was the time she started getting her proposals for marriage. And the best part was, she says that anyone who would like to marry me has to stay in Manifesto and has to work here, because I will not go to their place. So anyone who is ready to marry and stay here will continue, and I will get married. So I think that was one of the experiences which was happy, and it makes a lot of difference for people from those areas where you make a difference. Similarly, we have multiple stories actually. There is this old couple who was selling greens out here in the roads of Bhubaneswar, your IRC village roads. They were from Raikia. So their children had pushed them off and had no place to go. So somehow they managed coming to Bhubaneswar. The old man was around 60 and was forced to do, posed as a security guard. So, and then 10 days later, probably he was thrown out and had no place to go. So, someday I used to buy some stuff from there on the way, either for some work or somewhere. So then I would see them regularly, new face, and I asked them, "Where did you come?" And then they started sobbing. And then we pulled them from here, took them there. They worked with us, and recently they were able to build the house. So they were there with us for around 6 years again, and so they have taken a sabbatical and have gone back to build their house and come back again. So those are the kind of happy experiences that we have. The rest is, I think, recognitions will always make us happier. And one of the recognitions is, again, all our support incubators, you, Startup Odisha, and everybody, I guess.
And I think, really, I feel very privileged to have, this panel and you people on the panel who not only, brought in a change in your own lives, but, impacting many more lives and, working on the sustainability areas and really, kudos to all of you. I'm really glad to be working with Startup Odisha, to be in touch with all of you. So let us keep this going and wish you all the very best. And I think definitely many more happy moments to come to all of you. So it's been a very great time, and thank you for taking out time on a holiday. And I know Nikki is traveling and she has just pulled out time to be here. So thank you, all of you, very, very much, and wish you a very happy Women's Day. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Sunilji and my Startup TV team for having us and encouraging the startups from Startup Odisha, women entrepreneurs in particularly. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to Youth and Inspiration today. In this discussion, we shall explore the dynamic world of young minds shaping our future. Introducing the panel for today, Chandni Agarwal. She is the co-founder of Yogi Bear Collectives. Yogi Bear Collectives is a creative incubator in the heart of Hyderabad, designed by creatives to support creators around the world. Music to photography. Yogi Bear Collectives is the hub for all creative things. Coming to our second speaker, Sonali Talwalkar is a parenting coach. As an intuitive mentor specializing in parenting, relationships, midlife, and teen to adult transition, she blends empathy and wisdom into transformative journeys of life. To our final panelist, Ruchi Sharma Kapoor, she is a leadership coach, facilitator, social and emotional intelligence certified practitioner, NLP certified master practitioner, and an author. So welcome all the speakers and all my guests. As Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, we cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can always build our youth for the future. With this apt quote, I would like to open the discussion with Chandni. I would like to know what inspired you to pursue entrepreneurship at a very young age, and how is the journey different from a traditional career path?
Hi, everybody. quite a question to start with. So, I mean, did I really pursue it or did it pursue me is the big question. I'm from a business family. My mother is a pioneer who built the first Andhra Telangana tourism project. I have a father who's been in the granite and steel industry for generations to come, and a brother who treats business like a baby treats candy, just something to keep shifting from one to the other. So a lot of times I do wonder whether this is something that was just laid out for me as a path, or is it something that taking a deep dive in though, I would say that I think my thoughts shifted towards entrepreneurship when I came back from Australia after doing my architecture. And the reverse culture shock that I went through changed my perspective and changed me as a person. I've always been a creative and passionate person. And I guess my desires to bring unique ideas to life were the inspiration for my journey. From being an environmental architect to before architecture was cool, being a pastry chef before that was the business that every woman entrepreneur was thinking about. And now in the entertainment industry, trying to bring about a shift when I'm an outsider myself. It's always been that way. That's my thought process as such. Has it been easy? Not really. A lot of people assume that because I'm from a business family, things would have been laid out for me. But what they kind of forget is that I picked industries which had nothing to do with the understanding or the little network that my family has. I had to establish credibility for myself. I had to make people believe in me because of the lack of experience I had. Focus on showcasing expertise and dedication to building this. I mean, being an introvert, I still had to become an extrovert, which I think was the hardest part of choosing young entrepreneurship. And very truthfully, all of this differs with a regular path in only one small way, or maybe a really large way. It's lonely. It's a singular person's journey and a very lonely climb. To walk this path, you need to deal with uncertainty and constant adaptation as your life's choice. What else can I say? Yeah, and not to mention self-doubt, sleepless nights. Oh my God, the number of those that I've gone through, unbelievable. But it's been great. It's been fun because it's the way to build something that I can call my own. And I think that's the most important thing at the end for any entrepreneur, young or old. All part and parcel, I guess. That's how I think it's different.
Lovely. I think the audience will really be inspired to pursue the passion. And like you said, that burning oil, the burning passion and drive, I think they will literally chase that. So coming to a topic that's quite prevalent, social media. So Nali, how do you perceive the role of social media in shaping the identity and relationships of teenagers today? What impact do you believe it has on their mental health and well-being?
Yeah, hi, Devika. Thank you for this particular question. I think it's a very common and a very popular challenge that parents go through. And this is one of the common queries that parents come to me, during, and we discuss during our mentoring sessions. I like to take on from the quote that you mentioned in your introduction that we cannot build the future for our youth, but we can definitely build the youth for our future. So today we have social media. Tomorrow we may have something else. I think during our times we came up with the mall culture. Our parents were in for a culture shock, when malls started opening up and the entire experience of shopping changed. So the point is that technology is ruling the world. Life is very, very dynamic. Things are changing on a daily basis. So it's very, very difficult to stick to a particular way of life or a way of thinking. And I think adaptability becomes a very, very important attribute, not just for our teenagers and young adults, but also for our parents. Talking about social media, Devika, I come from the perspective that everything needs to be in balance. So we have a positive side towards life and we have a negative side towards life. Anything which is over positive is not good, and anything again which is huge towards being too negative is also not good. Similarly, when it comes to social media, I think we as parents, our generation, we need to adapt to the evolution that's taking place and understand the fact that social media is there to stay. However, what we really need to focus on is how we can actually build our youth, our children, our young adults into being responsible and understanding how to use social media in a very responsible way. So there are negatives and there are positives. I'm not just going to say that it's only negatives and, the screen time is too much and things like that. It's really about what you are viewing and what are you taking back in terms of learning from social media. So just to give you an example, if you look at the positives, there are inspirational videos, there are gratitude posts, there are achievement stories, personal achievement stories. There are acts of kindness that people put forth in the videos, which actually teach our youth about empathy. They teach our youth about responsibility, sensitivity. So these are the positive aspects of it. Talking about the negative, of course, there's cyberbullying, there is body shaming that leads to, a kind of comparison that the youth lands up making. They become extremely conscious of themselves. All of this may lead to FOMO, fear of missing out. It leads to isolation. It leads to self-doubt. It leads to low self-esteem. In extreme cases, it can lead to depression as well. If I have to kind of summarize, because this is a very, very vast topic, if I actually get to talking, I think I'll utilize the entire hour. But net, there are going to be positives and negatives. We need to accept the fact that social media is here to stay. We need to develop our youth and ourselves to understand the positives and how we can actually use the benefits of social media for our overall mental wellness and holistic development, not just for ourselves, but also for our children. So that's what I think that's a perspective that I would like to.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sonali, for your sharing your insights. It's very profound, though. So, switching gears, I would like to ask Ruchi, could you share some strategies for cultivating emotional resilience in the face of adversity? Everybody has gone through the pandemic, and I think that was a very testing time. So, how do you develop emotional resilience at those times?
Thank you, Devika, for asking this question. Emotional resilience, okay, and building in times of adversity. One thing I think I would like to say that having an emotional resilience ability is a muscle memory. And like we train regularly to go in gym to keep a good physical health, it is not just something, that ability to switch on in time of challenges or when there is adversity, as we said. It's a fact that challenges will be there in life as long as we are in this world. There are challenges in different shapes and for everyone, be it youth, be it adults, children. We need to build ourselves and make ourselves ready for facing this adversity, which means by regularly investing in ourselves. So picking up from what Sonali was saying, while in today's world there are a lot of distractions and a lot of areas in which the youth faces these challenges, one thing which can be very, very useful is maintaining and nurturing the connections. If you see in erstwhile times, there were a lot of chit chats happening, group talks happening, group meetings happening.
Yes.
Now we have slowly weaned off from that. And
Correct.
that isolation is causing a lot of trouble for everyone, actually. And youth, for importantly, because they have been raised in a time where they haven't seen the benefits of the social connection. So one thing is not compromising and not replacing it by having WhatsApp chats, Snapchat chats, or dropping in a message, but really picking up that phone and talking, and even better, calling your circle of friends, family, basically your army, as the slang that goes. Having your army there and building and nurturing that connection very, very in a focused manner. Now, that is something which will keep you going, and you will not be in a state of that, what am I doing? I'm feeling so lonely. There is no one to talk to. That is something which needs, a lot of focus. Now, the other aspect is one thing, and I'm not going to talk about things which are easily available and everyone knows, do meditation, do exercise, yoga, which are very, very powerful tools. But some of the doables is, as I talked about connection, the other thing is about inculcate a habit of reading. I think reading is something which over the years has just phased out. I think reading fiction books as a child and as a youngsters, that is fine, which is very good. But as you grow up, we wean out of this ability or this habit of reading regularly, and then it becomes like a to do. Like you feel it's a pain to get up in the morning and go for a walk. So it's a pain to read. People say read 5 pages, 10 pages, but one nice book, if you're in a regular habit, it can do wonders. It is that, again, it's a connection, right? Sometimes it's a connection with people you can see. With books, you have a connection with people who you just feel they get you. There are so many things, so many stories, you never know what inspires and what sticks with you. So one thing for building emotional resilience is inculcating a habit of regularly reading. There is so much wisdom out there, and I think we will never have dearth of what to read. But I think just that commitment to stay to it is very, very critical. So if you were to ask me for building that emotional resilience, to my mind, it would be nurturing your connections. And here I mean true connections, not the one you click selfies with, not the one you tag on different posts. These are people you can open up, who know you. You don't have to have any armors. The second is having a commitment towards reading, having a practice of reading regularly. I think these are two things which goes a long way and are very, very powerful in building and flexing the emotional resilience muscle.
Wow. These are such great insights I have got from all three of you. So it's very enriching for me to hear all of you. So now we'll go on to, we'll talk about teen or parenting teens or young adults. So Sonale, what unique challenges do these parents face and how can it be addressed effectively?
Okay, so I think that's a big one. Devika, the thing is that today, if you Google, just type what are the common challenges faced by parents, you will get, like a list of different obstacles. The challenging times that parents are going through, the harrowing times that they go through. There are so many parenting groups. Even I think when we meet up during morning walks, evening walks, this is the common gossip, not a gossip, thing of, it's like letting out, there's so much of, that frustration inside as a parent. So I want to just, try to tweak. I'm going to make an attempt to tweak the way we look at challenges today, and kind of make it a little lighthearted, because parenting at the end of the day is a journey, right? I mean, we are not perfect. We are human beings as well. No one is perfect, and no one can ever reach that point of perfection. So the whole idea is that enjoy the journey, have fun. There are going to be those speed breakers and potholes and things like that. But then you need to slow down whenever there's a speed breaker, there's an obstacle, and then carry on. So I think I want to go back to childhood, where if I can draw a parallel to social media in relation to a playground. All right. So I'm sure even you would recollect, Devika, that when we were young, first thing that our parents did was, held our hands and they took us to this playground, which was close by to where we stayed. Right. And then you have the swing and the slides and the sand and all of that. So initially, it's very scary. They would hold our hand. They would take us there. They would take us to every, play area, tell us what it is, how do we use it, give us an experience of it. First, even if we're sitting on the swing, they would push a little slow so that we could get a little confidence and that fear element goes off. And they teach us how to have fun. And then there is the interaction with other children, right? Because there's so many girls and boys over there.
Yeah.
So we'll end up playing with everybody. Thoda bahut, we fight as well. But then again, we'll end up playing. And then eventually, as parents, what we do is we sit back, right? We sit on the bench just keeping a watch on the children. And we may do whatever little bit of work that we've carried from home, So I think social media is the digital playground today, right? So it's exactly what we have to do, what our children, what our parents did to us as children, and what we did to our children by taking them to the playground. So we handhold them in this playground of social media. Okay, we introduce them to this playground. So the swing can become a video, the slide can become a post. Building sandcastles can become building social networks. Like how do you really choose who do you network with and who do you connect with? And plus the social interactions also, right? Because it's about communication. So hand-holding is very, very important. So just treat it like a playground. Be there with your youngsters. Handhold them, and of course, before that, you need to use the playground yourself. You cannot go there and look behind. So it's extremely important that the hard work and the learning needs to happen from the parent side first, so that we can handhold our children, show them the playground, show them all the different resources available, what to use, how much time should you be, playing on each and everything. And whenever they're stuck, how do you reach out? How do you ask questions? How do you ask for help? And then just, take a back seat once you're a little confident and relaxed that, okay, my child is kind of getting the hang of it. But then you don't go away. You just sit on the bench a little away and keep your eyes on them, so that you ensure that they're safe. So I think if we look at it from this perspective, it just would make the entire journey very, very relaxful, lighthearted, and fun as well, right? Even we can play with them.
Wow, this example of social media being the digital playground for kids is a fantastic analogy, and I think the audience is very inspired by what they heard today from you. So, coming to Chandni, I would like to hear from you how youth entrepreneurship differs from entrepreneurship at later stages of life. Many people turn 40, after 40s, they say, okay, I'm done with the 9 to 5 job and now I want to do something else. But how does youth entrepreneurship differ? And what are the unique advantages of that young entrepreneurs bring to the table?
Well, great question. I think entrepreneurship at any age is a good age to start, and it's more about a mindset that you keep rather than the age that you're at. But saying that, at the same time, there are a few things that I believe that being young allows us to do that being older may not. One of the main things is that youth entrepreneurship brings a certain sense of naiveness that allows you to take a little bit more risk than someone who's seen a bit of life. Also, it's a little bit of an easier learning graph. You're not very set in your ways yet, so because of this you're a little bit more adaptable to change, and the changing landscape becomes easier for you. Youngsters also come with this energy and this creativity that allows pivoting to become very easy and fast. Saying this, I don't mean that an older generation cannot come with the same amount of energy, because age is a number you put on yourself, but it's just seen a little bit more in the younger generation. Another major advantage of being a young entrepreneur is, I think, the big bold L sign that you come with. Like a learner's car, everybody kind of gives you the benefit to make a small or maybe a little bit of a bigger mistake that they wouldn't allow somebody who is seasoned to do. At the same time, it's a little bit of a curse as well, because a lot of the veterans don't really believe in your ideas that much. It can go the other way, but I guess that's where you find your tribe and, work with the people you need to work with. I also think one major advantage younglings have is limited responsibility. You don't have to take care of a family. You don't have a lot of these responsibilities that a person in his 40s or her in her 40s would have. This allows you the capability of really focusing on your venture a little bit more. And that allows you to drive a very unique concept forward. So yeah, I think these are the few things that kind of cover what I think young entrepreneurs have like a yay over the older ones.
Oh, I like the term you use, younglings. Okay, I'm going to use that term now. Very good. It is a very cool lingo, I must say. Yeah. So thank you for the term. And so, Ruchi, often we have heard that young entrepreneurs face difficulties due to emotional outbursts. It also happens to the adults. I'm not denying that, but we have heard from in the aspect of young entrepreneurs that they have difficulties in facing emotional outbursts. So, what role does mindset and cognitive reframing play in developing emotional resilience? And second question, how can individuals effectively integrate these practices in the daily life?
Okay, wow, that's a topic for a full day workshop, Devika. But it's a very valid question, and all right. So let me attempt and answer it in a way that the viewers see it something which they can go back and adapt in their lives. So cognitive reframing. I think before we get to that, the first thing is the key to any change is creating awareness. Creating awareness about what are these things which are causing you to feel pulled down, what are these things which are acting as triggers for you, what are these things which are making you go in self-doubt. So the first step before we take any technique is about having that awareness created and acceptance that, okay, yeah, this thing does this to me. Now, cognitive reframing, a very easy and a simple way to start with reframing. And these days we see a lot of terms used instead of cognitive reframing. We have heard affirmations. We have said that, use these are very, very powerful.
Yes.
But I think one way to go about, you can't just start using it and then the impact will be limited. The first thing is to start watching your self-talk. Just observe yourself. How are you talking to yourself when you are not talking to anyone? Is the self-talk demeaning? Is the self-talk discouraging? Is the self-talk giving you a lot of fear about what's coming forward? And I think that is the place wherein you have to catch yourself and create that awareness for yourself. And then slowly and gradually practice reframing that self-talk. From there, it will start. It might start as a task. Again, it might start as something difficult, that how to watch your self-talk. But catch just one. Start reframing any of the self-talk that you do. I am feeling very scared. Instead of saying that, you might just say that, okay, I don't have all the facts right now with me. How about talking to a few people who may help me in this? Small and consistent steps in this direction goes a long way. So I think the first thing is creating the awareness, watching your self-talk, and working with yourself in reframing that. You will see a lot of content, and as we are in a world of too much information available, one click and you will see a lot of things coming up. Don't try blindly following anything. Here, have an individualized approach. What worked for someone may or may not work for you. So try slow, but be consistent. Now, the other things is it will be in continuation from what Devika I said earlier in terms of building and how one can do it. It's a slow process. So working on your connections, reading, creating that self-acceptance and awareness and watching your self-talk and slowly starting on reframing. The other thing is spending consciously some time out in the nature. That's again a thing which we have lost touch with, and especially our youth. We still had days where as youngsters, we used to go out in the park and play, and then there used to be one scary voice coming at 7 p.m. It's night, come back home. But one COVID, and I think the whole technological advancement, it has taken away this one big thing wherein children have lost touch, youth has lost touch with being out in the nature. So I think even if you're exercising, even if it means going out and just sitting there under a tree or staring at the sky, just do that. And focus on having, again, consistency is the key.
don't think, was I able to do for 1 hour or 30 minutes? Even 5 minutes is okay to start. And watch your self-talk, as I said. Talk to yourself as you will talk to your dear one. Imagine that if your dear one would have been in the same situation, would you talk to that person in the same tone as you talk to yourself? And I think that is something which worked very well for me. And I started talking to myself a little more kindly, more compassionately, and not in a way that would just pull me down and give me all those negative feelings. So I think, yes, those are the things, Devika, when we talk about mindset or cognitive reframing and how does one work towards it. It is in small, consistent steps towards building the emotional resilience we need for ourselves.
Wow, this is absolutely very right, because I think we are very hard on ourselves, and we sometimes judge ourselves too much. Even the outsiders are not judging us that much that we do. So I think positive self-talk is very important, and having valuing ourselves. I think that is the first step towards developing emotional resilience. Very nice. So coming to support systems, everybody knows what is its importance, and like I had read somewhere, it is important that you create a family than you are born into. So I think it is very essential for us to develop a good support system which will help us grow. So Sonali, why do you think it is very crucial? A support system is crucial for parents of young adults or teens. And what do you think are the useful resources which will benefit them the most?
Okay, before I answer that question, Devika, I want to say that I am guilty. Okay, I'm guilty as a parent. I'm guilty as a mother. The reason being because there were multiple occasions in the past where, in spite of support being available, I chose to not take support or not reach out for the support. Primarily, the reason being, what will people say? What will people think? Everybody will know, and stuff like that. Today, I'm in a much better space, in a much more wiser, mature space. And I do not think for a millisecond before I have to shout out and say that, hey, I made a mistake. I don't know this. Can somebody teach me? Can somebody help me with this? Uh, See, the thing, Devika, is that is a journey, but it's made up of multiple stages. So children have different life stages, right from infancy up to adulthood. Every stage comes with its own unique challenges, its own unique obstacles. And as parents, if we stick to being our own rigid self, that this is my parenting style, I'm only going to work like this, or I'm only going to think like this, then how will the synergy actually happen? Because the child is changing with every stage. And if we need to develop the relationship in the true sense, and we need to make a successful relation at the end of the day, we also have to walk along with them, right? So we need to figure out, okay, what is changing in them?
Right.
And now with this particular change, is what I was doing working or is it not working? So if it's working, well and good, I continue to do what I do. If it's not working, it's a fairly simple thing what we even do at work, right? If something is not working, we strategize, we brainstorm, we figure out how to change our processes and things like that. So same thing is what applies to parenting as well. But I think because there is a stigma, a cultural, societal stigma attached. Most of us as parents, we fear coming out into the open. Support systems are humongous today, Devika, okay, especially with social media and the digital platform. So let's say today, if I'm stuck with a particular challenge with my child, then I just need to go on the internet and I say, okay, what are the 5 things I need to do, to ensure that my child studies, for example. And then, there's a list of things that comes up. I think the most popular is the how to dash dash dash. So everything is about how to, and tips for something, tips for ABC, tips for XYZ, hacks to do this and hacks to get your child to do something else. So all of this at the end of the day, it's good to read, but when you actually look at implementation, it's not as easy as we think it is, because everybody comes with a different background, everybody comes with a different history, everybody's home environment is different, the culture is different, the family dynamics are different. So there's so much that goes into everything. And, uh, as a parent, when I said that I was guilty, there's also another reason for it, is that today we crib about our children having or wasting their time on screens. However, when we actually are stuck and when we need help, what is it that we do most of the times? We go to the screen, right? We go on the internet because we try to find out, the quick ways and shortcuts, and because we want everything very quickly. We want the solutions very quickly. There are very, very few parents, and this I'm saying from personal experience, because most of the time parents actually come to me when things have reached at a very sensitive stage, rather than actually coming earlier. So what parents land up doing is, including myself, I'm guilty of that till a while ago. You go on the digital platform trying to get the support, and then we get all confused trying to implement it in our routine. But we don't actually connect. So we are doing the same thing, right, Devika? Out of, let's say, 100%, there's online here and there's offline here. We are 70-80% reaching online, and just that 15-20% offline.
Right.
So what are we doing? I mean, we are we're probably advocating something to our children that we ourselves are not role modeling. We're telling our children that, hey, you need support, come to me. I'm there for you. I'm there as a mother. I'm there as a father. However, when they reach the digital platform, we're not comfortable. We don't like it. And we say that, look, I'm here. But isn't that the same thing that we ourselves do as parents? So again, it becomes very important to role model. Support systems are available everywhere. Again, as I mentioned at the beginning, let's have a balance of both. Online is also good. Offline is also needed wherever required. So it's very, very important to not shy away. And regarding the second part of your question, where you spoke about resources, I think the most biggest powerful resource that we all have is within us, which is our brain, our mind.
Yes.
We don't need anything else, okay? We just need to tweak that a little bit. Tweak on this, that mindset that we come with. Try to mold ourselves into a growth mindset. Become more adaptable. Become more accepting. Be open to feedback. Have patience. Yeah, that's another thing that we don't have. Patience. Go slow, step by step. Everything will happen on its time. So we have the resource within us. We've been empowered. We all are empowered. We don't really need anything. But yes, we have these external online and offline supporting elements. So let's use them, remove all the inhibitions that we have inside of us so that we can make the most of all these beautiful benefits that we have on the platform today.
That's lovely. And I think you're right when you say that we are also guilty of our behavior and what we have done. So coming to my next question, so I would like to touch on a sensitive issue, gender stereotypes. It still persists. It is still there. I am not going to deny it. So Chandni, I would like to ask you, how do you navigate that as an entrepreneur and overcome obstacles to pursue your vision confidently?
I'm in an industry, in a country, actually in a city that tends to misunderstand me all the time. Okay, my choice of clothes aren't right. My way of talking isn't right. My age isn't right. My knowledge base is never strong enough. I'm too friendly, too snooty. I'm too demanding. I'm not demanding enough. And so on and so forth. Truth is, my answer to all of this is just one thing: push, push, push. That's really it. I'm a very strong believer in the statement that we can't change the world. The only person we have control over is ourselves. So even with gender stereotype or problems that come by, the fact that people are stereotyping, my belief is that I am in control of what and who I let affect me. And how do I go about this? I think me, myself, and I, like I keep saying this to myself, is one of the most important statements that I make for myself. When I finally, it took me a lot of time. It's not like overnight I became this, guru who is perfectly not, didn't have a problem with other people's expectations of me. But when I finally embraced my unique perspective and my strengths, I realized that no one else, male, female, they, them, were able to shake me anymore. And I think that's very important. I mean, I'm not saying don't respect everyone, but do not carry their thought processes home with you. It's one of the most important things I've learned. Another thing that I feel, and something that everyone's kind of touched upon as well, is, and oh my God, I thank my lucky stars for this, is that one of the biggest gifts I have in my journey is one of a supportive network of mentors and peers. My role model is my mom. My backbone is my father. But I also have friends who believe in me so much that they spend all night calming my worries down. In fact, I'll fall asleep, but they'll be out researching and figuring out how to solve my problem the next day. And I'm extremely grateful for this, because without them, everyone would be able to rock my boat. And now they can't. So I really beg every young entrepreneur out there to please find yourself this really strong foundation and keep them. You'll have ups and downs, but keep them. Another big tidbit that I can give you, a small tidbit, I don't know, either which way, lena hai to lo, varna chhod do, kind of thing. I believe that something that stops all non-professional commentary towards you is establishing a strong personal brand for yourself. When you become a thought leader in your industry or in your life, it gets very, very hard for someone to pull you down. If they can't reach you, how are they going to pull you down? Right? So this is one of the other things that I, really strongly believe in. And that's why I say push, push, push. Stay true to yourself and your beliefs. Never give up on your dreams despite all the doubts, even your own doubts. And yeah, that's it, I think.
Wow. That gives an example. That is an example of immense strength and courage. So thank you. Thank you for sharing. Ruchi, I would like to ask you, emotional resilience, or when we say EQ also, people have a lot of misconceptions and a lot of hype has been spread around these terms. So what are the common misconceptions about emotional resilience and how do you address?
So I think the emotional resilience, the biggest misconception is the way people perceive emotional resilience. It is the image when I talk of emotional resilience, often people have is a strong tree which is not impacted by anything, be it heavy rain, be it windy nights, and someone who's just standing tall. So if you develop a mechanism wherein nothing impacts you, whoever says anything, you don't feel bad, you don't go in self-doubt, no one is able to hurt you, no one is able to make you angry, and so forth. That is what emotional resilience is. Whereas that is not what emotional resilience is. Emotional resilience is your ability to get back up quickly after feeling whatever you have to feel. So I think I have looked at this video, which is, I think, a very perfect example of emotional resilience. There is a toy that we all might have played in our childhood, at least I can tell that about myself, like a punching teddy bear. So you punch the teddy bear, and no matter how hard you punch it, it will fall and it will again come back up. It will fall, it will again come back up. That's what emotional resilience is. So it is not about your ability to not feel anything. It's about having an ability to be able to allow yourself to feel and quickly bounce back. So it's okay if you get angry. It's just about not going on breaking walls or shouting at someone. It is about taking a moment with yourself, saying, hey, what's happening? Okay, getting things in order. Someone said something, of course, you might feel hurt. Asking yourself, what is it which is causing that hurt? Okay, no, but this is not making sense. Coming back. Things like this is what emotional resilience is. The other misconception is either you have emotional resilience or you don't. And it is nothing like it. Emotional resilience is a skill, and like any other skill, you get better at it the more you practice. It is not something you're born with. It is not something that, oh, I don't have, it doesn't run in my family. I think genetically we are not wired to be emotionally resilient. It has nothing to do with that. First of all, having that awareness, that acceptance that yes, I do need emotional resilience, not for anyone else, but to be able to take care of myself better, to be able to feel joy and feel happy in the day-to-day life and not continuously be under some rock. So that is one. And then making a commitment to start practicing it, and it will get better with time. Now, how does one do it is and I would say the earlier points that we have said about the connections, reading, going out in nature, watching your self-talk, taking small steps, and being consistent with your approach. Emotional resilience is also about allowing yourself to feel what you are feeling. So it is not about that someone said and you felt a tinge and you say, no, hey, it didn't bother me. Okay, I'm cool. It doesn't help that. It's rather the better way would be, yes, it's someone said something. It did hurt me. It hurt me because I was again going back onto the old pattern because someone said about take for example, as Chandni was saying about an idea. And I was again going back into an old loop where I would go in self-doubt. But now I think I've gathered that wisdom that no, someone saying is nothing to do with me. And then coming back. So that is something which, you can develop, be allowing yourself to feel what you're feeling and sit with it, go deeper, that what exactly it is telling me, what part of me it is really troubling, and then allowing it to just pass. So yeah, that's about it, Devika, the misconceptions and the way slowly and steadily you can build an emotional resilience as a skill.
Nice. And as you said, acknowledging your emotions is the first step. I think it is very, very, we sometimes deny that, okay, we are not feeling a particular way just because it is very uncomfortable. So we want to accept the rosy things, but not the thorns in the life. So coming to the last segment of our discussion, which is education. So Sonali, how do you approach educating young adult parents about child development and parenting?
So I have a very simple philosophy, Devika, and that is experience, experience, experience. Okay, this is the only one word that I can think of. I think experiential training is the best available opportunity, not just for the parenting role, but it could be in any role that we take on in life. Of course, along with that, there are other mediums. So when we look at the formal education processes, there are classroom sessions, there are workshops, there are study materials, books that you can go through. And along with that, there's also coaching, there is counseling, and there is mentoring. So when it comes to me, I primarily focus mainly on one-on-ones with parents and also group sessions if, there's a common topic, because sometimes parents may hesitate to come alone. So it's always nice if there can be a common topic and then a group of parents gets together. So the learning also becomes that much more fun. I think the other thing also when it comes to understanding in terms of what is happening is family dynamics, Devika. That is one aspect which I think is still needs a lot of attention. Normally what happens is if there is a challenge, let's say with your child, the focus is entirely on the child. Okay, so the child is doing this or not doing this, or the child is becoming like this. However, the child is actually in that whole environment, right? Is surviving in that whole environment. And that environment is made up of so many other people. And each and everybody has a direct or an indirect influence on each other. So for small challenges, it works if you focus on the child. But if there are intense cases, if there are things which are really bothersome, you've tried whatever possible, but nothing is changing. Then I think it's important for the parents to look beyond the child and start looking at themselves as well. One thing I think I would like to point out very, very strongly, Devika, and I'm glad I've got this platform to say this. This is coming only and only from all the mentoring sessions that I've done. I think we tend to make children the center of our world, when they're born. So for a while it's good, but with time, as and when they grow up, they start having their own priorities, their own thought processes, and they're becoming different individuals. And there comes a point in time when the children have become big, they've become adults, they no longer need us. And that's when we tend to look at our partner, okay, who's there somewhere, right? But then it's too late, Devika. Um, I think my very, very strong message that I want to give today is that uh, it's, I think it's one of the most beautiful experiences becoming a parent. However, the most important relationship is what we have between the parents, because that is actually what nurtures our children. That is actually what the child is absorbing through the entire growth process, because they're living with the parents. So what they are seeing, what they are hearing, everything is what their system is absorbing on a daily basis. So it's very, very important to focus on that relationship as well. Yes, focus on the child, but also focus on each other, because that's the lifelong companionship, that we've got into. So I think from an education perspective, just again to kind of summarize, there are one-on-one sessions, group sessions, classroom sessions, books to read, online videos to see. However, do it in a nice, balanced way by focusing on the child and by focusing on each other. And out of all of this, please, please, please also focus on self. There's something called self-care. You don't have to burn out. You have to love yourself. Take care of your health, take care of your emotional health, mental health, physical health. Because at the end of the day, if you're standing on your two good feet, then the world is at your feet. So we don't want to be on the other side, where we're not able to do anything. We wait for the time, when we can actually pursue our own dreams and our own passions. But let's do it together along with this whole parenting journey. So let's not forget ourselves as well.
Lovely insights. I felt very nice hearing you and like very nice. So thank you so much, Sonali. So like you spoke about self-care, I would like to ask Ruchi that building emotional resilience is not a cakewalk. It is a difficult path. Everybody, it is not a very easy path. So we have already spoken about self-awareness very briefly, but I would like you to elaborate on the role of self-awareness and self-care while we develop emotional resilience.
Well, I think again, so Devika, you are giving me one topic after the other, which calls for a full day session, and I'll try to summarize it here and also say things which are easy and adaptable. So self-awareness is part of the emotional intelligence landscape. And if you do a Google search, self-awareness will tell you the definition of being in touch with yourself, being aware of your emotions, your strengths, and your development areas. Now, having said that, that is the definition which is available to us. What does it simply mean? It just simply means sitting with yourself completely without any filters, without any armors, just sitting with yourself. So every day as a practice of spending some alone time where you do not have any gadget, where the TV is not on, where you are not chit chatting, It is just about being with yourself and reflecting back what is happening, what happened. And this is for someone who is yet to embark or is very, very new to this journey of what is self awareness, how do I get to that level. The first step exactly is simply put sitting there, reflecting back on the day and asking what happened. That particular moment, I felt something, and what exactly was this? Why did I move away from that place? Why did that colleague said and that triggered me? And things like this. So just sitting with yourself and going deeper. You may not, or rather, I would say, you will not get the answers in the first go, but slowly and steadily, when it comes as a practice, you will start seeing and understanding yourselves much, much better. That what is it that hurts me so that I consciously avoid it? What is it that triggers me so that I consciously sit with it, work on it? And that is where I take care of myself and my emotions. The second part, and as Chandni was mentioning about having a personal brand. Now, where does a personal brand come in from? Today, if you ask someone what are few of your strengths, and here when I say this is not a interview question, it is about really knowing what is it that you get to the table. It is not about your marks, it is not about just the projects you've done, it is not about just the designation or the package you drive. What is it you are beyond as a person? What is your character? What do you feel? What are your what is the metal that you're made of? That is where the self awareness and the strengths come in for. And equally deserving, when you have a strong sense of strength, you will be able to look into your areas of development. The only time when you are not able to look into your areas of development and they remain behind a curtain and they keep haunting you from time to time, a person who is regularly practicing self awareness, as in touch with himself or herself, will have the ability to say, okay, I have challenges with presentation skills. Let me go and work on it. I think I have challenges with my English writing. So let me start working on it. But till the time you cover the first two steps of being with yourself and being in touch with your strengths, the conviction and the commitment for the third one will never happen. And for life, you can be haunted by those things. Coming to self care, sitting with yourself, I think, is one of the best form of self care. And as they say, we want to do so many things for others. We want to take care of our parents. We want to be there for our friends. We want to be there for our partners. And the list goes on. But we need to remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. And that empty cup is you. So unless you have it in you, you don't want to be feeling drained by just giving. It's like a bank account, right? If you just take out money and don't deposit anything, it will just go zero and blah, blank. That you don't want with yourself. So what are the things which are going inside your own emotional well-being bank account? My good eating habits, my physical health, my being in nature, my spending time with myself, having my connection, having my army with me, reading, whatever that means for you, which is filling up your cup. Those are the things that you need to be mindful of and create a list and consciously and consistently do those. So those are some of the things that for self-care, and the first step to it always will be being aware of it. So always remember, with awareness, you create a path for any change.
Lovely. So I guess one takeaway from this discussion is that from your insights is that don't be emotionally bankrupt. Well done. So coming to our last question, Chandni, how can we better support and encourage young people to pursue entrepreneurship?
I mean, perfect question for a creative incubator, right? Because this is what we're talking about every day. I guess as a basically all the discussions I've had with my company, one of the in my company, I mean, is that the most important thing is probably access to resources and a strong mentorship program. Having programs, workshops, and hands-on learning opportunities will help reduce the strain in growth. mentorship programs connecting experienced entrepreneurs with youth would give them, would put experience and excitement together. And that's a great mix, I think, because you can really make something out of that. What else? I guess more than anything else, I believe we can also encourage our youth by, actually, a thought just crossed my head, and this is, I think, something that's probably the most important according to me. Maybe my office doesn't believe so much because it's not monetary, but I think listening. I think one of the biggest things we can give our young entrepreneurs is a space that's not judgmental, that's safe, where they can do and be whatever they want. Because in that space, I believe that they'll solve most of their problems for themselves. They don't really need us to handhold them that much. Most of them don't, because if you've come down on a entrepreneurship journey, you've come down with some clarity that it's not going to be that easy. So this, according to me, is one of the absolute biggest things we can give them. Apart from that, spaces for brain vacation so that they can, emotionally fill their cups up again, and, just have a creative outlet if they want to do something apart from work. Also, collaborative growth platforms. This is something we're working very strongly towards, because peer-to-peer learning is something that people have forgotten about. I think one of the biggest things that social media has done is put us in this state of, oh, she's got it, but I don't, and I got to figure this out myself. If this can change into something which is more collaborative in nature, I think we can get a lot better out of it, in terms of companies, in terms of anything, just life in general, I think. So yeah, that's what I think young entrepreneurs need, or actually probably everybody needs. But yeah.
Yeah, oh my God. I cannot thank you much in words, but it has been an incredible discussion, and I have learned so much from all of you. And thank you to all our panelists for sharing their valuable insights and perspectives, and for such a progressive and forward-thinking discussion. It's been a pleasure having you on the show. Thank you so much. And so I can just say that the audience today has got a lot of insights on self-awareness, on young adult parenting, and on young entrepreneurship. So I think that's it.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Having this conversation with all of you. I want to start off with a little bit of my experience of having worked with all of you over the last year, and why I believe that the curation of this panel is very, very important, especially for the topic that we're going to be talking about today. Innovation in campuses innovation and entrepreneurship in campuses has been a conversation for over a decade now, through the ministries, through policy, through conversations within campuses, and also aspirationally for a lot of universities to build a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship in campuses. And of all the universities that I've had the privilege of interacting and working with and understanding the energy behind intentionally designing and driving this culture, I felt that the three of you bring extremely unique insights into the conversation. I know I'm going to start with Dr. Janaki, who leads the Institute's Innovation Council work at Mount Carmel College. They're at the helm of a very interesting change as a university and a college that has primarily been for young women. and have now sort of opened doors for it to be a co-ed college, and they're exploring many different ways and many I think interesting experiences as to how redesigning this culture or tweaking this culture to engage with both genders, and we're going to talk about that a little bit as I introduce her. Thank you, Janaki ma'am, for joining us today. And we'd love to hear a little bit more about what you do and your role and the work that you're doing at Mount Carmel College in just a little bit. And then there is Dr. Leena, who heads the SDG cell at Christ University. I'm an alumni, so I always feel a little bit biased when I speak about Christ University. So many things in the trajectory of our lives, of those that have attended universities, such as the three of you here, and it's altered our lives in so many ways, and the universities keep giving to their alumni. And I'm pretty sure it's not just limited to Christ University. Leena ma'am also leads an extremely important conversation in the campus, which is that of sustainability. And I'm excited to explore her role in building a culture of not just entrepreneurship, but also responsible entrepreneurship. And how can we build pro-planet innovation within campuses and within young people. And then we also have Dr. Anila. Thank you so much for joining us today from Jain University. You have an extremely important role because you literally help young people become entrepreneurs. And I don't think there is a better way of actually introducing the work that you do. While innovation and entrepreneurship continues to be an important but a non-academic pursuit for many universities in the country, you lead a program at Jain University which is just focused on building entrepreneurial skill sets, mindset, and it'll be exciting to see young people graduating as entrepreneurs as they complete the course. So welcome everybody. I'm going to invite all of you to now take your turns in introducing a little bit more about you and more about your work, and how we can design this conversation today. Dr. Anila, do you want to go first?
Sure. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Anila Bajpai, and I've been associated with Jain University for over 2 decades now. It's an absolute privilege to get the space to do what you are passionate about. And I think Center for Management Studies has always given me that space to think, innovate, and design courses which is more relevant, and which is much required in today's need in today's environment. The program which we are currently, putting all our energy in personally with my team is the BBA Entrepreneurship World of Work program. We focus heavily in terms of how can we encourage students to ideate, right? And we do definitely bring in the sustainability issues and the SDG, all the 17 SDG goals right in the beginning of the program. And then through their course of 3 years, we encourage them to really go ahead with that idea and make it into a prototype. And then we look at products and releasing those products and services into the market. So yes, I think it's a very satisfying role which I'm playing, and to see children blossom into confident young minds. And I think the whole idea is to celebrate their journey. I wouldn't say that there are failures. I would definitely say every bit of their journey is a stepping stone to it. So yes, that's what in a nutshell the BBA Entrepreneurship Program really looks at. Thank you.
Dr. Leena, do you want to introduce us into your role at Christ University, please?
Definitely. First of all, good morning to all and happy Women's Day to all of you. It's very exciting for me to part of this discussion where we are talking about designing for innovation in campus. Basically, I am a professor at management at Christ University. I am also associated with Christ University for last 2 decades. And I am heading the SPG cell at the university right now and molding the students to be a responsible citizen and taking care of the society, taking care of the environment. So there is a passion assigned, aligned with the role what I am doing. So I am very much passionate about how the students should move forward, taking up their responsibility, whatever way. Especially we are talking about this ecosystem of innovation and the campus involvement in that, thriving for successful startups. The basic fundamental part would be ask the facilitators, ask the mentors. We have to make sure that they have this idea, ethical, conscious way of thinking and fixing the problems in the society. And when we talk about the startup culture in India, we can see a remarkable growth over the couple of years and couple of decades, I can say that. And we can see an evolution that have contributed to this vibrant ecosystem. And Christ University is part and parcel of it. And we are giving a lot of opportunities and avenues and platform for the students to involve in this process. And we have our own incubation center. It's not only for BBA program or MBA program. Across university, different departments, they are pursuing with that. Their curriculum, their research, and their academic activities, all that is connecting with that. So we are giving a platform for the students to explore unexplored areas. So I'm very happy to be part of this particular panel discussion where we can get more ideas and how we can go ahead with this kind of a system where we can make a responsible citizen. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Of course, ma'am. Thank you so much. Dr. Janaki, the floor is yours. Please tell us a little bit more about your work.
Yes, a very good morning to all present. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to share this platform in this discussion to delve into this important topic of innovation, designing innovation in the campus. First of all, I want to bring greetings from our sister Albina, who is the director of Mount Carmel College, and our principal, Dr. Lekha George, and Dr. Shanti, who is the Dean of Entrepreneurship and Innovation. And I feel honored to be part of this discussion, and I'm looking forward to sharing insights and also learning from my fellow panelists here. So I am Dr. Janaki. I'm associate professor in School of Commerce, and I'm also the innovation ambassador and president of MCCIIE. So MCCIIE is a Mount Carmel Center for Innovation, Incubation, and Entrepreneurship. And what do we do in MCCIIE is creating a culture, an ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship. And I must say, MCCIIE is the outcome of the initiative by the government of India. So back in, let's say, in the year of 2018, Ministry of Education came up with this idea of, fostering a culture of startups, innovation. So through which IIC came into picture. IIC is the Institution's Innovation Council. So that is the initiative of MOE. So through that, our institution very gracefully embraced the idea of becoming an institution that looks forward for innovation. And that's the outcome of MCCIIE. But I must say that a spirit of innovation, spirit of ideation was way back, I think I can date 2007. So if you see there, we already started with this ideology of encouraging students to think out of the box, creative thinking, and implementing certain kind of innovative ideas. So we used to call back then E-Cell, entrepreneurship cell, and we had named it as I still remember Initium, right? Where it was a small idea where we thought our students should not just be thinking of seeking job, but they should be the future entrepreneurs. And I still remember we had different events and organized different talks where it made students to think beyond what they can what the corporate can offer. Think beyond, but we never thought of, to be very frank, we never thought of sustainability then. We only thought of business ideas and business models that can break the corporate way of thinking. So and when 2018, when the government came up with this idea of sustainable innovations, we never gave a second thought. We immediately jumped into the idea and we started with MCCIIE. And I must say, we have great things to offer in our campus. We have created an ecosystem where students are just not pushed into the academic arena, but they are made to think beyond their textbooks. They're made to think beyond what is to be offered in a classroom. So we conduct various events, speaker series, and we connect with industry. We have entrepreneurs coming in. They give us the insights. And the best thing that we have in our campus is it's just not about student entrepreneurs, but we have even the faculty. So if you see, it is a collaborative efforts between faculty and students, and I can say we have a very interdisciplinary approach. And further, maybe during the discussion, I would want to talk about the number of programs and startups that we have. And I must say, thank you for having me here, and would like to share more insights.
Thank you. It's very interesting to hear that there is, a piece of how you run this is not just interdisciplinary, that is between students of different departments, but also in collaboration with faculty. So I'm going to ask the first question to you, Dr. Janki. Tell me a little bit about what role does the faculty and the entrepreneurial ideas or entrepreneurship ideas that faculty play in the ecosystem of cultivating this culture of innovation, of thinking out of the box or thinking beyond. What role does the faculty play?
So basically, if you see our council, that is the MCCIIE itself, we have a faculty, it's a very collaborative effort. We have a faculty council as well as student council. We call student secretaries and the council. So if you see, we go through a training called Innovation Ambassador Training, which is a curated program by the government. So what happens here is IIC, annually they have a number of training programs that gets organized in terms of entrepreneurship, in terms of IPR, in terms of ideation, in terms of concept development, design thinking. They have a different tracks through which we go through this training. So we as faculty in our institution, we go through this training. We go to this IIC institutions where they conduct the trainings, and I think about 40 days at a stretch we have the training, and we also get certified to say, okay, this so-and-so person is now in a position to go and mentor and give guidance to the students. So that is the best thing that as faculty we get trained by the industry mentors, by the government, and also we get certified. And with that, we have some kind of a solid, a foundation where we come back to our campus and we transfer that knowledge to our students. So what happens is, when that happens, students come up with ideas, and we faculty become mentors. With whatever knowledge that we have, we start collaborating with students, and we start talking, and at a certain point when it is out of our hand, we take experts from the industry, who are very generous to come and help us in terms of how to develop a concept or how to come up with a design for the product. And I must say, we are a non-technical college. We do not have a great base for technology, but I must say, when ideas come in, when we get challenged about the new technologies that are available, that's when we approach IIC or the industry experts, and they with open arms come to us and they tell us how exactly we can improvise in terms of technical aspects. And I must say, we have a startup program. We are so glad, and I'm privileged to share this in this platform. We have a startup corner, which is established in our campus. It is called Utkrasht. So it is a pure startup where the entrepreneurs are faculty and students. Let's say we have faculty entrepreneurs from the Department of Botany, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, and we have from Department of Environmental Science. So it is all a collaborative effort. So to this startup, we have students as well as faculty coming together and testing their product in the campus. So they're selling the product in the campus. It's like a pre-test. So the concept and the product, the prototype, is being sold in the campus, and we have a corner where all the products are displayed. And I must say the sale is going well. So by this, it's like we are encouraging the faculty and the students. What we felt this current year is that we always thought of students. We always thought of students would be, starting up. But then seeing this overwhelming response from the faculty perspective is great. Faculty is just not about a classroom setup where we just deliver the lecture and go. But what we have is to transfer that idea into students, and students have time, energy, and they have a brilliant ideas. So it becomes a very collaborative efforts with faculty and the students, and that's how we are able to have this startups in our campus.
That's excellent. And you also made a point about it being a non-technical college and therefore having access to industry and industry experts from a technology point of view. I want to now take this thread to Dr. Anila, and I want to ask you, how do you keep up with just the rapid changes in technology, or like how do you keep up with the emerging trends? How do you make sure that the students that are learning or starting up or prototyping or figuring out their ideas, want to work on their ideas, and each of them, I believe, will need a different kind of industry expertise, right?
Yes.
And also this, and I think we spoke about it when we met a couple of weeks ago, as to how their idea of what they want to do also keeps constantly changing, right? So yes. How do you ensure that the program that you run delivers value despite it being a non-standard, or like, the knowledge to the students is not the same, right? The knowledge transfer that's happening to students is not the same. And there's so much happening out in the market, and trends are changing constantly. So how do you keep up with it?
So what is the key to all of this is that when you look at the vision statement of Jain University, entrepreneurship is one of the keywords. So we've got quality education, we've got research, and we've got entrepreneurship. So when there is very high clarity and the intention right from the top, what happens is everything else becomes a lot more easy, because you get the space to go ahead and execute it. When we look at the BBA entrepreneurship program, what we feel distinctly we've done differently is that we have created specialization papers which are across sectors. So generally what happens is in a BBA program, your specialization areas would be across your the earnest while specializations would be across functional areas, which is your marketing, finance, HR, because the course in the past has been designed for employment, right? Now, the BBA entrepreneurship program is making sure that the students are equipped to give jobs. So the specialization is sector domain. So our specialization revolves around finance, food and beverage, and textiles and apparels, right? Now, we have students who pick some of these specializations, and in these specializations, we have designed courses which are domain specific and tech specific. And right at the beginning of the program, we give them tech programs or tech courses which are across all domains. So, for example, we definitely make sure that in the first year they understand their digital marketing, their graphic designing, their tally, etc. So a very fundamental tech knowledge is infused in the beginning. We have a Center for Emerging Technologies, which focuses on emerging technologies. And the whole idea is to develop very high level of research and consultancy, which is embedded in the university. We have a fantastic engineering school of engineering. And therefore, whenever we require tech expertise, we collaborate with them. We have a vertical in our course matrix known as project-centric learning, where the whole idea is to be transdisciplinary. So what happens is that being a university, we have the space to bring about relevant changes in our course matrix and introduce technology. Across BBA, we are encouraging business analytics. We're encouraging emerging technologies, artificial intelligence. So what happens is we've got a lot of industry people who are coming in regularly. And before we introduce tech papers, we generally have the culture of doing a short workshop to understand how much can the students take in, and then we design it accordingly. So I think for us, we've understood a simple fact that technology is going to be the key for startups to scale up. So we would like to go ahead and collaborate both with industry and with the experts in our university. So it's quite easy and simple for us to do it. I think we have the intention to embed. We've got children who are so savvy at campus. A lot of them come from business backgrounds. So they realize that if they've got to scale up and if they've got to innovate, tech is a very important component. So I think the acceptability across both ends are very high. When we look at tech courses, I think today, I think by the month, the technology is changing. So what is happening is, as and when we feel that it needs to be introduced, we bring it in while the program is being delivered. So we are looking at, say, for example, now AI prompt. I think this is something which children need to understand immediately. We can't wait for it, to be inculcated in the course matrix through the usual board of studies schedule. Whilst we have the space to introduce it, but then what we do is we've got that backing from the Chancellor, Dr. Chandraj Roychand, from the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Raj Singh, from the Pro Vice Chancellor, who's currently our Director, Dr. Dinesh Nilkant, that don't wait, because we'll embed it in the course matrix as and when the meetings are scheduled, but at least for the graduating batches, give it immediately. So what happens is tech is definitely very important, and we are able to do it. Yes. So I think we're very excited about being more tech driven in our course and in our assessments.
Yeah, that's excellent. And emerging trends and technology brings me to another important aspect of it. And I want to ask Dr. Leena about this, because we see now the necessity, the need, it's imperative that we start talking about green tech and climate tech. And we see that the emerging trends in terms of both entrepreneurship and employment are moving a lot towards sustainability, renewable energy, fashion sustainability, etc. They seem to be the most clearly emerging trends in the market. And I know you bring that very, very critical lens to the entire university. And I know, like, across all the campuses and the entire university. So tell us a little bit about how do you bring in the sustainability lens? And by sustainability, I mean sustainability beyond environmentalism, right? Social and environmental sustainability as a lens and not as an add-on, right? So how do you bring that into all the work that happens in the university?
Great question. See, when I am talking from the Christ perspective, okay, the startup landscape, it's continued to evolve and attracting the students and the talented people, innovative people, then their capital and innovation. It's an exciting time for all the startup entrepreneurs, and especially in Christ, we have many collaboration with the corporate. Many of them are coming as investors. So this is a golden opportunity. This period of time, I can say that. So where the campuses, across the campuses, people are coming with innovative ideas and creativity, and they have a lot of opportunity. Why I'm saying that? So now we can see a shift, a paradigm shift. Graduates are shifting from job seekers to job providers, including you. I can say that. They are looking to address what is that previously unanswered problems or provide a better solution to the existing ones. So where they are ready to take risk. So that is the main part. I can say that risk appetite is much more than early generations. The Gen Z generations are more proactive and they wanted to take much risk. And this is giving a kind of different offering in terms of products or service or and even the demand creation. So here they are venturing out new path to explore the unexplored, and they are giving better solutions and services through their products, whatever it is, to the customer or could be the clients or whatever it is. So that's the way they are looking forward, and how the Christ is giving on that in this process of thriving up startup ecosystem. We can see that in Christ around 3,000 startups already they have registered. So maybe thinking that in India itself is almost around 180,000. Out of that, 3,000 startups have already registered in Christ. And it has started long back, maybe almost a decade back. And now the ecosystem is changed. And how this emerging trends, especially in the space of SDG, if you ask about that, or maybe how it will be connecting with the entrepreneurship movement. So where I can see that there is certainly there is a intersection of SDGs, that is sustainable development goals, innovation, entrepreneurship, and immense potential for shaping the future of entrepreneurs in the universities and fostering a positive impact. So what are the emerging trends, or especially from the industry, what they are expecting? What are the contributions this innovators can give it? So here in Christ, we are actively promote innovation and entrepreneurship mindset, I can say that, and integrate real world problem solving into their curriculum. That is one aspect of it. Then integration of SDGs are increasingly aligning with all the activities of our, whether it is academic or research or co-curricular activities. They embedded with sustainability principles across disciplines. And it's not only for management or science or engineering. Across campuses, across departments and deaneries, we are integrating SDGs into the mission, and universities inspiring students and researchers to contribute meaningfully to the global challenges. So that is something very unique in our university. So where the role of not the students or the entrepreneurs in attaining this SDG is very paramount way, where with strong awareness and commitment. So that is what our molding part, where the faculty or the system is giving a strong awareness about and the commitment to sustainable development, and that helping almost all SDGs. I can 17 SDGs they can take it as they create business that will help employment, eliminate poverty, then increase the standard of living, provide decent work and economic growth, help to reduce hunger, assist in reducing the good health and well-being and all that. Maybe the 17 SDGs probably we are touching in one or other way. So here we have to see that find a solution to this innovate ideas. See, now this water scarcity is happening, the climate change is happening, green energy, all that, the butterfly effect. See, maybe a small thinking and reflection in the students that make a lot of change, not immediately maybe, but we are giving a lot of support system, how they can take it further. And again, another area I wanted to stress on that maybe the social entrepreneurship. This is an emerging area where education institutions play a pivotal role in shaping the future of social entrepreneurs. And Christ, we have an effort to make changes in the complete ecosystem through addressing socio-cultural or environmental issues. And we are basically giving a specific instruction for them. If you're taking up on that, please make sure that you are considering the three areas: socio-economic and environmental aspect. Maybe the individuals or organization who practice social entrepreneurship, they can find or implement opportunities to enhance social wealth. But starting from the university level, definitely they have to give a proper mentoring and proper kind of value addition to that. So I think Christ is giving much more than that. So they can start with a business to make a difference. So that is very, very important while we are aligning sustainability or SDGs in the process of this entrepreneurship progress. Another aspect is about sustainable innovation. We have an incubation center and we have sustainable innovation centers separately. We are holding for the students, those who are really wanted to start with. There we are giving the industry, corporates are coming. They can also invest in the industry-led research and innovation projects aligned with SDGs, or by supporting startups, those who are already there, incubators or accelerators. That is also Christ is actually giving. So there are many people are coming forward to take the risk and moving forward, because there is a system where we are giving them a platform where they can give all this kind of information. So this industry collaboration, investment and mentorship, I think that's playing a very pivotal role in Christ to shape this kind of ecosystem, and people are looking for ethically sustainable process for their startups.
Businesses. Yeah, that's excellent. And I want to take this to Dr. Anila, because I know there's a lot of industry collaboration that happens. And I want to ask you that beyond financial investments that universities themselves can make in very, very early stage business ideas that are led by the students, innovations and ideas that are led by the students, what are the other kind of investments that the universities should be looking at to hone this culture, to make this culture better, to make this more, and also very important point that Dr. Leena pointed out about that they just don't create businesses, but they create responsible, sustainable businesses.
Yes, I think very well said by Janki ma'am and Leena ma'am, in terms of the culture they've created back at their campus. I think, yes, a financial investment is a must. But like I always believe in that, if you have the intention as a university to bring that culture on, right, and transcend it beyond your campus, I think you'll get the right people who will join your vision and your intention. At Jain University, especially at CMS, I think we are very, very fortunate to have that intention being articulated repeatedly across most of our meetings, right? And like I've said this earlier, right from the top, our own Chancellor, Dr. Chenraj Roychand, encourages students, he mentors them, etc. So we know that when a person right at the top of the university can do that, then we have a lot more time and a lot more space with our students on a daily basis. I can only just kind of probably structure this answer across three areas. One is design programs which allow them to do it, right? Let's not keep it additional to the program which they are studying. So at BBA Entrepreneurship WOW program, it is a part of their outcome, right? It is one of the key outcomes, right? So one is have it embedded in the program across all schools, and you can, maybe the proportion and the way it is embedded could be slightly different based on the program or the program outcomes of different departments or faculty. Second is that right from the beginning at our campus across all the BBAs, what we do is we have an idea contest, right? We first try to see what is running in the minds of the youngsters who've joined the program. So one is to try and grasp what interests them, right? And again, it is so heartening to see that the youngsters across India, since we have students coming in from across India and a few from outside India, that they are very serious about these sustainability issues, right? And they are quite educated about it thanks to the kind of schools they come from. So I think we've got the first leg correct when you are bringing on and allowing them to speak at the ideation stage. Second is that in the BBA entrepreneurship program, what we do is that we allow them to understand a problem, an idea, for quite some time and understand it through a lens of various stakeholders, right? So we do not say that you've got to give the idea immediately in a day, in a week, or a month. We generally allow them 2 semesters, right? So 2 semesters is a lot of time where they're constantly interacting. Now, throughout the program, we make it mandatory for the students to participate in various seminars, workshops, conferences. In Bangalore, so blessed to have so many trade fair and exhibitions, so they do go. And a lot of these events are domain specific, right? So what happens, they tend to meet people who are on the other side, who are slightly ahead in the curve, and they do get that understanding that there are existing solutions and there are people who've gone through that grind, so their confidence level builds up a little bit more, right? So that is something which we are very particular about, that is done throughout the program. In the first year, we handhold and we make it mandatory for the students to get into that grind, right? Then what we really go ahead and do is that we've got our own incubation center. We've got our Jain Launchpad, and we have the entities, or I would say the staff from the Jain Launchpad, they all coming in and constantly interacting. We've had the privilege of having Supriya ma'am, you right in the beginning and interacting with the first years. And we make sure that the students are given the space to participate at local, first at the inter-class campus competitions, city level competitions, national level competitions, and definitely at the international competitions. We give them that space right in the beginning. We don't say that, you are not ready. We never use that. We say you're always ready. Go take a plunge. I think once you take that plunge, you will learn faster. I think your role for the current students has been very, very strong, and they all remember you fondly, because I think those sessions made all the difference. So we are clear that that exposure must be given to students. And then again, what is very interesting about our program is that we've got startup entrepreneurs who are delivering this program. They are full time on our campus, right? One of the requests we made to the university is that we need entrepreneurs to deliver the entrepreneurship program. And they very gracefully gave us that space, and we've got them on board. So what happens is, when you've got a startup entrepreneur standing in front of you, the students are far more confident. Their interaction level, their learning is very high. So these are initiatives which can be taken And the idea is to look beyond classroom and campus. How many entities can you bring into the campus, and how many times, maybe in a week, in a month, or in a semester or a year, you can actually engage and collaborate with experts outside the campus. So we have, especially for the second years, which we have designed, that once a week minimum, an entire day they have to spend with the practice. We call it as practitioner session. They spend that entire day with the experts outside campus, because I think learning is much higher outside campus. There are certain experiences which cannot be created in the campus, and I think that is a must. So these are things which, if we can design, and then we can try to make sure that it is delivered. Then the beauty lies in the fact that we've got it designed, we've got it delivered. How about assessing the learning? So then we've got the assessment pattern which is designed around all of this, right? So whilst we respect the fact that students need to take up usual formats of assessments, we are also having the internal assessment, a part of the 15 across all the courses, which is driven by the practitioners. And some of these practitioners definitely are the startup entrepreneurs. A large part of your internal assessment is in terms of the progress they've made with their idea, and how much of it is then being converted into the next stage. And then by the end of the program, we're looking at releasing the products into the market, how much sales, and so on and so forth. So I think in every element, the student should be able to get a feel that the whole objective is to revolve around, your startup idea, your innovation, and sustainability. I think these things are a must. In the course matrix, like I mentioned earlier, we've got something known as project-centric learning. So we've got 3 credits given every year to it. And so what happens is that at the BBA entrepreneurship program, we've told them to pick this. Each team needs to pick up one SDG goal. And that's how the ideation starts. And then it splits into multiple startup ideas as they proceed from one semester to the other. So I think, Bangalore is poised at a point where we can collaborate. We collaborate with a lot of incubators outside our own Gen Launchpad. And we've got some of the brightest minds of India who come. We just finished our CMS trade fair, where we encourage our students to showcase their product. We invite many colleges. To come and encourage our students. One of our key goals in the program is that we will encourage women entrepreneurs, right? So this CMS trade fair also does keep certain stalls aside for women entrepreneurs. We actually seek out for those women entrepreneurs who do not come from this privileged background of studying in a fantastic B school. A lot of them don't even understand fundamental marketing or social media marketing. So we take on a lot of live projects throughout the 3 years. These live projects are then embedded in the internal assessment across different courses. So therefore, the question paper is designed around the live project. So what has happened is, throughout the year, they're not just meeting entrepreneurs, they are actually working with entrepreneurs, and we are assessing them on the work they've done for the entrepreneurs. So we've taken a lot of initiatives academically, I wouldn't say non-academic, but quasi-academic, right? A hybrid model which can encourage the young minds. See, the idea is they should feel that they've learned.
Yeah.
It's not about, okay, we've gone and delivered what we wanted to. I think those days are over. We no longer call ourselves teachers, in fact, in our campus. We call ourselves facilitators. So I think a lot can be done. One of our recent initiatives, which I would like to mention, is we've reached out to the schools in Bangalore, right? And we are going ahead, and we believe that our students will mentor the school students now. So we're going to tie up with schools. Some of them have the Atal Tinkering Lab. So we are going to have, in the coming academic year, starting from June, we'll have our own students mentoring the school students, right? So we will weave that ecosystem in the city. It is not about us. Entrepreneurship is all about taking many more people along and making sure that collectively we do something which is making more sense for the society. So I think that system is slowly getting created, and I would, I would definitely would like to reach out to all my uh, peers out here, because I think each of you are doing fantastic, phenomenal work. And I think collectively we can make that difference to Bangalore as a startup hub. Thank you so much,
Love it.
Prema. Thank you.
I love it. I love also just how collaboration comes a lot more easier to women. Working together comes a lot more easier to women. And it's important to acknowledge, just considering the fact that today is International Women's Day. I want to go back to an important point that you made, Anila ma'am, and ask Dr. Leena, and then perhaps do a quick closing remark, because we don't have a lot of time left. Is this piece about students getting access or student being involved in programs which are not just at their campus level, at inter-campus or intra-campus, or even national level, but importantly international level, right? We see that the world's getting smaller and smaller, and we see even on professional networking sites like LinkedIn, a lot of young people who are still in college, they're developing their digital presence. They're trying to build a digital profile that talks about their work, that talks about their successes, etc. Even way before they actually get into the professional, whether it's employment or entrepreneurship or etc. And I know that, ma'am, you do a lot of work with international universities, organizations, as well as organizations like ours, the Future Founders Co, that work with other global organizations. And I want to, and I remember one of the things that the India Sustainability Startup delegation said when we were talking about how many don't get to interact in an international setting, even way well into their professional lives, right? But the fact that they go to universities like Jane Christ, MCC, etc., who are constantly looking at bridging industry connections, or constantly trying to make the entire world more accessible to their students, right? So tell me a little bit about how your work also involves working with international organizations and bringing some of that, whether it's approach, learning, access, network, etc., into the classrooms at Christ.
Thank you. Certainly, the international collaborations they play.
Oh wait, also because sorry, I want to interrupt. Also because I know recently you were awarded by the Sri Lankan government for your work in the youth empowerment space, especially with respect to environmental and social work. So big congratulations on that. And I know that it came through the Prime Minister's office, and it was excellent, and it was very inspiring to see you there. So yeah, just tell us a little bit about how.
Thank you for that. So what I wanted to say that, see, international collaborations definitely plays a very important role in fostering innovation and creating a value-driven startups within universities. Okay. Before moving on to that, to explore on that, I wanted to thank Dr. Anila and Dr. Janaki. They have given a lot of inputs. Definitely, we can work as collaborators, and definitely, this is what you are looking for, the new innovations in the academic field. Okay. So coming back to my question, how we can explore and why we can collaborate with international universities and organizations. And as you know that for SDG Cell, we are collaborating with United Nations Academic Impact. We have lot many programs we have arranged in the month of Feb. You were also part of it. We had one full week, sustainability week, where we had involved the students and faculty, the entire stakeholders, participating in one or other way the sustainability initiatives and connecting with, again, the startups and other things we are doing. When we think about sustainability, I wanted to quote here our Vice Chancellor for the JOCC used to say that sustainability or SDG should be a distinctive practice of the university. Each and everyone should understand it. You have to make it more visibility, more involvement, more community engagement. So it's his vision. And through that, we are all taking the further to make sure that there should be a better future for all of us. Global perspective is very, very important. Coming back to this international collaborations, Christ is fortunate to have around 59 international universities we collaborating with. And how we can explore on that. I just wanted to make some 2-3 points on that. First, about this, when we are collaborating with the international universities, that will give you a diversity or knowledge exchange is very, very important. So the international partners expose universities and startups to giving a different perspective about a same problem and the knowledge and expertise. So that's very, very important for the students all to think in a different perspective and interacting with people from different background. That sparks creativity and encouraging innovative thinking for them. Then by sharing ideas and best practices of different universities can enhance definitely their research capabilities and contribute to cutting edge innovations. That is usually it's happening in across the world. And here, Christ, definitely we are giving maximum advantage for the students collaborating with international universities. When the professors are coming, we used to have a kind of workshops, seminars, and that will give some kind of ideas for them how this universities are doing in terms of cutting edge innovations. Then again, access to resource and the markets, especially I can say that international collaborations provides different ways of resources that may be locally it may not be available, or maybe where the resources may be very scarce resources locally. But when we are connecting with international people, definitely that will be a momentum for them to think and take it further. And see this, another aspect is about the global funding and the research facilities. And see, these are the equipments and other things where we are also getting an exposure to different stakeholders, international markets, potential customers and investors. That is also very important aspect instead of you are confining only to the local or Indian perspective. So that is another aspect we have to consider in the international collaborations. Then again, the talent mobility, where the students and faculty are getting some kind of platform where we can have a faculty exchange program, student exchange program is where exposure to different education system and their culture that enhances the skills and broaden their horizons. Then when we talk about startup can recruit top talent people around the world. So then that is another important advantage for international collaboration, fostering a dynamic and diverse workforce can be looked on that. Lastly, this will be giving an economic impact for the entrepreneurship program. Basically about universities definitely play a crucial role in incubating and supporting these endeavors. There again, creating economic growth, job creation, and societal well-being. So these are the things definitely we can learn, and we can collaborate, we can network, and we can get more kind of enhanced information and knowledge, and that can be used within our confined knowledge and the platform what we are using here. So definitely in summary, I want to say that international collaboration accelerate innovation, creativity, then networking opportunities, and definitely see in management terms, we say that no, 3 P's: planet, profit, and people. So this will be definitely will be explore much more what we are looking at right now. So that's a way the international collaboration definitely help us. It's a mutual way we will be giving and taking. So it's very, very important for in the ecosystem of entrepreneurship.
Yeah, that's excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you everybody for joining us. I think we're right on dot, and we'll finish this up. Each of you play a very critical leadership role in helping young people of this country become responsible global citizens. And I wish each one of you a wonderful, wonderful, and a formidable Women's Day. My best wishes to each one of you, and I hope to catch up with you in campuses very soon.
Thank you. Looking forward to meeting you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We have come from Bangalore, and come with this collection of saris, hand-woven fabrics like kotas, linens, and a few chanderis here. All are printed, either hand-block printed from Jaipur, or basically we keep pastel colors. We work on pastel colors and natural fabrics, and we keep florals as a theme. So this is perfect for the coming summer, and I hope all of you enjoy.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I work with Odisha weavers. I'm based out of Bhubaneswar, and I work on revival sarees of Odisha weaves. As a designer, I work on reviving and preserving designs which are heritage design and creating contemporary designs which are suitable for the current market. In the process, we provide sustainable livelihood to many weavers and home-based women workers. So it has been a small attempt, but through this, the entire process of creating, designing has been very, very exciting.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This organization is called Kumaon Earthcraft. We are coming from Uttarakhand, and we have a group of women weavers, it's a women's cooperative, and we have brought this collection here at Hyderabad, where it's all totally organic, sustainable, and natural dyed. And what the collection we have here is, if you can see, we have brought in saris with all natural dyes. We have stoles, linen, silk, and we have different materials with shawls, and it is made up of linen, silks, wool, and it is locally sourced and produced within that Uttarakhand region. Our owner Rashmi Bharati ji is taking care of this organization, and we have a lot of women weavers who are associated, who works with the organization. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We work in reviving the textiles of northern Karnataka, especially Khana and Ilkal saris. These were textiles that have been known in the history of northern Karnataka from the Chalukyan Empire, but somehow due to the advent of power loom and because of polyester and art silks, it was completely devalued as a craft. So our aim is to revive these textiles, rejuvenate them, use traditional processes for each of our sari weaving, and ensure that the weavers are paid, and not just the weavers but all the ancillary activity artisans that are involved in the processes are fairly paid, or in fact more than fairly paid for their work and for the craftsmanship, and that's what we represent here. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I, the citizen of India, having abiding faith in democracy, hereby pledge to uphold the democratic traditions of our country and the dignity of free and fair and peaceful elections and to vote in every election ethically, fearlessly and without being influenced by considerations of religion, race, caste, community, language, or any other inducement. Let's vote. Let's vote. Let's vote.
We've been organizing sports tournaments for the last couple of years and more now. And this is the first time that we are organizing a tournament in box cricket and for women. And we are doing this to spread awareness among the voter folk through the Let's Vote campaign.
Precisely this is the issue we have taken it as a challenge. Let's vote to encourage and hope and wish that the urban people with this kind of awareness programs will get activated, enthused to go to polling stations on the day of polling and cast their vote.
Here we are today having this tournament with the aim of promoting awareness of voting. So as we all know, voting is not only a responsibility, but it is a very cornerstone of democracy. But unfortunately, in the cities, more and more people are, becoming apathic towards this process of voting. The simple act of thinking that, how my one vote will make count. So as we have seen in the recent Telangana elections, all the rural population and the urban population, two-tier towns, everybody exercised their vote very nicely. Where we have seen the percentage was 65%, 70%.
So on this occasion, I urge all voters to please vote compulsorily and then elect right leaders for the bright future of our country and then bright future of your children and grandchildren.
We thought why don't not focus on women cricketers, especially with the recent WPL. I know that India was always on the magic of cricket and especially the women cricketers. With that, we are again trying our level best to make sure that we spread awareness and we get more and more urban voters to come out and vote.
And we are campaigning for voting. Please vote this time to choose the right candidate. We all are playing cricket today to improve the voting system and we are campaigning for it.
We would like to, promote our business on this occasion of Let's Vote.
I support being a responsible democratic citizen of India. And as an educator, I take a vote today to promote the campaign in the school and make the children request their parents and be a part of democratic India, avail their rights and become a responsible citizen and choose their leader.
This is a very good cause for our state and whole country actually. We want to encourage everyone around me in schools and wherever in my society that all the adults should go and vote on voting day.
ఓటేద్దాం రండి, ఓటు మన హక్కే కాదు బాధ్యత కూడా అనేది గుర్తు చేయడానికి మెయిన్గా ఒక సందేశం ఇవ్వడానికి ఇలా మీ ముందుకు వచ్చాను.
I believe right to vote is a right to represent your future. So go ahead and vote.
Everybody should vote, right to vote.
Grab the vote because you have the power to change the future. Vote and bring the change.
Voting is a privilege to shape our futures. Let's vote. Let the democracy take decisions.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Food and beverages is one of the largest sector in the nation, with many new startups being launched daily. However, most founders don't have easy access to qualified mentors who can guide them through this fastest growing sector. Hello, welcome to Thought Leader Show. I'm majorsunilshetty. Today my guest is Nakul Chandana. He's a F&B and retail veteran with 27 years of experience. Nakul was the ex-CEO of a leading food chain and has led a variety of food formats from fine dining restaurants to busy coffee shops. His background goes well beyond boardroom. He has been guest speakers at various food and beverage events and with some of the leading prestigious universities. Welcome, Nakul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Major.
Major retail, major growing up industry.
Yes.
As somebody who spent so much time, in F&B, where do you see the industry, shaping up? How do you see the industry shaping up?
Well, I would say that it's back at its full strength. The COVID period, of course, dented the industry. A couple of years were very hard. But now, if you see, people are experiencing F&B a lot. The habits of going out for regular eating, it has gone up like anything. Earlier maybe it was not that very often people used to go out for eating, but today it's, I think, at least weekly, twice or thrice, all of us are moving out and experiencing F&B by sitting in different eateries for meetings, for gatherings, for celebrations and all. और इसके साथ में the other point which I would like to share in the time of COVID also, there was a steep increase in the habit of ordering food online, of course, because that was the time when everyone was confined to home, or that was the time when people started ordering from the online platforms a lot. So if you see today's time, I think it's happening like anything, because there are a lot of new joints opening everywhere, you can see, and then of course people are also ordering the food a lot. So I think it's one of the best time to enter the industry.
With your experience, both pre-COVID and post-COVID, has there been a change in people's approach towards trying out different food? Have you experienced that? Meaning, the other time probably in Hyderabad, biryani is more popular, right? Yeah. But today, do you see, let's say Hyderabad is an example, do you see, people coming in, experimenting with food or acquiring new taste?
Of course, I think it's been there for times, because see, generally, you like to taste the food of other regions. If you see, northern side of India, if you move, people are having a lot of praise about, this side of food, southern food actually. People love to have dosas, idlis and cuisines of southern India. Similarly, when, the city where we are talking today, Hyderabad, people like to have, food from the northern side. You will see a lot of fine dining outlets which carry food from the northern side, buffets, and North Indian food is in craze. And what has happened, post-COVID is maybe because, as I said, that people, are today loving to, experience more F&B. So, all formats I think are doing very well today. Whether it is, fine dining outlets, barbecues, bakeries, cafes, ice cream parlors. So, yes, there is, people are experiencing, and I think all the formats are doing very well.
And also, food is no more, it's no more limited to the fact that people are going to have food there. Now it's also become an experience, isn't it? That people, especially the millennials and the younger generation, right? They're going into these coffee shops or the restaurants. Not just food. There is more. Could you add your experience, from your experience?
Yes. So, see, first of all, I would like to say Hyderabad is a city of foodies, of course, and there's a lot of craze about food out here. Being in this industry, we have, experience talking to a number of guests, and, many of them, would share the experience that today, I just came 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers just to taste my, the special dish or a ice cream which, I really love, I'm fond of. So that is one of the part. Yes, so one thing which has happened that today, as you're talking about cafes or maybe, the fast food joints or eateries, people are at times, they're also, having a lot of meetings out there. and lot of discussions out there. It's not, earlier very formal office discussion which used to only take place in offices. Today, lot of, organized meetings are happening at eateries actually.
Especially with startups.
Yeah, especially with the startups. I mean, they are providing that kind of a sitting place and ambience where people would like to, carry the meetings with and also gatherings. And so that is happening. And then, with the corporate also, there is one more thing that they also like to take their team out frequently, for a change actually. So they definitely go out, hunting for maybe the convention halls or, banquets, or maybe the fine dining outlet where they book for a particular day where they can have, they can call the families and employees together for a gathering. So all this is happening, yes, and yes, food is also not restricted today just for lunch or dinner. I mean, a variety of things, especially you can see there is a big rise in today bakery products, which is a lot of snacks are happening, healthy snacks are happening, and so desserts also, if you see, so there is a growth in each and every segment out there. So if you see, from the time maybe last 10 years, if you witness a number of varieties out there, which was earlier not there. So even if you see a single format today, let's say we talk about bakery today, there is no fixed definition that what menu a bakery should run. So a bakery can just have cakes. Other bakery can also serve a lot of savories. The third bakery can have a lot of mocktails added in that. So there is no fixed format. So a lot of different varieties in a single model also you can witness today.
So now, taking your experience, making use of your experience, I would like to understand for the benefit of our founders from F&B or startups who are in F&B, what are those challenges that startups face when they start, or what are the points they should keep in mind as a F&B startup founder while they're launching it?
What is the challenge, first of all, in F&B is that food format or running a food format, it looks very easy. And because this is one of the industry where you can see, you generally go and sit and witness that. It's not like, many other industries where the operational aspect of that is not visible to outsider. So people, they generally get carried away very easily that yes, I can also do this. I can easily run this kind of a format for sure. But, there are so many challenges which are related to the operations because, you're dealing with the perishables first of all. And then you need, skilled people to run different operations out there. And there's a lot of planning required for sure, which unfortunately people, don't give time to because they just, for example, if they're going to a particular joint, a fast food joint and a cafe, they just feel, yeah, I can do it, and they just immediately jump into it. Not understanding that, principles of any other business. Let's say 4 P's, like, working on your product, price, place, and people. It also works a lot in this industry. If, your selection of the place is not correct, of course, is going to definitely have a challenge later on. I mean, you have to understand from various angles whether the place is suitable for the format you are starting. I mean, for example, let's say if you even have a place available on the main road, but and you want to start an ice cream parlor out there, but it is very near to a hospital, then most likely it is not the best suitable place because for people to just stop there, in such kind of a place where, hospital is nearby to have deserts. Somewhere it's going to be challenged. So there are so many, different things to be analyzed, before you select even a place. Then they don't, unfortunately, understand that, a right format is very much required. A right model is very much required, and it will vary from a company to company because every company sort is different from other. Your strength, weakness, opportunity, your threats will be different from others. So when you are starting something, what is the right format for you? Whether your capital is supportive to that or not. Let's say if you have a limited capital and you want to go for a fine dining, of course, maybe today we get so many, inquiries where people say that whatever funds they had in their hand, they have invested in basically, making the joint.
The infrastructure
And everything. But they don't understand that operational capital will be required later on. A big operational capital, because it's a service industry. And unless you reach your break-even point from, if there is no planning of it, of course the model is going to fail, or you are going to get burdened. And similarly, like the format, many times they go very high on the menu. They want to serve a lot of dishes out there, not understanding that, how you're going to carry it. What is the, budget for the manpower you have? What is your HR budget? From where you're going to procure your ingredients? Whether the ingredients are available or not. Right? So, I always say that, you generally, if a joint is just serving a simple tea, right? And tea is good. You are going to go there again and again. Instead of, going very high on your menu and, not understanding the challenges which are going to happen. So there's a lot of guidance required there from the day one. So so even if it is, your product, suppose once your product is also good, if the place is not right, or the people who are serving out there, they're not able to, really carry it well, basically, right?
Because at the end of it, it's also hospitality.
It's hospitality industry. So, those who are, serving, there is a lot of training required out there. Because it's not that, you put the people for a particular task and you can be assured that, they're going to carry it really well. Because, it's like an industry which is having a lot of challenges. You today serve maybe so many guests in a day, but just, one single negative feedback from a single guest will affect you a lot. So a lot of moral support, a lot of guidance, a lot of advice, a lot of training is required on daily basis. The motivation is required for daily basis. And also you have to understand that, let's say if you want to carry a menu, what is the right manpower planning in each and every department.
So as I see it, that this, unlike other startups, like a tech startup where you're building a product, in F&B, you build a product which is your menu. The food that you will serve. Yes. You also have to build the service side of it, right? So there's a kitchen you need to build, there's the front end or the restaurant part of it you need to build, you have the menu right, you have the right staff who's going to be, friendly to the customer. Yes. So the minimum viable product, the MVP as they call, is still very big when it comes to
it's very big. It's very big because, as you rightly said, that the planning for each and every department is required. I have seen people, doing their purchases just like the way they do for their home needs, and they're running an outlet. They just feel that purchase is just okay. We can just buy, today from any source which is available, or maybe just not, studying the ingredients so well. There's very dynamic industry. So many of updations are happening from time to time. Let's say today there are so many premixes which is in play, which was not earlier there. And if you're not, really understanding the menu well, and don't understand the ingredients, that what is available, you are going to get burdened with a lot of more cost and more time out there, precious time of your staff. And for example, let's say maybe 10 years back, the cake premixes were not in play that much, but today there is, I think it is a very important part. So similarly, there are a lot of premixes, lot of which are available today, and then you also have to understand the right sourcing from the right places. Because if your cost of purchase is not correct, you cannot sell at the right price. It's the principle, right? So if you say that, purchase I will see later. I do understand initially everyone looks for the top line, for sure. Every new company, looks for the top line, better top line. But what is the harm in understanding that how you can improve or better your bottom line also? Ultimately, the goal of each and every company is to make profits, right? So to understand and, to strengthen your back-end department, like, the purchase department, the supply chain, the HR department, maintenance department, housekeeping department is also very important.
But for a startup, we can't have all these things, because startup by definition would start with very, minimal resources. Yes. So what is your advice? How would you, like you said, ek chai banao, start with one tea probably. Yeah. What would be your advice?
I would say, see, the guidance from the day one is very much required. See, I think you should, definitely have some mentor, some experienced person, who can carry through, you through this journey. Because if initially you're able to plan your format correctly, that, what is the right format with the right market survey. Let's say, I just give you example today, people generally say, I talked to some people recently and they were telling me, sir, I was just thinking to, open a tea joint because, chai to log piyenge. So, yes, it is good to listen, but if you see from the other angle, let's say there are 10 people in a place, or if all 10 open a tea shop, then, who's going to go to other shop? Instead of, the right survey is that if 9 have already opened tea shop, why not you start a cookies business? Yes. Because, apart from the customers, the 9 other shops are also going to be your customers. Tea shops are also going to be your customer. So, right planning at the stage of format is required. That what is the right format? Hota kya hai ki there is a success for us, maybe an ice cream parlor. Then everyone, jumps into that format. If recently, if there is, opening of maybe, mandi outlets, or maybe, people will jump into it. But not understanding that, there is a market survey required, to understand that what kind of a population you're expecting, what is your customer segment. So from that stage you have to plan, and then comes the menu. Menu is very important. It's like, because ultimately on the basis of menu, all the planning will happen. But to design the initial step to, to have the right format and the right menu, of course, you have to also understand the strength, weakness of that particular